The morning mist of Wutan City had yet to dissipate, and a thin layer of frost clung to the bluestone slabs in the courtyard of the Shao family. I lay upon an intricately carved wooden bed, the throbbing pain at my temple jolting me awake. Above, an incense pouch hung from the sandalwood beam, gently swaying and releasing a wisp of fragrant agarwood onto the silk quilt. The young master has awakened. Came the hurried footsteps of a maid from beyond the curtain, her whispers mingling with the clinking of jade teacups, deliberately subdued. He has been in a deep slumber for 3 whole days. Could it be that the thunder calamity has harmed his spirit? I propped myself up, and the copper mirror reflected a face that was foreign to me. Chapter 1. The Otherworldly Shao Bai. The morning mist of Wutan City had yet to dissipate, and a thin layer of frost clung to the bluestone tiles in the Shao family courtyard. I lay upon a carved wooden bed, the throbbing pain in my temples jolting me awake. The soul-soothing incense pouch, suspended from the sandalwood beam, swayed gently, releasing a wisp of fragrant smoke that settled upon the satin quilt. The young master has awakened. A maid's hurried footsteps approached from beyond the curtain, accompanied by the sound of jade teacups clinking together, interspersed with hushed whispers. He's been unconscious. For 3 whole days. Could it be that the heavenly tribulation has harmed his spirit? I propped myself up, and the copper mirror reflected a face I hardly recognized. My eyebrows arched sharply, and a vermilion mole adorned the tail of my left eye. This visage bore no resemblance to the modern youth who had once burned the midnight oil to meet. Academic deadlines. Fragmented memories suddenly exploded in my mind, revealing my identity as Shao Bai, the legitimate eldest son of the Shao family, born on the same day as Shao Yan, my twin brother, who had encountered a thunderstorm while cultivating on the back mountain 3 days prior. Brother. The bamboo curtain was flung aside, and a boy, brimming with the chill of early spring, rushed in. He appeared to be around 15 or 16, his athletic frame clad in a fitted azure outfit, and his ebony eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness. This was the future Emperor Yin, destined to conquer the 9 heavens. Yet now he gripped my sleeve anxiously, saying, "Elder Yao said your Douchi rotation." I pressed my throbbing temple, and a mechanical voice resonated deep within my consciousness. Ding! Host awakening detected. The ultimate sign-in system has been activated. Basic sign-in can be performed daily. Special locations may trigger hidden rewards, and accumulating sign-in counts can unlock the system shop. Shao Bai, Shao Yan. An elderly voice drifted in from outside the door as Yao Chun, clad in a gray robe and leaning on a dark wooden staff, entered with measured steps. I noticed his left hand, concealed within his sleeve, forming an unusual seal. This was the sole entity from Shao Yan's ring in the original narrative, now manifesting in corporeal form. The old man's gaze lingered on me for a moment before he chuckled. Surviving a great calamity surely brings future blessings. That heavenly lightning has tempered your meridians. With a flick of his finger, 3 pale blue pills fell into my palm. 3rd grade Qing Ling Dan, to be taken daily at the hour of the rabbit. Shao Yan's pupils constricted. In the Douchi continent, 3rd grade pills were coveted by great Dou masters, yet here they were casually bestowed. I lowered my gaze to conceal my astonishment. According to the original timeline, Elder Yao should still be slumbering within the ring. This anomaly must be linked to my transmigration. Thank you, esteemed elder. I tucked the pills into my robe, and the system prompt chimed in again. Ding! 3rd grade pill detected. Would you like to store it in the system space? With a mere thought, the pills vanished from my grasp. Once Elder Yao departed, Shao Yan suddenly grasped my wrist. His palm radiated heat akin to fire, and a wisp of Dou Qi coursed through my meridians, yet it abruptly recoiled upon reaching my Qi Si. How could this be? The boy's face turned pale. Your Douchi rotation was clearly. Ding! Beginner's gift pack has been issued. Acquired burning formula. Revision. Can infinitely devour Yoa, automatically elevating the technique by 1 rank with each fusion of Yoa. Acquired low-grade heavenly tier Dou technique. 9 turns mysterious thunder body. Acquired EO. Illustrated guide fragment. Shao Yin suddenly exclaimed, brother's hand. I lowered my gaze to see delicate azure flames flickering in my fingertips. This unmistakably bore the essence of the azure lotus heart fire. However, according to the original narrative, this extraordinary flame should still be deep within the Tagore desert at this moment. It matters not. I extinguished the flames with a flick of my fingers, and a luminous screen of the signing system emerged in my mind. The emblem representing Wutan City was pulsating, indicating that the Shao family estate itself served as a unique signing point. Beep. Does the host wish to complete their first sign-in at the Shao family residence? Shao Yan. I rose and pushed open the intricately carved wooden window. In the morning light, shouts echoed from the Shao family training grounds that I have heard that Nalan Yinran is to pay a visit shortly. As I gazed at the pear blossoms falling in the courtyard, a new prompt appeared on the system screen. Beep. Altering a pivotal plot may trigger an epic sign and reward. In the original tale, the annulment of the engagement was a turning point for Xiao Yin. However, at this moment, it became the key to my breakthrough. Prepare the invitation. I fastened my dark, cloud-patterned belt, the magic core embedded in my sword shimmering with a ghostly blue in 3 days. I shall meet the young master of the Yunlan sect in the clan leaders' hall. Xiao Yin hesitated, then ultimately nodded in silence before departing. As he turned away, I caught a glimpse of the dark ring at the nape of his neck, which was meant to house the soul of the medicine ancestor at present. It exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Beep. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining intermediate Earth-level movement technique, Wind Thunder Motion. Acquired the recipe for the 3-pattern Qing Ling pill. Achievement unlocked. Turning point of fate, plot correction degree 5. I stroked the suddenly appeared parchment scroll nestled in my arms. The vermilion script of the recipe, still damp. A warning promptly emerged on the system screen. Beep. World line deviation detected. Please obtain the first type of extraordinary flame within 30 days. Suddenly, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air echoed outside, as 3 griffin beasts soared over Wutan City. A banner embroidered with a silver longsword fluttered vigorously. It was the emblem of the Yunlan sect. Nalan Yinran had arrived 5 days earlier than expected, causing the azure flames at my fingertips to dance anew. She tilted her small face upward, her glass-like eyes reflecting my grave expression. Father, said the people from Yunlan sect have come bearing a marriage contract. Chapter 2. The appearance of the purple cloud wings as the envoy from the Yunlan sect stepped into the main hall of the Shao family. The copper bell at the eaves suddenly chimed without a breeze. I grasped the sword at my waist, observing as my father, Xiao Zhan, abruptly rose from his seat. The pearwood armrest beneath his hand cracking with intricate fissures. Nalan Yinran lifted her chin, her pride as a 16-year-old girl enveloped in a moonlit brocade robe. Beside her stood an elder, his sleeves adorned with 7 golden stars, emanating the oppressive aura of a grand master that made the candle flames flicker erratically. Uncle Xiao, this is the marriage annulment document graciously bestowed by the Soul Hall. Hold on, I said, brushing aside the steward who attempted to obstruct me. The hem of my black garment sweeping over the bluestone floor. A system notification flickered before my eyes. Ding. A plot conflict has been detected. Please make a choice within 10 seconds. Xiao Yin stood in the shadow of a pillar, his fingernails digging deeply into his palm. From the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of the medicine elder leaning against a corridor pillar, casually munching on melon seeds, absurdly utilizing his spiritual force to send the kernels to his mouth. Option 1. Tear up the marriage document on the spot. Reward. Earth-level fighting technique Great Sadness Shredding Wind Hand. Option 2. Propose a 3-year agreement. Reward. 10 purple spirit crystals. Option 3. Demand union to personally intervene. Reward. 1 secret of the Yunlan sect. The hand of the Soul Hall has overreached. I flicked my finger against the surface of the marriage document, shattering its icy facade with a hidden force. Nalan Yinran staggered back a step, and the elder behind her widened his eyes in shock. This scroll was sealed with profound ice-fighting energy. 3 years, Xiao Yan's voice was raspy. Far from that of a 15-year-old boy. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. In 3 years, I shall ascend to the Yunlan sect to settle this enmity. Ding. The host has chosen indirect intervention, receiving hidden reward. Coordinates of the purple crystal-winged Lion King cub. Nalan Yinran's cold smirk had yet to escape her lips when I suddenly grasped Xiao Yan's shoulder. The burning technique's fighting energy surged through his meridians, and purple flames erupted around him. The temperature in the hall soared, causing the elder's beard to curl and singe. Since we are to gamble, let us raise the stakes. I revealed a 3-pattern Qing Ling pill, the fragrance of the medicine instantaneously overpowering the aroma of the dragon saliva incense in the censer. Should my brother triumph in 3 years, the Yunlan sect must present the first 3 volumes of the Extreme of Wind. The melon seeds in the medicine elder's hand suddenly exploded into a fine powder. As the former master of the Starfall Pavilion, he recognized the significance of the Extreme of Wind, a core fighting technique of the Yunlan sect, rumored to summon celestial phenomena upon reaching mastery. Impudent. An elder from the Yunlan sect unleashed 3 ice spikes from his sleeve, which eerily hovered in midair before making contact with my garment. The system's space trembled as the azure lotus earth fire instinctively protected its master, melting the ice spikes into azure smoke. Nalan Yinran suddenly pressed her forehead. her jade pendant cracking with fine lines. The girl staggered back, her gaze fixed on me as if she had seen a ghost. You possess as the night deepened like ink. I stood at the edge of the cliff on the back mountain. The thunder and wind scroll I had signed in today pulsed with heat in my palm, while the distant silhouette of the Beast Mountain range resembled a colossal, prostrate beast. A system prompt rang out. Ding. Special signing location detected. Nest of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Xiao Yan's voice came from behind. Brother, you knew about the marriage contract all along? The youth, clad in black, seemed to blend into the night, with only the flicker of purple flames in his eyes betraying his presence. He held a charred vine fragment, a marker of the territory of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. I tossed him a replica of the newly signed Xuanzhong ruler. We depart for the Beast Mountain range tomorrow. If you wish to grow stronger, follow me. Suddenly, the esteemed Yao Lao descended from the treetops, his ethereal form shimmering in the moonlight. Little one, how did you know that the old lion is about to give birth? He inquired. Isn't the elder also awaiting this opportunity? I subtly gestured towards the gourd at his waist, which contained enough nether fire to dissolve the purple spirit crystal. In the original narrative, Yao Lao assisted Xiao Yan in seizing the purple spirit crystal during this very period. Yet the plot has now deviated by 3 months due to my interference. The morning mist had not yet dissipated as we stood at the outskirts of the monster Beast Mountain range. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, and as Xiao Yan swung his measuring rod to clear the thorns, I suddenly grasped his wrist. Half a white leg bone emerged from the decaying leaves, its surface marked by traces of ice-type Do Qi, indicative of the Yunlan sect's enforcement team. Notification. Elite corpse of the Yunlan sect detected. Would you like to sign in? Step back. Yao Lao abruptly unleashed a soul chain, causing the ground to bulge violently. 3-second tier drilling mice burst forth from the earth, their fangs still dripping with flesh. Xiao Yan swept his measuring rod, and the purple flames incinerated the beasts instantly. Seizing the opportunity, I touched the corpse. Notification. Sign-in successful. Obtained Xianbing armor, fragment, and the elder's token of the Yunlan sect. The token bore the inscription Yunling on its reverse, causing my pupils to contract sharply. In the original tale, this elder was not to appear until 3 years later, yet here they had already dispatched personnel deep into the monster Beast Mountain range. Suddenly, a warning flashed on the system screen. Notification. World line deviation has reached 12. Please acquire promptly to stabilize the space. A deafening roar echoed through the valley, obscuring the blazing sun beneath a shroud of purple clouds. The oppressive aura of a 6th-tier magical beast forced Xiao Yan to kneel. Yao Lao's ethereal form rippled with unease. Something is amiss. How has this creature entered its spawning period ahead of time? Pulling Xiao Yan up, I leapt to the treetops. In the distance, atop a cliff, the purple crystal-winged lion was locked in combat with a woman clad in white. A gust of wind lifted the edge of her veil, revealing a visage so striking that it momentarily stole my breath away. Yun Yun, who was meant to appear 2 years hence, was now tracing azure sword marks in the air. Human, the Lion King bellowed, its wings stirring a tempest that flattened half a mountain. How dare you covet my purple spirit crystal? Yun Yun's sword danced, coalescing wind attribute Do Qi into a massive tornado. Yet the gem on the Lion King's brow flared with violet brilliance, shattering the Do Qi vortex in an instant. The woman plummeted like a severed kite, heading straight for the trees where we were concealed. Notification. Emergency task triggered. Catch Yun Yun. Reward. Fragment of the 3000 thunder movement technique. Utilizing the newly learned wind thunder movement technique, I leapt into the air, suddenly cradling a warm, delicate body. Blood trickled from Yun Yun's lips, and her beautiful eyes reflected the cinnabar mole at the tail of my left eye. You are. The purple crystal-winged lion suddenly dove towards us, and I drew my sword in response. The azure flame of the earth-heart fire spread along the blade, casting an eerie glow in the beast's eyes. The magical creature halted abruptly, sniffing the air with confusion. This aura. Take Xiao Yan away. I pushed Yun Yun towards Yao Lao, channeling my full Do Qi into the burning formula. In the system space, the 3-patterned Qing Ling pill automatically emerged, dissolving into a torrent of energy upon entry. At the point of my sword, an azure fire lotus began to bloom. The Lion King emitted a heart-wrenching howl as the purple crystal plates on its abdomen began to shed. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yan hurled the Xian heavy measuring rod, and the purple flames surged into the beast's wound. Deep within the cave, I glimpsed the flickering light of the purple spirit crystal, and to my astonishment, I suddenly held a warm bundle in my arms. It was a newborn cub of the Lion King. Notification. The signing at the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's lair was successful. I acquired the complete 3000 thunder movement. Suddenly, the sword energy from Yun Yun swept towards me. as I sidestepped to avoid it. The veil was lifted by the fierce wind. She stared blankly at the cub in my hands, momentarily forgetting to launch her lethal strike. Taking advantage of this, Elder Yao unleashed the bone's spirit cold fire, forcing the Lion King to retreat 100 paces. Immediately, I tossed the cub to Xiao Yan, who clumsily caught the violet furball. The Lion King emitted a mournful cry and unexpectedly turned to flee deeper into the mountains. Yun attempted to pursue, but I obstructed her path. The delicate embroidery of her Yunlan pattern was reversed. I pointedly glanced at her sleeve, where the silver sword piercing the clouds should have been. Yet the cloud pattern was now inverted. Her expression shifted dramatically, and the tip of her sword was suddenly poised against my throat. Elder Yao's voice drifted softly, "Little girl, you are afflicted by no ordinary snake venom." He shook the companion crystal source from the Lion King's cave. Without it, her meridians would surely shatter within 3 days. Yun's sword energy trembled slightly, and seizing the moment, I flicked out half of a 3-patterned Qingling pill. Instinctively, she swallowed the pill, and a blue lotus mark immediately appeared on her neck. The system notification chimed. Ding. Yun's affinity increased by 20, unlocking the hidden achievement reversed fate beauty. Xiao Yan suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, that little creature is gnawing on the Xuanzhong ruler." We turned to see the Lion King's cub clutching the Xuanzhong ruler, its unique devouring talent actively consuming the refined iron. Yun sheathed her sword and cast a profound glance at me. "Today's kindness, Yulan sect." She abruptly gasped, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. I then noticed a serpentine wound on her shoulder, the edges already rotting and turning purple. It was the venom of Medusa. Elder Yao leaned in to sniff, his spiritual form twisting in shock. Goodness, that woman should still be in seclusion in the Tagore Desert. My heart sank. In the original text, Queen Medusa had yet to evolve at this time, yet the strange fire catalog in the system space had suddenly unfolded, with the light representing the green lotus earth fire moving towards the desert. Yun collapsed, grasping my garment, her jade fingers tracing 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical stroke. It was the mark of the Soul Palace. Elder Yao's voice grew grave. "This girl is in deep trouble." As dusk enveloped the sky, we hid in a cave. Xiao Yan, cradling the cub, stood guard at the entrance, the firelight casting a serious shadow on his face. Even in unconsciousness, Yun clutched the hilt of her sword tightly. As I attempted to expel the poison from her, I discovered a gray mist within her dantian, the Soul Palace's soul-devouring mark. Ding. Medusa Queen's energy fluctuation detected. Would you like to expend 100 sign-in points to activate tracking? Just as I was about to check the system, a furious shout from Xiao Yan erupted from outside the cave. Upon bursting forth, I beheld 3 figures cloaked in black, suspended in midair. The blood-red skull insignia on their chests sent chills down my spine, members of the Soul Palace's guardian, appearing 2 years ahead of schedule. Chapter 3. The Serpent Man Holy City. The black robes of the Soul Palace emissaries billowed ominously in the night wind, and the ground beneath them surged as if boiling water. The Lion King's cub in Xiao Yan's arms emitted a threatening growl, its violet fur bristling, forming a dense crystalline armor under the moonlight. "Surrender the woman from Yunlan sect." The leader of the black-robed figures spoke with a voice that grated like metal against stone. And with a mere gesture, an ancient tree 10 paces away was instantly transformed into ash. This was a unique spatial strangulation technique of a Dozong expert, one that should not have manifested at the borders of the Gamma Empire according to the original timeline. Ding. Detected the Soul Palace's 5-star Dozong. It is advisable for the host to evacuate immediately. Be careful, senior. I grasped Yun and rolled aside, as our previous footing transformed into a pit of charred earth nearly a yard deep. Xiao Yan unleashed a purple flame with his ruler, yet it was devoured by the cloaked figure, who even exhaled wisps of green smoke from the corners of his mouth. A mere parlor trick. The Soul Palace envoy released 7 chains from his sleeve, their barbed tips glimmering with a dark crimson light. These were the soul-devouring chains, specifically designed to counter spirit entities. Elder Yao let out a muffled groan, and the spirit entity became 3 parts transparent. Suddenly, Yun opened her eyes wide, and the azure lotus mark on her neck radiated brilliantly. The azure lotus earth fire surged uncontrollably from her body, coalescing into the shape of a lotus in my palm. The exotic fire encyclopedia in the system space was frantically flipping through pages, ultimately fixing on the location of the Tagore Desert. Block them. I tossed 3-patterned Qingling pills to Xiao Yan. The moment the youth swallowed the elixir, his aura surged to that of a 3-star Do fighter. The young purple crystal-winged lion leapt onto his shoulder, its forehead gem emitting a beam of purple light that temporarily repelled the soul-devouring chains. Ding. Emergency sign-in triggered. Periphery of the Serpent Man Holy City. Reward, 7-colored poison scripture. exclusive to Medusa. Grains of sand inexplicably swept over my instep and in the distance. Pyramid-shaped structures loomed, shrouded in moonlight. My heart trembled. I had only just been in the monster beast mountain range. Yet now I found myself at the edge of the Tagore Desert. The envoy of the Soul Palace exhibited a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "You can actually subdue such exotic fire." Seizing the opportunity, I bit my tongue, letting my essence spray onto the 7-colored poison scripture awarded by the system. The parchment unfurled automatically, ancient serpent characters materializing in midair, causing the entire desert to tremble. A blood-red beam of light erupted from the pyramid's apex, and the oppressive aura of Queen Medusa surged forth like a tidal wave. Withdraw. The Soul Palace envoy tore open a rift in space, exclaiming that Medusa had evolved prematurely. Hurry and report to the Elder. As the desert returned to silence, Yun suddenly coughed up black blood. The serpentine wound on her back had spread to her neck, as if living creatures writhed beneath her skin. Xiaoyan propped himself up with the Xian heavy ruler, while the young lion cub gnawed at the black mist emanating from the ruler. "This is Medusa's innate venom." Elder Yao gasped in astonishment after his examination. "That woman is at least at the peak of Do Huang. Her evolution will require at least another 2 years. Ding. Detecting Medusa Queen's energy surge. Please ensure the host reaches the core of the holy city before dawn." I gazed into the depths of the desert, the azure lotus earth fire dancing exuberantly in my palm. On the system map, the light representing the exotic fire perfectly overlapped with the Medusa marker. Xiaoyan suddenly tore open his collar, revealing a serpent scale brand that had mysteriously appeared on his chest. "Brother, I think I can sense." The youth's pupils contracted into slits as something beneath the desert beckoned. Elder Yao swiftly sealed several of Xiaoyan's acupoints with a gesture, declaring, "The blood contract summons of the Serpent Man clan. This boy's purple fire shares a source with Medusa. We must locate it swiftly." The desert was chillingly cold before dawn, and we followed the guidance of the serpent scale to the ruins of the holy city. On the shattered columns of the temple, the eyes of the 8-winged black serpent statue suddenly glowed with a red light. The Yunlanzong token at Yunyun's waist flew out autonomously, resonating with the serpent statue. Indeed, something is amiss. I swung my sword to shatter the token, revealing half of a blood-colored jade slip within. Elder Yao employed toxic flames to scorch the jade tablet, revealing a projection that rendered everyone breathless. The guardian of the Soul Palace was locked in confrontation with Medusa, the backdrop ablaze with the fierce blue lotus heart fire. Ding. Hidden plot unlocked. The Soul Palace's reward. Key to the Serpent Clan's sanctuary. Suddenly, Medusa turned her gaze towards me, her stunning visage adorned with snake scales, violet flames flickering within her slit pupils. Yun writhed in pain, the serpentine patterns on her neck devouring the blue lotus heart fire. Enter the temple. I forcefully pushed open the long-sealed bronze door, an oppressive stench of decay wafting out. The serpent murals on the wall sprang to life, thrusting their spears towards us. Xiaoyan raised his weapon to block, yet the purple flames proved futile against the stone statues. Elder Yao unleashed the bone spirit cold fire, commanding, "Utilize." The blue lotus heart fire danced along the murals, causing the stone figures to freeze in their tracks. They knelt before me, as if welcoming a returning king. At the end of the temple, a hexagonal crystal coffin contained a severed serpent tail. Medusa's ethereal form hovered above it, clutching a fractured crown. Intruders shall perish. The oppressive aura bore down like a mountain, and Xiaoyan collapsed to his knees. I forcefully channeled the burning formula, 7 ethereal flames manifesting behind me. Medusa's lethal strike abruptly halted as she stared incredulously at the lotus mark emerging on my brow. "You bear his essence." The serpent tail suddenly coiled around my waist, Medusa's apparition drawing near. Her icy fingers pressed against my heart, causing the blue lotus heart fire to spiral out of control. Ding. Medusa's soul fragments detected. "Would you like to merge?" The crystal coffin erupted violently, revealing the true form of Medusa rising from the depths. The scales on her serpent tail were peeling away, exposing charred flesh. The blue lotus heart fire formed a cage around her, the soul-devouring chains left by the Soul Palace piercing her vital points. Medusa's human voice resonated with a resolute fury. "If you assist this king in breaking free, I shall grant you." Before she could finish, the entire sacred city suddenly collapsed. We plunged into the underground palace, the scene before us leaving us breathless. In the center of a 100-foot diameter lake of magma, a blue fire lotus bloomed. Medusa's true form was ensnared within the flames, her original spirit being consumed by. It turned out that the blue lotus heart fire was a trap set by the Soul Palace. Elder Yao attempted to communicate with the using the bone spirit cold fire, but was nearly obliterated by a backlash. Yun leapt towards the fire lotus. the serpent patterns on her neck resonating with Medusa. No. I lunged to save her, my fingers barely grazing her garment when the system notification blared. Ding. Check-in location detected. Core of the Blue Lotus Heartfire. Would you like to check in immediately? Medusa's serpent tail suddenly ensnared both Yun and me, and we plunged into the magma together. The anticipated searing pain never arrived. The Blue Lotus Heartfire parted the flames willingly. Medusa's spirit floated weakly beside the fire, clutching a fragment of the colorful sky-devouring python's tailbone. Human, let us make a deal. Her enchanting eyes reflected the lotus mark on my forehead. Use your essence to aid my evolution, and I shall grant you 3 promises. Ding. Fate decision triggered. Option 1. Assist Medusa. Reward. Blood of the colorful sky-devouring python. Option 2. Seize the. Reward. Advancement of the burning formula. Xiao Yan's urgent cry echoed from above. Brother, the Soul Palace's forces are closing in. The surface of the magma lake reflected 3 shadowy figures clad in black robes, as the swirling vortex beneath their feet devoured the flames. Medusa suddenly bit her tongue, her blood painting an ancient covenant in the air. In the name of the Queen of the Serpent People, I bind thee in a pact of symbiosis. She touched her fingertip to my brow, the searing serpent blood merging with the flow of the burning formula. Ding. Soul contract signed. Acquired 50 source power from Medusa. The azure flames of the Earth's core suddenly erupted, forcing back the emissaries of the Soul Palace. Seizing the opportunity, I wrapped my arms around Medusa's slender waist, her serpentine tail transforming into long, delicate legs, her exquisite visage mere inches away. Remember, I am called Kai Lin. The voice of the elder pharmacist pierced my mind. Boy, use the burning formula to devour thee quickly. Medusa suddenly kissed my lips, the cool serpent blood flowing into my mouth. The 7-colored poison scripture in the system space ignited autonomously, transforming into runes that fused with her primordial spirit. At the moment the emissaries of the Soul Palace tore open a rift in space, the entire underground palace was engulfed in azure light. Chapter 4. Twin Flames Devour the Soul. As the magma of the Earth's core erupted with a thunderous roar, I clasped Medusa's delicate waist with my left hand, while my right hand reached for the source seed of the azure flames. The spatial prison of the Soul Palace emissaries took shape above us, dozens of soul-devouring chains extending from beneath their black robes. Ding. Checkpoint detected at the magma lake. Reward. Heavenly Fire Transformation, 1st level. Raging flames surged into my meridians, while the serpent blood that Medusa had bestowed turned into an icy thread in my throat. The azure flames of the Earth's core suddenly split into 2, with the smaller one actively burrowing into Xiao Yan's body. The youth emitted a pained howl, the crystalline armor of the purple crystal-winged lion enveloping him entirely. Impudence. The emissaries of the Soul Palace reached out towards Xiao Yan from afar, for this was specifically sought after by their elder. Medusa suddenly broke free from my embrace, her jade foot striking the magma, stirring up towering waves of fire. Her brow shimmered with 7-colored scales, her shed serpent tail reconstituting. Now adorned with 2 golden rings, my man is not to be coveted by you vermin. The elder pharmacist infused the bone spirit cold fire into the profound heavy ruler, the clash of ice and fire erupting into a mist of white. Seizing the moment, I activated the burning formula, enduring the excruciating pain of devouring the fire seed. As the system notifications flashed frantically, fusion degree 1530 detected. Medusa's blood assistance enhances fusion speed by 300. The emissaries of the Soul Palace suddenly formed a bizarre hand seal, and 8 bronze coffins emerged from the depths of the magma lake. At the instant the lids exploded, my blood nearly froze. Within were the preserved corpses of the past Medusa queens. How dare you? The current Medusa's crimson eyes blazed, her serpentine tail sweeping through the air, distorting space. However, those corpses suddenly opened their eyes, the Soul Palace mark on their foreheads glowing with bloodlight, rebuffing her assault entirely. Xiao Yan suddenly leapt into the air, the cub of the Lion King in his hand transforming into violet flowing fire. The crystalline wings unfurled from his back, resonating with the spatial barrier of the emissaries of the Soul Palace. The elder pharmacist exclaimed, the boundary-breaking talent of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Ding. Xiao Yan has broken through to 5-star fighter. Triggered brotherly bond reward, resonance. The source of the azure flames trembled within me, and Medusa suddenly bit her tongue again. Applying her blood to my brow, operate the 3rd cycle of the burning formula. Her serpent tail coiled around my waist, and we floated in an uncanny pose atop the magma pillar. The corpses of the Medusas controlled by the emissaries of the Soul Palace closed in, their fingertips radiating 7-colored toxic mist that corroded the space around us. I opened my mouth and swallowed the entire flame, its searing energy, guided by the incantation, burst forth through the 7th meridian. Medusa let out a muffled groan as the serpentine totem behind her transformed into a resplendent, multicolored python. Now was the moment. Master Yu condensed the bone spirit cold fire into an ice spear and hurled it, while I simultaneously summoned the earth heart fire of the azure lotus. The explosive collision of the two exotic flames sent 3 corpses flying. Medusa's serpent tail seized the heavy ruler thrown by Xiaoyan. In the instant when the purple fire of the ruler intertwined with the earth heart fire, the entire underground palace reverberated with the ancient roar of primordial serpents. Medusa's scales on her forehead shed, revealing a brilliant, multicolored crystal beneath. She howled to the heavens, and the discarded serpent skin transformed into armor, enveloping my entire body. Ding! First fusion of exotic flames completed. Reward, Exotic Flame Compendium, Volume 2. The spatial prison of the Soul Palace invoice finally shattered, and the crimson skeletons on their chests began to ooze black blood. Before the elder could finish his harsh words, Medusa's colorful poisonous mist had already corroded their flesh. The 3 skeletal forms fell into the magma, while the soul-devouring chains were sealed by Master Yao with the nether poison fire. When the earth heart fire lotus fully bloomed, a cool, delicate body suddenly appeared in my arms. Medusa's human form was frail, and her jade fingers traced a serpentine pattern on my chest. Within 3 months, upon arriving at the Tagore Holy City, she transformed into a colorful little snake that burrowed into my garment. Xiaoyan stumbled as he landed, a mark of the azure lotus manifesting on the back of his hand. The lion cub shrank to the size of a palm, clinging to his finger and sucking the purple fire. Master Yao's soul form was riddled with cracks, yet he gazed at me thoughtfully. Kid, the technique you just used, senior. Perhaps you should first concern yourself with Miss Yun. I pointed towards the unconscious Yun, where the serpentine pattern on her neck had spread to her collarbone. The system scan indicated a gray mist in her dantian, the very soul-devouring seed planted by the Soul Palace. Ding! Special sign-in triggered, Medusa's throne. Reward, Secrets of the Serpent People Heavenly Serpent Records. 8 elders of the Serpent People at the Do Wang level carried forth a golden throne, its armrests embedded with 7 exotic flame crystals. Just as I was about to decline, Yun in my arms suddenly convulsed violently. The soul-devouring seed had taken root in her heart meridian. If the Holy King wishes to inherit the throne, we are willing to offer the soul-calming saliva. The chief elder presented a jade bottle, the very holy object that could dispel the soul-devouring seed. Master Yao transmitted a message secretly, agree to them. This girl cannot last half a stick of incense. The coronation ceremony was held at noon, and I was compelled to don the robe of serpent scales. The moment the crown touched my forehead, the entire Tagore desert trembled. Medusa, transformed into a small snake, suddenly bit my earlobe. Her soul voice laced with embarrassment, you've taken advantage of me. As the ceremony approached its conclusion, the fleet of flying vessels from the Yunlan sect obscured the sunlight. Nalan Yinran stood on the deck of the flagship, holding a marriage contract ablaze with azure flames. Xiaobai, you actually conspired with the serpent people. I raised my hand to summon the earth heart fire of the azure lotus, and hundreds of pillars of fire erupted in the desert. Miss Nalan, have you come to deliver the auspicious tidings of our 3-year agreement? The barrier of the flying vessels melted away in the exotic flames, and the disciples of the Yunlan sect leapt from the ships to escape. Master Yao suddenly tugged at my sleeve. Look quickly, Xiaoyan. The youth knelt upon the sand dune, surrounded by swirling purple and azure flames. The crystal on the lion cub's forehead cracked, and the emerging purple fire fused with the earth heart fire. Is that Medusa appearing from my collar, the purple crystal flame? Ding! A new type of fused has been detected, rewarding the creation diagram for the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, beginner level. Taking advantage of the moment, Nalan Yinran's sword energy was shattered by the Serpent Elder, causing the cloud pattern on her sword to suddenly reverse. My pupils contracted sharply. The pattern was strikingly similar to the one misaligned with Yunyun's cuff. The system scan revealed that a soul-devouring seed fluctuation was present in her dantian as well. I instructed to take the soul-calming saliva and have Xiaoyan leave first. I handed Yunyun over to Yao Lao, and the 7 crystals on the throne simultaneously illuminated. The Medusa serpent suddenly slithered into my palm, intertwining with the blue lotus earth fire to form a colorful fire net. An elder from the Yunlan sect roared to form a formation, and countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky. I traversed the storm with the wind thunder movement technique, and the 3,000 thunderous afterimages formed a lotus formation on the desert. Nalan Yinran's sword energy was consumed by the fire net, and her soul book spontaneously ignited, revealing the soul hall runes amidst the ashes. Indeed, as suspected, I crushed the transmission jade, and the scene of Wu Hufa conversing with Yunling appeared in the air. Taking this opportunity, The Serpent Elder activated the Heavenly Serpent Great Formation, trapping the Yunlong sect fleet in an illusion. As the sun set in the west, we counted our gains at the oasis. Xiao Yin successfully condensed the first strand of fused, and after Yun Yun consumed the soul-calming saliva, the soul-devouring seed temporarily fell into dormancy. The Medusa serpent coiled around my wrist, sleeping. With each breath, the serpent patterns on my royal robe brightened. Yao Lao wiped Yun Yun's sword, suddenly gasping in shock. This is not a technique of the Yunlong sect. A blood jade slit fell from the hidden compartment of the sword hilt, projecting an image of Yunshan drinking with the elders of the Soul Hall, while Yun Yun, who should have been in seclusion, was imprisoned within a blood-red barrier. Ding! Triggered a series of quests. The disturbance of Yunlong. Phase 1 reward. Scroll of insight for the ultimate wind strike. The Medusa suddenly awakened, her vertical pupils fixating on the eastern horizon. Someone has forcefully broken through this King's serpent spirit seal. We turned to look, and a dark column of smoke rose from the direction of the holy city of Jayamar, where the ghostly figure of the Xianzhong can be vaguely seen. That is a signal of danger for the Shao family. Chapter 5. The thunder of Canaan. The black smoke above the Shao family courtyard coalesced into a skull totem. Yao Lao crushed the communication jade and shouted, "It is the blood soul leading from the Soul Hall. At least 3 great Dou masters of the Shao family have fallen." Ding! Detected a crisis of extermination for the Shao family. Forcibly triggering a special sign-in. Wutan City. Obtained heavenly grade low-level Dou technique. Void Thunder Chant. Obtained 6-rank pill. Earth Spirit Pill X5. I tore open the space scroll, and the blue lotus earth fire coalesced into a boat shape in my palm. Xiao Yin, with crimson eyes, leapt onto the fire boat, while the Lion King cub transformed into a purple crystal armor enveloping him. Yun Yun strained to form an ice body seal, and Wind Attribute Dou Qi propelled the fireboat to break through the sound barrier, with the Tagore Desert shrinking into a winding golden line behind us. My father, Xiao Yin, crushed the jade bottle, and the aroma of the 3-pattern Qingling pill mixed with the scent of blood invaded my nostrils. The system map displayed that the mark of Wutan City was being eroded by blood, and the soul light point representing Xiaozhan flickered ominously. Yao Lao suddenly grasped my shoulder. The spatial coordinates have been tampered with. Ahead, the void cracked open with a spiderweb-like pattern, and 7 guardians from the Soul Hall appeared, stepping upon bone dragons. The leader, clad in a black robe embroidered with a blood moon, was Wu Hufa, who had previously appeared in the Yunlong sect. Hand over the blue lotus earth fire, and spare the Shao family's remains. Wu Hufa's fingertips entwined with the soul-devouring chains, each chain end tied to the remnants of the Shao family elders' souls. Xiao Yin, engulfed in fury, wielded his ruler. Yet the purple crystal flame was devoured by the Soul Palace's elder. Medusa's small serpent emerged from her garment, its tail lightly tapping the void. Use that. Suddenly, I recalled the signing reward, the Void Thunder Chant, a celestial-grade combat technique requiring the manipulation of spatial power. The heavenly lotus fire surged into my meridians, the lotus mark on my forehead radiating brilliantly, causing the clouds within 100 miles to begin swirling. Thunder came. A colossal azure thunderbolt, as thick as a water barrel, struck precisely at the skeletal dragon's skull. Seizing the opportunity, the elder cast the bone spirit cold fire, freezing 7 soul-devouring chains into crystalline ice. The guardian of the Soul Palace was both furious and astonished. How could you wield the void thunder technique of our Soul Palace? Ding. Successfully intimidated the Soul Palace guardian. Plot correction degree. 8. Taking advantage of their distraction, the fire ship broke through the blockade. Upon glimpsing Wutan City, I saw the protective array was in tatters. Xiaozhan knelt on one knee in the training ground, his heavy sword plunged into the ground, barely holding himself up. While behind him, women and children were shielded by Xiao Ding's battle aura. Xiaozhan coughed up fragments of his organs, urging run. 12 Soul Palace attendants were extracting the souls of our kin, the blood array on the ground mirroring the runes on the Yunlong sect's token. In the distance, I caught sight of Nailin Yanran, her cold laughter echoing from the tower, a marriage contract in her hand ablaze with soul-devouring black flames. Xiaoyan held to the heavens, the purple crystal flame coalescing into a 100-foot giant ruler. Return my family. The lion cub transformed into a streak of light, merging into the ruler's form. The and the purple crystal-winged Lion King's essence fused, sketching an ancient phoenix specter in the void. The elder's pupils dilated. Is this the dragon phoenix bloodline? The guardian of the Soul Palace tore open a rift to escape, only to find her retreat sealed by Medusa's colorful toxic miasma. I stepped into the heart of the blood array, the heavenly lotus fire flowing against the array's patterns, incinerating the Soul Palace attendants to ashes. Ding. Side quest to save the Shao family completed. Reward. Evolution of the burning technique to intermediate earth grade. Nalan Yinran crushed the teleportation jade slip. The master will not spare you. Before her words fell, Yun Yun's sword energy pierced through her dantian. As the woman fell, I glimpsed the soul-devouring seed at her collarbone, identical to the Soul Palace's mark on Yun Yun, just clearing the way. Yun Yun's hand trembled slightly as she sheathed her sword, the serpent patterns on her neck spreading anew due to her use of battle aura. The elder sealed the residual energy of the blood array with the bone spirit cold fire, and the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a pitch-black passage. Xiao Ding wiped away the blood. 3 days ago, a dragon's roar echoed from below. Father forbade us from investigating. The stone walls of the passage were etched with the insignia of the Canaan Academy, and at its deepest point lay the corpse of a 100-meter-long fire dragon. Medusa suddenly transformed into human form, her jade foot lightly tapping the dragon's head, the ancient void dragon cub, the aura of the fallen heart flame. The elder caressed the dragon's reverse scales. No wonder the Soul Palace is making such a commotion. This dragon's corpse is sufficient to forge a celestial demon puppet. The moment Xiao Yan's palm touched the dragon crystal, the lingering soul of the fire dragon abruptly awakened. The burning technique automatically activated, devouring the dragon's soul. And twin-winged phantoms appeared behind Xiao Yan, the left enveloped in purple flames, the right blossoming with azure lotus. Ding. Detecting the fallen heart flame. Do you wish to fuse? I chose to infuse the subflame into Xiao Yan's body, and the system's alert tone abruptly changed. Warning. The seal of the heavenly burning Chi Tower of Canaan Academy is loosening. The world line deviation has reached 18. The ground trembled violently, and the earth veins of Wutan City erupted with milky white heart flames. The elder unfurled a soul barrier. The essence of the fallen heart flame is assaulting the seal. Someone must go to Canaan Academy. Medusa languidly leaned against the dragon's carcass, expressing her curiosity about which ancient figure could have imprisoned the fallen heart flame at the base of the tower for a millennium. Her serpentine tail brushed against my waist token, illuminating the entrance credentials to Canaan Academy. Xiao Zhan swallowed a spirit pill to recuperate, declaring, Yinner, we shall set forth to Canaan Academy tomorrow. He gazed deeply into my eyes, Xiao Bai. Ancient texts of our clan record that your mother once served as the guardian of the heavenly burning refining tower. Before he could finish, azure flames ignited on the southwestern horizon. Yun Yun's expression shifted dramatically. It is a distress signal from the flower sect. Suddenly, the serpent pattern on her neck went rampant. But Medusa swiftly suppressed the backlash with her 7-colored poison scripture. We divided our forces. I tore open a spatial scroll to locate the northwestern continent. While Xiao Yan accompanied Yao Lao to Canaan Academy, I, along with Kai Lin, would address the turmoil in the flower sect. Medusa raised an eyebrow. Who permitted you to address me so informally? Yet, she did not shake off my hand resting upon her waist. At midnight, Xiao Yan polished the Xuanzhong staff in the courtyard. A young lion cub gnawed on the weapon of a Soul Palace steward, suddenly letting out a dragon's roar towards the moon. I tossed him the newly signed fragment of the 9-dragon Thunderfire, once at Canaan Academy. Seek out a girl named Ziyan. You must have known something all along. The boy's eyes flickered with violet flames, a remnant from 3 years prior when he was struck by heavenly lightning. I gazed at the void thunderfire rising from my palm when the system's luminous screen unexpectedly displayed a blood-red warning. Detected the premature emergence of the pure lotus demon fire. Please acquire the second within 30 days. Chapter 6. Heavenly Burning Refinement. As the 7th bell tolled at dawn outside Canaan Academy South Outer Court, Xiao Yan stood before the bronze door of the Heavenly Burning Refinement Tower. The purple crystalline winged lion cub nestled in his arms suddenly bristled, its glassy eyes reflecting the flowing crimson runes on the tower's surface, unmistakably the sealing array of the fallen heart flame. The newly reborn Xiao Yan had reached the pinnacle of Dome Master. An elderly man with a white beard surveyed the values displayed on the testing stone with astonishment. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the stone erupted in dual-colored violet and azure flames, melting a dent into the crystal base. Beep. Detected energy fluctuations of the fallen heart flame, triggering a hidden sign-in task. Task content. Endure for 12 hours within the Heavenly Burning Refinement Tower. Reward. Heartfire Body Refinement Secret Method. High Earth Grade. Yao Lao's soul echoed in his ear. That entity at the tower's base is probing you. Xiao Yan looked down, noticing milky white flames seeping through the crevices of the stone slabs, the unique formless heartfire of the fallen heart flame. He nonchalantly activated the refinement method, drawing the flames into his body. Suddenly, the ancient murals on the wall came to life, as the shadow of the eight-winged black serpent emperor surged forth. Enveloped in toxic mist, Xiaoyan countered with the purple crystal devouring flame, but it was bizarrely absorbed upon contact with the serpent's shadow. 3 silver needles shot forth from little Dr. Fairy's sleeve. This is an illusion created by the fallen heart flame. Beep. Detected heartfire illusions. It is advised that the host utilize the Azure Lotus Earth Heartfire. As the Azure Fire Lotus blossomed from his palm, the entire refining tower trembled violently. Hundreds of students in the training rooms awoke simultaneously, their heartfires uncontrollably rushing towards the lower levels. Impudent. Elder Su Qian, the guardian, descended from the air, his imposing dome master pressure crashing like a tidal wave. The lion cub in Xiao Yan's arms suddenly howled towards the sky, its forehead crystal projecting the illusion of an ancient dragon. The elder's expression shifted drastically. What is your relationship with Zi Yin from the inner academy? The elder Yao made his timely appearance. Elder Su, may I have a word with you? The flickering cold flames of his skeletal fingers caused Su Qian's pupils to constrict. This was indeed the natural nemesis of the fallen heart flame. In the quiet hours of the night within the mentor's lounge, Xiao Yin caressed the newly acquired scroll of body tempering techniques. Suddenly, a purple silhouette darted past the window, revealing a petite girl with twin ponytails, who hung upside down on the windowsill. You carry the scent of the dragon phoenix origin fruit. Ding. Ziyan's favorability increased to 30. Unlocking the achievement Ancient Dragon of the Void, the girl was none other than Ziyan, the top-ranked student in the inner courtyard. She leaned closer to Xiao Yan, her nostrils flaring. I'll trade you this. Her delicate palm opened, revealing 3 crystalline vials of earth core body tempering essence shimmering with moonlight. However, Xiao Yan's gaze was drawn to the scales on her neck, unmistakably the reverse scales of the ancient heavenly phoenix. It's a deal. Xiao Yan tossed out 2 3-patterned Qingling pills, but I need access to the lower levels of the burning heaven refining tower. As Ziyan swallowed the pills, her petite frame erupted with the pressure of a Dowang. Tomorrow at noon, at the tower entrance. The next day at noon. On the 9th level of the burning heaven refining tower, the surface of the magma lake roiled with milky white flames, and Xiaoyan's spatial ring suddenly grew hot. The ethereal image of Medusa materialized, her serpentine tail entwined in chains of sealing, now being scorched by the heart fire. Human. Assist this king in absorbing the essence of the heart fire. Emergency mission. Suppress the turmoil of the fallen heart flame. Failure penalty. Medusa's essence will disintegrate. Zi Yin bit her fingertip, letting drops of faint golden dragon blood fall into the magma. A colossal flame serpent, formed from the gathered fallen heart flame, surged forth but was suppressed by the overwhelming pressure of the ancient void dragon. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yin leapt into the sea of flames, the Qinglian earth heart fire forming a protective armor around him. Xiao Yin, catch this. Su Qian hurled a replica of the Xianzhong ruler, its inscriptions resonating with the sealing formation within the magma. Xiao Yin swung the ruler, severing the serpent at its midsection. The core of the fallen heart flame was exposed, triggering a system alert. Ding. Detected the essence of the fallen heart flame. Do you wish to forcibly subdue it? Medusa's essence suddenly returned to her form, the 7-colored swallowing serpent ensnaring the fire serpent. Fool. To absorb it now would result in a backlash from the heart fire. As her serpentine tail swept through, the magma crystallized, temporarily sealing the fallen heart flame. Ziyan suddenly cried out in pain, her palm's dragon blood being absorbed by the fire serpent. From the depths of the magma emerged a bronze coffin, the remnants of the heavenly fire sovereign's soul gradually opening its eyes. I never expected that after 3,000 years, there would be one to trigger my trial. Ding. Successful sign-in at the base level of the burning heaven refining tower. Acquired 5 wheels of leaving fire fragment. Unlocked 15. Xiao Yin, enduring the searing pain in his meridians, directed the subfire of the fallen heart flame into the cycle of the burning technique. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered outside the tower, and Han Feng's cold laughter penetrated the barrier. Junior brother, this grand gift shall be accepted by your elder brother. Stop them. Su Qian activated the protective array, and the inner courtyard disciples formed the 1,000 illusion demon extermination formation. In the midst of the chaos, Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly contracted as Mugu's old sleeves revealed a glimpse of a pitch-black chain, unmistakably a tool of imprisonment from the Hall of Souls that confined the Elder Yell. The energy of the burning technique surged uncontrollably, the 3,000 thunder movement technique triggering automatically as he left 9 afterimages in the air. Old Dog Mugu, the Fire Lotus, infused with the purple crystal swallowing flame and Qinglian earth heart fire, was unleashed. This strike was for my master. Chapter 7. The struggle for supremacy as the deep blue giant python, infused with the heart of the sea flame. shattered the apex of the Qi refining tower. The Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus at Xiao Yan's fingertips had reached the size of a dragon's eye. Han Feng's pupils reflected the dual hues of azure and violet flames. Exclaiming in disbelief, "The burning formula? You are a traitor to Yaoshan." Xiao Yan advanced with the remnants of 3,000 thunderous shadows. And at the moment the Fire Lotus pressed against Han Feng's chest, the system notification rang out. Ding. Detected the Heart of the Sea Flame ranked 15th on the flame ranking, triggering mandatory absorption. The soul-devouring chain of Elder Mu Gu pierced through the void, only to be torn asunder by Zi Yin with her bare hands. The young girl, with remnants of medicinal pills in her mouth, displayed dragon scale patterns on her delicate fists, declaring, "Those who steal my provisions must perish." Suddenly, the remnant soul of the heavenly fire sovereign commanded a bronze coffin to rise, drawing the essence of the fallen heart flame into the coffin. "Young friend, may I borrow the bone spirit cold fire for a moment?" Upon hearing this, Yao Lao unleashed a chilling white flame, instantly encasing the entire Qi refining tower in ice. Ding. Task to suppress the fallen heart flame completed. Reward. Heart flame forging technique, heavenly rank low level. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yin consumed the heart of the sea's child flame, and the route of the burning formula formed a blue-green cyclone within him. The fire lotus on Han Feng's chest suddenly erupted, yet was swallowed by an emerging spatial vortex. As the revered elder of the Soul Hall intervened from afar, "Junior brother, we shall meet again in Central Continent." Han Feng cackled as he shattered the transmission jade slip. "Relay a message to that old fool for me." Before his words could fade, Medusa's colorful venomous needle pierced through his left eye, extracting a massive pitch-black soul mist. As Elder Mu Gu slipped into a spatial rift, his sinister gaze swept over Ziyan, the bloodline of the ancient void dragon. "The master will surely be pleased." 3 days later, before the stone monument of the strong ranking in the inner courtyard, Xiao Yin gazed upward at the name Zi Yin atop the list. Suddenly, the Xuanzhong ruler in his hand trembled as Lu Qing, ranked 7th, aimed his Rift Mountain spear at Xiao Yan's back. "Newcomer, the strong ranking is not child's play." Lin Xiaoyan leaned against a tree, chuckling softly, to withstand 3 strikes from Han Feng and remain unscathed. "You are indeed qualified to challenge the top 20. His soft sword, infused with the essence of the fallen heart flame, glimmered a crimson hue, a testament to his prolonged cultivation within the Qi refining tower. Ding. Triggered the strong ranking challenge task. Every 10 ranks, improved grants a random combat technique as a reward. Xiao Yin swung his ruler, deflecting the spear's tip. "Then let us start with you." The purple crystal flame spread along the ruler's body, etching spiderweb-like cracks into the bluestone ground. Lu Qing's spear momentum abruptly shifted, and the condensed earth dragon of battle Qi lunged forward. Not enough to behold. Xiao Yin stepped upon the remnants of 3,000 thunderous shadows, the edge of his ruler precisely striking the earth dragon's reverse scale. Suddenly, Hu Jia in the spectator seat stood up, exclaiming, "This is the essence of the Grand Elder's combat technique." Yao Lao chuckled softly within the storage ring. Han Feng was once defeated here by Master Lu Qing. Today serves as a means of vengeance. Lu Qing was thrust back 10 zhong, his spear embedding into the ground, sparking fire. "To force me to utilize my dominant spear technique, you have earned the right to be proud." The pitch-black heavy spear suddenly shed its stone shell, revealing its true form forged from dragon-patterned golden crystal. Ding. Detected fluctuations of earth-rank combat techniques. It is advisable for the host to utilize the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. Yet, Xiao Yin sheathed his ruler, igniting blue-green flames in both palms. "Using the techniques taught by that old dog against you would be a waste." The intangible flames of the fallen heart flame quietly enveloped the arena, causing Lu Qing's battle armor to spontaneously ignite. "Is this heartfire self-igniting?" Su Qian's teacup shattered into powder. Astonished by the fact that this young man could manipulate the fallen heart flame, Zi Yin suddenly leaped onto the arena, her dragon claw phantom shattering Lu Qing's spear momentum. "No more fighting. Accompany me to gather medicinal herbs." The young girl tugged at Xiao Yan's sleeve, her pupils transformed into a resplendent gold. "I know where to find the dragon blood mushroom." At the base of the heavenly flame refining tower, the surface of the bronze coffin shimmered with sealing runes. The remnant soul of the heavenly fire master was instructing Xiao Yin on fire control techniques. The 5 wheels of separation fire require 4 types of. Now, with this, what do you think? Xiao Yan's palm ignited with the purple crystal swallowing flame. The remnant soul suddenly solidified by 3 parts. Dragon Phoenix Golden Flame? No. This is a fusion fire of the purple crystal winged Lion King and the fallen heart flame. Ding. The 5 wheels of separation fire perfected. Reward. Fragmented fire separation array diagram. Zi Yin suddenly bit her fingertip, letting the dragon blood drip into the magma. The big guy said there's something good below. The fallen heart flame fire python broke free from its seal, yet a phantom of a dragon phoenix origin fruit hovered above its head. Clearly the handiwork of the ancient void dragon clan. Medusa's primordial spirit emerged from Xiao Yan's brow. Someone is nurturing the residual map of the pure lotus demon fire with dragon blood. The seven-colored swallowing sky python coiled around the fire python's vital point, unexpectedly pulling out half of an ancient map from its belly. Elder Mugu suddenly shouted, "Beware of the spatial rift." The soul-devouring chain of Elder Mugu pierced through the void, whisking away the ancient map, but was caught by Ziyin, who bit his wrist. The young girl, bloodied, mumbled. This was seen by Ziyin first. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yin unleashed the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, the flower created by merging three exploding in the confined space. Elder Mugu, with a severed arm, roared before vanishing into the void. Ancient Dragon Brat, the Soul Clan will eventually flatten Ancient Dragon Island. Ding. Acquired the residual map of the pure Lotus Demon Fire, 14. Unlocking the Demon Fire's spatial positioning function. 3 months later, during the finals of the Strong Rankings, Xiao Yin gazed at Lin Shuyan, who was meditating with eyes closed. "Are you deliberately suppressing your cultivation at the pinnacle of Doling?" The blue-clad swordsman drew out 9 sword flowers. "I have waited for you for 3 years." At the tip of the soft sword energy coalesced into a heart fire lotus, reminiscent of the item Han Feng left here years ago. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted sharply. At the end of Lin Shuyan's sword hilt was the very starfall order that Elder Mugu had lost back then. Chapter 8. The turmoil of the Dan Tower in the skies of the Central State's Dan domain. Clouds formed from the aroma of medicinal herbs floated gracefully. Xiao Bai stood beneath the towering medicinal cauldron sculpture in the Dan Tower Plaza. The azure lotus inner fire danced excitedly within his sleeve. The 7-colored serpent, transformed from Medusa, coiled around his shoulder, its venomous fangs lightly brushing against his earlobe. If you dare to gaze at that holy maiden of the Xin new sect for more than 3 breaths. Is this young master here to take the Dan Tower certification? A blue-clad maid approached, holding a jade tray. On it, 7-colored pill patterns served as the assessment credentials, coinciding with the 3 heads presiding over the event today. Ding. Detection of the Dan Tower Star Domain entrance. Would you like to sign in? Xiao Bai's fingertip brushed against the relief of the medicinal cauldron, and the system light screen erupted. Sign in successful. Obtain true understanding of 9-grade alchemy. Unlocking the alchemical spirit body, beginner. Medicinal sensitivity increased by 300. Suddenly, a bell tolled from the top of the Dan Tower. The soul pressure of Xian Kongzi enveloping the entire city. This year's Dan conference will commence early. Among the crowd, Elder Mugu's pupils flickered with green light, and the jade slip in his hand flashed with soul hall runes. Xiao Bai's azure fire in his sleeve transformed into threads, stealthily entwining around that jade slip. "Brother!" Xiao Yin burst forth from the teleportation array, followed closely by the pallid-faced Ziyin. The Soul Palace was pursuing the ancient dragon of the void. Before the words had left his lips, the apex of the alchemist tower suddenly shattered, as 3 soul chains pierced through the void. Xiao Bai swiftly grasped Ziyin and teleported Tinzhong away, leaving behind a chasm where they once stood, now corroded. Medusa, having regained her human form, positioned herself in front, her serpentine tail conjuring a barrier of vibrant poison. The 3 Dozun showed considerable resolve in their investment, as her tail swept across the ground. The concealed defensive array of the Alchemist Tower abruptly activated. Ding. Task to guard the Alchemist Tower initiated. Reward. Clue to the Flame of Life. Xiao Bai pressed the true explanation of the 9-grade alchemy against Xiao Yan's brow. Take Ziyin to the Star Domain to seek the 3,000 flames. Turning to confront the Elder of the Soul Palace. The body of the alchemist spirit had already discerned the flaw in his opponent's techniques. The soul lock at the center of the Xuanzhong was a fatal weakness. Great Despair's Tornado Hand. The heavenly grade martial skill summoned a tempest of azure flames, reducing the soul chains to mere iron shavings. Elder Mugu, filled with fury and disbelief, exclaimed, "How could you possibly know my soul palace's secret technique?" What responded to him was the rumble of thunder from the void, as 9 azure lightning pillars sealed all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Bai began to read the contents of the jade slip. The Soul Palace planned to conduct a blood sacrifice of 100,000 alchemists during the final of the Alchemist Conference. At the entrance of the Alchemist Tower's Star Domain, Xiao Yin gazed at the celestial sea of flames. Is this the source of the 3,000 flames? Ziyan's palm glowed with a dragon seal. I can sense it. This strange fire has been implanted with a soul seed. Suddenly, she bit down on Xiao Yan's wrist, and the dragon blood traced ancient Dragon Clan characters across the starry sky. Ding. Host assistance detected. Reward for Xiao Yin, Dragon Phoenix Heart Armor. A dragon's roar emanated from the depths of the star domain, as the colossal dragon formed from the 3,000 flames swooped down. Within Xiao Yin, the purple crystal flame instinctively protected its master, coalescing into purple-golden dragon scales on his surface. The three heads of the alchemist tower manifested simultaneously. Young friend, retreat swiftly. This fire has attained sentience. Xiao Bai's voice pierced through the void. Yinner, use the burning technique to reverse the soul seed. The green lotus earth heart fire surged forth, resonating with the soul and infusing the star domain, causing the 3,000 flames to writhe in agony. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yin leaped onto the dragon's head, discovering the soul palace's imprint at the reverse scale. Break. The Buddha's wrath fire lotus erupted within the dragon's eye, forcing the soul seed out in an instant. While Xiao Bai had already utilized the system's space to collect it, the 3,000 flames coiled around Xiao Yin, submissively enveloping him in a sea of stellar flames. Ding. Xiao Yin has subdued the 3,000 flames. Host receives reciprocal benefit, affinity with the strange fire 50. Elder Mu Gu suddenly self-destructed, his corporeal form exploding as the blood symbol of the Soul Palace stained the alchemist tower. Welcome, Saint of Bone and Shadow. A skeletal staff emerged from the rift in space, its semi-saintly pressure causing the three heads to spit blood and be thrown back. The Saint of Bone and Shadow's eye sockets flickered with soul fire. Hand over the remnants of the pure lotus map, and I will grant you full corpses. Medusa's serpentine scale shattered inch by inch, yet she steadfastly shielded Xiao Bai, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Bai activated the 9-colored pill thunder from the system's repository. Old dog, can you recognize this? The 8th grade 9-colored pill sparked the heavenly tribulation. As the thunderclouds accumulated over millennia within the alchemist tower roared down, the skeletal staff of the Saint of Bone and Shadow began to crack. The aura of the alchemist tower's ancestor? Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Bai unleashed the void lightning talisman from his sign and rewards, teleporting everyone 1,000 miles away. The remnants of the pure lotus map in his arms suddenly grew hot, guiding him towards the direction of the Flame Valley. Next stop, the 9-dragon Thunderfire. Xiao Bai glanced at the unconscious Yin, noticing the soul imprint on her dragon, horn-seeping blood beads. However, before rescuing the ancient dragon island, he must first gather the flame of life. In the desolate ruins of the Dan realm, the remnants of the old alchemist suddenly manifested. Young one, there is the aura of a Do Saint's skeletal remains within you. Xiao Bai gently brushed over the shimmering jade bones in the system space, a mysterious reward from his registration at the Dan Tower. Medusa, her serpent tail coiling around his waist, interjected, first, release this king's soul contract. Chapter 9. Refinement of the Thunderfire body on the crimson rock face of the burning flame valley, dragon-shaped lightning patterns danced. Xiao Bai stood at the heart of the fire array, his fingertips pulsating with the azure heartfire resonating with the valley's fiery energy. Medusa, transformed into a resplendent multicolored sky-devouring python, coiled upon his shoulder, her venomous fangs lightly pricking his earlobe. This formation subtly aligns with the 9 palaces' fire. The southwest sun position bears 3 soul palace imprints. Beep. Core forbidden area of burning flame valley detected. Do you wish to register? Xiao Bai pressed his palm against the searing array pattern, and a system interface materialized. Registration successful. Acquired intermediate heavenly grade body refinement technique. Thunderfire celestial body. Unlocked dual resistance to thunder and fire attributes. Current immunity to 70 fire damage. The Valley Lord, Tang Zhun, descended upon clouds of fire, his gaze sweeping over the spatial ripples behind Xiao Bai. Young friend, there is the scent of 3,000 flames upon you. It seems your affairs with the Dan Tower. Before he could finish, 9 blood-red bolts of lightning suddenly descended from the northeastern horizon. The skeletal staff of the Bone Spectre Saint tore through the fabric of space, while the Soul Palace's 3 heavenly sovereigns ensnared the protective array of the valley with their soul-biting chains. Surrender the remnants of the pure lotus diagram, and the burning flame valley shall spare your clan from annihilation. Medusa's serpent tail swept across the ground, activating the concealed formation of 9 fire dragons. This old wretch knows how to choose the right moment. Suddenly, the serpent patterns around her neck grew hot, resonating with the soul contract she shared with Xiao Bai. This was the soul-biting goo, specially crafted by the Soul Palace for the Serpent Clan. Xiao Bai pressed the Thunderfire celestial body into his forehead, his body enveloped in purple gold lightning patterns. Yuan Air, take Miss Tang to the Thunderfire platform. Xiao Yin soared into the sky with his purple cloud wings, while the 3,000 flames transformed into dragons, clearing the path. Ziyin, munching on a fire bodhi fruit, mumbled, the big guy says there are delicious things underground. Beep. Hidden task triggered. Acquire the source of the 9 dragons Thunderfire. Completion reward. Fire Bodhidan formula, perfect grade. The Bone Spectre Saint's skeletal staff pointed towards the spatial prison, yet was repelled by the suddenly activated Thunderfire array. Tangjun spat blood, staining the array's core. Shao. Young friend, may I borrow the Azure Heartfire? 9 colossal Thunderfire dragons erupted from the earth, their eyes pulsating with the source of the 9 dragons Thunderfire. Xiaobai stepped through the residual shadows of 3,000 thunders, deciphering the flaws in the formation while traversing amidst the dragon's breath. Each dragon bore reverse scales embedded with Soul Palace talismans. With a decisive strike, the Great Grief Tornado hand tore open the chest of the first fire dragon. And at the moment of the talisman-s explosion, the system space automatically collected the Thunderfire seeds. The Bone Spectre Saint, enraged, swung his staff, shattering 3 fire dragons with half-saint pressure. How dare an ant seize the chance for transformation? Suddenly, Medusa transformed into her complete serpent form, her multicolored venomous mist coalescing into a massive python that ensnared the staff. Old dog, do you still remember the soul-biting chains of the Tagore Desert? As the scales on her forehead shed, they revealed an old scar inflicted by the Soul Palace. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaobai cast 5 Thunderfire seeds into the burning formula, and the Azure Heartfire in his dantian erupted into 9 layers of lotus petals. The Bone Spectre Saint's eyes flared with soul fire, the aura of the pure lotus demon fire. You know too much. The Void Thunder Talisman erupted in his palm, and 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation thunderfire shattered the spatial prison. Tangjun seized the moment to unleash the Valley's ultimate technique, 9-fold Thunderfire Tribulation. The soul chain of the 3 elders suddenly veered, piercing the heart of the Bone Ghost Saint. Respectable elder, may I borrow your soul fire? The pitch-black soul fire coursed back along the chain, seemingly intent on breaking through to the semi-saint level amidst battle. Warning, the Soul Hall's soul-devouring grand formation is now activated. Space lockdown countdown, 30 seconds. Xiaobai crushed the last 2 Thunderfire seeds, infusing the magnificent energy into the system-rewarded Thunderfire celestial body. The surface of his skin blossomed with purple-gold patterns, bracing against the semi-saint's pressure, even causing spiderweb-like fissures to emerge in the void. Yena now? Xiao Yin erupted from the heart of the Thunderfire platform, cradling a pulsating flame shaped like a heart in his palm. Brother, the source fire seed of the 9 dragons, Thunderfire. The Bone Ghost Saint tore open his chest, revealing the throbbing core of soul fire within. Ants, feel the might of the Soul Hall. His words were abruptly silenced as Medusa's venomous fangs pierced through his soul fire, the runes of the 7-colored poison scripture flowing along the snake fangs. This is a return for your soul, devouring goo. The 3 elders attempted to tear through the rift of space to escape, but were met with the crushing grip of Ziyan's dragon claw, shattering their skull. Those who dare snatch Ziyan's snacks deserve to die. The little girl was left with remnants of the elder's soul fire clinging to her lips. Ding! The 9 dragons' Thunderfire has been subdued. The burning art has been upgraded to celestial low level. The Fire Bodhidan recipe has been unlocked, automatically matching the optimal refining scheme. Tangjun gazed at the shattered guardian array with a wry smile. Shao, my young friend. It seems that Burning Flame Valley will never be able to repay this kindness. Xiaobai returned the purified Thunderfire seed to the array's core. Have you heard of the flame of living beings, Valley Master? Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from the depths of the earth, and a milky white flame surged forth from the pit excavated by Ziyan. The remaining soul of the medicine elder drifted from the bone flame ring. This is the child flame of the flame of living beings. Medusa is suddenly weakened, her serpent-like scales shedding in large patches. As Xiaobai caught her, the soul contract radiated with intense fluctuations. Ding! Detection of Medusa's soul disintegration. Please obtain the flame of living beings immediately. The residual soul of the 3 elders abruptly reformed in the void. Hee. Within this snake woman lies the specially crafted Soul Hall's Pure Lotus Demon Fire. The residual image of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire suddenly heated up, and a demon lotus-shaped passage opened in the void behind Xiaobai. The remains of the Bone Ghost Saint were drawn into it, cackling madly. Demon Fire Space. Here I come. Chapter 10. The Sacred Flame of Living Beings. The bronze door at the entrance of the Dan Tower Star Domain slowly opened, and the 9 dragons' Thunderfire floating in Xiaobai's palm began to tremble violently. Medusa, transformed into a 7-colored serpent, slithered out from his clothing, her tail pointing deep into the star domain. The essence of the flame of living beings is in the 3rd star zone. Ding! Detection of the core area of the Dan Tower Star Domain. Special sign-in triggered. Acquired Sacred Flame Soul Refining Art, Celestial High Level. unlocking the positioning function of the flame of living beings. Current distance, 37 star miles. Xiao Yin emerged from the teleportation array, carrying the profound heavy ruler. With 3,000 flames coalescing around him in purple-black dragon patterns, brother, the Soul Hall has deployed the soul-devouring absolute death array around the outer star domain. The blue lotus core fire flickering at his fingertips suddenly extinguished. This was a special restraint imposed by the Soul Hall against. The remaining soul of the medicine elder materialized. And the bone spirit cold fire sketched a map of the star domain. The flame of living beings is a sacred fire for alchemy. The Soul Hall will undoubtedly dispatch a celestial-level powerhouse to guard it. The 7 red dots marked on the map suddenly distorted, transforming into the skull insignia of the Soul Hall's Earth Fiend Hall. Let us split up and act. Xiao Bai infused the newly acquired soul refinement technique into Xiao Yan's brow, instructing, you lead Zi Yin to dismantle the outer restrictions, while I and Kai Lin will directly pursue the core. Suddenly, Medusa transformed into human form, a vibrant poisonous mist coalescing into a spatial passage within the northeastern star region. 3 auras of semi-saints could be sensed, presumably belonging to the 3 heavenly lords of the Soul Hall. A brilliant emerald light erupted deep within the star domain. Resembling the essence of the flame of life, akin to emerald constellations, Xiao Bai stepped into the void, utilizing a thunderous talisman to teleport 100 miles, only to find his path obstructed by 7 soul chains. The grand heavenly lord of the Soul Hall emerged, stepping upon a skeletal dragon, his chest adorned with a blood-red skull radiating an eerie glow. Hand over the remnants of the pure lotus diagram, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. From the Grand Lord's sleeve, thousands of vengeful spirits erupted, all remnants of devoured 8th-grade alchemists. Medusa's serpentine tail swept forth, the phantasm of the 7-colored devouring python consuming the vengeful spirits. Old dog, do you still remember the soul-devouring goo from the Tagar Desert? Warning, 9-star dose saint pressure detected. Recommend, host utilize sacred flame to temper the body. Xiao Bai crushed the 9-color Dan lay from the system's repository, merging thunder with the heart fire of the azure lotus to forge a thunderfire armor. The flame of life seemed to sense something, splitting into 32 emerald meteors, one of which directly entered Xiao Yan's body. Impudence. The vice lord of the Soul Hall tore open a spatial rift, a pitch-black hand reaching for the flame seed. Suddenly, the medicine elder ignited his remaining soul, bone flame ring, explode. Within the energy torrent unleashed by the explosion of the sacred relic from the Starfall Pavilion, Xiao Bai activated the soul refinement technique, his soul power instantly breaking through to the pinnacle of the spirit realm. The flame of life willingly merged into his meridians, and Medusa's serpentine contract transformed into the totem of the 7-colored devouring python. With fire as the guide and soul contract as the medium, the ethereal image of the pure lotus demon fire emerged behind Xiao Bai, shattering the soul chains of the 3 heavenly lords of the Soul Hall inch by inch. The Grand Lord, horrified and desperate to flee, found himself ensnared by the net of the flame of life, which could directly scorch the essence of the soul. At that moment, the 3 leaders of the Pill Tower simultaneously formed seals, reversing the star domain's grand array. Xiao Bai, quickly collect the flame seed. Xiao Yin suddenly coughed up blood and was propelled backward as the 3,000 flames within him merged with the flame of life. Zi Yin transformed into her dragon phoenix form to protect him. Big guy, hold on. Ding. The flame of life has been subdued. Medusa's soul restoration degree, 71. 9 colored scales emerged on Medusa's forehead, the pressure of a saint-level heavenly sovereign sweeping across the star domain. The vice lord of the Soul Hall tore open his chest, revealing a pulsing core of soul fire. We humbly invite the Lord of the Void. From the spatial rift, a black flame protruded, revealing the subfire of the void devouring flame. The flame of life suddenly went berserk, causing the entire star domain to begin collapsing. Yinner, catch this. Xiao Bai hurled the remnants of the pure lotus diagram, which automatically unfurled into a spatial passage, drawing everyone into the demon fire space. Medusa bit her tongue, her essence drawing an ancient formation of the serpent people in the void. In the name of my queen, seal the heavens and bind the soul. The 9-colored devouring python coiled around the void devouring flame, buying precious time for their escape. At the moment of the Pill Tower star domain's complete collapse, Xiao Bai embraced the unconscious Medusa as they plunged into the demon fire space. The 7-colored little snake in his arms grew increasingly cold, the soul contract sending forth its final tremor. Protect Xiao Xiao. Chapter 11. The demon fire nurtures the spirit. In the sky of the demon fire space flowed a milky, white river of fire. As Xiao Bai fell with Medusa onto a lotus platform formed by the gathering of the pure lotus demon fire, the 7-colored little snake in his embrace suddenly curled into a cocoon, a faint heartbeat emerging from the nine-colored halo, an echo of Xiao Zhao's life force. Ding! The detection of the origin of the pure lotus demon fire triggered the ultimate sign-in, granting the ancient sacred-level demon fire nurturing spirit technique and unlocking a 50 affinity with the pure lotus demon fire, rendering it immune to the burning of the heart. The remnant soul of the bone phantom sage reformed above the sea of flames, as the void-devouring flame coalesced into a pitch-black armor. Hee. This realm of demon fire shall be your tomb. In his hand, the soul mirror reflected the external scene. The Soul Palace army was besieging the Pill Tower, and Xiaoyan's 3,000 flames were encircled by 4 esteemed elders. Suddenly, Medusa's serpent cocoon erupted in 9-colored radiance, and the flame of life instinctively formed a verdant barrier to protect its master. Xiaobai infused the nurturing spirit technique into the demon fire lotus platform, causing a frenzied surge of fire spirits towards the cocoon. Old dog, have you heard of the soul-devouring burning technique? The void thunder talisman coalesced into a spear in his palm, merging with 5 kinds to pierce through the soul mirror. The bone phantom sage realized that the void-devouring flame within him was being stripped away. Impossible. How could you control the pure lotus demon fire? Because this is my domain. Xiaobai ascended on the fire lotus, and the will of the pure lotus demon fire awakened in his consciousness. The ley lines of the demon fire realm began to reorganize, forming chains of fire that ensnared the remnant soul of the bone phantom sage. Medusa's serpent cocoon suddenly split open, and Xiao Zhao's cries evoked celestial phenomena. The phantom of the 9-colored devouring python intertwined with the pure lotus demon fire, coalescing into a lotus snake mark on the infant's brow. The will of the demon fire suddenly erupted in fury. How dare a mere serpent attempt to taint the sacred fire? Warning! The backlash of the pure lotus demon fire has begun. Countdown. 30 seconds, Xiaobai bit his fingertip, drawing a nurturing array with his blood in the void. In the name of my father, let the soul contract guide. The origin of the demon fire flowed into Xiao Zhao's body along the array patterns, transforming the infant's cries into the melodious call of a phoenix. At the moment Medusa awakened, the scales of her serpent tail completely transformed into 9-colored glazed hues. Our daughter, she gently stroked Xiao Zhao's forehead, and the flame of life instinctively wove into a swaddling cloth. Seizing the opportunity, the bone phantom sage broke free from his restraints, and the core of the soul fire split into 9-headed demon serpents. Soul Palace's 10,000 serpent sacrifice. The realm of demon fire suddenly fissured into 9 gaps, each one spilling forth countless soul serpents. Xiaoyan's voice pierced through the void. Brother, Ziyan has found the core of the demon fire array. Xiaobai propelled the nurturing array deeper into the sea of flames. Kailin, take shower to find Yenner. Medusa's serpent tail swept aside the soul serpents, coalescing 9-colored poisonous miasma into an escape route. The 9 heads of the bone phantom sage simultaneously roared. Want to flee? Have you consulted my 9-nether yellow spring array? The pure lotus demon fire suddenly seized control of Xiaobai's body, and the sacred level pressure shattered half of the soul serpents. Ants, dare you nurture a fire spirit within me? The milky white flames engulfed the nurturing array, and Xiao Zhao's cries harmonized into a resonance of demon fire. Ding! Host's life is in peril. Forcefully activating demon fire recognition program, Xiaobai's mind suddenly cleared, and the 5 origins of in the system warehouse automatically fused. The bone phantom sage, in terror, realized that he was being refined into an array spirit. No, I am a semi-saint. Now, you are the key. Xiaobai crushed his soul core, and the core array of the demon fire realm thundered open. From the outside, Ziyan's roar of the dragon phoenix resounded, as the spatial talent of the ancient dragon clan forcibly tore open a passage. Xiaoyan, drenched in blood, charged into the array eye, his profound heavy ruler now broken in 2. The Soul Palace has dispatched 3 heavenly sovereigns to encircle the Xiao family. The 3,000 flames behind him suddenly mutated, revealing dragon and phoenix patterns amidst the violet-black flames. Medusa placed Xiao Xiao into Xiaoyan's arms and urged him to take Xiao Air to ancient Dragon Island. She ignited her essence blood to activate the 7-colored devouring python's true form, and the 9-colored toxic miasma corroded the soul-devouring chains of the 3 heavenly sovereigns into molten iron. Attempting to flee? The true body of the void-devouring flame descended abruptly, causing the demonic fire space to begin to unravel. The will of the pure lotus demonic fire let out a final roar. Mere child flames dare to act presumptuously. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaobai completed the final form of the spirit nurturing technique, as the fire lotus on Xiao Zhao's forehead erupted with purifying white light. For the first time, the void-devouring flame displayed a look of fear. The pure lotus demonic fire is nurturing a living entity? Madness! Ding! The Pure Lotus demonic fire has recognized its master. Current fusion degree. 1. Gained control over the demonic fire space. Able to modify spatial laws. Xiao Bai, cradling his unconscious wife and daughter, burst through the spatial rift. With behind him the utterly collapsed demonic fire purgatory. In the ruins of the Dan Tower, Elder Yao was using bone spirit cold fire to reshape his body. Young man, your daughter has stirred all forces in the central continent. Chapter 12. The Ancient Dragon's sudden change as the spatial barrier of East Dragon Island shattered. Ziyin was holding Xiao Xiao, seeking refuge from the chaotic void currents. The infant in her arms suddenly cried out, and the fire lotus on her forehead radiated purifying holy light, miraculously smoothing the spatial rift to a mirror-like surface. Elder Zhu Li spewed forth golden dragon blood. My king. It is the Soul Palace's locking dragon grand formation. Ding. Detected the sacred ground of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. Epic level sign-in triggered. Gained a fragment of the Dragon Phoenix ancient emperor scripture. Unlocked Dragon Phoenix bloodline resonance. 30. All attribute resistances enhanced. Xiao Bai descended upon a lotus platform formed by the pure lotus demonic fire, with Medusa, enveloped in the flames of living beings, following closely behind. Her serpentine tail scales had all transformed into 9-colored glass, and the cries of Xiao Xiao stirred the ancient bell of Dragon Island to chime. Hand over the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. The 4 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace, Soul Destruction, tore through the void, and the dragon lock in their hands pierced the protective island formation. The North Dragon King suddenly turned against them, his claw piercing the heart of the West Dragon King. Old fool, it's time to step down. Elder Zhu Li ignited his essence blood to activate the ancestor dragon statue. Please, Dragon Emperor, lend your strength. The moment the statue's eyes lit up, Xiao Xiao unexpectedly extended her tiny hand, and the pure essence of the demonic fire infused into the statue's core awakened the dormant remnant soul of the ancient void dragon emperor. Warning. Detected a 5-star dosant pressure. Host is advised to use the ancient emperor scripture. Xiao Bai pressed the fragment of the ancient emperor scripture obtained from the sign-in to his forehead, and an ancient dragon phoenix phantom manifested around him. The dragon lock of soul destruction suddenly changed direction, pinning the North Dragon King in the void. How is this possible? My dragon lock. For this is the true Dragon Emperor. Ziyan's dragon horn surged, and the bloodline pressure of the Taishu ancient dragon emperor shattered half of Soul Destruction's body. Xiao Xiao clapped her hands gleefully as the pure lotus demonic fire automatically wove into a fiery net, ensnaring the North Dragon King. Medusa's serpentine tail swept across the sea's surface, the 9-colored toxic miasma coalescing into a domain of myriad serpents. Those who harm my husband shall perish. The serpent patterns on her abdomen suddenly heated up, as the aura of the second serpent egg stirred a celestial phenomenon, revealing the dual-born devouring python. Soul Destruction descended upon the void-devouring flame, his semi-saint pressure solidifying the space. What a lively dragon-slaying feast. In his hand, the soul-summoning banner released a torrent of 10,000 vengeful spirits, each exuding the aura of a dozone. Xiao Bai stepped forth with profound steps. As the Dragon Phoenix phantom intertwined with the pure lotus demonic fire, Yin Air, protect the dragon egg. Xiao Yin surged forth from the depths of the molten magma, his 3,000 yen flames having transformed into the resplendent purple-gold Dragon Phoenix flame. Brother, the Earth's veins have been tainted by the Soul Palace. Ding. Emergency mission triggered. Purify ancient Dragon Island. Reward. Ancestral Dragon Blood 3. Xiao Bai infused the flame of life into the Earth's veins. As the milky white fire spread along the dragon patterns, Soul Destruction, with a cold smirk, shattered the space. And from the soul-summoning banner emerged a pitch-black dragon claw. Allow me to show you what a true dragon is. His words were abruptly cut off as the remnant soul of the ancient void dragon emperor suddenly materialized. The colossal dragon body entwined with the purifying lotus demon fire, forcing the void-devouring flame back 1,000 miles. Seizing the opportunity, Ziyin bit her fingertip, and with the blood of the dragon emperor, inscribed an ancient forbidden spell. In the name of my emperor, summon forth the dragon clan's heroic spirits. 12 dragon pillars rose around eastern Dragon Island, and the phantoms of past dragon emperors simultaneously opened their eyes. For the first time, Soul Destruction displayed a grave expression. The ancient void dragon possesses such profound depths. Yet, an even greater surprise awaited. The void behind Xiao Bai ruptured, revealing a passage of demonic fire, and for the first time, the true form of the purifying lotus demon fire emerged. Although its fusion level was merely 1, the holy level pressure caused the Soul Palace army to explode in droves. Medusa suddenly cried out in pain as the second serpent egg broke free. The surface of the eggshell shimmered with a nine-colored halo, resonating with the fire lotus on Xiao Xiao's forehead. Soul Destruction's pupils constricted, a fusion of the nine-colored devouring python and the purifying lotus demon fire. This girl cannot be spared. The void-devouring flame transformed into a massive black flame hand reaching for the serpent egg, but was intercepted by the sudden appearance of the ancient clan's Black Annihilation Army. Gu Sun'er descended, riding the Golden Emperor's flame. The Soul Palace's reach extends too far. Ding. Ancient clan reinforcements detected. Story correction degree. 15. Seizing the moment, Xiaobai activated the reward of ancestral dragon blood from the system, solidifying the phantom of the ancient dragon emperor. The purifying lotus demon fire spread along the dragon patterns, forming a barrier of demonic fire around Eastern Dragon Island. Soul Destruction tore open a space fissure. We shall meet again on the demon fire plains. After the battle, Elder Zhu Li cradled the shattered core of the dragon phoenix essence. Young friend Xiao, Dragon Island owes you 3 promises. Ziyan was busy devouring the soul core of the Soul Palace Elder, mumbling, "Big guy, accompany me to find the other 3 dragon islands." Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from the underwater forbidden zone as the purified Earth's veins gushed forth with golden spring water. Xiao Xiao excitedly splashed the surface, and all dragons knelt in reverence. This was the long-lost dragon phoenix cleansing spring. Medusa gently caressed her newly formed snake patterns on her abdomen. "Husband, it is time to name our second child." Xiaobai gazed at Xiao Xiao playing in the spring water. "Let him be named Xiaolin. May he be as nourishing as the sweet rain for all living beings." Chapter 13. Terror of the Heavenly Tomb. Ding. Core area of the Demon Fire Plains detected. Epic level sign-in triggered. Obtained Heavenly Rage of the Yellow Springs Fragment. Heavenly level high sonic combat technique. Unlocking Soul Resistance 50. Immunity to the 9 Underworld Illusion Realm. Yang Hao, commander of the ancient clan's Black Annihilation Army, suddenly crushed a communication jade slip. A blood sacrificial pit of the Soul Palace has been discovered 30 miles northwest. The corrupted corpse hanging from his spear bore the Shao family insignia, with the Soul Palace's unique soul-devouring nail embedded in its chest. Xiao Yan's 3,000 yen flames suddenly erupted, the purple gold dragon patterns dancing upon his skin. "Brother, it's the aura of cousin Xiao Ning." He wielded the Xuanzhong ruler, cleaving through the blood-soaked earth to reveal an altar engraved with ancient clan runes. This is the summoning array of the Heavenly Tomb. Gu Sun'er illuminated the array patterns with the Golden Emperor's flame as the Soul Palace attempted to forcibly open the passage to the Heavenly Tomb. The void suddenly split open, revealing a pitch-black chasm as the great lord of the Soul Palace, Soul Destroyer, descended upon the realm, stepping through the void of devouring flames. "Xiaobai, do you fancy this grand gift?" he declared, as 9 celestial demon puppets soared from his sleeves, each exuding the oppressive aura of a 5-star dozune. Medusa's serpentine pupils narrowed into fine slits, and a colossal, multicolored poisonous serpent materialized. "Old dog, do you still remember the humiliation of East Dragon Island?" Her serpentine patterns heated up suddenly, as Xiao Lin's wails pierced through the heavens, heralding the awakening of his innate poisonous body. Warning: 6-star dose saint pressure detected. It is advised that the host utilize Yellow Spring's Heavenly Fury. Xiaobai fused his Soundwave Do technique with the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, transforming the milky white flames into countless Buddha bells. The Soul Destroyer's soul-devouring chains fractured inch by inch, and the void-devouring flames were surprisingly repelled by the sound waves. "How could you wield the Yellow Springs Demon Saint's technique? This is your funeral bell." Xiaobai ascended upon a fiery lotus, the demon fire space flickering behind him. Suddenly, Xiao Yan spat blood and knelt, as the dragon phoenix flames within him were drawn by the aura of the Heavenly Tomb. "Brother, the array's core lies within cousin Xiao Ning." Ancient Sun'er ignited her ancient clan's bloodline, activating the Golden Emperor's heaven-burning array. "Brother Xiaobai, I shall buy you 10 breaths." The golden fire net temporarily ensnared the void-devouring flames, and Medusa seized the opportunity, her serpent tail piercing through the blood sacrifice pit, causing Xiao Ning's corpse to suddenly open its eyes, as the soul-devouring nail at its chest transformed into a key, inserting itself into the array's core. At the moment the passage to the Heavenly Tomb opened, countless ancient lingering souls surged forth. Xiao Lin abruptly ceased her cries, as her innate poisonous body instinctively absorbed the lingering soul's resentment. Xiao Zhao's forehead blossomed with the pure lotus of purification, manifesting as a pristine white lotus in the void. Ding. Successfully signed in at the first layer of the Heavenly Tomb. Acquired the fragment of Heavenly Level Puppet Technique. Unlocked Heavenly Tomb Map. 13. Soul Destroyer cackled madly as he tore open his chest, revealing a pulsating soul core. Enjoy the surprises the Heavenly Tomb has in store. His physical form erupted into a mist of blood, forcefully propelling everyone into the entrance of the heavenly tomb. Within the gray mist of the first layer of the heavenly tomb, Xiaobai raced forward, cradling the unconscious Shaolin. Ancient clan warriors were successively possessed by lingering souls, and Yang Hao's spear suddenly redirected towards Sun'er. "Miss, be careful. Break." The yellow spring's heavenly fury shattered the possessing lingering souls. As a phantom of demon fire emerged behind Xiaobai, Medusa coiled her serpent tail around Xiao Xiao. As the pure lotus of purification in the infant's hands illuminated the path ahead, towards the mausoleum of Xiao Xian, ancient Sun'er suddenly groaned. As the Golden Emperor's heaven-burning flames surged uncontrollably into the void, "Brother Xiaobai, it is the aura of the Soul Emperor." The dome of the heavenly tomb cracked open, revealing a crimson vertical eye. As the projection of the Soul Emperor loomed over all beings, the game is about to end. Emergency task: awaken the lingering soul of Xiao Xian. Reward: Soul of the Heavenly Tomb 1. Xiaobai bit his tongue, allowing his essence to spray onto the pure lotus demon fire. The flames surged along the earth's veins into the mausoleum of Xiao Xian as a stone tablet, silent for millennia, suddenly erupted with azure light. Tears of blood streamed from the vertical eye of the Soul Emperor. "Xiao Xian, you actually left the contingency plan." The lingering soul of Xiao Xian stepped forth, illuminated by the azure glow, and touched the center of Xiao Yan's brow, the last bloodline of the Xiao clan. He suddenly turned to Xiaobai. "Is there an anomaly?" Medusa shielded her husband, as the phantom of the nine-colored devouring serpent roared. "Ancestral, this is your descendant, Shaolin." The innate poisonous gas escaping from the swaddled infant resonated with the lingering souls of the heavenly tomb. The lingering soul of Xiao Xian erupted into hearty laughter. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Repeating the word thrice, the third layer of the heavenly tomb trembled simultaneously, addressing the Soul Emperor. "Let us see how I shall counter this." The azure light transformed into a colossal finger reaching toward the heavens, its contained pressure of the Battle Emperor shattering the projection of the Soul Emperor. Yet, Xiao Xian's lingering soul swiftly became transparent. "Young one, lead them to the third level. There lies the final tomb of the Xiao clan." Suddenly, the ground trembled as countless soul puppets emerged from the entrance of the second level. The pure world lotus in Xiao Zhao's hand autonomously shielded its master, carving a safe passage through the gray mist. Gu Sun'er abruptly discovered that the Emperor's flame of destruction was mutating, absorbing the remnants of the tomb's souls. Ding. Detection of the awakening of the Battle Emperor's bloodline. Storyline correction degree 20. The voice of soul destruction echoed from the abyss. "Xiaobai, I shall take your daughter." The void-devouring flame morphed into a massive hand reaching for Xiao Xiao, only to be shattered by the sudden appearance of Ziyan. The little mother dragon, bloodied, exclaimed, "Stealing Ziyan's snacks? Seeking death." Chapter 14. The resurgence of imperial blood. The bronze giant door of the third level of the tomb slowly creaked open, and the azure light spilling from the crack vaporized the army of soul puppets. The slumbering Shaolin in Xiaobai's embrace suddenly opened her eyes. Her nine-colored snake pupils reflected the ancient clan patterns on the door, which were the long-lost Battle Emperor insignia of the Xiao clan. Ding. Detection of the source of the Battle Emperor's bloodline, triggering ultimate sign-in. Acquired Imperial Blood Soul Inflaming Art, Ancient Sacred Level, unlocked Xiao Clan Bloodline Purity 30. All attributes increased by 500. The roar of soul destruction pierced through layers of space. "Xiao Xian, do you think leaving this remnant can reverse fate?" The black dragon formed from the void-devouring flame clawed at the bronze door, only to have its fangs seared by the Imperial insignia, leaving charred marks. Xiao Xian's lingering soul waved its sleeve, repelling the black dragon, and with a fingertip, touched Xiao Bai's brow. "Descendant of the Xiao clan, receive this gift." The azure light surged through his meridians into his dantian, and the dormant pure lotus demon fire abruptly blossomed into a 24-petal lotus. Medusa's serpentine tail coiled around the teetering bronze door, and from the shedding nine-colored imperial scales, golden blood seeped forth. "Husband, something is calling shower from beyond the door." The pure world lotus in Xiao Zhao's hand flew towards the crack, transforming the imperial insignia into an energy flow that could be absorbed by an infant. "Stop them." The projection of the Soul Emperor coalesced once more, blood-red vertical pupils weeping corrosive tears. Gu Sun'er ignited the Emperor's flame of destruction. Morphing into a golden crow, "Brother Xiaobai, take shower inside." Xiaobai bit his tongue, his essence painting a soul-inflaming formation in the void. "With my blood, summon the Imperial Soul." The bronze giant door thunderously opened, revealing a scene that left all breathless. A jade altar suspended in midair with 9 drops of Battle Emperor's essence. each containing the might to tear through space. Soul destruction maniacally ripped open his chest. Welcome, true form of the Void Lord. The dome of the tomb completely collapsed as the true blood of the Soul Emperor descended with the entity of the void-devouring flame. The entire space began to collapse, and ancient clan experts exploded into blood mist one after another. Warning. Detection of peak pressure from 9-star battle sage, forcibly activating Imperial blood protection. The Imperial insignia behind Xiao Bai suddenly materialized into azure battle armor. Medusa placed Xiao Lin into his arms, and the complete form of the 9-colored devouring python charged at the void-devouring flame. Take the children and flee. No one shall escape. The true blood of the Soul Emperor congealed into a blood-red cage. The last bloodline of the Xiao clan destined to become the offering for this emperor's ascension to battle emperor. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao emitted a clear phoenix cry, resonating with the pure world lotus and the 9 drops of imperial blood. From deep within the tomb echoed the primordial chime, and 24 bronze coffins broke free from the earth, each sealing an ancient powerhouse of the Xiao clan. Xiao Xian's lingering soul ignited the last vestiges of its power. Sons of the Xiao clan, let us once more battle the heavens and the earth. The coffin lid shattered, and 24 remnants of the fighting saints' soul coalesced into a celestial array. For the first time, the Soul Emperor displayed a grave expression. Xiao Xian, you have concealed this hand. Seizing the moment, Xiao Bai rushed towards the altar, cradling his children. Suddenly, the innate poisonous body of Xiao Lin erupted, corroding the obstructing soul puppets into putrid sludge. The system's holographic screen flickered wildly. Blood of the Emperor Fusion Degree 1025 detected anomalous transformation of the pure lotus demon fire. In an unexpected turn, his father, Xiao Xiao, spoke intelligibly, and the infant girl's form rapidly matured to that of a 3-year-old under the nourishing power of the Emperor's blood. The fire lotus on her forehead transformed into a jade green hue. With a mere wave of her tiny hand, she conjured a realm of pure lotus demon fire. As the soul extinguisher tore apart the fabric of space to seize the Emperor's blood, he was thwarted by Ziyan, who clutched his ankle. No bad people are allowed to touch Xiao Xiao. The bloodline of the ancient void dragon fully awakened, leaving a permanent scar on the void-devouring flame. Now is the time. Ancient Suner infused the essence of the Golden Emperor's blazing flame into Xiao Bai. The 3 distinct fires, harmonized by the Emperor's blood, merged flawlessly, forming an unprecedented seed of chaotic fire. The projection of the Soul Emperor began to distort. Xiao Bai, this Emperor awaits you on the demon fire plains. Suddenly, the jade altar collapsed, and 9 drops of Emperor's blood transformed into streams of light, flowing into Xiao Bai's 7 orifices. Medusa's true form, the devouring python, disintegrated inch by inch, yet with her last ounce of strength. She propelled her husband and children from the heavenly tomb. Survive. Above the demon fire plains, a spatial vortex tore open, and Xiao Bai, cradling his unconscious children, plummeted. The pure lotus demon fire instinctively wove into a lotus platform, failing to conceal the shattered imperial markings that adorned his body. Ancient Suner crawled out from the fissure, bloodied and battered. Brother Xiao Bai, sister Medusa, she is still in the heavenly tomb, gently caressing the sleeping visage of Xiao Xiao. The 3-year-old girl's azure lotus mark flickered ominously. The Soul Emperor could not seize the last ember of the Xiao clan. Ding. Battle in the heavenly tomb concluded. Acquired. Fragmented Imperial Soul 1. Unlocked Bloodline Purity 60. Capable of a brief eruption of 5-star fighting saint prowess. Ziyin emerged from the depths, her dragon horn partially broken. Yet she clutched half of the dragon phoenix's essence fruit tightly. Big guy, eat this. The moment the fruit entered his abdomen, the imperial markings on Xiao Bai's back crystallized into a tangible battle robe. The remnants of Medicine Elder's soul floated out from the bone flame ring. Urgent news from the Starfall Pavilion. The Soul Palace is currently slaughtering the central continent. In the soul mirror he displayed, the alchemy tower had already fallen, and the essence of 3,000 flames was being devoured by the void-devouring flame. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao awakened, the jade fire lotus blooming in her palm. Father, mother is crying. The pure world white lotus pierced through space, revealing the scene of the heavenly tomb where Medusa's true form was pinned to the altar of the Soul Palace, her 9-colored imperial scales being methodically stripped away. The colorful scales ignited Xiao Bai's imperial blood, causing spiritual energy to surge violently into his body. Ancient Suner ignited her ancient clan's blood to activate the teleportation array. Brother Xiao Bai, the ancient clan is willing to muster all its might. No need. Xiao Bai entrusted his children to Ziyan, declaring, "This is my personal vendetta against the Soul Palace." With a single step, he traversed thousands of miles, reappearing above the main altar of the Soul Palace. The Soul Extinguisher grinned maliciously, raising Medusa's serpentine tail, just in time. The soul-devouring chains pierced through the void, but were effortlessly repelled by the Imperial robe. Suddenly, the chaotic seed behind Xiao Bai split apart, intertwining the pure lotus demon fire with the flame of life to form a prison. As Medusa weakly opened her serpent eyes, she cautioned, "Be careful. They might use my suddenly." The true form of the Soul Emperor manifested, his hand piercing through Medusa's chest to extract the 9-colored demon core. Xiao Bai's crimson eyes glinted with fury as he crushed the Imperial soul, exclaiming, "You all shall perish." Instantly, the celestial bodies dimmed, and 24 ethereal spirits of the Shao clan emerged from the void. The Soul Emperor's expression shifted in disbelief, summoning spirits of the Fighting Emperor? Impossible! A chaotic spark transformed into a colossal axe of creation, cleaving the Soul Hall's main altar as the void-swallowing flame emitted a mournful wail. Split in twain by the axe's luminous strike, Soul Destruction attempted to flee but was immobilized by Xiao Zhao's pure world White Lotus, as a hand, condensed from Imperial blood, shattered its soul core. Medusa's frail body fell into Xiao Bai's embrace, the 9-colored demon core now riddled with cracks. Suddenly, Xiao Lin bit his finger, and the innate toxic blood began to mend the demon core. "Mother, don't feel pain." The true form of the Soul Emperor began to dissipate, declaring, "Xiao Bai, this emperor awaits you for the final battle on the demon fire plains." Xiao Bai held his wife and daughter tightly, and the imperial insignia on his back spread across the entire central continent, proclaiming, "In 3 days, the annihilation of the Soul Hall, the slaying of the Soul Emperor." Chapter 15. The Emperor descends upon the demon fire. The heavens of the demon fire plains tore open with 9 bloodstains as Xiao Bai descended upon a lotus platform formed from the pure lotus demon fire. In his arms, Medusa's demon core had been largely restored, the 9-colored radiance flowing endlessly under the nourishment of Imperial blood. The Soul Emperor hovered above his blood-red throne, the energy swirling at his fingertips causing the space around him to collapse. Ding. Detection of Fighting Emperor energy fluctuations, triggering final sign-in. Acquired Heaven-Burning Emperor Seal, Fighting Emperor level. Unlocked Energy Perception ability, Current Absorption Efficiency 30. Ancient Yuan led the ancient clan army, tearing through space, as the Golden Emperor's burning flames coalesced into a towering golden crow, declaring, "Soul Emperor, today marks the end of your soul tribe." Behind him, the Black Abyss army formed a constellation formation, yet it crumbled piece by piece under the pressure of the Emperor. Medusa freed herself from her husband's embrace, her 9-colored devouring python form coiling around the blood-red throne. "Husband, do not forget our pact with East Dragon Island." She willingly collided with the Soul Emperor's soul-devouring spear, and the demon core's explosive 9-colored poison briefly corroded the energy defenses. "Mother." Xiao Zhao's azure lotus mark on her forehead suddenly materialized, the pure world White Lotus piercing through the void to envelop Medusa. The time law of the 3-year-old infant awakened for the first time, reversing time on the battlefield by 3 breaths, allowing Xiao Bai to seize the opening. The Soul Emperor shattered the time confinement, his blood-red vertical eye revealing astonishment for the first time, the origin of time and space. This girl cannot be spared. The void-swallowing flame transformed into a 9-headed black dragon, lunging at Xiao Xiao, only to be seized by the dragon phoenix form of Zi Yin at its throat. Xiao Bai crushed the Imperial seal from the system rewards, and the energy veins of the demon fire plains surged forth with vitality. Yinner formed the array. Xiao Yin erupted from the depths of the magma, 22 distinct flames coalescing into a fire lotus under the guidance of the burning technique. Ancient Suner infused the source of the Golden Emperor's burning flames into it. Brother Xiao Bai, catch. At the moment of merging the chaotic spark with the Imperial seal, the spiritual energy of the entire central continent wildly converged. The Soul Emperor tore open his chest to reveal a pulsating Imperial heart, declaring, "This Emperor has planned for 1,000 years. How can you mere ants oppose me? Your 1,000 years pale in comparison to the foundation of my Shao clan spanning 10,000 years. Behind Xiao Bai, the ethereal shadows of 24 Shao clan fighting emperors emerged, each bearing a distinct imperial seal. Suddenly, a rain of azure fire fell upon the demon fire plains, each droplet being the essence of the pure lotus demon fire. Medusa's true form, the 9-colored emperor python, suddenly transformed, her serpentine tail entwining the legs of the soul heaven emperor. "My lord, now is the moment." She boldly advanced towards the soul-devouring spear, the final venom of her demon core corroding the emperor's battle armor. "With my imperial blood, I shall incinerate the heavens and annihilate the path." Xiao Bai took his final step, the chaotic spark evolving into the Emperor of Flames. The heart of the Soul Heaven Emperor suddenly shattered, struck precisely by Xiao Yan's fire lotus. This strike is for my master. Ding. Do Emperor Ascension completed. Current rank, 1-star Do Emperor, acquired control over source energy. Capable of reshaping the laws of the universe, the remnants of the Soul Heaven Emperor plummeted into the demon fire purgatory. The void swallowing flames wailing as they were devoured by the Emperor's flames. Medusa's demon core suddenly shattered, yet under the nurturing of source energy. It reformed into the 9-colored Emperor Orb. My lord, please take care of Shower and Linner. Gu Yuan knelt, exclaiming, Welcome, Flame Emperor. The powerful beings of myriad races echoed in unison, their voices shattering the clouds above. Xiao Xiao rested soundly on her father's shoulder, her small hand clutching half of a dragon phoenix source fruit. Ziyin pried open her father's palm, inserting the stolen heart of the Soul Heaven Emperor for Xiao Xiao to play with. Chapter 16. The rebirth of the fire domain in the suspended flame heaven realm above the central continent. Xiao Bai's fingertips danced with 7-colored source energy, piecing together the last fragment of the shattered land. In his embrace, Xiao Xiao slept peacefully, the pure white lotus in her hands instinctively mending the spatial rifts. The jade petals now blossoming into 12 tears. Ding. Detected passage to the vast world. Cross-dimensional sign-in triggered. Acquired Taichu world map, fragment. Unlocked dimensional travel ability. Current stability, 62. Medusa, barefoot upon the reborn earth, felt the 9-colored Emperor Orb chime at her hair's end. Her serpentine tail gently tapped the scorched earth and the soil. Purified by source energy, immediately sprouted star spirit grass. My lord, the Starfall Pavilion has sent word. Remnants of the Soul Clan have been discovered in the northwest continent. Xiao Bai waved his hand to unfurl the Taichu world map, the flowing light within pointing to a lower realm. Yinner has already led the Black Abyss army to exterminate them. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows, for the coordinates displayed on the map coincided with Xiao Zhao's birthplace. Ziyin, gnawing on the dragon phoenix source fruit, burst into the flame realm. The newly formed crystal at her broken horn radiating an unusual glow. Big guy, ancient Dragon Island has detected unfamiliar spatial fluctuations. The scales she showcased bore inscriptions not of the Dochi continent. The remnants of Yao Lao's soul floated from the flame cauldron, the 9 imperial patterns newly inscribed on its surface glowing faintly. I have seen these characters in the ancient abode of the Tua, Shi, ancient emperor. He condensed a projection of his soul, which perfectly matched the inscriptions on the scales. Daddy, Xiao Lin soared in on a small dragon forged from 3,000 flames. His innate poisonous body now under his command. Linner has found something fun. He opened his palm, revealing a jade tablet etched with the words Martial Realm. Warning. Dimensional rejection detected. Please establish a spatial anchor point within 30 days. Xiao Bai infused source energy into the Taichu world map, revealing a vast sea of stars. Kalen, you and Shower and Linner remain in the central continent. I shall investigate this martial realm. Within the rift he tore open. A glimpse of a continent brimming with spiritual energy could be seen. Medusa's tail coiled around her husband's waist. Are you planning to venture alone again? The 9-colored Emperor Orb formed a formation, entrusting the affairs of ancient Dragon Island and the Starfall Pavilion to Suner and Ziyin. 3 days later. At the entrance to the dimensional passage, Xiao Yan, wielding the heavy xian, grinned widely, proclaiming, Brother, this martial realm may hold treasures even more exhilarating than they. The 22 behind him had coalesced into the essence of imperial flame, radiating an aura comparable to that of a 1-star. In the fleeting moment of traversing the passage, the Taichu world map ignited, transforming into a stream of light that enveloped everyone in its protective embrace. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao awoke, her 12th rank pure world white lotus blooming with brilliance, creating a sanctuary amidst the surging tide of spiritual energy. Is this the spiritual energy of the vast world? Medusa's serpentine tail instinctively morphed into legs, while the 9-colored Emperor Pearl eagerly absorbed the spiritual essence, 100 times purer than source energy. Ding. Successful sign-in at the Martial Realm's Northern Wilderness. Acquired the first volume of the Great Thousand-Body Refinement Technique. Spiritual energy conversion efficiency increased to 45 in the distance. A thunderous explosion resounded as several figures pursued a young girl clad in white. Cheyenne's pupils constricted. Could that be Suner's aura? As the fleeing maiden turned, everyone was astonished to find her strikingly similar to Gu Suner, save for a fiery divine pattern adorning her brow. Lin Dong stood firm, declaring, Who dares harm my wife here? The Qinglong blade cleaved through the heavens, as the raven-haired youth descended amidst a tempest of lightning. The surging waves of spiritual energy surrounding him rivaled Xiao Bai's heavenly source energy. Xiaobai, lost in thought, gazed at the Taichu world map, where the words martial realm resonated with the boundless fire domain. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao pointed towards the starry sky, exclaiming, "Father, look! There are two bright spots over there." The direction indicated by the infant revealed the spiritual projections of the Mu residence and the sword domain. The nine-colored Emperor Pearl detached from Medusa, sketching a complete star map of the great thousand world in the void, where the four supreme powers shimmered in harmony. Chapter 17. The sudden change of the medicine clan. The mist of the Shinnong Mountains coiled like a silk ribbon imbued with the fragrance of herbs, wrapping around the towering bronze medicinal cauldron sculpture. Xiaobai stood before the cauldron, the azure lotus earth heart fire curling into a serpentine form in his palm, its flickering brilliance illuminating the ancient clan patterns etched upon the bronze gates. Medusa, transformed into a seven-colored serpent, coiled upon his shoulder, her venomous fangs brushing against his earlobe. Hissing a warning, 30 miles southwest, the fluctuations of the soul-devouring array are abnormal, with the presence of 3 Soul Palace heavenly lords. Ding! Detected an entrance to the medicine clan space, triggering an epic sign-in. Acquired the 9 Revolutions Pill God Technique, Heavenly Tier Advanced. Unlocked medicinal property analysis capability. Current recognition, level 200. Within the medicine clan space, tens of thousands of medicinal cauldrons floated like stars in the galaxy. A crimson river of Dan fire traversing the sky. At the central altar, Yao Wangwei was piercing 3 soul-devouring nails into the foreheads of his clansmen. Dark chains penetrating their peepa bones. It is your honor, as these lowly bloodlines, to provide nourishment for the Soul Palace's venerable elders. Old dog. Yao Chen's hair ignited, and the bone spirit's cold fire coalesced into towering ice spears aimed at the altar. Yet, the chains suddenly expanded, coiling around the ice spears like venomous serpents, pulling them back with force. Xiaobai instantaneously teleported above the altar as the 9 Revolutions Pill God Technique activated, transforming the entire river of Dan fire into a jade-green fire crystal, causing the spiritual energy within the medicine clan space to surge explosively. Tearing his robe apart, Yao Wangwei revealed the blood skull mark of the Soul Palace glowing ominously upon his chest, exclaiming, "You dare intrude upon the medicine clan's forbidden ground with a false emperor." Before his words could fade, the jade fire essence had already solidified into a 100-foot medicinal pestle, shattering his protective soul armor with a single strike. Amidst the splintering fragments, pure soul energy coalesced, revitalizing the desolate medicinal garden where the once withered dragon's blood fungus promptly sprouted and blossomed, releasing a subtle fragrance. Impossible. Yao Wangu spat forth foul, black blood, his eyes wide with horror. This was undeniably the long-lost soul refining technique of the medicine emperor. In Xiaobai's palm, the flame of life flickered like stars, transmuting the scattered soul armor fragments into the 9-patterned Qingming pill. This was a realm of purification, not soul refining. The moment the pill was formed, the spiritual energy concentration within the medicine clan space surged threefold, reviving the ancient medicinal herbs that had long since withered. Suddenly, the void tore open, revealing 9 blood streaks. As soul destruction descended with the 3 heavenly sovereigns, treading upon the chains of soul devouring, the black dragon, formed from the void devouring flame, opened its massive jaws. When an intense azure light erupted from the depths of the altar, the oppressive aura of the medicine emperor's remnant soul causing the dragon's scales to shed. "You little wretch of the Soul Clan, how dare you insult my medicine clan?" Medusa's serpentine tail swept through the void, and the 9-colored sky-devouring formation unfurled like a spider's web, ensnaring the entire medicine clan space within the secret realm of her belly. Xiaoyan's 3,000 flames suddenly morphed, the purple-gold dragon patterns tracing the words "endless fire domain" in the air. Soul destruction tore open his chest, the soul core of the 5-star Do Saint pulsating wildly. "Xiaobai, do you dare to face this move of mine?" The void-devouring flame coalesced into a towering demonic figure, the core formation of the soul-devouring absolute life array manifesting in its palm. Yet, Xiaobai propelled the Qingming pill into Xiaoyan's body. "Yinner, be reborn." The instant the pill entered his system, a 24-winged fire phoenix phantom unfurled behind the youth, the ancient phoenix clan's power of rebirth awakening within him. Xiaobai ascended, the burning heaven emperor flame forming a colossal law body behind him, its scorching aura distorting the very fabric of space. The remnant soul of the medicine emperor infused all his life as cultivation into Yao Chen. "Child, clear the way." The deep blue-bone spirit cold fire transformed into a ghostly hue. Yao Chen shattered Yao Wangu's celestial crown with a single palm, the humiliation of 300 years dissipating with the splatter of black blood. The entire Shinnong mountain trembled, as tens of thousands of ancient medicinal herbs transformed into a torrent of spiritual energy. Soul Destruction, in a state of terror, discovered that the soul-devouring array was actually backfiring upon himself. This space is alive. The void-devouring flame, swept by the spiritual energy torrent, released a mournful wail, and its dark flame body began to crack. Medusa suddenly coughed up black blood, strange curse markings appearing upon her newly formed flesh. Yao Chen seized her wrist, his expression shifting. This is the Soul Emperor's devouring curse. Ding. Supreme level curse detected, activating purification mode. Xiao Xiao's pure world white lotus pierced through the void. The 12th grade lotus petals gradually unfurling. Wherever the azure light swept, the curse markings writhed as if they were living creatures. Chapter 18. Pure World. Qinglian. The spiritual energy of Shinnong Mountain surged like boiling water, as Xiao Bai cradled the unconscious Medusa. The burning heaven emperor flame coalescing into a 9-layer barrier around him. Xiao Xiao's 12th grade pure world white lotus hovered in midair. The azure light from the blooming petals illuminating the devouring curse markings that writhed like living serpents. Ding. Supreme level curse detected. Activating emergency purification program. Consuming 3 units of the flame of life origin. Current remaining, 69. Acquired fragment of Qinglian pure world curse, holy level. Yao Chun infused the bone spirit cold fire into Xiao Xiao's body, and the ghostly flames resonated with the white lotus. The devouring curse has infiltrated the bloodline. We must refine the flesh and blood using the Shinnong cauldron. Hearing this, Xiao Yin erupted in fury, binding the remnants of the 3 heavenly sovereigns with chains formed from 3,000 flames. These rascals must possess the antidote. The ethereal shadow of the soul destroyer suddenly emerged from the remnants of its body, the soul-binding chains piercing directly into Xiao Xiao's brow. The curse bestowed by the Lord of Soul Heaven is not to be trifled with. Xiao Bai shattered the shadow from afar, and the flames of the Celestial Emperor surged along the causal thread towards the Soul Palace's main altar. 1,000 miles away, the altar of the Soul Palace erupted in a violent explosion, vaporizing the 72 soul envoys engaged in the blood sacrifice. The remnant soul of the Medicine Emperor guided the assembly into the Shinnong cave, where the medicinal inscriptions on the bronze cauldron resonated with Xiao Xiao's lotus seal. Medusa was placed within the cauldron, and the 9-colored imperial pearl detached and formed an array. If my husband cannot act, there is no if. Xiao Bai cut his wrist, the imperial blood soaking the cauldron's inscriptions. The flames of life and the pure lotus incantation intertwined, coalescing within the cauldron into a liquid fire essence. The remains of the 3 supreme beings were cast into the base of the cauldron, their anguished cries echoing as 7 streams of black mist crawled along the cauldron's inscriptions towards Medusa. The fiery phoenix shadow behind Xiao Yin let out a long cry, the nirvana flames pouring into the cauldron's ear. Brother, their soul cores resist the refinement. Then crush them. Xiao Bai's eyes ignited with the golden flame of the Celestial Emperor, and the remnant soul of the Medicine Emperor materialized unexpectedly. Xiao Clan lad, use this. The true form of the Shinnong cauldron manifested in the palm of the Medicine Emperor, as 24 heroic spirits of the medicinal clan emerged from the cave walls. The anguished cries of the soul destroyer transformed into maniacal laughter. Ha! The Lord of Soul Heaven has long since. Before he could finish, Xiao Xiao leapt into the cauldron, the 12th grade white lotus wrapping around Medusa. Father. Xiao Xiao is here to help. Warning. Temporal and spatial turbulence detected. Host's imperial blood consumption accelerating. Xiao Bai tore open his chest, the blood of the imperial heart solidifying into chains that bound the restless soul devouring curse. Suddenly, the runes of the pure lotus incantation recoiled, coalescing into an embryonic shadow within Medusa's abdomen. The curse was indeed nurturing a new avatar of the Lord of Soul Heaven. The remnant soul of the Medicine Emperor bellowed, quickly sever the causal ties. The 3,000 flames of Xiao Yin transformed into blades that struck towards the embryo but were repelled, causing his palms to crack. Medusa suddenly opened her eyes, the true form of the 9-colored imperial python breaking free from the cauldron. Husband, take action. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Bai summoned the essence of the flames of the Celestial Emperor, within which the shadow of the ancient emperor materialized. The remnant soul of the Medicine Emperor suddenly comprehended. So you have inherited the shadow of the ancient emperor. A mere flick of his finger sent the embryo emitting a piercing wail. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Xiao planted the white lotus into her mother's dantian. Where the azure light passed, the curse and embryo dissolved completely. Medusa weakly caressed the new serpent patterns across her abdomen, which intriguingly complemented Xiao Xiao's lotus seal. The remnant soul of the Medicine Emperor gazed intently at the engravings on the bronze cauldron. These inscriptions point to the Shinnong clan of the vast world. Xiao Bai picked up a fragment from the base of the cauldron, inscribed with the ancient character for Lin. The system interface suddenly flashed wildly. Ding. Causal line of martial realm detected. Cross-border mission triggered. The void split open, revealing glimpses of Lin Dong's Azure Dragon Blade. Chapter 19. The Ancestral Stone Revealed. The bronze cauldron of the Shinnong cave suddenly burst forth with azure light, the ancient character for Lin transforming into an azure dragon shadow that spiraled upward. The moment Xiao Bai's fingertips brushed against the cauldron's ear, the system interface flickered madly. Ding. 8 ancestral talisman fluctuations detected. Cross-border navigation activated. Acquired Shinnong's Pharmacopoeia, Sacred Grade. Unlocked Shinnong Bloodline, Beginner, with a medicinal affinity of 300. Medusa leaned against the cave wall, the newly formed serpent patterns resonating with the fetus within her womb, as the 9-colored imperial pearl astonishingly split into 18 orbs encircling her husband. The spiritual fluctuations of this fetus are responding to the vast world. As the words lingered in the air, a web-like fissure unexpectedly tore through the void, heralding the arrival of the Soul Emperor's avatar, entwined with the essence of demonic fire. It is time for my seed to bear fruit. Medusa instinctively shielded her abdomen with her serpentine tail, while 18 imperial pearls formed a complex array of 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. The pure world white lotus in Xiao Zhao's possession surged to the size of a grinding disc, its 24 petals unfurling to purify the swirling demonic flames within the cave entirely. A blue lotus imprint appeared on the infant girl's brow, and her delicate hand reached out, causing the space surrounding the Soul Emperor's avatar to abruptly solidify. The laws of time and space. The devouring curse pattern on the Soul Emperor's avatar writhed furiously, morphing into a black python that lunged at Medusa. In a moment of dire peril, a phantom of the Azure Dragon descended from the cave's apex, its claws shredding the black serpent, while Lin Dong's Azure Dragon's sword energy pierced through the barriers of space. Brother Xiao, this artifact resonates with my martial domain. The bronze cauldron crashed downwards, its mouth spewing forth a cerulean elixir imbued with the essence of corrosion. Xiao Bai's divine lineage awakened fully, ethereal patterns of a millennium-old herb manifesting on his skin. He grasped the plummeting shards of the ancestral stone with one hand, as the intricate lines of the Thunder Ancestor talisman ignited, summoning a tempest of 9 layers of thunderclouds above. Stop them. The Soul Emperor's avatar tore open its chest, the core of the 5-star battle saint pulsing violently. The void-devouring flame coalesced into a colossal demonic figure, and the core patterns of the soul-absorbing array resonated with the ancestral stone. Xiao Yan's 3,000 flames underwent a sudden mutation, as the purple-gold dragon patterns detached from his skin, forming 4 blazing characters in the air that read Endless Fire Domain. Emerging from Lin Dong's Azure Dragon Sword energy was a phantom, the ancestral talisman swirling within his palm. This stone contains the words of the 8 ancestral talismans. Just as he spoke, the ancestral stone shard broke free from Xiao Bai's grasp, colliding with the Azure Dragon's sword energy and igniting chaotic sparks. The energy from the entire Shinnong mountain range surged into the cave, coalescing into a massive funnel of spiritual power in the void. Medusa suddenly cried out in pain as the spiritual energy from the fetus within her formed a vortex. The 18 imperial pearls erupted in succession, and a multicolored miasma materialized into the illusory form of a colossal serpent. The pure world white lotus instinctively protected its master, as a point of light on the star map of the vast world synchronized its flashes with the heartbeat of the fetus. This was a coordinate of dimensions. The remnant soul of the Medicine Emperor suddenly realized that the Shinnong cauldron was the key to the vast world. He ignited his remaining soul to activate the restrictions within the cauldron, which then disassembled and reformed into 12 medicinal puppets that surrounded Medusa. Each puppet bore an ancient character for Pharma on its chest, exuding an aura comparable to that of a half-saint. Seizing the opportunity, the Soul Emperor's avatar reached for the ancestral stone, but was halted by the sudden manifestation of a spatial ancestral talisman. Xiao Bai's divine bloodline resonated with the ancestral stone, as the spiritual patterns on his skin transformed into living herbal roots that spread to the stone's surface. The intricate lines of the Thunder Ancestor talisman completed themselves, and the 9 layers of thunderclouds descended, unleashing a cataclysmic divine punishment. Amidst the tumult of thunder and fire, the flame of the burning heavens suddenly spiraled out of control. The silhouette of the ancient battle emperor appeared at the core of the flames, his remnant essence uttering words. Boy, brace yourself for this karmic retribution. The phantom flicked its finger, and a new flame seed, infused with the properties of the void-devouring flame, soared through the air. Warning. Anomalous fire detected. Activating Pure World Mode. Xiao Zhao's 24-petal white lotus disassembled, its petals transforming into light rain that merged with the new flame seed. The fetus within Medusa suddenly cried out, the sound wave shattering the soul core of the Soul Emperor's avatar. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Dong unleashed the great desolate prisoner-s finger, with the fragments of the ancestral stone transforming into flowing light that entered Xiao Bai's brow. Thus, the thunderous ancestral symbol revealed itself upon Xiao Bai's forehead. The convergence of the 8 ancestral symbols heralded the opening of the dimensional passage. He raised his hand to summon the chaotic fire seed, where the ethereal silhouette of the Shinnong cauldron was faintly visible, nurturing an existence that transcended even the Do Emperor. As the smoke dissipated, the cave lay in ruins. Medusa weakly caressed her abdomen, where a new serpent pattern emerged, complementing the imprint of Xiao Xian. Lin Dong's phantom gradually faded. Brother Xiao, I shall await you in the martial realm. Before his voice could fully fade, the system's light screen suddenly unfolded. Ding. Dimensional passage coordinates detected. Proceed with spatial jump. Confirm. Xiao Bai cradled his unconscious wife and daughter. As the Flame Emperor's inferno coalesced beneath his feet into a lotus platform, Soul Emperor, it is time to bring an end to the demon fire planes. The newly birthed chaotic fire seed suddenly split, with half entering Medusa's abdomen and the other merging with Xiao Xian's lotus imprint. The fates of these siblings were now intricately intertwined with that of the yet-to-be-born child of the dimension. Chapter 20. The stirring of the dimension. The sky above the demon fire plains split open, revealing 9 purple-black rifts as the void-devouring thunderclouds churned ominously. Xiao Bai descended upon the lotus platform formed by the chaotic fire seed, causing the scorched earth beneath to sprout jade-green medicinal herbs, awakening the Shinnong bloodline and breathing life back into this desolate land. Ding. Demon fire origin detected. Activating ultimate navigation. Acquired map of the burning heaven dimension. Fragment. Shinnong bloodline upgraded to intermediate. Spiritual power conversion efficiency. 50. The serpent pattern on Medusa's abdomen suddenly glowed. And 18 9-colored imperial pearls formed a celestial formation. Xiao Xian sat at the heart of the formation, as the 24th grade pure world white lotus blossomed with azure light, outlining the profile of the dimensional passage in the void. Lin Dong's azure dragon blade chi pierced through the spatial barrier. Brother Xiao, the embryo of the dimension is beginning to stir. The true form of the Soul Emperor emerged from the thundercloud, with the devouring emperor's curse marking half of his face. I have awaited this moment for 3,000 years. The source of the demon fire he cradled in his palm suddenly split, transforming into 9 devouring fire dragons that surged towards the dimensional passage. Xiao Bai's thunderous ancestral symbol illuminated, as he retrieved 3 fragments of the ancestral stone from the system space. In the instant the fragments collided, the phantom of the devouring ancestral symbol emerged behind Lin Dong, while the patterns of the spatial ancestral symbol flowed upon the serpent pattern on Medusa's abdomen. The medicinal dust ignited the remnants of the soul, activating the Shinnong cauldron, from which surged a river of liquid spiritual power. Now is the moment. Xiaoyan's 3,000 flames transformed into chains, binding the fire dragons, as the nirvana fire surged along the dragon bodies, burning in reverse towards the Soul Emperor. The chaotic fire seed suddenly split again, with half merging into the dimensional passage and the other half entering Medusa's abdomen. The heartbeat of the unborn child shattered the 3 fire dragons, and the yet-to-be-born child of the dimension began to exhale and inhale the source energy. Warning. Dimensional repulsion detected. Activating bloodline shield. Xiao Bai's Shinnong bloodline transformed into azure armor, as the herbal patterns on his skin absorbed the energy of the demon fire. The Soul Emperor tore open his chest, revealing the pulsating imperial heart marked with the imprint of the devouring ancestral symbol. I am the true sovereign of the dimension. Suddenly, the dimensional passage distorted, and the phantom of the ancient Do Emperor, Tuashi, emerged from the Flame Emperor's inferno. This remnant of the ancient Do Emperor lightly gestured, and 23 sources have coalesced into a fire lotus in the void. Foolish child, do you still not understand? In the moment the fire lotus blossoms, the ancestral seal imprinted on the heart of the Soul Emperor suddenly shatters. Medusa's abdomen bursts forth with chaotic radiance, and the phantom of a tiny hand penetrates the womb, astonishingly transforming 9 devouring flame dragons into fire essence. Lin Dong's azure dragon blade aura swells to 100 feet, and the great wilderness prisoner finger pierces the Soul Emperor's left shoulder. Your era has come to an end. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Bai embeds 3 fragments of ancestral stones into the dimensional passage, as the phantoms of the 8 ancestral seals intertwine at the entrance, forming a net. The system's light screen flickers wildly. Ding. Detected recognition of the fetal dimension. Shall we merge? The chaotic fire seed within the passage splits, transforming into entangled blue and black flames. The black fire seed suddenly spirals out of control, sweeping the remnants of the Soul Emperor toward Medusa. Xiao Xiao screams as she throws out the purifying white lotus, wrapping her mother in layers of 24 lotus petals, as blue light and black flames collide, creating ripples of energy that tear through space. To protect her child, Medusa's 9-colored imperial python form suddenly disintegrates, and 18 imperial pearls explode. Chaotic azure light erupts from her abdomen, and the newborn's cry inadvertently triggers the 36 heavenly thunders. This is the calamity of the birth of a child of the dimension. Xiao Bai's eyes blaze crimson as he rips open his chest. The blood of the Emperor solidifies into chains that bind the black fire seed. In the name of my Emperor, I seal you. The burning Heaven Emperor flame transforms into a furnace, completely suppressing the rampaging fire seed and the remnants of the Soul Emperor's soul. At this moment, the dimensional passage stabilizes completely, and the spiritual energy fluctuations from the other side of the passage reach Xiao Bai. Senior Xiao, over here. As the smoke clears, the demon fire plane has transformed into a sea of spiritual energy. Xiao Bai cradles his crying infant as the chaotic azure lotus blooms at his brow. Lin Dong's devouring ancestral seal suddenly detaches, resonating with the spatial passage. The 8 ancestral seals have gathered in the vast universe. It is time to awaken that being. The remnant soul of the Medicine Emperor emerges from the Divine Farmer's cauldron. With the cauldron's surface revealing ancient patterns of the character Mu, it turns out that the Divine Farmer clan had long existed in the vast universe. The system's light screen unfolds a new interface. Great Universe Navigation activated. Current coordinates. Endless Fire Domain. Medusa weakly caresses her infant's hair, as a strand of azure silk transforms into a fire spirit, entwining her fingertip. My husband, it is time to name our child. Xiao Bai gazes towards the burning starry sky at the passage's end. Let us call him Xiao Lin. May he be like a gentle rain, nourishing all realms. Suddenly, the passage trembles violently, and Mu Chen's exclamation echoes. Be careful. The extraterrestrial evil clan has detected the passage. Chapter 21. The convergence of all flames. The heavens above the demon fire plane split open with 9 purple cracks, as Xiao Bai stands suspended in the air atop the chaotic fire lotus. The 9-colored serpent patterns on Medusa's abdomen resonate with Xiao Zhao's purifying white lotus. Wherever the azure light sweeps, the scorched earth, tainted by the void devouring flames, surprisingly sprouts azure jade medicinal herbs. This is indeed the wondrous effect of the fusion between the flame of life and the bloodline of the Divine Farmer. Ding. Detected fluctuations of 22 types of, triggering ultimate fusion task. Acquired ancient array of burning heaven, imperial grade. Unlocked fire fusion degree 100. Contemporarily summon the true form of the Emperor Flame. The true body of the Soul Emperor steps forth from the spatial rift, and the pulsating heart of the Emperor has completely merged with the void devouring flame. Xiao Bai. Do you think that gathering will allow you to contend against the fetal dimension? The imperial curse seal emerging from his palm resonates with the fetus in Medusa's womb, causing the newborn's cries to transform into a piercing wail. Husband, sever the cause and effect. Medusa grits her teeth and tears apart the serpent pattern on her abdomen, as the essence blood of the 9-colored imperial python solidifies into chains binding the fetus. Xiao Bai infused the burning Heaven Emperor flame into Xiao Zhao's body, causing the lotus mark on the girl's forehead to surge to the 36th rank. In the name of the pure world, seal. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's 3,000 flames transformed into a purple golden dragon pattern, entwining the Xian heavy ruler with the endless fire domain inscribed upon it, stirring the celestial bodies. Elder Yao ignited his soul to summon the bone spirit cold fire, the icy white flames sketching the ancient formation of the burning heaven in the void. Yen assist your brother in forming the array. 22 distinct fire sources erupted from Xiao Bai, solidifying the Emperor Flame true body at the center of the formation. The Soul Heaven Emperor realized with alarm that the void devouring flame within him was dissipating. Impossible. You can actually reverse the devouring. This was a gift from the ancient Emperor Tuashi. With a gentle flick of his finger, Xiao Bai transformed the pure lotus demon fire into a towering purgatory. In the milky white sea of flames, the phantom of the ancient Emperor emerged, revealing the secret of the fusion of the 23 distinct fires. The Emperor Flame true body requires the child of the plane as a conduit. Xiao Lin's cries suddenly triggered the rapid growth of all spiritual herbs across the demon fire plane. with the 77 materials for the heavenly soul blood refining pill autonomously soaring toward the center of the formation. Seizing the opportunity, Elder Yao summoned the divine farmer cauldron, its ancient patterns glowing with azure light. Using herbs as a medium, refine heaven and earth. The chaos fire lotus enveloped Medusa and her child, the flame of life's green radiance merging with the pure world white lotus. The soul heaven emperor's devouring emperor curse pattern suddenly backfired, cracks crawling across the surface of the emperor's heart. How could my seed be replaced by yours? Ziyin tore through space to appear, with the dragon phoenix origin fruit hovering in her palm, sealing the true source of the curse. The ancient Void Dragon clan's 10,000-year scheme was now coming to fruition. The phantom of the heavenly demon Phoenix clan leader descended, the furious dragon flames transforming into immense wings. Ziyin coldly laughed as she shattered the origin fruit. Amidst the lament of the ancient heavenly Phoenix, the Soul Heaven Emperor's right arm suddenly transformed into a dragon. How dare you use the devouring emperor curse you planted to refine your own flesh? How does it feel? Xiao Bai commanded the burning heaven ancient array to suppress. The palm of the emperor flame true body piercing through the soul heaven emperor's chest. The source of the void devouring flame was forcibly extracted, unexpectedly solidifying into a second chaos fire seed within the formation. Seizing the moment, Medusa hurled Xiao Lin toward the center of the formation, the fluctuations of the plane's womb sweeping across the battlefield. Lin Dong's devouring ancestral talisman pierced through space. Brother Xiao, it's south time to close the net. At the moment of the azure light's explosion, the demon fire plane transformed into an ocean of spiritual energy. The ancient character of the divine farmer emerged on Xiao Lin's brow, revealing the lost heritage of the divine farmer clan. Elder Yao's divine farmer cauldron suddenly disassembled, transforming into 72 medicinal puppets that knelt to greet their new master. Welcome back, young clan leader. The remnant soul of the Soul Heaven Emperor was trapped within the burning heaven ancient array. The Emperor Flame true body holding a dual-colored fire seed. Half of this belongs to the plane, and the other half, he gazed at his frail wife and child. Let us call it the burning heaven sacred flame. Ding. Ultimate fusion of distinct fires completed, gaining blessings from the plane. Xiao Lin awakens the divine farmer sacred body. Medusa's bloodline evolves into the 9-colored emperor python. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the plane's passage suddenly trembled violently. Mu Chen's alarm accompanied the influx of an otherworldly malevolence. Be careful. They have sensed it. Black tendrils pierced through the spatial barrier, devouring the remnant soul of the Soul Heaven Emperor. Xiao Bai wielded the burning heaven's sacred flame to sever the tendrils, only to see countless evil phantoms manifesting at the other end of the passage. It seems our battlefield extends beyond this realm. Lin Dong's azure dragon blade, Qi transformed into a boundary monument. Witness the martial realm. Xiao Bai lifted the slumbering Xiao Lin, as the chaotic fire lotus enveloped the entire demon fire plane. Yinner, it is time to teach these extraterritorial scoundrels the overwhelming power of the newly born Emperor Flame, capable of shattering the void for 1,000 miles. What does it mean to scorch the heavens and boil the seas? Chapter 22. The initial emergence of the malevolent shadow. The sky above the demon fire plane was torn apart, revealing 96,000 fissures, as a black tide of extraterritorial malevolence surged forth like the Milky Way in reverse. Xiao Bai stood upon the fire lotus, forged from the sacred flame of heaven, while the 36th grade pure world white lotus bloomed behind Xiao Xiao, enveloping 1,000 miles in a blue light barrier. Xiao Lin, cradled in Medusa's arms, bore the flickering Mu character divine pattern on his brow, as the divine farmer's sacred body instinctively absorbed the violent energy from the malevolent aura. Such corrupt entities could erode the source energy. Lin Dong's devouring ancestral talisman trembled violently in his palm, as the breach created by the azure dragon blade Qi was quickly filled by the black tide. The great Su Mi sacred pillar thrust into the scorched earth, its resonating vibrations temporarily halting the spread of the malevolence. Their target is not us, but the dimensional passage. Ding. Detected the primordial essence of the 9 nether evil spirit. Activating the primordial purification system. Acquired primordial demon sealing record, high sacred. Unlocked demon sealing bloodline, beginner, inflicting 300 damage to extraterritorial beings. Xiao Bai spread his arms wide, as the sacred flame of heaven split into 22 distinct flames. The true form of the Emperor Flame manifested a colossal Dharma image within the black tide, with the left hand cradling the illusory figure of the divine farmer's cauldron and the right hand holding the pure world white lotus. Medusa's 9-colored imperial python form entwined around the Dharma image, as its venomous fangs spat forth the 9 nether poison mist. which perished in a mutual annihilation with the malevolent aura. Yinner formed the array. The 3,000 flames of Xiao Yin transformed into intricate array patterns, sketching the complete diagram of the ancient burning heaven array in the void. Elder Yao, sacrificing his remaining soul, infused the bone spirit cold fire into the array's core. As the frosty white flames revealed the alchemical formula of the ancient Emperor Tuashi, using fire as a guide, refining malevolence into elixir, the black tide suddenly coalesced into a three-headed, six-armed demon general, its bony fork aimed at the dimensional passage. Shaolin suddenly wailed, and the Mu character divine pattern from the divine farmer's cauldron detached and flew out, momentarily halting the bony fork in midair. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chun hurled the great Su Mi sacred pillar, Buddha Tower, suppress. Medusa's serpentine scales suddenly stood on end, as Shaolin's divine farmer's sacred body uncontrollably absorbed the malevolence. The blood of the nine-colored imperial python formed chains to bind the infant, yet was drawn towards the center of the black tide by the cauldron's pull. My husband, Lin'er, is purifying the malevolence. Xiao Bai tore open his chest, and the blood of the emperor's heart solidified into a seal, locking the divine farmer's cauldron. Lin Dong's devouring ancestral talisman unexpectedly detached and resonated with a certain aura within the black tide. These malevolent entities contained fragments of the ancestral talisman. The chest of the demon general suddenly split open, revealing the pulsating core of the devouring ancestral talisman. Xiao Zhao's pure world white lotus unexpectedly withered to the third grade, as its petals transformed into light swords that pierced the cracks of the ancestral talisman. Father, they are devouring the essence of the dimensional plane. In a critical moment, the 9-story jade tower penetrated the black tide. The furious roar of the Buddha Tower shattered the malevolent aura for 100 miles. Extraterrestrial rascals, dare you offend our great universe? The 8 floating Buddhas suspended at the tower's peak simultaneously radiated light, forming a grand ceiling array with 8 supreme Dharma images. The serene figure of Qing Yin appeared at the tower's pinnacle, as the holy light of Tai Ling coalesced into chains, binding the demon general, Brother Xiao. Use the divine farmer's cauldron to refine the ancestral talisman. Xiao Bai infused the sacred flame of heaven into the cauldron, as azure liquid surged forth within, imbued with purifying power. Medusa bit her tongue, as the blood of the 9-colored imperial python formed sealing runes with my bloodline. I shall seal the heavens and bind the demons. In the depths of the black tide, an ancient chant suddenly resounds, and 72 sinister pillars emerge from the earth. Mu Chen's Grand Sumi sacred pillar is abruptly released, colliding with the evil pillars and igniting chaotic sparks. What are these pillars summoning? Xuantu's countenance shifts dramatically. Destroy the formation's core. This is the summoning ritual of the extraterrestrial evil clan. Lin Dong's devouring ancestral talisman unexpectedly erupts, consuming 3 of the evil pillars into its runes. The Shinong cauldron in Xiao Bai's possession trembles violently, and the fragments of the ancestral talisman refining within burst forth with blinding light, revealing a complete spatial ancestral talisman. Warning: detected the will of the celestial evil god, forcibly activating the sealing bloodline. The primordial divine patterns materialize on Xiao Bai's forehead, and the sealing bloodline on his skin coalesces into battle armor. Medusa's 9-colored emperor python suddenly transforms into a divine visage with a human head and serpent body, while the cries of Xiao Lin in her embrace morph into the purest celestial hymns. Seizing the opportunity, Qing Yin Jing casts the ancient seal of the floating pagoda, and the 8 parts of the pagoda transform into chains, binding the rift in space. Mu Chen's Grand Sumi sacred pillar is thrust into the core of the rift. Xiao Senior, now is the time. Xiao Bai infuses 22 sources of into the sealing monument, causing the inscriptions to animate into golden chains, securely locking the left hand of the celestial evil god, which has yet to fully descend. Sever. Lin Dong's azure dragon blade, Qi cleaves the spatial tether, and the sealed left hand of the evil god plunges into the sacred flames of heaven. Medusa's Xiao Lin suddenly reaches out, grasping at the air, and astonishingly refines the left hand of the evil god into a jade-green seed of the world tree. As the smoke clears, a towering sealing monument stands at the center of the demon fire plane. The world tree seed sprouts in Shaolin's palm, its tender leaves swirling with the purified essence of the evil god. Xuanta gazes at the seed with a complex expression. Is this a seedling of the primordial life tree? Qing Yin Jing lightly touches the leaves, and the sacred light of Tai Ling is unexpectedly nourished. Brother Xiao, this child may have the potential to communicate with the ancient trees of life across the vast worlds. Xiao Bai embraces his weakened wife, with the sacred flames of heaven inscribing a vow upon the sealing monument. This monument bears witness. "Those who trespass against my realm shall face retribution." The inscription suddenly animate into millions of flaming crows, incinerating the residual evil aura. "Though far, they shall be exterminated." Ding. First sealing battle completed. Unlocking the complete version of the Great Thousand navigation. Stability of the dimensional passage elevated to 100, ready for spatial jumps at any moment. Medusa gently caresses the tender shoots of the world tree, her nine-colored divine visage not yet fully dissipated. "My husband, it is time to officially name Linner." Xiaobai gazes towards the endless realm of fire at the other end of the passage. Shaolin, with the courtesy, name Muchun. May he be like the vast stardust, blessing all realms. The warship of the ancient floating pagoda pierces through the clouds, the banners on the mast fluttering fiercely. The storm belonging to the Great Thousand World has only just begun to brew. Chapter 23. The wind unleashes the technique in the Canaan City auction house. The bronze beast-head incense burner emits curling wisps of blue smoke. Xiaobai sits in the purple sandalwood chair of the VIP room, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest embedded with a magic core. Medusa, transformed into a colorful little serpent, coils on his shoulder, her fangs brushing against his earlobe. The southwest elegant chamber bears the aura of 3 soul halls, and the leader is likely of the celestial venerable rank. Ding. Detected fluctuations of a profound level advanced technique have triggered an auction task. Successful bidding will unlock the fragment of the celestial flame array. Current gold reserves stand at 870,000, with 10 boxes of illicit funds from the Soul Palace hidden within the system space. The ethereal figure of Yao Chun emerged from the bone flame ring, and a chilling white flame formed a soundproof barrier within the chamber. The aura emanating from the scroll revealed it to be a wind attribute technique. Xiaobai's consciousness swept over the auction catalog, lingering on the entry for the wind scroll technique, which was indeed the profound level advanced skill that incited competition among the 3 major families in the original text. A smile graced his lips as he gently caressed the sea heart flame within the system space. Since the Soul Palace has graciously provided funds, it would be illogical not to make use of them. On the auction stage, Yafei, clad in a flowing red dress, elegantly held a blue scroll adorned with swirling wind patterns. The wind scroll technique, a profound level advanced skill, commenced bidding at 200,000. Before her words could fully settle, a chilling laughter resonated from the northeastern room. 250,000. I shall claim it. The sound of the soul-devouring chains revealed the identity of the Soul Palace. Medusa's serpentine tail suddenly stiffened. It is Mu Gu. The soul-devouring curse upon his chest resonated ominously. Xiaobai restrained her wrist, allowing the flame of life to silently seep into her meridians. Do not rush. We shall act once he secures the bid. He exchanged a knowing glance with Yao Chun, who understood and formed alchemical hand seals, intending to concoct a 6th-grade breaking pill on site. As the price soared to 400,000, the Gal family was the first to retreat. Just as Obapa was about to raise his bidding paddle, Xiao Zhan restrained his arm. The Xiao family had already withdrawn from the competition under Xiaobai's directive. Ultimately, Mu Gu secured the technique for a staggering 550,000. Unaware that Yao Chun had infused the scroll with a tracking mark of the bone spirit cold fire. Congratulations, Elder Mu Gu, Yafei said, a glint of mockery flickering in her eyes. The moment the hammer fell, a green light barrier descended from the auction hall's dome, a prearranged setup by Xiaobai, revealing the celestial flame array. Realizing the dire situation, Mu Gu summoned the soul-devouring chains, but they were immediately immobilized by the pure world white lotus. Xiao Xiao perched on Xiaobai's shoulder, her 36 petals transforming into a rain of swords. Bad uncle, you must be punished for trying to steal from daddy. Mu Gu tore open his chest, the sea heart flame morphing into a colossal deep blue python. A mere Dozong dares to, before he could finish. The green lotus earth fire ensnared the python's vital point. Xiaobai, propelled by 3,000 thunderous shadows, surged forth. A new flame seed imbued with the characteristics of the fallen heart flame materializing in his palm. I accept your sea heart flame, he declared. As the flame technique activated, Mu Gu was horrified to discover his was dissipating. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chun hurled the bone flame cauldron, which erupted with chilling white flames that solidified into an icy lock, pinning Mu Gu against the barrier. Ding. Successfully devoured the sea heart flame seed. The flame technique has advanced to intermediate celestial level. Unlock the celestial flame array wine scroll chapter. Speed increased by 200. Just as Xiaobai was about to retrieve the scroll, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The wind scroll technique suddenly activated, and the ethereal figure of the soul sovereign emerged from the azure vortex. Is this bait still delectable? Medusa's 9-colored imperial pearls exploded in unison, black blood seeping from her serpentine markings as the soul-devouring curse erupted in full force. "I've been waiting for you," Xiaobai bellowed, as the Shinnong cauldron leaped from the system's space. The ancient script upon the cauldron glowed brilliantly, and the jade elixir transformed into chains that ensnared the ethereal figure. Xiao Lin's cries pierced through the barrier, as the sapling of the world tree began to devour the soul sovereign's fragment. Yao Chun ignited the remnants of his soul, urging the bone spirit cold fire. "Using the cauldron as a furnace, I shall refine the emperor into a pill." The three types have merged within the cauldron. As the Soul Heaven Emperor's anguished cries echoed, being transformed into a pitch-black elixir, the primary ingredient for crafting the 9th grade. As the smoke dissipated, Xiaobai pressed the wind-rolling technique onto Xiao Zhao's forehead. The lotus mark on the young girl's brow transformed into a hue of jade green, granting her the ability to manipulate the winds of the heavens. Elegant Yufei approached, presenting a jade tablet inscribed with the character for Lin. "A certain azure dragon swordsman entrusted me to deliver this." As my consciousness probed into the jade tablet, the coordinates of the martial realm and Mu Chen's plea for help emerged simultaneously. Suddenly, the system's light screen unfolded, detected a channel to the vast realms. "Would you like to activate the interdimensional navigation?" Medusa gently caressed the new serpent markings on her abdomen, which had intertwined with Xiao Zhao's lotus mark to form a Tai Chi diagram. "My dear, it is time to name our child. Let us call him Xiaomu, and may he shine like the vast stardust." Before her words could finish, the auction house's dome was abruptly torn apart, and dark tendrils, laden with otherworldly malevolence, descended. Chapter 24. The Black Devourer of Heaven. The dome of the Canaan auction house was rent asunder by the dark tendrils, viscous malevolence pouring forth like tar. Xiaobai conjured the sacred flame of heaven in his palm, forming a fiery barrier to shield Medusa and her child. Xiao Zhao's 36-petal pure world white lotus emitted a radiant azure light. The moment its petals touched the malevolence, a corrosive sound resonated, revealing the overwhelming power of these extrinsic evil beings. Ding! Detected the origin of the 9 nether black devourer. Activating the primordial purification mode. Acquired the Book of Primordial Demon Sealing, Volume 2. Bloodline of Demons Sealing upgraded to intermediate. Current purification efficiency, 45. It is advised to prioritize the protection of the world tree sapling. Mu Gu's remnants suddenly convulsed, the devouring emperor's curse markings crawling over his body. We welcomed the Black Devourer God. A vortex in his chest spewed forth more tendrils, the embodiment of an otherworldly evil descending through his form. The bone spirit of Yao Chun conjured an icy wall with his cold flames, from which emerged the alchemical hand seals of the ancient Tuashi emperor. Xiaobai, refine this vessel. Xiaobai summoned the Shinnong cauldron, the ancient characters for Mu bursting forth with azure brilliance. Medusa bit her tongue, her blood transforming into a sealing talisman. With my bloodline, I shall bind the heavens and seal the demons. The dark tendrils suddenly turned towards the cauldron, actively consuming the jade liquid. These malevolent beings were evolving. "Father." The sapling is frightened. The world tree sapling in Xiao Lin's embrace trembled violently, its tender leaves curling into a ball. The azure dragon sword energy left behind by Lin Dong resonated, and the ancestral talisman's phantom materialized behind Xiao Xiao. "Brother Xiao, sever the ties of space." The sacred flame of heaven split into 22 chains of, piercing through the core of the malevolence in an instant, as the system's light screen flashed frantically. Warning. Detected the will of the celestial evil god's avatar. It is advised to merge with the world tree's essence. The azure light barrier suddenly warped, and Mu Chen's phantom appeared amidst the malevolence. The youth was ensnared by sealing chains akin to the great Sumru sacred pillar, with a half-buried spear of the evil god protruding from his chest. "Senior Xiao, please save me." Before the phantom could disperse, the sinister laughter of the Black Devourer god shattered the ice wall. "This spirit will be claimed by me." Xiaobai tore open his chest, the blood of the emperor coalescing into an arrow upon the Shinnong bow. The arrowhead ignited with the sacred flame of heaven and pure world azure light. The moment it pierced the air, igniting 36 bolts of thunder. This arrow is for the salvation of all beings across myriad realms. As the arrow struck through Mu Chen's phantom, the waves from the great Sumru sacred pillar swept across the entire arena. Medusa's 9-colored imperial python suddenly transformed into a sacred figure with a human head and serpent body, its abdomen's serpentine patterns merging with Xiao Xiao's lotus to form the Taiji array. "My husband, I beseech you to borrow the sacred fire of purification." The pure white lotus and the heavenly flames intertwined, coalescing into a dual-colored fire lotus above Canaan City. The tentacles of the Black Erosion God General, Upon contact with the fire lotus, vaporized instantly, while Mu Gu's remnants turned to ashes amidst a wretched howl. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Qin cast forth the bone flame cauldron, drawing all the dissipating malevolence into the vessel. Yinner forged the burning heaven array. Xiaoyan's 3,000 flames transformed into array patterns. As the essence of 22 unique fires traced out a complete burning heaven array in the void. The black erosion god general, trapped within the array, suddenly self-destructed. Its dark flesh reassembling into a more terrifying form. The sapling of the world tree abruptly broke free from Xiaolan's embrace, its roots burrowing into the spear of the evil god. The tender shoot grew at a visible rate, the purifying power circulating through its leaves nourishing the heavenly flames. The sealing divine pattern on Xiaobai's forehead shone brightly, the bloodline markings on his skin coalescing into azure armor. So this is what you awaited. The Shinnon cauldron hung inverted in the air, its mouth spewing forth jade-green medicinal liquid to irrigate the sapling. The towering world tree erupted with primordial divine light, where its branches swept across, banishing the malevolence from beyond like snow meeting the sun. The black erosion god general emitted a roar of defiance as its remnants were absorbed into the trunk as nourishment. Ding! The world tree sapling has evolved to its juvenile stage, unlocking the memories of the Shinnon clan's legacy. Acquired fragment of the primordial agricultural canon. Medicinal herb cultivation speed increased by 500. As the smoke cleared, Mu Qin's ethereal form reappeared. The spear of the evil god in the boy's chest had transformed into a branch of the sapling, resonating with the vibrations of the great Sumru sacred pillar and the world tree. Senior Xia, you danced lightly in the realm of martial arts. Before he could finish, Lin Dong's azure dragon blade chi pierced through space, the blade inscribed with the star map of martial realms. Brother Xia, the evil clan from beyond is besieging the northern wastes. Medusa gently caressed the new leaves of the world tree, their patterns coinciding with a portion of the star map. My husband, it is time to formally name our child. Xiaobai gazed at the burning vast domain of fire within the star map. Let him be named Xiao Mu, with the courtesy named Qinyan. May he blaze forth like a spark igniting the wild, incinerating all manner of evil. Suddenly, the ruins of Canaan City trembled as 72 pillars of evil emerged from the earth. The ancient ship of the floating Buddha clan pierced through the clouds, the serene and pure sacred light coalescing into a communication talisman. The celestial evil god has opened 5 of its 9 eyes. Chapter 25. Flames of the northern waste. The sky above the endless domain of fire split open with 72 purple streaks. As the ship of the floating Buddha clan navigated through the starfire, Qin Yen stood at the prow, the communication talisman formed from sacred light transforming into a golden butterfly, passing through the dimensional barrier to land in Xiaobai's palm. The barrier of the northern wastes has shattered. The 10,000 vanguards of the evil clan have breached the heavenly chasm. Xiaobai crushed the golden butterfly, and the light curtain revealed Mu Chun fighting valiantly. The boy, wielding the great Sumru sacred pillar, stood guard at the narrow pass, with the unconscious Juyo and the severely injured mandala behind him. The sapling of the world tree, in Xiaolan's embrace, suddenly grew wildly, its roots piercing through the void to enter the battlefield, actively absorbing the malevolence. Ding! Triggered urgent mission in the northern wastes. Activating interdimensional teleportation. Acquired primordial battle array map. Team attack power increased by 300. World tree's evolution level increased to 15, unlocking spatial root abilities. Medusa's 9-colored imperial python coiled around the trunk of the world tree, its abdomen's serpentine patterns resonating. My husband, Mu'er's bloodline calls for the battlefield. Xiaobai gently traced the fiery divine markings appearing on Xiao Mu's forehead, the sacred flame of destruction dancing at his fingertips. Send the message to Yinner, assemble thee. The sky above the northern wilderness was tainted with an ominous darkness, and the grate of Mu Chun was already riddled with cracks. The true form of the 9 nether sparrows soared amidst bloodshed, its feathers transforming into flames of destruction. Hold on. Reinforcements are on their way. Before the words could settle, 72 demonic pillars erupted from the ground, forming the 9 nether purgatory array, ensnaring the crowd within. The 5th eye of the heavenly evil god opened at the heart of the formation, its erupting black light corroding the grate. In a moment of peril, the void split, revealing azure roots. Xiaobai descended upon the flames of the sacred lotus, with 3,000 behind him, forming the primordial battle array, vermilion bird of destruction. 22 sources of coalesced into a flaming vermilion bird, its wings sweeping through, causing the demonic pillars to collapse one after another. Using this opportunity, Yao Qin's bone spirit cold fire froze the eye of the formation, while the Shinnon cauldron hung suspended, spewing forth purifying elixirs. Mu-chun, catch the pill. Suddenly, Xiaomu broke free from Medusa's embrace, staggering toward the center of the battlefield. The roots of the world tree wove beneath his feet, forming a throne. Tender leaves brushing against the spear of the evil god on Mu-chun's chest. Brother Chun, it hurts, it hurts. Pure and cleansing power surged into the wound, and the grate erupted with a seven-colored divine light. The warships of the floating pagoda ancient clan pierced through the clouds. And Qing Yin Jing gasped in astonishment. This is the primordial holy body. The fifth eye of the heavenly evil god trembled violently. And the assault of the black corroding demon general suddenly shifted towards Xiaomu. Eliminate the holy body. Thousands of tentacles transformed into a rain of spears, only to be turned to ash by the suddenly awakened fiery divine markings. Xiao Bai's Shinong battle armor revealed ancient agricultural symbols, and the sacred flame of destruction formed into a massive shield. Before my son, how dare you act with impunity? The Shinong cauldron disassembled and reformed into 72 bronze medicinal puppets. Each puppet bore the ancient character for Mu on its chest. The assembled ancient agricultural battle array triggering a celestial phenomenon. The scorched earth of the northern wilderness instantly sprouted the primordial spiritual herbs. Using herbs as weapons, fire as blades, Xiao Bai wielded the Shinong whip, and the spiritual herbs transformed into a rain of arrows shooting into the demonic army. Medusa's nine-colored imperial python transformed into a holy visage of a human-headed serpent, the serpent patterns on her abdomen and the star map forming a teleportation array. Mu'er, I send your gift to the martial realm. The fifth eye of the heavenly evil god suddenly detached and manifested as a towering demonic stone to suppress the battlefield. The grate of Mu-chun shattered with a resounding crack, and the true form of the nine nether sparrow was confined by the inscriptions. You shall witness the fall of the holy body. The fiery divine markings on Xiaomu's forehead abruptly separated, merging with the sacred flame and the world tree, coalescing into the primordial demon sealing monument above the northern wilderness. The inscriptions were the opening lines of the primordial agricultural canon. In the primordial, there is agriculture, nurturing all spirits. The 72 medicinal puppets knelt in reverence, chanting as the inscriptions animated into golden chains binding the demonic stone. Now is the time. Xiao Bai tore open his chest, the blood of the emperor nourishing the sealing monument. Medusa's nine-colored essence solidified into the seal, while Xiao Zhao's pure world white lotus transformed into the eye of the formation. Seizing the moment, Mu-chun plunged the grate into the fissure of the demonic stone. Break for me. With a thunderous explosion, the fifth eye of the heavenly evil god was utterly shattered. The warships of the floating pagoda ancient clan descended, showering the battlefield with purifying holy light, resonating with the primordial holy body of Qing Yin Jing and Xiaomu. This child can actually bear the primordial sacred mark. The world tree suddenly surged to towering heights, its branches bearing fruit that astonishingly resembled a miniature battlefield of the northern wilderness. Xiao Bai gently caressed the fissures of the tree trunk, and the ancestral memories of the Shinong bloodline suddenly awakened. It turns out that what our clan has suppressed for generations is Ding. Unlock the ultimate secrets of the Shinong clan, obtaining the final volume of Taichu Agricultural Classics. The world tree has evolved to the growth stage. Unlocking time reversal ability, single use. Lin Dong's Azure Dragon Blade aura pierced through the void. Brother Xiao, a malevolent force from the western heaven has appeared. Medusa tenderly stroked her abdomen where new serpent patterns had formed, aligning with Xiao Mu's divine patterns to create a celestial map. My lord, it is time to formally hold a crowning ceremony for Mu'er. Xiao Bai gazed towards the raging inferno of the endless fire realm, as the sacred flame of heaven condensed into a battle banner in his palm. In the name of my son, I establish the Flame Alliance to subdue the heavens. Chapter 26. Dual flames burning heaven. The night sky over the Tagore Desert was torn asunder by azure and golden fire clouds, with Xiao Bai standing atop a fire lotus formed from the sacred flame of heaven, suspended in the air. Medusa's nine-colored imperial python coiled upon the sand dunes, her serpent patterns resonating with Xiao Zhao's pure lotus seal, miraculously creating a 100-mile oasis amidst the sandy sea. At the center of the oasis, the roots of a sapling of the world tree penetrated the void, entwining around a dilapidated bronze altar. Ding. Detecting remnants of the azure lotus earth fire. Desert sign-in activated. Obtained dual flames burning heaven technique. Holy rank. Unlocked 70, 300, my lord. There are spatial fluctuations 100 zhang beneath the sand. Medusa's serpent tail pierced into the quicksand, forming a drill of nine-colored venom. The sapling of the world tree in Xiao Zhao's arms suddenly grew wildly, its roots thrusting into the ground and pulling out half of the azure lotus seat. The flame patterns on the seat resonated with the azure lotus earth fire within Xiaobai, causing the entire desert to tremble as if an ancient entity were about to awaken. The bone spirit's cold fire condensed into an ice bridge, freezing the surging quicksand. This seat is the birthplace of the azure lotus earth fire. Just as I was about to finish my words with Feng Xian, 72 soul-binding chains burst forth from the sand, the remnants of the 3 heavenly sovereign souls descending with the sea heart flame. Xiaobai, this place shall be your burial ground. The sacred flame of heaven transformed into a fire phoenix, diving down, while 3,000 blazing flames coiled like dragons. Xiaobai joined his palms together, activating the dual flames burning heaven technique, as 22 sources of fused pairwise, forming 11 pairs of yin-yang fire wheels. Medusa's serpent tail suddenly transformed into 9-colored crystal blades, severing the soul-binding chains, and in that instant, the serpent patterns on her abdomen erupted with azure light, as the newborn within absorbed the residual battle energy. Not good. It's a diversion. Xiaobai's consciousness swept across the system light screen, revealing that the dimensional passage in the northern wilderness was being eroded by dark tendrils. The remnants of the 3 heavenly sovereigns suddenly self-destructed, and the sea heart flame morphed into a deep blue giant python, coiling around the roots of the world tree. Ha ha ha. The plan of the Lord of the Celestial Evil God has succeeded. Xiao Zhao's pure white lotus suddenly withered to the 3rd grade, its petals transforming into chains that bound the giant python. Father, their target is Brother Mu. The sapling of the world tree trembled violently, its roots piercing through space to embed in the northern wilderness passage. Xiaobai tore open his chest, the blood of the imperial heart solidifying into an arrow as he knocked it onto the Shinong bow. Kai Lin, protect the seat with Xiao. Within the dimensional passage, Mu Qin's great Sumeru sacred pillar was already riddled with cracks. The 6th eye of the celestial evil god opened in the void, emitting corrosive black light upon the spirit of the sacred pillar, the nourishment for the Taichu holy body. The true form of the 9 nether sparrow soared through blood, its feathers igniting in the flames of rebirth, only to be devoured by the black light. Senior Xiao, quickly unleash. Xiaobai's temporal arrow pierced the evil eye, while the sacred flame of heaven ignited along the causal lines, incinerating the very essence of the heavenly evil god. The azure light at the arrow's tip merged with the primordial essence of the world tree, coalescing into a towering ceiling monument above the northern wasteland. The inscription upon it was a fragment of the ancient treatise, the primordial agricultural canon. In the beginning, there was agriculture. The flames consumed the heavens. Suddenly, the 6th eye of the heavenly evil god detached itself, transforming into a pitch-black vortex that sought to engulf the ceiling monument. Xiaomu broke free from his swaddling, and the divine script of Mu at his brow transformed into a seed of azure lotus fire. Naughty one, burn. In the innocent timbre of his voice, the azure heart fire of the lotus seamlessly fused with the sacred flame of heaven, forming a chaotic fire lotus. At the moment the chaotic fire lotus blossomed, the roots of the world tree surged upward, transforming the battlefield of the northern wasteland into an emerald barrier. The tranquil and profound sacred body of Tai Ling resonated with Xiao Mu, while the 8 parts of the floating pagoda transformed into chains, binding the remnants of the heavenly evil god. Brother Xiao, refine him. The divine farmer's cauldron hung inverted, spewing forth a jade elixir that merged with the sacred flame of heaven, which contained the essence of 22 otherworldly fires, forming a furnace. Medusa's 9-colored imperial serpent entwined around the cauldron's body, and the serpent patterns on its abdomen revealed the ethereal visage of the ancient emperor Tuashi. With fire as the guide, refined the divine into elixirs. Ding. Achievement of slaying the god completed. Acquired the divine scroll of the primordial elixir. The world tree has evolved to maturity, unlocking the ability to traverse dimensions. The anguished roar of the heavenly evil god emanated from within the cauldron as its darkened flesh was refined into a 9-patterned demon elixir. Xiao Mu reached for the demon elixir on tiptoe, but the chaotic fire lotus unexpectedly split, with the azure lotus seed embedding itself into his brow, while the sacred flame of heaven integrated into the world tree. The sapling instantaneously surged to a height of 10,000 zhang, and the fruits that blossomed among its branches were a miniature version of the northern wasteland battlefield. As the smoke dissipated, Xiaobai caressed the fissures on the world tree's surface, awakening the ancestral memories of the divine farmer's bloodline. In the luminous screen, ancient scenes materialized. The mighty of the divine farmer clan utilized the world as a cauldron to refine the alien evil gods, yet were forced to seal their memories due to a bloodline curse. It turned out that what our clan had suppressed for generations was the very essence of the evil god. Xiaobai crushed the demon elixir, and the black mist that erupted was absorbed by the roots of the world tree. The tree's crown revealed a star chart of 72 constellations, with a specific point of light coinciding with the bronze altar in the Taggart Desert. Xiaobai pressed the chaotic fire lotus into Xiao Mu's brow, and the divine script upon the child's forehead transformed into a dual hue of azure and gold. Mu'er, remember. The world tree trembled suddenly, its roots tearing open a dimensional passage. At the other end of the passage, the totem upon the bronze altar illuminated, displaying the complete emblem of the Divine Farmer clan. Ding. Ultimate quest triggered. Divine Farmer's Tomb. Acquired the Divine Farmer Battle Armor Blueprint. Unlocked ancient forging techniques. The world tree activated navigation mode. Target. Core of Tagger. Deep within the Tagger Desert, the bronze altar rose with a thunderous roar. Xiaobai infused the sacred flame of heaven into the lotus pedestal at the center of the altar, completing the essence of the azure heart fire. The flames revealed the final message of the Divine Farmer clan. Future generations, carry the seed of fire and incinerate all evil. Medusa's 9-colored imperial pearl coalesced into a crown, resting atop Xiao Mu's head. From this day forth, the Flame Alliance vows. The 3,000 elite fire warriors roared in unison, their voices shattering the 9 heavens. Burn the heavens, boil the seas, vanquish evil, and stabilize the world. The tranquil and profound sacred light swept across the battlefield. With a grave tone, the heavenly evil god's 9 eyes have opened 6, only 3 remain. Xiaobai gazed towards the star chart guided by the world tree, where a specific point of light flickered upon the martial realm battlefield. It is time to meet that old friend. The dimensional passage reopened once more, enveloping all within the chaotic fire lotus. Xiaomu rested upon his father's shoulder, his tiny hand grasping the branches of the world tree, with tender leaves pointing toward the very heart of the storm in the great sovereign. Chapter 27, 9 Eyes Opening. The sky of the endless fire domain split open, revealing 9 chaotic rifts. Xiaobai stood atop a lotus platform formed from the sacred flames of the burning sky. The character Mu inscribed on his brow resonating with the sapling of the world tree cradled in Shaolin's arms. Medusa's 9-colored imperial python coiled in the void, its abdomen revealing the newly formed serpent patterns that reflected the phantom of the ancient emperor. Husband, the 7th eye of the celestial evil god, is about to awaken. Ding. Detecting fluctuations in the source of the dimension, triggering the ultimate defense mission, acquired the final volume of the primordial demon sealing record. Unlocking the complete form of the chaotic fire lotus, world tree evolved to complete form. With a space-time root system coverage of 70, Lin Dong's azure dragon blade, Qi pierced through space. The blade reflecting the brutal scenes of the martial realm battlefield. Mu Chen's Grand Sumeru sacred pillar had shattered into 3 segments, while Qing Yin Jing's Tai Ling's sacred body was pierced by chains of darkness. Brother Xiao, the 7th eye is devouring the spiritual veins of the northern wilderness. The Flame Alliance, form ranks. Xiaobai waved the burning sky battle flag, the 3,000 forming the primordial battle array. Xiao Zhao's 36-tiered pure world white lotus blossomed with azure light, transforming the entire star domain into a lotus pond, with each lotus leaf bearing a miniature world. Using fire as a guide, refining heaven and earth, Xiaobai summoned the Divine Farmer's Cauldron, from which surged a jade-green medicinal liquid imbued with the essence of the world tree. Medusa bit her tongue, her 9-colored imperial python's blood coalescing into a sealing talisman. Husband, Mu'er's chaotic fire seed. Suddenly, Xiao Mu broke free from the embrace, his tender hand pressing against the burning sky battle flag. The chaotic fire lotus blossomed from his brow, as 22 sources of surprisingly fused in pairs, forming 11 chaotic fire spirits. Daddy, Mu'er wants to defeat the bad guys. Warning. Chaotic fire seed overload. Activation of dimensional blessing is advised. Xiaobai tore open his chest, the blood of the emperor nourishing the world tree. The towering ancient tree instantaneously evolved, its branches bearing fruit that resembled shrunken versions of the Doqi continent. Each phantom of the continent containing the power of the dimensional source. The 7th eye of the celestial evil god erupted with annihilating black light, yet was obstructed by the sudden arrival of the 8-part floating tower. Qing Yin Jing ignited the essence of his sacred body. Brother Xiao, I borrow the world tree for a moment. 72 space-time root systems penetrated the demon statue, binding its dark pupils into a cocoon. Lin Dong's devouring ancestor talisman suddenly went berserk, devouring the essence of the celestial evil god. Your power belongs to me. Not so fast. The 8th eye opened on the forehead of the demon statue, the released evil energy shattering the 8-part floating tower. Medusa's 9-colored imperial python suddenly transformed into a holy figure with a human head and serpent body, its serpent patterns on the abdomen morphing into the primordial demon sealing steel. With my holy blood, seal heaven, and lock earth. As the inscriptions activated, Xiao Zhao's pure world white lotus withered entirely. The young girl transformed into azure light, merging into the steel's body, coalescing into the words pure world in the void. The celestial evil god emitted a tortured howl, as spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the seventh eye. The roots of the world tree suddenly contracted, dragging the entire battlefield into the secret realm of its crown. Xiao Bai's divine farmer bloodline surged violently, ancient totems appearing on his skin. So it is our clan's mission. The cold fire of the bone spirit of Yao Qin solidified into an ice mirror. Reflecting ancient scenes, the ancestors of the divine farmer transformed their bodies into a cauldron, refining the extraterrestrial evil god into 9 magical seeds. 7 of these seeds had been devoured by the celestial evil god, while the remaining 2 were hidden at the juncture of the Douchi continent and the martial realm. Husband, Mu'er is absorbing the energy of the magical seeds, Medusa exclaimed. In a sudden twist, the chaotic fire lotus cradled in Xiao Mu's embrace fractured. With the azure lotus core fire and the celestial flame of annihilation each enveloping a demonic seed, astonishingly purifying the essence of the malevolent god in reverse. The 7 eyes of the dark evil deity opened wide, its demonic might shattering 3,000 miniature worlds. Xiao Bai ascended upon the chaotic fire lotus. The complete phantom of the ancient Emperor Tuashi manifesting behind him, 23 extraordinary flames returned to their rightful places. The celestial flame of annihilation transformed into a river of exotic fire, while the azure lotus core fire coalesced into the true form of imperial flame. Without hesitation, Xiao Mu leaped into the fiery river, his chaotic physique integrating all the unique properties of the flames. Father, Mu'er fears no pain. Ding. The chaotic fire seed has attained its ultimate form, unlocking primordial emperor flame. Medusa ignited her 9-colored essence blood, inscribing the long-lost god-slaying formation of the Shinnong tribe in the void. Lin Dong's azure dragon blade aura and Mu Qin's grand Sumera holy pillar simultaneously infused the formation's core. Brother Xiao, strike him down. As the primordial emperor flame pierced through the 7 eyes, the entire star domain descended into absolute silence. The remnants of the dark evil deity disintegrated into ashes, while the 9-pattern demon pill was entirely absorbed by the world tree. The fruits born from the tree's crown revealed the complete primordial agricultural canon. As the smoke cleared, Qin Yin gazed at the evolved world tree in a trance. This is the true womb of the plane. Xiao Bai gently caressed the fissures in the tree's body, awakening the memories of inheritance. The Shinnong tribe were not mere guardians, but rather menders of the plane. Each fissure corresponded to a realm corrupted by the malevolent god. Lin Dong wiped the blood from his azure dragon blade. 2 eyes remain in the martial realm and beast domain. Mu Qin approached, cradling the unconscious Jiuyu. Senior Xiao. Tend to her gently. Xiao Mu suddenly pointed at a particular fissure. Father, there is the presence of Annie Xiao Yixian. Ding. Interdimensional fissure coordinates detected, triggering cross-plane rescue. Medusa's serpent patterns on her abdomen glowed, as the newborn within began to absorb the primordial emperor flame. My husband, it is time to name our second child. Xiao Bai gazed at the burning expanse of endless flames. Let us name him Xiao Yan. May he burn like a star, incinerating all evil across the heavens. The interdimensional passage reopened, enveloping everyone within the chaotic fire lotus. The roots of the world tree pierced through time and space, directing towards the core of the great sovereign storm, where the last 2 eyes of the dark evil deity were slowly opening. Chapter 28. The star fire ignites the prairie. The void of the endless fire domain cracked open, revealing a web-like pattern. As Xiao Bai's fingertips entwined with the primordial emperor flame, fixated on the rift, the 9-colored serpent patterns on Medusa's abdomen resonated with Xiao Zhao's pure world lotus seal, coalescing at the rift into a spatial anchor point. My husband, the presence of Xiao Yixian is caught in the crevice of the 3rd tier of the plane. Ding. Source of the calamity poison body detected, activating cross-border rescue mode. Acquired primordial medical canon. Poison resistance attribute 500. World tree unlocks toxin purification function. Current efficiency 70. Lin Dong's azure dragon blade aura cleaved through the plane barrier, reflecting a scene of the poisonous mist-infested alien space. Xiao Yixian's calamity poison body had metamorphosed into a purple crystal skeleton, with the remains of extraterrestrial evil beings piled beneath her feet. The projection of the 8th eye of the dark evil deity hovered in the void, the erupting poisonous light corroding her consciousness. Xiao brother, don't come closer. Xiao Yixian's fragmented voice echoed, as the poisonous mist coalesced into a barrier obstructing the rescue. Suddenly, The sapling of the world tree in Xiao Mu's arms surged in growth, its roots penetrating space to burrow into the toxins. Anti-Xian, Mu'er is here to save you. Within the plane's crevice, the purple-black poisonous mist transformed into countless skeletons rushing forth. The majestic Medusa's 9-colored imperial python entwined around the world tree. Its purifying venom unexpectedly devoured by itself. The 8th eye manipulating the essence of poison. Utilizing poison against poison. Xiao Bai summoned the divine farmer's cauldron, from which surged a jade-green medicinal liquid mingled with the malevolent miasma. The medicinal dust ignited, coalescing into icy silver needles. Yenner, pierce her heavenly poison acupoint. Xiao Yan's 3,000 flames transformed into fiery needles, yet upon contact with the poisonous body, they abruptly mutated, as violet-black flames began to absorb the toxic miasma. Warning: anomaly detected in the flame pollution, activating purification mode. Xiao Zhao's 36-petal lotus platform withered, and where the azure light swept, the poisonous mist dissipated. Suddenly, the skeleton form of the little medical sage trembled, clarity erupting from her eye sockets. Xiao Bai has destroyed my poison pill. At the moment the poison pill separated from her body, the 8th eye of the celestial evil god fully opened. The void split open into 9 toxic springs, each flowing with corrosive venom capable of tainting dimensions. The roots of the world tree contracted suddenly, revealing the ancient trial grounds of the Divine Farmer clan. Descendants of the Divine Farmer, temper your hearts with poison. Xiao Bai stepped onto the chaotic fire lotus, entering the trial grounds, where 9 poison cauldrons materialized before him. Each cauldron sealed away the malevolent poison refined by the ancestral divine farmers. And the totems on the cauldrons bore a striking resemblance to the malevolent poison patterns of the little medical sage. It became apparent that the malevolent poison body was the key to the divine farmer clan's trials. Medusa's serpent tail pierced the main cauldron, and her 9-colored blood activated the totem. Xiao Mu's chaotic fire seed split into 9 strands, simultaneously igniting the 9 cauldrons. Father, Mu'er has found a way. Amidst the flames of the 9 ignited cauldrons, the ethereal figure of the ancestral divine farmer emerged. The elder gestured lightly, and the malevolent poison coalesced into jade-green medicinal liquid. Using poison as a guide, one can refine the sacred pill. The little medical sage's poison pill suddenly detached, merging with the projection of the celestial evil god within the pill furnace. The toxic light emitted from the 8th eye nourished the world tree, and the fruits borne among its branches contained the purified essence of poison. Now is the moment. Lin Dong's devouring ancestral talisman transformed into a massive mouth. Seizing the projection of the 8th eye, Mu Qin's great Simera pillar pierced the core of the toxic spring. Senior Xiao, sever the eye. The primordial emperor flame coalesced into a towering blade of fire, and as the blade cleaved through the dimensional crevice, the system interface flickered wildly. Ding. God-slaying trial completed. Unlocking divine farmer's poison scripture. The world tree evolved into a miasma domain. Area attacks now carry corrosive effects. The void split open into 9 layers of thunder tribulations, each bolt infused with the will of the dimension. The cries of a newborn pierced the skies, and a dual-colored flame pattern appeared on Xiao Yan's brow. To the left, the azure heartfire of the azure lotus, and to the right, the sacred flame of celestial incineration, both harmoniously merging under the chaotic fire seed. Ding. Child of the dimension detected. Unlocking dual-born sacred fire. Xiao Yan awakens the chaotic poison body, granting immunity to toxins below the celestial sovereign level. The last 2 eyes of the celestial evil god suddenly opened simultaneously in the martial realm and beast domain, and the erupting black light provoked Xiao Yan's cries. The world tree trembled violently, and among its branches and leaves, the grand star map materialized. The prophecy of annihilation with the gathering of 9 eyes was unfolding. Within the Hall of Flames, the 3,000 strange fire guardians knelt on one knee. Xiao Bai held Xiao Yan, standing before the star map, as the primordial emperor flame sketched the battle plan in the void. Brother Lin, lead the Azure Dragon Guard to ambush the beast domain, while Elder Yao brings the poison scripture to support the martial realm. Qing Yin quietly unfurled the ancient scroll of the floating pagoda. The 9th eye of the celestial evil god requires the primordial sacred body as a sacrifice. Just as Mu Qin spoke, his bloodstained battle armor pierced through space. Qing Wu has been captured and taken to the evil god temple. The altar of the 9th purpose requires the primordial sacred body. Suddenly, Xiao Yan reached out to grasp the star map, igniting a hidden coordinate with the chaotic spark. The roots of the world tree penetrated the dimensions, revealing the full visage of the Shenong clan's ancient tomb, where slumbered the primordial farming tools capable of slaying evil deities. Deep within the tomb, 9 bronze farming implements hovered in the void. The medicinal hoe bore the inscription of Shenong tasting 100 herbs. while the sickle was etched with the words burning heaven, boiling the seas. The moment Xiao Bai touched the hoe's handle, ancestral memories surged forth. It turned out that the Shinnong clan was not the progenitor of alchemists, but rather a battle-hardened race dedicated to slaying gods. Husband. These are the divine-slaying farming tools. As Xiao Bai wielded the medicinal hoe, the void split open, creating chasms stretching 90,000 miles. Each item sealed the essence of an extraterritorial evil god. Lin Dong's azure dragon blade resonated suddenly, with ancient martial inscriptions appearing on its blade. Xiao, why does this hoe bear the martial inscriptions of combat? The world tree suddenly descended a green light, illuminating an ancient scene. The martial ancestor of Shinnong fought side by side, both striking down the extraterritorial evil gods. Remarkably, the visage of the martial ancestor bore a striking resemblance to Lin Dong. Ding. Triggered ultimate quest. Awakened the remnant soul of the martial ancestor. Acquired primordial battle inscription with a 500 attribute boost. Chapter 29. The remnant soul of the martial ancestor. The endless sky of the fire domain split open into 9-star rivers. With Xiao Bai standing at the bow of the void vessel forged from the Shinnong cauldron, the chaotic fire lotus blooming beneath his feet. The true form of Medusa's 9-colored imperial python coiled around the trunk of the world tree, and the star map reflected among the branches pointed deep into the Tagar Desert, where the ancient inscriptions on the bronze altar resonated with the divine mark on Xiao Mu's brow, erupting in blinding azure light. Ding. Detected coordinates of the Shinnong clan's ancient tomb. Activating ultimate navigation. Acquired primordial farming hoe. Unlocking the creation of heaven and earth skill. World tree root coverage reaches 85. Spatial stability at 200. Father, that hoe is calling for Mu'er. The chaotic spark within Xiao Mu suddenly split, the blue lotus heartfire forming into a hoe's handle, while the sacred flame of heaven transformed into the blade. Lin Dong's azure dragon blade pierced through the spatial barrier. Xiao, there is a disturbance from the martial realm. The 8th eye of the evil god is currently assaulting the dimensional seal. The medicinal dust ignited the remnants of the soul, activating the Shinnong cauldron, which spewed forth a river of liquid spiritual power. Yenner, prepare to guide the remnant soul of the martial ancestor. The bronze altar erupted, and 72 statues of the Shinnong clan opened their eyes. As Xiao Bai grasped the farming implement, the moment the blade touched the altar, ancient scenes surged forth. 100,000 years ago, the martial ancestor of Shinnong had fought alongside, jointly slaying the extraterritorial evil gods and shattering the essence of the 9 nether, only to be countered by evil energy, transforming into stone statues to guard the ancient tomb. Xiao Yan's 3,000 flames suddenly mutated, and the purple-gold dragon patterns detached from his surface, forming the words burning heaven, boiling the seas in the air. Brother, those statues are absorbing the essence of the warning. Detected remnants of the evil god. It is advised to activate the purification mode. Xiao Zhao's 36 white lotuses withered entirely, the petals morphing into light, swords piercing the statues' foreheads. Xiao Mu suddenly leaped onto the altar, igniting 72 bronze lamps with the chaotic spark. Bad guys, don't bully my father. The moment the 72nd bronze lamp illuminated, the martial ancestor statue at the altar's center abruptly cracked. Lin Dong's devouring ancestor talisman uncontrollably detached from him, resonating with the ancient farming implement held by the statue. This fluctuation is the essence of my origin. Lin, catch the spear. Xiao Bai hurled the Shinnong hoe into the void, and the blade unexpectedly split and reformed into a Fong Tian Hua Ji entwined with the azure dragon. The moment Lin Dong grasped the spear's handle, the entire graveyard trembled violently, the oppressive aura of the martial ancestor's remnant soul awakening, causing the projection of the 8th eye of the heavenly evil god to shatter instantaneously. Suddenly, the Tai Ling's sacred body of Qin Yan ignited. Brother Xiao. The 9th eye is devouring the essence of the plane. Within the luminous screen, Mu Chen's colossal Sumi sacred pillar had fractured into 9 segments. The delicate dance of the pure lotus demon fire's origin being drawn away by dark chains. Xiao Bai tore open his chest, and the blood of the emperor nourished the world tree. The towering ancient tree swiftly evolved, and the fruits of the plain that sprouted among its branches emitted a radiant azure light. Kai Lin, take Mu air to complete the essence of the plain. Medusa's serpentine tail coiled around Xiao Mu, the true form of the 9-colored emperor python traversing through the rift of time and space. In the center of the battlefield, the evil god's mark on Qing Wu's chest suddenly surged to life. The black light from the 8th eye inexplicably purifying in reverse. Is this child's bloodline consuming the essence of the heavenly evil god? Grounded in agriculture, breaking through the heavens with martial prowess. Lin Dong swung the Fong Tianji, merging the Azure Dragon's blade aura with the remnant soul of the martial ancestor. Xiaobai Shenong Ho pierced the void as the chaotic fire lotus enveloped the projection of the ninth eye, achieving a perfect fusion of 22 unique flames, which coalesced into the primordial emperor flame within the evil eye's pupil. Ding! Achievement God Slayer completed. Unlocking Primordial Emperor Sutra, World Tree evolved to its ultimate form. Acquiring the ability Plane Restructuring. As the smoke cleared, Xiaobai stood before the restructured essence of the plane, cradling the unconscious Qing Wu. Xiaomu's chaotic fire seed split into azure and golden hues, surprisingly coalescing into a new life force within Medusa's womb. Husband, it is time to name our second child. Lin Dong wiped the black blood of the evil god from the Fong Tianji. Brother Xiao, the last two eyes are in the lair of the extraterrestrial evil clan. Mu Chen approached, cradling the shattered sacred pillar. Senior Xiao, Qing Wu's pure lotus demon fire, is unscathed. Xiaobai inverted the Shinnon cauldron, pouring emerald liquid to mend the fractures of the sacred pillar, forged with the plane as the furnace. The broken sacred pillar was reborn in the medicinal liquid, its spirit surprisingly being the pure world fire seed from Qing Wu's brow. Chapter 30. The final chapter of the primordial era. The heavens of the vast world were cleaved by 9 black suns, the true form of the heavenly evil god descending upon the northern wilderness. 100,000 zhang demonic body entwined with 72 world-destroying chains, each chain binding an essence of the plane. Mu Chen's colossal Sumi sacred pillar had been reduced to dust, and the origin of Qing Wu's pure lotus demon fire was extracted into a pale fire seed. Senior Xiao. The ninth eye is consuming the essence of the plane. Ding! Ultimate world-destroying crisis detected. Activating primordial divine fire mode. Acquired final volume of the Primordial Emperor Sutra. Unlocking plane furnace. World tree entered overload state. Temporal root coverage at 100 Xiao by stepped upon the chaotic fire lotus, penetrating the barriers of the plane. As the azure light emitted from the Shinnon Ho inscribed the battle patterns of the agricultural god upon the void. Medusa's true form of the 9-colored emperor python entwined the world tree, her abdominal serpentine markings resonating with Xiao Yan's chaotic poison body. Husband. Mu Air is absorbing the essence of the evil god. Father, look at Mu Air. The divine pattern of Mu from Xiao Mu's brow detached, transforming into a towering demon sealing monument that crashed into the eighth eye. The moment the inscriptions activated, Lin Dong's Fong Tianji pierced through time and space, merging perfectly with the remnant soul of the martial ancestor and the azure dragon's blade aura. Brother Xiao, allow me to borrow the emperor flame. The primordial emperor flame split into 23 torrents of unique fire, each flame entwined with the will of the plane. Xiaoyan's cries penetrated the 9 layers of demonic barriers, and the chaotic poison body began to devour the chains of the evil god in reverse. The villain consumes Yin Yan's toxins. The moment the 9th eye of the dark evil god fully opened, the entire star domain was engulfed in absolute darkness. Medusa ignited her 9-colored essence blood, drawing the ultimate battle formation of the Shinnon clan in the void. With my sacred blood, I summoned the ancient agricultural souls. 72 statues of Shinnon soared through the air, each wielding primordial farming tools. The cold fire of Yao Chen's bone spirit solidified into an ice bridge, connecting the wombs of all dimensions. Yinner, unite to create the great formation of burning heaven and boiling sea. Warning, dimensional furnace overload. It is recommended to activate the time-space corridor. Xiao Xiao transformed into a pure white lotus, merging with the world tree. As the ethereal shadows of an ancient battlefield from 100,000 years ago emerged among its branches, the residual soul of the martial ancestor suddenly materialized, pointing the Fong Tianji towards a certain space-time rift. Brother Xiao, that place is in the rift. The scene of the fall of the Shinnon martial ancestor emerged. The dual ancestors burned their essence to shatter the true body of the dark evil god, only to be eroded by malevolent energy and transformed into statues. Xiaobai's Shinnon Ho unexpectedly slipped from his hand. Resonating with the martial ancestors' war spear, it turned out that slaying a god required the combined strike of the dual ancestors. Lin Dong merged with the residual soul of the martial ancestor, and the aura of the azure dragon blade transformed into the edge of god slaying. Xiaobai stepped upon the dimensional furnace, the primordial imperial flame solidifying into the shadow of farming tools, with the myriad realms as the furnace, refined. The dark evil god let out a roar that shattered the universe, as 9 eyes unleashed a world-destroying black light. Suddenly, Medusa leaped into the furnace, her true form as the 9-colored imperial python transforming into sealing chains. Husband, grant a future for the children. Amidst the thunderous explosion, the 23 were utterly obliterated. Xiaobai stood in the void, cradling the remnants of his wife and children, as the world tree had transformed into charred, withered wood. The system's light curtain suddenly burst forth with golden light. Ultimate sacrifice detected. Activating primordial rebirth. The world tree sprouts anew, gaining the attribute of Creator's divine fire. In the moment of withered wood finding spring, the river of time and space rolled back. Medusa's 9-colored essence blood coalesced into seeds. Xiao Zhao's pure white lotus transformed into soil, and Xiao Mu's chaotic fire seed erupted with new life. Father, I have found a way. Upon the reborn northern wilderness. The sources of the 23 perfectly fused. The primordial divine pattern appeared on Xiaobai's forehead, and the spectral figures of the dual ancestors stood behind him, dark evil god. It is time to repay your debts. Ridiculous. The black light of the indestructible ninth eye suddenly halted as Xiao Yan's chaotic poison body had merged with the dimensional furnace, refining the essence of the evil god into the primordial divine elixir. Medusa's serpent tail entwined the last chain, as the 9-colored imperial pearl solidified into a sealing crown. In my name, I seal. Mu Qin's great Sumeru holy pillar reborn pierced the heart of the evil god. As the delicate dancing pure lotus fire ignited the divine body, Senior Xiao, now is the time. Beneath the newly born world tree, Xiaobai gently caressed the rebirth monument. Medusa embraced Xiao Yan with a soft smile. Husband, it is time to name our third child. Lin Dong wiped the battle marks from the Fang Tianji. How about naming him Xiao Yan, to commemorate this world-burning battle? Mu Chun assisted the reborn Qing Wu as she approached. Senior Xiao, the dimensional passage has detected new fluctuations. The void suddenly split open with pure light, revealing the dimensional coordinates not recorded in the Great Ruler. Xiao Mu grasped the branches of the world tree, the tender leaves pointing towards the unknown realm. Father, there are friends for the little saplings there. Ding! The dimensional upgrade has been detected, unlocking the primordial expedition. The primordial star map has been acquired, revealing the 9 heavens beyond the heavens. The world tree has evolved into the primordial divine tree, its temporal roots encompassing the multiverse. The banner of the Flame Alliance rises once more as the mighty army gathers. Xiaobai stands at the bow of the ship, flanked by the reborn spirits of myriad realms. This battle is not for the eradication of evil, but for the exploration of the primordial. Chapter 31. The void of the beyond. The endless fiery void cracks open a 9-colored vortex, and Xiaobai stands atop the crown of the primordial divine tree. The primordial star map suspended in his palm, radiating dazzling brilliance. Medusa's 9-colored imperial python coils around the tree, its newly formed serpentine patterns resonating with a point on the star map. Husband, Yenner's chaotic toxic body is responding to the void of the beyond. Ding! Unknown dimensional fluctuations detected, triggering the primordial expedition mission. Acquired ancient scroll fragment of the void, unlocking the ability of void perception. The primordial divine tree activates its interdimensional root system, enhancing spatial stability by 300. Lin Dong's azure dragon Fang Tian halberd suddenly trembles, its tip pointing towards the fissures in the star map. Brother Xiao, my devouring ancestral talisman quakes in fear of this fluctuation. Mu Qin supports Qing Wu as they approach. The reborn Sumeru's sacred pillar reflecting a terrifying scene. Deep within the void, 72 colossal statues of world destruction are awakening, each exuding an aura surpassing the sacred. Father, the little sapling says there are bad things there. The branches of the world tree in Xiao Mu's arms suddenly surge, tender leaves transforming into arrows piercing through the void. The moment the arrowheads touch the barrier of the void, an explosive backlash sends tremors through the entire star domain. As the Flame Alliance fleet crosses the dimensional rift, a towering bronze giant, 100,000 zhang tall, opens its eyes. The pitch-black crystal embedded in its chest unleashes a beam of annihilation, instantly vaporizing the 3 foremost warships. Medusa ignites her 9-colored essence to form a defensive array. Husband, these giants are consuming the original essence of the dimension. Form the primordial battle array. Xiaobai brandishes the Shinong Ho as the chaotic fire lotus blossoms before the fleet. 23 coalesce into a protective net, only to dissolve violently upon contact with the annihilation beam. The bone spirit's cold fire of Yao Qin suddenly mutates. Yenner, these crystals are rebuffing the energy. Xiao Yan's cries resonate across the battlefield as the chaotic toxic body instinctively absorbs the annihilation energy. The bad stones are consuming Yan's poison. The moment the toxic mist touches the giant, spiderweb-like cracks appear on the surface of the pitch-black crystal. Warning, spirit contamination detected in the void. It is advisable to activate the purification mode. Xiao Xiao transforms into a purifying white lotus, merging with the primordial divine tree. The azure light bursting forth momentarily halting the giant's movements. Lin Dong seizes the opportunity to thrust with his halberd, attack its core. It turns out the Void Giants are the extraterrestrial divine race, sealed by the ancestors. Medusa's serpent tail sweeps over the inscriptions, her 9-colored essence activating the incomplete battle array. 72 agricultural implements, the ethereal shadows of fallen ancestors, rush forth, each inscribed with the names of those who perished. Suddenly, Xiaomu's chaotic fire seed splits, forming battle armor from the azure lotus earth fire, while the sacred flame transforms into a spear. Mu'er will help Father defeat the bad guys. The child's charge unexpectedly triggers a resonance with the ancient battle array, causing the first agricultural implement, the heaven-opening hoe, to automatically return to its position. In the center of the battlefield, a rift in space-time suddenly tears open, and the remnant soul of the martial ancestor descends upon the mirage of the Azure Dragon. The Fangtian halberd collides with the Shinong Ho, sparking chaotic embers, as the 72 agricultural implements resonate in unison. Brother Xiao, this is the true god-slaying battle array. In an unexpected turn of events, the primordial divine tree underwent an overload evolution, its branches and leaves yielding dimensional fruits that transformed into battle armor. The divine pattern of the primordial deity detached from Xiaobai's forehead, coalescing into a towering form in the void. In the name of all realms, I condemn. The crystal at the heart of the colossal figure shattered entirely, releasing not malevolent energy, but rather the pure essence of the dimension. The delicate, dancing lotus of purity suddenly rejoiced. Senior Xiao, these crystals are fragments of the womb of the dimension. Qin Yanjing unfurled the ancient scroll of the floating pagoda, revealing that the illustrious Shinong martial ancestor had forged weapons from the defeated dimensions. At the deepest recesses, a bronze throne cradled the remnants of the Shinong ancestor. In the skeletal hands, the complete version of the ancient scroll of the void erupted in brilliance, unveiling a staggering truth. The so-called colossal figure was, in fact, a war machine crafted by the Shinong clan to combat the extraterrestrial divine race, which had backfired upon its creators 100,000 years ago due to uncontrolled energy. My lord, Yinner is absorbing the control crystals. Medusa exclaimed in astonishment as Xiao Yan's chaotic toxic form melded with the core of the giant. The roots of the primordial divine tree suddenly surged, dragging the entire realm into the canopy space, where time flowed at a mere millionth of the outside world. Ding. Analysis of the void completed. Control permissions for God-slaying Colossus unlocked. Acquired Shinong battle puppet technique, mental strength amplified by 500. Primordial divine tree fused with the core of the void, gaining the ability of dimensional forging. Lin Dong caressed the control core of the colossal figure. Brother Xiao, these war machines are more than capable of sweeping through the extraterrestrial realms. Yet, Muchen frowned, pointing to the last page of the ancient scroll of the void, which depicted the scene of 72 colossal figures besieging the Shinong martial ancestor, annotated with a warning as fine as a gnat's wing. The Godslayer ultimately becomes desolate. As the Flame Alliance fleet made its journey home, the primordial star map suddenly dimmed. The branches of the world tree in Xiaobai's embrace rapidly withered, and new leaves appeared with eerie black spots. Medusa's abdomen seeped black blood. My lord, the fetus is resisting the energy of the divine tree. The void split open with a crimson eye, the oppressive force surpassing that of the celestial evil god descended. Mysterious whispers echoed in the minds of every celestial sovereign, Godslayer. Welcome to the Desolate faction. Warning. Dimensional level contamination detected. Immediate disconnection from the divine tree is advised. At the moment Xiaobai swung his hoe to sever the withered roots, the primordial divine tree emitted a mournful cry. Lin Dong's halberd suddenly pointed towards Mu Chun. When did your sacred pillar turn black? Chapter 32. Corruption of Desolation on the deck of the Flame Alliance flagship. Xiaobai gazed intently at the black spots on the branches of the primordial divine tree. Medusa's 9-colored imperial python coiled around the mast, her abdomen oozing purple-black blood. My lord, the fetus is devouring the energy of desolation. Ding. Dimensional level contamination detected. Activating the primordial purification protocol. Acquired desolation analysis map. Anti-contamination attribute 300. The primordial divine tree enters isolation state. Time-space route, closure rate 65. Lin Dong's azure dragon halberd suddenly trembled, its tip pointing towards Mu Qin, your sacred pillar. The crowd turned in shock as Mu Qin's resurrected Great Summer's sacred pillar had turned entirely black, with its surface adorned with strange patterns reminiscent of Xiao Yan's toxic markings. The delicate, dancing lotus of purity attempted to scorch the stains, only to be devoured in return. The 72 polluted colossi simultaneously unleashed their fire, intertwining annihilating beams into a web of death. Medusa ignited her 9-colored essence to form a defensive array, yet the scales of her serpentine tail instantly carbonized upon contact with the beam of light. My lord, this energy is corroding the very essence of our bloodline. Initiate the Tai Chi battle formation. Xiaobai wielded the divine farmer's hoe, and the chaotic fire lotus blossomed before the fleet. 23 coalesced into a protective net, only to mutate into a deep purple-black flame upon contact with the obliterating beam. The cold fire of Yao Chen's bone spirit suddenly erupted. Yinner. Sever the energy supply at once. Xiao Yan's wailing transformed into a sinister laugh as the chaotic toxic body broke free of control and lunged toward the protective net. Delicious things belong to Yin Yan. The moment the toxic mist touched the fire net, the spiritual energy of the entire star domain began to flow in reverse. Warning. Desolation assimilation detected. Immediate isolation of Xiao Yin is advised. Xiao Xiao transformed into a pure white lotus to envelop her brother. But the lotus petals rapidly withered upon contact with the toxic body. Lin Dong swung his halberd to sever the energy channel. Yet the azure dragon phantom was tainted and turned pitch black. Brother Xiao, he is absorbing our attacks. Silence. Xiao Bai's divine farmer's hoe pierced through the illusion, only to graze the true bronze inscription. The inscription revealed a shocking truth. The divine farmer clan was originally a war weapon of the Desolation faction, which rebelled after gaining self-awareness. Medusa's serpentine tail swept over the fragmented mural. My lord, these patterns resemble the serpent markings on the fetus. The mural depicted that the original divine farmer clan acquired the ability to create the Tai Chi divine tree by merging Desolation energy with the bloodline of the ancient python. Xiao Mu's chaotic fire seed suddenly split, forming a key-shaped blue lotus fire. Father, something deep within the ruins is calling for Mu'er. Crossing through 9 layers of sealing prohibitions, the group arrived at the core of the divine tree, encased within a transparent crystal measuring 10,000 feet in diameter. Lay the half-formed remains of a female with a serpentine tail, her abdomen adorned with serpent markings identical to those of Medusa's fetus. This was the primordial divine farmer mother body, Qing Yin Jing, vibrating violently. Our bloodline indeed originated from Desolation. The moment Xiao Bai touched the crystal, the Desolation analysis chart automatically flipped pages. Warning. The awakening of the mother body will trigger planar-level contamination. The system's light screen suddenly distorted, the mechanical voice transforming into a deep male tone. Xiao Bai, you have finally arrived. The remains within the crystal suddenly opened their eyes. The serpent markings on her abdomen morphing into living tendrils. To become Desolation is to attain eternity. Chaos erupted on the bridge as the pitch-black holy pillars and the polluted giant statue worked in unison. Mu Chen's great Sumeru holy pillar had entirely blackened, while the graceful pure lotus demon fire was devoured, becoming a pale fire seed. Lin Dong's azure dragon halberd pierced through the protective shield. Brother Xiao? We must destroy the mother body. Father, no. Xiaomu clung to the divine farmer's hoe, the chaotic fire seed reflecting a terrifying future. Destroying the mother body would simultaneously obliterate Medusa's unborn child. The Tai Chi divine tree suddenly overloaded, dragging the entire plane into a time loop. Medusa's 9-colored imperial python form began to petrify. My lord, save the child. Xiao Yan's sinister laughter resonated through time and space. It's futile. We were destined to be. Ding. Time paradox detected. Activating the ultimate decision protocol. Option 1. Annihilate the mother body, Medusa, and the fetus perish. Option 2. Merge with Desolation, planar contamination rate 100. The divine pattern on Xiao Bai's forehead ruptured as the divine farmer's hoe pierced through the crystal and into his beloved's abdomen. I choose the third path. The moment the mother body's crystal core shattered, the time loop abruptly reset. Medusa is reborn amidst the tender shoots of the divine tree, her serpentine abdomen transforming into a pure white lotus. The withered branches cradled in Xiaomu's arms sprout new buds, their veins coursing with azure blood. Lin Dong wipes the grime from the Feng Tianji. Have those colossal statues ceased their movement? Yet, Mu Chen trembles, pointing towards the void as the sacred pillars of pollution are entirely obliterated. But the primordial star map reveals 1,000,000 crimson coordinates. Xiao Yan curls in a corner, his skin, once marred by venomous patterns, now glistening like jade. Father, Yin Yin has had a nightmare. In the fleeting moment a child raises a hand to wipe away tears, the crystalline droplets that fall from his fingertips are, astonishingly, dark crystalline powder. Warning. Detection of barren essence. Pollution resistance, permanent 10. Suddenly, the primordial divine tree trembles, and minuscule black spots re-emerge on its nascent branches. Chapter 33. The original fire. The tender shoots of the primordial divine tree exude a purplish-black liquid, causing the purifying spark in Xiao Bai's palm to tremble violently. Medusa leans against the rebirth altar, her abdominal lotus mark creating an eerie balance with the black spots of the divine tree. the fetus within her drawing energy from both sources. Ding. Warning. System core has been polluted. Forced into safe mode. Acquired a fragment of the original fire seed map. Unlocked the manufacturing rights for purification core. Isolation level of the primordial divine tree elevated to great. Time-space root closure rate, 85. Lin Dong's azure dragon Fong Tianji suddenly slips from his grasp. The inky patterns entwined around its shaft writhing like living entities. Xiao, my essence is being eroded. The great Su Mi sacred pillar of Mu Chun bursts forth with scarlet brilliance, the dancing purifying lotus flame being devoured in reverse, transforming into pale embers. Senior Xiao. The sacred pillar is controlling me. Father, the little sapling is dying. The branches of the world tree in Xiao Mu's arms carbonize into ash. As the chaotic spark begins to absorb the black spots of the divine tree, Xiao Yan, curled in a corner, watches as the dark crystalline substance drips from his fingertips. Now spreading to his elbows, Yin Yin is so cold. Medusa's serpentine tail sweeps through fragmented memories. The blood of the nine-colored imperial python activating hidden images. The first generation of the Shinnong tribe employed 72 war giants to slaughter the barren tribes, refining their grievances into the foundation of the primordial divine tree. Lin Dong's Fong Tianji suddenly resonates, the tip revealing erased historical inscriptions. So we were the invaders. No. Xiao Bai wields a hoe to shatter the illusion, exposing the true inscription that the barren tribe is the extraterrestrial invader, while the Shinnong tribe is the self-generating immune system of the realm. The maternal crystal core suddenly activates. Its serpent-like patterns binding everyone as chains. The truth is written by the victors. Upon returning to the present, the black spots of the divine tree have spread throughout the Yen Alliance fleet. The pure white lotus formed from Xiao Xiao has completely withered, with a pure spark the size of a thumb hovering at the center of the lotus. Father, this is Xiao Xiao's last. Forced mission issued. Fuse the original fire seed. Success reward. Complete purification rites. Failure punishment. Erasure of the realm. Xiao Bai trembles as he cradles the spark, while Medusa's nine-colored blood solidifies into a sealing array. Husband, I entrust the children to you. The abdominal lotus mark suddenly detaches, merging with the spark into a golden azure orb. Xiao Mu's chaotic spark automatically decomposes, transforming into nourishment that feeds the orb. Mu heir will save his younger siblings. No. Lin Dong swings his spear to intervene, only to be repelled by the energy of pollution, collapsing to the ground. The obsidian holy pillar of Mu Chun pierced through the luminous sphere, accompanied by the graceful screams, as the purifying spark split in two, one half merging into Xiao Yan's body, while the other sank into the core of the divine tree. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, Xiao Yan ignited in azure and gold flames, vaporizing all corrupted crystals. The primordial divine tree erupted with pure radiance, as all black spots coalesced into dark sparks, suspended above the crystalline nucleus. Medusa's petrification spread to her chest. My husband. This is the true essence. Suddenly, the system's holographic screen distorted, the mechanical voice transforming into that of the core. Perfect symbiotic entity detected, commencing final integration. Father. Muir has found you. The child traversed the barriers of time and space, the chaotic spark illuminating the fusion space, where lay the 10,000 sealed wombs of various dimensions, each entwined with the sealing chains of the Shinnong clan. Ding. Host's origin detected as annihilated. Activating final protocol. Acquired original codex. Unlocking rule reconstruction authority. Warning. This operation will result in. Before the mechanical voice could finish, Xiao Bai had already burned the last remnants of the Shinnong bloodline. In my name, I shall restart the era. Beneath the newly reborn primordial divine tree, Medusa gently caressed the white lotus mark on her abdomen. Lin Dong's Fong Tianji regained its silvery gleam, while Mu Chen's holy pillar re-emerged in golden brilliance. Xiao Mu cradled the unconscious Xiao Yan, the azure and gold spark on the child's brow pulsing steadily. The void split open, pure light emanating as the newborn dimension's womb let out a cry. Qing Yin unfolded an ancient scroll devoid of words. Brother Xiao. Father has become a little star. Xiao Mu pointed to the top of the divine tree, where a faint primordial spark floated, but Muir knows. When all dimensions learn to shine on their own. The sound of tender shoots breaking through the earth interrupted the floral discourse. As the sapling of the world tree unfurled its branches and leaves, with the untainted and most primordial chaotic spark flowing within its veins. Chapter 34. Nirvana. In a purified world, the root system of the primordial divine tree burst forth with blinding azure light. As the chaotic spark hovering in Xiao Bai's palm suddenly detached, coalescing in the void into a 12-petal pure world lotus platform. The white lotus mark on Medusa's abdomen resonated with it, transforming the seeping purple-black liquid into pure spiritual energy. Lin Dong's azure dragon Fong Tianji stabbed into the trunk of the divine tree, the martial ancestor battle patterns manifesting on the spear's body, forcefully suppressing the waves of corruption. Ding! Resonance of the primordial spark detected, activating ultimate purification protocol. Acquired primordial Nirvana Sutra, unlocking purified rebirth skill. System pollution rate reduced to 45. Purification efficiency of the divine tree's root system at 200. Father, the little sapling no longer hurts. The withered branches in Xiao Mu's embrace suddenly sprouted new buds. Tender leaves exhaling azure and gold spiritual energy. However, Mu Qin's great Sumeru holy pillar grew increasingly dark. As the dancing pure lotus demonic flames coalesced into pale fire patterns on its surface, Senior Xiao, Mu Qin's consciousness is dissipating. Yao Chun burned his residual soul to summon the bone spirit's cold fire, as the pristine white flames revealed the ethereal figure of the first Shinnong, buyer. The true primordial spark lies hidden. Before the words could escape, the contaminated holy pillar erupted violently, the obsidian chains piercing Yao Lao's ethereal form. From the moment of rebirth, Medusa's nine-colored imperial python form had suddenly petrified, the white lotus mark on her abdomen oozing black blood. Lin Dong swung his spear to sever the chains of memory, as the azure dragon's blade aura revealed the warning, ethereal figure of the martial ancestor, Brother Xiao. Purification requires sacrifice. The chaotic spark suddenly split apart, as the azure lotus earth fire took the shape of a key, piercing Mu Qin's brow. The surface of the obsidian holy pillar is marred by cracks, and the true essence of Mu Qin is imprisoned at its core. Senior Xiao has slain me. Suddenly, the primordial divine tree erupts, its roots ensnaring Xiao Bai's limbs. The system's luminous interface warps into a deep crimson hue. Warning: emotional module overload. Immediate execution of the contaminant is advised. Medusa's petrification spreads to her chest. My lord, can our child bear this sin? The divine markings on Xiao Bai's forehead shatter. And in the instant the Shinnong Ho pierces Mu Qin's essence, the primordial Nirvana Sutra automatically flips its pages. The chaotic spark devours the obsidian holy pillar, coalescing into a cocoon of nirvana fire in the void. The dancing puppet suddenly self-destructs, and the resulting desolation is absorbed by the unborn child. So it was that Lin Dong's Fong Tianji unexpectedly shifted direction. This was the scheme you had orchestrated. At the moment the azure dragon's blade energy lunges toward Medusa's abdomen, the nirvana cocoon erupts, and the reborn Mu Qin descends, wielding a pure holy pillar entwined with 23 sources of. The flames of nirvana sweep across the star domain. As the primordial divine tree sheds all its dark blemishes, Xiao Mu's chaotic spark transforms into a 12th grade lotus platform, enveloping the fetus within. Medusa's petrification gradually recedes, and the white lotus mark on her abdomen metamorphoses into a Taiji formation. My lord, the children are reshaping their bloodlines. Beep. Ultimate purification complete. Unlocking primordial divine body. The primordial divine tree evolves into a purifying root, gaining a cross-dimensional purification domain. Xiaoyan's desolation resistance resets to 100. Awakening purifying poison body, Lin Dong caresses the rejuvenated Fong Tianji. The martial ancestor's battle markings conceal a hidden ace. The tip of the spear reflects a startling image. On the battlefield of God-slaying 100,000 years ago, the first martial ancestor concealed the true legacy deep within the azure dragon's blade energy. Mu Qin's great Sumera holy pillar suddenly slips from his grasp, forming a stairway to the heavens and the void. Senior Xiao, this is the staircase to the primordial realm. At the stair's summit hovers an ancient bronze hall ablaze with 7 colored flames. The temple doors are adorned with reliefs of the first Shinnong and martial ancestor, their farming tools and battle spears intersecting, marking the origin of the chaotic spark. The moment Xiao Bai touches the relief, the system interface undergoes complete purification. Welcome, host. Original legacy bearer. In the center of the hall, the charred remnants of the world tree suddenly awaken. I have awaited your arrival. The ethereal figure that emerges from the remains bears a striking resemblance to Xiao Bai. Medusa's abdomen suddenly aches intensely, and twin shadows emerge from the Taiji formation. The purifying root grows to an astounding height, its fruits reflecting 2 nascent universes. My lord, the children are about to be born. Warning: interdimensional birthing energy detected. Activating ultimate protection. Lin Dong and Mu Qin simultaneously ignite their essences, intertwining the azure dragon holy pillar and nirvana fire into a cocoon. The chaotic spark splits into azure and gold, merging into the brow of the fetal shadow. The spiritual energy of the entire vast world comes to a standstill. Amid the shattering cries that resonate through the void, Xiaobai stands at the pinnacle of the ancient hall, cradling the twins. The elder son bears the azure lotus fire upon his brow, while the younger son's eyes shimmer with the celestial flame. The purifying root connects all realms, and every dimension tainted by desolation sprouts anew. Thus, they are named Xiao Qinglian and Xiao Fenchen. The Shinnong ancient hall suddenly disassembles, transforming into twin battle armor that envelopes the infants. The remnants of the primordial essence transformed into luminous points, merging within Xiaobai's being. Remember, beyond the primordial realm. Lin Dong suddenly shattered the void. Brother Xiao, the place indicated by the martial ancestor's legacy lies beyond the rift, where countless warships ablaze with rainbow flames emerge. Their hulls emblazoned with the transformed, desolate totem. The wailing of a newborn unexpectedly morphed into a light-hearted laugh, and the chaotic fire seed manifesting in his palm resonated with the core of the enemy fleet. Chapter 35. The primordial divine war. The heavens above the boundless realm of fire were torn asunder by 90,000 warships engulfed in multicolored flames. The desolate totem emblazoned on their hulls exuding a cataclysmic pressure, standing atop the pinnacle of the pure world spirit root. Xiaobai felt the chaotic fire seed in his palm tremble violently. These warships are siphoning the essence of the planes. Beep. Detection of an invasion by the primordial divine race. Activating ultimate defense protocol. Acquired God-slaying matrix blueprint. Unlocking primordial divine fire. The pure world spirit root unfolds its protective domain. Pollution resistance enhanced by 500. Medusa's 9-colored imperial python entwined around the main trunk of the spirit root. The Taiji formation reflected the figures of the twins. The powers of Qing Lian and Fentian resonated with the enemy ships. Lin Dong's azure dragon halberd suddenly left his grasp, colliding with the enemy ship's main cannon and creating a chaotic vortex. Brother Xiao? These totems mimic the battle patterns of the martial ancestor. Mu Chen's great Sumeru holy pillar pierced through 3 enemy vessels. The pillar entwined with the nirvana flames suddenly mutating. Their core is a living womb of the plains. The dancing pure lotus demonic fire attempted purification, only to be devoured by the rainbow flames, turning into pale flowing fire. The hatch of the first enemy ship opened, and a silver-armored warrior emerged. Strikingly similar in appearance to Xiaobai, the warrior's forehead burned with the primordial divine fire, and in his hand, the halberd bore the name of the first martial ancestor. Despicable imitation, surrender the primordial fire seed. Medusa's serpentine tail swept through the wreckage of the enemy ships, her 9-colored blood activating hidden totems. Husband, these warships utilize our bloodline coding. Xiao Qinglian and Xiao Fentian suddenly cried out, as the enemy ship's main cannon turned to aim at the Flame Alliance fleet. Warning. Detection of bloodline resonance. Immediate severance of parental link advised. Xiaobai tore open his chest, the blood of the emperor coalescing into sealing chains. My child, how dare you manipulate? The azure fire of Qing Lian's brow suddenly detached, transforming into the core of the formation. Father, Lianer has found the heart of the bad guys. At the center of the enemy fleet, a towering crystal core emerged, its surface adorned with Medusa's serpentine patterns on her abdomen. It turned out that what they desired was Medusa's 9-colored imperial python, which suddenly turned to stone, the Taiji formation forcibly extracted from her abdomen. Xiao Fentian's eyes widened in fury, the sacred flame of Fentian coalescing into a god-slaying arrow. Do not touch our mother. The moment the god-slaying arrow pierced the crystal core, the entire enemy fleet abruptly froze. The pure world spirit fire of Xiao Qinglian spread along the roots, purifying all the warship totems. Medusa's petrification receded, the abdominal formation transforming into the twin lotus seal. The children are devouring the essence of the divine race. Beep. First victory against the god-slaying completed. Unlocking primordial divine body. Xiao Qinglian awakens pure world spirit body. Xiao Fentian unlocks god-slaying flame body. The pure world spirit root evolves into an offensive form, acquiring the ability, plain strangulation. Lin Dong wiped the blood of the divine from his halberd. These are merely the vanguard. The spear tip cast a terrifying image. The primary battleship of the primordial divine clan rivaling the vastness of the starry realm. The figure seated upon the throne of the bridge bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiaobai. Suddenly, the great Sumeru pillar belonging to Mu Chen shattered, revealing the sinister grin of the first master of desolation. The game has only just begun. Deep within the purest spirit root, Xiaobai touched the charred heart of the ancient tree left behind by the primordial Shinnong. A torrent of memories surged forth. The primordial divine clan was initially a branch of the Shinnong clan, having fallen into depravity in their pursuit of eternal god-slaying power. Within the bloodline of the twins lay the latent ignition for the revival of the first divine king. My husband, the spirit fire of Qinglian, is purifying the tree heart. Medusa exclaimed, as the charred tree heart transformed into a translucent crystal. The crystal reflected a horrifying future, an adult Xiao Fenshin wielding the god-slaying spear, treading upon the remnants of myriad realms. Suddenly, the system's light screen distorted, the mechanical voice transforming into a deep, divine tongue. Xiaobai, you are our finest creation. The surface of the pure spirit root shimmered with intricate divine patterns, perfectly aligning with the enemy's ship's totem. Xiao Fenshin abruptly reached for the crystal, the god-slaying fiery form surging uncontrollably. Father, something within Fenshin wants to emerge. The leader of the Flame Alliance's flagship exploded, unleashing an immense phantom of the King of Desolation. The visage of the phantom was indistinguishable from that of Xiaobai. Cradling the future projection of the adult Xiao Fenshin, I have been playing this game for 100,000 years. Medusa ignited her 9-colored essence to form a seal. Dark blood seeping from her abdomen's lotus mark. My husband, the children are resisting the will of the Divine King. Suddenly, the pure spirit fire of Xiao Qinglian extinguished, her pupils transforming into a brilliant gold, a harbinger of the awakening of the first Divine King. Lin Dong severed the divine chains on the Azure Dragon Spear. The legacy of the martial ancestor conceals the secret techniques for slaying kings. The inscriptions appearing on the spear revealed a forbidden battle array requiring the sacrifice of close kin. The pure spirit root began to grow in reverse, its roots piercing Xiaobai's chest. The system's light screen erupted with blood-red warnings. Detected revival of the Divine King. Ultimate protocol initiated. Option 1. Annihilate offspring. Success rate 79. Option 2. Fuse with the Divine King. Pollution rate 100. Option 3. Xiaobai shattered the light screen, the chaotic fire seed engulfing the entire star realm. I choose to defy fate and alter destiny. Chapter 36. Remnants of purity on the scorched earth of the northern wilderness. The azure golden rain of sacred flames descended like a gentle drizzle. Xiaobai knelt on one knee at the cracked battlefield center, the chaotic fire seed flickering uncertainly in his palm. Medusa's 9-colored imperial python coiled in the void, the Taiji diagram on her abdomen channeling the last remnants of the desolate essence into the roots of the world tree. Ding. Residual nirvana fire detected. Purifying aftermath activated. Gained final volume of the Primordial Nirvana Sutra. Unlocking Eye of Reincarnation. Purification rate of the world tree roots increased to 92. Temporal stability 300. Lin Dong's Azure Dragon halberd plunged into the scorched earth, the martial ancestor's battle patterns suddenly cracking. Brother Xiao, the Tianxie Divine 9 eyes are extinguished. The desolate essence has already permeated the membrane of the plains. Before he could finish, the void split open with 72 purple-black lines, each fissure revealing the outstretched arms of bronze giants. These were the god-slaying weapons tainted during the Battle of the Sky Ruins. Father, the sapling is trembling. The world tree branch in Xiao Mu's arms curled tightly, tender leaves exuding a purple-black fluid. Xiao Yan suddenly broke free from his swaddling, his chaotic poison form transforming into a towering miasma. Bad things. Yin Yin will devour you all. The 72 colossal bronze statues fully materialized, and the fragments of the planar embryo embedded in their chests erupted with malevolent light. Medusa ignited her 9-colored essence, tracing the ancient battle formation of the Shinnong clan in the void. My lord, these weapons are calling for the primordial bloodline. The moment Xiaobai touched the nearest statue, a torrent of memories surged forth from 100,000 years ago, revealing that the original Shinnong martial ancestor had, in order to seal the Lord of Desolation, forged his kin into the cores of weapons. At this moment, it was not only the weapons that awakened, but also the 72 vengeful battle souls. The skeletal spirit of Yaochen suddenly mutated, coalescing into the first-generation specter among the statues. You honor, awaken them with the purest fire of the world. Xiaoyan's 3,000 flames transformed into chains, yet they were countered by the planar fragments within the statue's chest. The system's interface flickered wildly. Warning. Planar origin pollution level at 79. Immediate action recommended. I recommend you shut up. Xiaobai shattered the interface, plunging the Shinnong Ho into his own chest. The blood of the emperor mingled with the chaotic fire seed, forming a towering totem of the agricultural deity in the void. With my essence, I offer tribute to the heroic spirits. In that instant, the totem illuminated. The 72 statues simultaneously froze. Medusa's abdominal Tai Chi diagram detached, transforming into dual fires of yin and yang entwined around the Xiao siblings. Children, guide the battle souls back to their rightful places. Suddenly, Xiao Qinglian's pure spirit fire was extinguished, her pupils transforming into radiant gold. Xiao Fontian's god-slaying flames surged uncontrollably, resonating with the nearest statue. Lin Dong wielded his halberd to sever the energy channels, revealing a warning from the martial ancestor within the Azure Dragon Blade aura. These battle souls seek to seize rebirth. The statues abruptly redirected their focus, as the planar fragments reorganized within the purest fire seed. Xiaoyan's poisonous miasma morphed into chains, dragging the 72 planar origins into the roots of the world tree. After a hearty meal, one must rest. As the smoke dissipated, the crown of the world tree revealed the memories of the original Shinnong. Within the scene, the first martial ancestor brandished a bloody war spear, standing atop the corpse of one who bore his likeness. It turns out that the so-called Lord of Desolation is, in fact, a twin of the Shinnong clan. Medusa gently caressed the newly formed diagram on her abdomen. My lord, our child is the new god-slaying weapon. Xiaobai crushed the reviving planar fragments, which reflected a terrifying future where the adult Xiao Fantian wielded a bronze statue, trampling upon the pure spirit fire of Xiao Qinglian. Chapter 37. The dawn of reincarnation. The city of Wutan was shrouded in a faint purple morning mist, with dew condensing upon the bluestone slabs of the Xiao family's martial arena. Xiao Zhan sat regally on the high platform, his fingers tracing the tiger head carvings of the armrest, a gesture he had repeated for 17 years. Yet today he suddenly felt a warmth in his palm, as delicate golden lines emerged from the depths of the carvings. Ding! Anomalous temporal anchor point detected. Activation of correction protocol. Current planar stability, 61. Residual desolation pollution, 73. The void rippled, and Xiao Bai's figure solidified in the shadows of the city gate, his fingers entwined with a translucent causal line, one strand connecting to the black-robed youth in the martial arena. Yuaner possesses the essence of the purest fire seed? Suner gently caressed her emerald earrings. The ancient clan's secret treasure, the Lingxi pendant, now radiating an eerie black glow. She gazed at Xiao Yan's back, as fragments of past memories pierced her mind like needles. Collapsing star realms, and cradling a twin-born nine-colored imperial python, brother Xiao Yan. The girl suddenly exclaimed. Xiao Bai's pupils constricted. That liquid gold was unmistakably diluted remnants of the desolation origin. I found you. The void split, revealing a scarlet eye, and a divine shadow resembling Xiao Bai chuckled softly. With a gentle flick of his finger, the golden liquid within Xiao Zhan transformed into chains, ensnaring Xiao Yan. This debt of god-slaying must be repaid. The sacred flame of heavenly destruction surged from Xiao Yan's 7 orifices, coalescing into a fiery lotus in the void. The ethereal form of Medusa emerged from the heart of the lotus, her serpentine tail entwining the golden chains. Husband, the timelines of our children have been altered. Xiao Bai shattered the void, and the divine farmer's hoe pierced through the divine shadow. At the moment of collision, the entire city of Wutan shattered like glass, revealing a grotesque assembly of bronze giants behind it. These god-slaying weapons, which should have been obliterated, were now reformed by the flesh and blood of the Xiao family. Father. Elder Yao ignited his soul, urging the bone spirit's cold fire, as the pale flames revealed the bronze farming tools of the first divine farmer. Buyer. Sever the misaligned causality with this. Warning. Time paradox detected. Forced activation of time lock. Suddenly, Xiao Qinglian transformed into a streak of light and vanished into Sunure's body. The girl's emerald earrings burst forth with a purifying blue light. Brother Xiao Yan. Catcher spark. The sacred flame of heavenly destruction merged with the source of purification, forming a chaotic vortex within Xiao Yan's dantian. The characters for heavenly destruction on the Xuanzhong ruler metamorphosed into ancient symbols of the divine farmer clan, as the golden liquid within Xiao Zhan completely evaporated, and the timeline of Wutan began to reshape. Ding. Ultimate mission triggered, sowing a new era. Option 1. Annihilate the current timeline, purification rate 100. Option 2. Cultivate the source of the spark, success rate unknown. Xiao Bai's divine farmer's hoe pierced the core of the star map, and the chaotic spark flowed through Xiao Yan's energy channels. I choose the third path. The time in Wutan resumed its flow, and the Xiao family members, in their days, forgot the anomalies. Only Suner clutched the spirit jade pendant, which had developed cracks, as it housed half a petal of the purifying lotus deep within. Beneath the waterfall on the back mountain, Xiao Yan wiped the Xuanzhong ruler, as the chaotic vortex within him quietly turned. Elder Yao's voice carried a note of astonishment. Little one, did you just see a figure in white planting trees in the starry sky? The youth scratched his head and chuckled, attributing it to fatigue from training. Chapter 38. The spark ignites. Ding. Deserted pollution detected. Emergency purification activated. Acquired fragment of the source of purification. Unlocked basic purification permissions. Current plane pollution value, 07. Host synchronization rate, 61. Ripples spread across the void, solidifying Xiao Bai's figure behind the pillars of the ancestral hall. The threads of causality entwined around his fingertips trembled violently, 3 of which were connected to Xiao Zhan, the third elder, and Suner. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's left eye ignited with pure blue flame, while his right eye swirled with the flame of God-slaying. The Xuanzhong ruler flew into his palm autonomously, its body transforming into the battle standard of the divine farmer clan. What power is this? Elder Yao groaned within the storage ring, feeling the bone spirit's cold fire being suppressed. Little one, something within you is awakening. Xiaozhan abruptly stood, shattering the armrests of his chair, as the golden liquid coalesced into a dagger aimed at his son's heart. Wretched spawn. Ding! The emerald earrings exploded into dust, and a 9-colored imperial python's phantom enveloped Suner. As the serpent's tail swept past the golden dagger, the girl's memories surged back. Uncle Xiao Bai, assist me. The pillars of the ancestral hall collapsed with a thunderous crash, as Xiao Bai's divine farmer's hoe pierced through Xiao Zhan's chest. Without a splash of blood, only a liquid of gilded hue struggled as if alive. How dare you destroy my broadcast? Suner formed seals with her hands, a pure azure light enveloping the entire city. Ancient Emperor Mirror, manifest. The void tore open, revealing not the treasured artifact of the ancient clan, but a blood-stained fragment of primordial agricultural tools. Warning. Ancient clan contamination source detected. Immediate purification is advised. Xiaoyan suddenly emitted a non-human howl, the bronze patterns on his right arm spreading to his neck. The Xian heavy ruler erupted with the god-slaying flame, cleaving a fissure into the celestial battlefield. On the other side of the crack, 72 bronze giants knelt on one knee. Atop the throne they guarded lay a woman, mirroring Suner's appearance, a shard of emerald embedded in her brow. Mother. Suner's consciousness trembled violently, the memories of her past life fully awakening. The ancient clan saintess, the original vessel of the pure world's fire seed, had been refined into a barren mother body. Xiao Bai's Shenong Ho resonated with the throne, fragments of the agricultural tool soaring toward Xiao Yan. The young man's right arm suddenly cracked, revealing a subcutaneous mechanical structure beneath his flesh. So, I am the key? The medicinal elder burned his remnant soul, the bone spirit's cold fire forming the primordial Shenong's phantom. Buyer, this is a dual-time trap. The phantom pointed toward Suner, within whom lay the dormant true emerald shard that suddenly fused, reflecting the truth of 100,000 years ago. The primordial Shenong and the ancient clan saintess were siblings, who, in sealing the Baron, had refined themselves into the pure world's twins. At this moment, Xiao Yin and Suner were the reincarnated vessels of their tainted bloodline. The pure world's fire seed detached from Xiao Bai's body, merging into the bronze patterns on Xiao Yin's right arm. The god-slaying flame intertwined with the azure lotus purifying fire, coalescing into twin fiery wings behind the youth. The gilded liquid completely evaporated, and the miniature giants within the residence of Wutan City simultaneously disintegrated. Suner embraced the unconscious Xiao Yan, the phantom of the 9-colored imperial python resonating with the mother on the throne. Uncle Xiao Bai, there is still half a core of barrenness within mother. Xiao Bai gazed at the starry sky, where the cold laughter of a divine king's phantom emerged. This sowing had only just begun. 3 months later, on the back mountain of the Xiao family, Xiao Yin wiped the transformed Xian heavy ruler, the ruler now inscribed with the words pure world. The voice of the medicinal elder carried a note of concern. Little one, what is the fire seed vortex in your Dantian nurturing? The youth ignited azure flames at his fingertips. As the flames touched the wild grasses on the ground, they unexpectedly transformed into miniature bronze plants. With each practice, he could hear the whispers of barrenness. Outside Wutan City, in the desolate mountains, gilded liquid seeped from rock crevices, forming a man resembling Xiao Bai. He caressed the newly born bronze giant, with the shard of Suner's shattered emerald embedded in its chest. Father, this time you cannot prevent the sowing. Deep within the starry sky, on the newly sprouted branches of the primordial divine tree, tiny black spots quietly emerged. Chapter 39. The initial appearance of seed devouring. Outside Wutan City, a torrential rain poured down. Raindrops struck the bronze plants, emitting a crisp metallic sound. Xiao Yin stood before a cave, holding an oiled paper umbrella, its surface corroded with countless holes. The rainwater from this storm carried a faint golden aura of barrenness. It was the 7th day. The boy opened his palm, catching raindrops that condensed into miniature bronze patterns upon his skin. The chaotic vortex within the Dantian suddenly reversed its rotation, voraciously devouring the encroaching desolation. Master Yao, The bone spirit cold fire within the Reinai ring is violently trembling. Yao's voice tightened. Hold your breath. There is something resonating 3 miles to the northwest. The Xuanzhong ruler abruptly shot forth autonomously, the words glowing in azure brilliance. Xiao Yin glided upon the ruler, and the bronze flora he passed recoiled, carving charred ravines into the ground, where roots entwined with golden blood vessels as thick as an infant's arm. Deep within the mountain hollow, a bronze flower bud, 10 zhang in diameter, slowly unfurled. Suspended at its core was the distorted visage of Xiao Ning, whose lower half had merged with the plant. Golden liquid coursing through the veins. Xiao Yin has joined us. What kind of wicked sorcery is this? At the moment the Xuanzhong ruler struck down, the flower bud erupted in a spray of golden mist. The azure lotus fire in Xiao Yin's left eye instinctively shielded him, yet upon contact with the mist, it mutated into a purplish-black hue, the bronze patterns on his right arm sprawling like a living entity to his collarbone. Ding. Embryonic Devourer detected. Activating Emergency Purification. Acquired Desolation Devourer Codex. Unlocking Primary Devourer Permissions. Host Synchronization Rate decreased to 53. Pollution Resistance at 20. In the underground chamber of the Ancestral Hall, Sun Air's fingertips were entwined with emerald shards. The ethereal form of the 9-colored Emperor Python coiled upon the bronze cauldron, within which the blood of the Shao clan boiled. As the 7th droplet of blood fell into the cauldron, the liquid suddenly congealed into the outline of Xiao Bai. Indeed, Uncle Zhao's bloodline is the purest. Miss Sun Air. The 3rd elder requests an audience. A maid's voice echoed from outside the door. The bronze cauldron suddenly toppled, the blood transforming into chains that ensnared the maid's neck. The moment the 3rd elder entered, his pupils filled with golden light. Your Highness the Saintess, the sowing progress has reached 37. The emerald shard pierced Sun Air's palm, and a spectral image of her mother emerged behind her. Inform your master. With a gentle flick of her fingertip, the 3rd elder's head exploded like a ripe fruit. Should you dare impersonate a member of the Shao clan again, that shall be your fate. Deep within the earth's veins, Xiao Bai's divine farmer's hoe erupted with blinding azure light. The totem drawn by the hoe resonated with the bronze patterns on Xiao Yan's right arm. The youth suddenly emitted a pained roar as golden tendrils extended from the chaotic vortex, consuming the entire bronze flower bud. Master Yao ignited his remnant soul to summon the bone spirit cold fire. And amidst the stark white flames appeared the warning specter of the 1st-generation divine farmer. The awakening of the devourer requires a pure bloodline. By air, that girl. Suddenly, the void split open, revealing an emerald passageway, through which Sun Air emerged, carrying the unconscious Xiaozhan. The ethereal form of the 9-colored Emperor Python expelled its vital blood, pouring it upon the patterns of Xiao Yan's right arm. In the name of the ancient clan Saintess, I summoned the twin contract. The heartbeat of the golden heart ceased abruptly. The chaotic vortex behind Xiao Yin suddenly detached, coalescing into a bronze phantom resembling Xiao Bai. Father. This is the perfect devourer. The moment the divine farmer's hoe pierced the phantom, all bronze flora in Wutan City simultaneously erupted. A river of pale gold liquid surged, flooding into the depths of the Shao clan's ancestral hall, where an embryo, 100 zhang in diameter, emerged, its surface veins entwined with the spirit tablets of the Shao clan's ancestors. It turned out that the Shao clan was merely a branch of the divine farmer lineage, guarding not the relics of the Dou Emperor, but rather a bronze coffin sealing the desolation devourer. Warning. The maturity level of the devouring seed embryo stands at 89. It is advised to eliminate it immediately. Xiao Bai's divine farming hoe lunged toward the embryo, only to be thwarted by the suddenly awakened Xiaozhan. Within the man's chest, a shrunken gilded heart throbbed. Brother, this is the long-awaited opportunity for the Shao clan. Sun Air embraced the weakened youth. As the scales of the 9-colored Emperor Python began to shed, Uncle Xiao Bai, the memories left by my mother reveal that she trembled while pointing at the embryo. This devouring seed requires the sacrifice of twins. On a mountaintop 100 miles away, the shadow of the god king gently caressed the newly born bronze giant statue. Embedded within the emerald fragments on the statue's chest lay a fragment of the souls of Xiao Yin and Sun Air. Father, the sowing you could not accomplish back, then shall be continued by me. On the new branches of the primordial divine tree, black spots had spread into a grotesque totem of the devouring seed. Chapter 40. The cry of the devouring seed. Dark clouds loomed over the sky of Wutan City. As the cries of the bronze embryo pierced through the heavens, the foundation of the Shao family ancestral hall crumbled, and a gilded heart, 100 feet in diameter, burst forth from the earth, its surface entwined with blood vessels that rooted themselves in the dantians of every member of the Shao clan. Xiao Yin knelt amidst the ruins. The bronze patterns on his right arm slithered like a living serpent, while the azure lotus fire in his left eye had been stained a dark golden hue. Alert. Cross-dimensional contamination detected. Activating ultimate defense. Acquired time-space anchoring map. Unlocking dimension separation permissions. Host synchronization rate plummets to 39. Immediate severance of bloodline connection is advised. Suddenly, the emerald fragment at Sun Er's fingertip melted as the phantom of the nine-colored Emperor Python coiled around Xiao Yan's neck. Brother Xiao Yan, forgive me. The serpent's tail swept across the youth's right arm, violently tearing away the bronze patterns and causing a string of gilded blood droplets to fall. The moment the blood droplets hit the ground, the flow of time throughout Wutan City drastically slowed by 1,000-fold. An emerald passage unfolded behind Sun Er, revealing the spectral image of an ancient imperial tomb at its end. This is the true source of the pure fire of the world. With the blood of the holy maiden of the ancient clan, we shall offer a sacrifice to the imperial tomb. Sun Er cut her wrist, and the pale golden blood coalesced into the shape of a key. Suddenly, the chaotic vortex in Xiao Yan's dantian erupted, devouring the key. Sun Er, hurry! The words pure world exploded from the Xianzhong Qi, transforming the cries of the bronze embryo into sinister laughter. Xiaozhan crawled from the ruins. The gilded heart within his chest split into 72 pieces, each reflecting scenes of destruction from different dimensions. The 1,000-year glory of the Xiao clan shall be realized today. As the coffin lid was lifted, the spiritual energy of the entire star domain rolled back. A mist of gilded blood spouted from the wound on Xiao Yan's right arm, coalescing in the void into a miniature primordial divine tree, adorned not with fruits, but with countless struggling human souls. It turns out I am the vessel. The youth suddenly comprehended, as the Xianzhong Qi pierced through his chest. The pure fire of the world collided with the god-slaying flame at the heart, and the erupting energy temporarily halted the growth of the embryo. Sun Er grasped Xiao Yan's hand, plunging it into the gilded heart. The emerald passage resonated with the ancient imperial tomb, and amidst the bursting azure light appeared images from 100,000 years ago. The first generation of the divine farming siblings embraced in self-detonation, sealing the Lord of Desolation at the roots of the primordial divine tree. It is time to repay the debt. The shadow of the God King emerged from the core of the embryo, bearing an appearance indistinguishable from Xiao Bai. With a wave of his hand, the members of the Xiao family burst into clouds of blood mist, each puff condensing into miniature bronze giant statues. Father, you sacrificed me to save the world. It is time for that debt to be repaid. Having traced the origin, he ignited the primal source, seizing one of its tributaries, and thrust Xiao Yan and Sun Er into the ancient emperor's tomb. Children, rewrite the conclusion. 3 years hence, at the rear mountains of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan cradled the azure lotus fire seed in his palm, while Sun Er gently caressed her jade earrings. The 4 characters purifying the world and burning the heavens inscribed on the Xuanzhong glimmered with a chaotic radiance, reflecting the pillar of origin deep in the starry sky. Brother Xiao Yan, last night I dreamt of the figure in white again. Sun Er pointed to the budding azure lotus. He referred to this seedling as starfire. The youth pressed the fire seed into the roots of the sapling. As the azure lotus blossomed, the cries of every newborn in Wutan City resonated with a strand of the purest celestial fire. On the other side of the starry sky, cracks began to quietly emerge on the surface of the pillar of origin as a dormant will whispered, "Continue to sow." Chapter 41. Anomaly of the azure lotus. On the outskirts of Wutan City, the leaves of the starfire azure lotus stirred without wind. Xiao Yan held the heart of the lotus fire seed, its azure flames flickering in the night, casting an eerie bronze shadow. Suddenly, Sun Er's jade earring shattered, its fragments crystallizing in the air into a miniature star map, where a certain point resonated with the azure lotus. Brother Xiao Yan, this fire seed is absorbing Do Qi. Sun Er exclaimed as the phantasm of the 9-colored imperial python entwined around her fingertip suddenly stiffened. Its serpent eyes reflecting the depths of the earth, countless golden roots were sprawling along the azure lotus S-root system. Each tip coiled around a bronze embryo the size of a newborn's fist. Ding. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected. Secondary purification protocol activated. Acquired starfire observation log. Unlocking route tracing permissions. Current plane pollution value, 003. Starfire synchronization rate, 71. Ripples emerged in the void, and the ethereal figure of Xiao Bai, which should have dissipated, solidified beside the azure lotus. His form was semi-transparent like glass, as the light dust from the Shinong Ho seeped into the soil. Yener. This azure lotus is autonomously evolving the laws of this plane. At the moment the Xuanzhong cleaved the ground, the golden roots surged forth like serpents. The 4 characters purifying the world and burning the heavens burst forth in azure light, yet were tainted with bronze rust upon contact with the roots. Suddenly, A dark golden flame ignited in Xiao Yan's left eye, and the devouring patterns that should have been stripped away materialized on his right arm. Old medic. I can no longer suppress it. The cold fire within the spatial ring abruptly froze, and the voice of the old medic came in fragmented bursts. Be cautious. The roots are connected. The ground collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a bronze tree hollow that plunged 100 fathoms deep. The walls of the hollow were adorned with the spirit tablets of the Shao clan's ancestors, each exuding a golden liquid. The phantasm of Sun Air's 9-colored imperial python suddenly went berserk, its tail splashing starfire as it swept past the spirit tablets. Is this the resting place of my clan S. Sanctus? At the deepest recess of the hollow, a jade coffin, 10 yards in diameter, floated in midair. The lid was intricately carved with a relief of the first Shinnong embracing the ancient clan S. Sanctus, their chests pierced by their respective life weapons, the Shinnong Ho and the jade sword, with a shard of Sun Air's earring embedded in the sword's hilt. The moment Sun Air touched the coffin, the jade sword abruptly unsheathed. Where its light swept, the golden roots withered entirely. Yet it etched bloodstains upon the devouring patterns on Xiao Yan's right arm. The twins cannot coexist. The Shinnong Ho of the Shao by phantasm suddenly pivoted, plunging into Xiao Yan's back. The azure lotus fire ignites along the Ho's handle, and a chaotic vortex behind the youth solidifies into the throne of starfire. Father, do you even scheme against my shadow? At the moment the throne of starfire rises, the entire azure lotus transforms into a hue of emerald. 72 ethereal bronze giants manifest on either side of the throne, their weapons aimed menacingly at Xiao Yan. Patricide must be punished. This is the trial of the first generation. The phantom of Xiao Bai gradually dissipates, and the last remnants of light seep into the Xianzhong. Yenner, the true essence of starfire lies upon the throne. The elder pharmacist, burning his remaining soul, ignites the cold fire of bone spirit, revealing a primordial scene within the chilling white flames. The starfire azure lotus is not a new birth, but rather the head of the desolate lord, severed by the first divine farmer 100,000 years ago. At this moment, the twin's body within the emerald coffin suddenly opens its eyes. Golden liquid oozing from its 7 orifices, coalescing into a divine king's phantom resembling Xiao Bai. My son, you have finally reached this juncture. The throne of starfire erupts with blinding brilliance, as the chaotic vortex behind Xiao Yin engulfs the entire bronze tree hollow. Sooner, wielding an emerald sword, thrusts toward the divine king's phantom, yet the blade melts upon contact. Brother Xiao Yin, he is altering the essence of starfire. The Xianzhong suddenly slips from his grasp, its body entwining with the azure lotus roots as it plunges into the throne. The intricate patterns on Xiao Yan's right arm fade away, replaced by the divine farmer's totem rendered in starfire. Father, is this truly your grand design? 3 months later, at the back mountains of the Shao clan, where the azure lotus roots extend, withered flora regains its vitality. Xiao Yan wipes the transformed Xianzhong, now adorned with the characters for starfire. The elder pharmacist's voice carries a note of concern. Little one, the starfire vortex within your dantian is nurturing a new realm. The youth lightly touches the void with his fingertips, and a miniature star map emerges in azure light. With each practice, he can hear the sound of the divine tree's growth. Deep beneath where the emerald coffin lies, the sealed golden liquid quietly seeps forth. A phantom resembling Suner caresses the newly born azure lotus, golden threads entwining her fingertips, connecting to the starfire vortex. Brother, let us try a different approach this time. Chapter 42. The Azure Lotus Catastrophe. The leaves of the starfire azure lotus flutter autonomously, shimmering with an enigmatic bronze luster beneath the night sky. Xiao Yin sits cross-legged upon the lotus platform, cradling the flickering starfire vortex in his palms, twisting the surrounding spiritual energy into spirals. Suddenly, the newly replaced emerald pendant on Suner's earlobe cracks, the shards coalescing in midair into a blood-red star map, resonating with a point of the azure lotus roots. Brother Xiao Yan, the earth's veins are trembling. The 9-colored imperial python phantom entwined around Suner's fingertips suddenly stiffens, its serpent eyes reflecting the subterranean scene. The once pure azure lotus roots are now covered in golden patterns, each pattern's end coiling around chrysalis-like bronze embryos. Faint heartbeats emanating from within. Ding. Abnormal life wave detected. Ecological purification protocol activated. Acquired azure lotus ecological map. Unlocking source annihilation permissions. Starfire synchronization rate has decreased to 63. Pollution resistance threshold warning. Ripples emerge in the void as the phantom of Xiao Bai solidifies beside the lotus platform. His translucent fingertips lightly touch the azure lotus leaves, the light dust of the divine farmer seeping into the leaf veins. Yenner, These embryos are replicating the devouring seed evolution chain. The moment the Xian Zhong cleaves the ground, the golden roots surge forth as if alive. The characters burst forth with a radiant azure glow, yet upon touching the roots, they were marred by the tarnish of bronze rust. A dark golden flame ignited in Xiao Yan's left eye, while the starfire totem on his right arm twisted into a pattern resembling devouring vines. Old Yao. The roots are consuming the starfire in reverse. Suddenly, the cold fire of the bone spirit within the spatial ring froze. And Old Yao's voice came through in intermittent bursts. Beware, the roots are connected to the ancient emperor. With a sharp sound, the gilded roots pierced through Xiao Yan's ankle, tainting the starfire vortex with a pale gold hue. Sun Er's emerald sword swept through, severing the roots. Yet from the cut emerged a phantom resembling an ancestor of the Xiao family. Why has the saintess betrayed? Deep within the depths of the azure lotus roots, an emerald coffin, 100 feet in diameter, re-emerged. The twin sculptures on the coffin's lid exuded a liquid of gilded hue, and the right arm of the first divine farmer morphed into bronze vines, tightly entwining around the neck of the ancient clan saintess. Mother. The moment Sun Er touched the sculpture, the emerald sword slipped from her grasp. The blade embedded itself into the saintess's heart, yet what erupted was not blood, but countless writhing gilded roots. So it turns out our clan saintess is the mother of the devouring seeds. The remnant soul of Xiao Bai drove the divine farmer's hoe into the coffin's crevice, and the light dust released reflected the truth from 100,000 years ago. The first divine farmer, in an effort to suppress the devouring seeds, had no choice but to seal his polluted younger sister within the coffin. The locked core of that coffin was the emerald earrings passed down through generations. Thus, the shattered starfire totem on Xiao Yan's right arm, exposing the bronze mechanical meridians beneath the skin, was the key to unlocking the final seal. The emerald coffin burst open with a thunderous sound, and the body of the ancient clan's saintess floated upwards. A severed arm of the first divine farmer was embedded in her chest, the bronze vines extending from its end seamlessly connecting with the azure lotus roots. Suddenly, the starfire vortex in Xiao Yan's dantian erupted, transforming into chains that coiled around the saintess's body. Father, is this your scheme? Warning. Temporal contamination detected. Activating ultimate isolation. Acquired temporal lock diagram. Unlocking dimensional cutting permissions. Starfire synchronization rate has fallen below critical threshold. Immediate annihilation of the host is advised. Sun Er's 9-colored Imperial Python Phantom suddenly retaliated, its tail wrapping around Xiao Yan's neck. Brother Xiao Yan, I am sorry. Within the serpent's eyes reflected the image of the saintess slowly opening her gilded eyes. The lotus platform of the starfire and azure lotus suddenly inverted, dragging everyone into the universe of the roots. Countless bronze embryos cried out in succession, each bearing the likeness of Xiao Yan and Sun Er. The saintess's gilded hair danced without wind, with the ends of her strands connecting to all the embryos. Brother, your bloodline has finally matured. The remnant soul of Xiao Bai solidified, the divine farmer's hoe piercing through the saintess's chest. Yenner, now? The characters exploded, and pure primordial starfire erupted from the azure lotus roots. Xiao Yan's mechanical meridians on his right arm disintegrated inch by inch, and the starfire reformed into the totem of the divine farmer's clan. In my name, seal. 3 months later, the azure lotus roots entwined to form an emerald cage. Xiao Yan knelt before the saintess's body, the starfire condensing in his palm into a miniature coffin. Sun Er gently caressed the newly acquired emerald earrings, within which lay a half-strand of gilded hair. Brother Xiao Yan, Mother's heartbeat continues. Deep within the earth, a bronze embryo that was meant to be sealed suddenly cracked open. A spectral figure resembling Xiao Bai caresses the surface of an embryo. Golden threads entwined around its fingertips connecting to the starlit vortex. Father, do you believe severing bloodlines can halt the sowing? Beyond the starry sky, a bronze lotus quietly blossoms amidst the fissures of the foundational pillar. Chapter 43. The seed of annihilation. The roots of the starlit azure lotus intertwine into an emerald prison. As Xiao Yan's fingertips trace the cracks on the heavy ruler, the characters for starlight on the ruler appear dim, rusted, with bronze-colored mycelium writhing deep within each crack. Suddenly, the emerald pendant dangling from Sun Er's earlobe shatters, its fragments coalescing in the air, resonating with the bronze lotus beyond the prison at the center of a blood-red star map. Brother Xiao Yan, Mother's consciousness is awakening. Sun Er's palm exudes a 9-colored blood bead, which drips onto the brow of the saintly corpse. The golden liquid unexpectedly flows backward, and the severed arm of the original ancestor embedded in the corpse's chest begins to regenerate flesh and blood. Brother, you cannot ultimately confine me. Ding. Detected transdimensional life fluctuations. Activating Annihilation Protocol. Acquired Annihilation Seed Blueprint. Unlocking causal obliteration authority. Starfire synchronization rate reduced to 0. Pollution resistance permanently locked. The void twists into a spiral. As the remnant soul of Shao Bai solidifies beside the severed arm, the translucent Shenong Ho pierces the regenerating flesh. Yet the dust of light emitted by the Ho's blade is devoured instead. Yin air, this is cross-dimensional pollution erosion. The right arm of the saintly corpse suddenly transforms into bronze vines, the tips splitting open like the jaws of an eel. At the moment the heavy ruler strikes down, the surface of the vines reveals the faces of generations of the Shao family's ancestors. How dare you slay your forebears? Sun Air's 9-colored imperial python phantom suddenly goes berserk, its tail sweeping across the emerald prison. Golden liquid seeps from the cracks, forming a spectral figure identical to Shao Bai, sister. It is time to complete the sewing from 100,000 years ago. Mother! Sun Air screams as she thrusts forth the emerald sword. Yet the sword's tip pierces Xiao Yan's chest, the starfire totem behind the youth twisting into a bronze gear, perfectly meshing with the deformed arm of the saintly corpse. A rift in time and space opens amidst the blood rain, revealing the battlefield of annihilation from 100,000 years ago. The remains of the original Shenong are pierced by bronze vines, while the hearts of the ancient clan's saintly maiden are impaled by a fragment of the Shenong Ho. The remains of this brother and sister form a peculiar cross-dimensional pollution matrix. Do you see? The spectral king caresses the hair of the saintly corpse, claiming that purification is merely a sowing ritual of a higher dimension. Suddenly, the remnant soul of Shao Bai ignites, the Shenong Ho transforming into a stream of light and merging into the heavy ruler. The characters for Starlight on the ruler explode. The emerging azure light revealing a terrifying truth. The starlit azure lotus is not a newly born realm, but the severed head of the desolate lord. Its roots connected to the seed embryos that devour all time and space. Father, is this what you call hope? Xiao Yan's right arm shatters, the starlit vortex collapsing into a black hole. Are we merely petri dishes? The bronze vines of the saintly corpse suddenly grow wildly, piercing the emerald prison and reaching for the heavens. Over the city of Wutan, dark clouds are torn apart, revealing the bronze lotus blooming on the surface of the foundational pillar, each petal enveloping a distorting realm. Warning: the maturity of the annihilation seed is at 99. Immediate obliteration of the host is recommended. The black hole in Xiao Yan's Dantian suddenly reverses, simultaneously consuming the saintly corpse and the spectral king. The spectral image of Sun'er's 9-colored imperial python dissipated with a mournful wail as the emerald sword shattered inch by inch. Brother Xiao Yan, sever the causal chain. 3 months later, the outskirts of Wutan City lay in a desolate wasteland. Xiao Yan knelt amidst the ashes of the green lotus, cradling a pure ember in his palm. Sun'er gently caressed her flat abdomen, where faint waves of purification throbbed. Brother Xiao Yan, he has inherited the essence of the starfire, yet the devouring seed remains. The youth pointed towards the depths of the ashes, where a tender bronze sprout was breaking through the soil. Its tip split open like the jaws of a 7-gilled eel, exhaling pure starfire. This is the true seed of annihilation. Beyond the starry sky, the fissures in the pillar of origin had completely healed. The surface of the pillar revealed an emerald relief, the first divine farmer weeping in embrace with the saintess of the ancient clan, their chests adorned with intertwined bronze lotus flowers. The spectral image of the god king chuckled softly at the heart of the lotus, golden threads spiraling from his fingertips, connecting with the embryos of countless dimensions. Father, in the end, you have cultivated for me the most perfect seedbed. Chapter 44. The trial of the ancient palace. The roots of the starfire green lotus spread wildly beneath the earth, while the chaotic ember entwined about Xiao Yan's fingertips flickered erratically. The bronze sprout outside the emerald cage had grown to 3 zhang, its tip splitting open to reveal a mouth akin to a 7-gilled eel, from which the starfire erupted, interwoven with golden threads. Suddenly, the new emerald pendant on Sun'er's earlobe cracked, its fragments coalescing into a blood-red star map. Brother Xiao Yan, these sprouts are replicating the evolution chain of the devouring seed. Ding. Cross-dimensional contamination detected. Ancient Emperor Protocol activated. Acquired key to the first trial. Unlocking bloodline purification permissions. Ripples spread across the void, and the fading soul of Shao Bai solidified beside the sprout. The translucent divine farmer's hope pierced the root of the sprout, and the light dust that seeped in reflected the phantom of the bronze ancient palace. Yenner, the first trial has commenced ahead of schedule. The emerald cage suddenly trembled, as 72 bronze giants erupted from the earth. Each giant bore the ancestral spirit of the Shao family embedded in its chest. Golden liquid seeping from the crevices of the tablets, forming chains that coiled around Xiao Yan's limbs. The aberrant seed shall return to the bloodline. Do you dare to claim the title of ancestors? Xiao Yan's right arm swelled with the starfire totem, and the Xuanzhong ruler shattered the nearest giant. In the instant the spirit tablet exploded, the spectral image of Xiao Zhan emerged from the golden liquid, his heart pulsating with a malevolent light. Yin'er, become the new mother body. The spectral image of Suner's nine-colored imperial python suddenly retaliated, its tail sweeping across the image of Xiao Zhan. Uncle Zhao's bloodline has been tainted. She pierced her chest with her emerald sword, infusing the starfire green lotus with her nine-colored essence. In the name of the ancient clan Saintus, I unseal. The roots of the green lotus entwined into an emerald passage, at the end of which appeared the bronze ancient palace. The palace door was engraved with a relief of the first divine farmer embracing the Saintus, their weapons intersecting to cradle Xiao Yan's chaotic ember. The hoe of the divine farmer's fading soul inserted into the keyhole. Yin'er, this is the final opportunity to purify the bloodline. Suspended within the ancient palace were 9 levels of trial platforms, each flowing with golden liquid. On the first level, the skeletal spirit of the medicine elder materialized in a cold flame. Little one, use the burning technique to devour the barren essence here. The moment Xiao Yan stepped onto the platform, the golden liquid transformed into the devouring seed army from 100,000 years past. The word starfire erupted from the Xuanzhong ruler, as the green lotus fire seed coalesced into the phantom of the first divine farmer. Xiao clan bloodline, eradicate all evils. On the 7th trial platform, the lifeless body of the ancient clan's holy maiden floated in the air. The initial severed arm embedded in her chest suddenly activated, and bronze vines ensnared Xiao Yan's neck. Brother, your descendant shall ultimately become my vessel. The emerald passage cracked inch by inch as Xiao Yan roared amidst the inferno. Each cluster of flames illuminated scenes of destruction from various timelines. Wutan City turned to scorched earth. The starfire green lotus devoured the vast expanse, and the phantom of the god king sat upon a throne of bones. This was the true essence of the trial. The remnants of Xiao Bai's soul burned away, and the final glimmer of light seeped into Xiao Yan's pupils, revealing the original sin within his bloodline. Suddenly, Suner leaped into the inferno, merging with the phantom of the 9-colored imperial python and the holy maiden's remains. Brother Xiao Yan, I shall bear this cause and effect for you. The tips of her hair began to turn to gold, as the emerald sword shattered inch by inch. Yet the blade inscribed itself into Xiao Yan's chest. With love as the blade, sever the unjust deeds, not the lives. 3 months later, the bronze ancient palace transformed into stardust. Xiao Yan knelt upon the emerald lotus platform, a sword mark left by Suner etched upon his chest. The Xianzhong transformed into a bronze hue, and beside the word starfire, ancient patterns of severing deeds emerged. Deep within the earth, a golden sprout suddenly burst forth, and a phantom resembling Suner gently caressed the newly born embryo. Silly sister, do you think sacrifice can halt the sowing? On the other side of the starry sky, the fissures on the surface of the pillar of origin completely healed, revealing a brand new relief. The first divine farmer held the measuring of severing deeds, standing upon the remains of a pair of twins. The phantom of the god king chuckled softly from deep within the pillar, as golden threads intertwined with Xiao Yan's dantian. Chapter 45. The Inferno of Heavenly Flames. Xiao Yan knelt amidst the ruins of the bronze ancient palace, the emerald sword scar on his chest emanating a ghostly glow. With each heartbeat, it tugged at the starfire and the desolation. The ancient patterns of severing deeds on the Xianzhong were covered in fine cracks, reflecting the twisted bronze lotus in the sky. At the center of that lotus, the phantom of the god king gazed upon Wutan City, golden threads hanging down like spider webs. Suner caressed the sword scar, and the remnant shadow of the 9-colored imperial python flickered at his fingertips. Suddenly, a dull throbbing resonated from beneath the earth, as the roots of the starfire green lotus penetrated the rock layers, entwining around his ankles. The ends of the roots, like insect cocoons, split open to reveal a face resembling Suner by 70%. Brother, why have you forsaken me? Ding. Cross-dimensional resonance detected. Activating the Heavenly Flame Protocol. Acquired Inferno Body Refinement Technique. Unlocking Purifying Essence. Burning Heart Permission. Starfire Synchronization Rate forcibly locked at 100. Pain Perception Amplification at 300. The Void shattered, and the remnant soul of Xiao Bai burned upon the lotus platform. His translucent form was adorned with golden cracks. As the divine farmer's hoe pointed toward the earth's core, Yin'er, the true battlefield lies within the inferno of heavenly flames. The bronze roots enveloped Xiao Yan, plunging him into the earth's core, where a crimson world of surging lava unfolded before him. Suspended within the molten rock were 72 bronze altars, each locking the phantom of an ancestor from the Xiao clan, their chests pierced by golden roots. all connected to a central molten core, surprisingly, a beating bronze heart. Indeed, the bloodline of the Shao clan is the finest nourishment. The phantom of the God King emerged from the heart's surface, golden threads entwining Shao Yan's limbs. Do you not know? The inferno of heavenly flames was prepared as a nursery just for you? In the moment the Xianzhong fell, the lava coalesced into the phantom of the first divine farmer. His right arm transformed into a colossal bronze claw, gripping Shao Yan's crown. Only by enduring the torment of the burning heart can one validate the path of purification. Molten lava morphed into countless fiery needles piercing through his meridians, as starfire and desolation clashed fiercely within his dantian. Shao Yan's skin charred inch by inch, only to be reborn amidst the starfire. The emerald sword mark suddenly burst forth with a radiant azure light, revealing the remnants of Sun Er's memories. Deep within the ancient emperor's tomb, the first saintess was impaled by a fragment of the divine farmer's hoe, its handle inscribed with blood-stained verses proclaiming love's triumph over karma. Thus, Shao Yan held, tearing open his chest to engrave the emerald sword mark upon the surface of the molten core. The gilded heart abruptly ceased its rhythm, while the phantoms of the 72 altars simultaneously lamented. The golden threads of the divine king's apparition began to fray. How dare you wield her fate as a weapon? Warning. Source contamination detected. Activating the final obliteration. The Xuanzhong ruler shattered the ancient runes of karma, coalescing the starfire into Sun Er's ethereal form. She gently touched Shao Yan's forehead, and the nine-colored emperor python coiled around the molten core. Brother Shao Yan, it is time for you to awaken. Suddenly, the lava of the burning heaven inferno began to retract, forming a towering throne of karmic flames behind Shao Yan. The armrests of the throne were adorned with the emerald tears of the first saintess, while the seat was crafted from the bronze thorns of the divine farmer's hoe. The gilded body of the divine king's apparition began to crack, with each fissure oozing starfire. Impossible. How could you inherit the dual sovereignty? This sovereignty is a fundamental error. Shao Yan ascended the throne, stepping upon the fiery stairs. With each footfall, a bronze altar crumbled. The emerald sword mark spread from his chest to his right arm, merging with the starfire into a new totem, half a blue lotus, half a fawn. The remnants of Shao Bai's soul suddenly coalesced, as the divine farmer's hoe pierced the core of the throne. Yan Er, remember this pain. The karmic fire surged up the hoe's handle, refining Shao Yan's flesh and bones into crystal. Amidst the excruciating agony, he glimpsed the truth from 100,000 years prior. The first siblings had turned against one another in a desperate struggle for the title of sower. Deep within the earth, the bronze sprouts withered, save for a solitary seven-colored lotus seedling swaying in the scorched earth. Within the heart of the lotus lay a miniature version of Sun Er's ethereal form, the nine-colored emperor python cocooning her, exhaling faint glimmers of starfire and desolation. Brother Shao Yan, the lotus seedling emits a subtle pulse. Mother's consciousness stirs within the grasp of the divine king. In the depths of the starry sky, the relief of the pillar of origin had already shifted. The divine king's apparition sat upon a throne of bones, treading upon the remnants of the first saintess. The gilded threads entwined around his fingertips connected to the newly birthed chaotic vortex within Shao Yan's dantian. Acquired karmic ashes record unlocking dimensional leap privilege. Warning. The host has become the new sowing vessel. Shao Yan caressed the blue lotus birthmark as karmic fire swirled deeply within his pupils. Sun Er, this time. It is my turn to step into the realm of karma. Chapter 46. The final sowing. This is the authority of the sower. He gazed at the chaotic spark pulsating in his palm, the fiery heart reflecting the figure of the divine king seated upon the throne of bones. Fragments of Sun Er's consciousness flickered within the depths of the spark. The ethereal form of the nine-colored emperor python entwined with a shard of the emerald sword. Brother Shao Yan, Mother's memories are awakening. Ding. Karmic entanglement detected. Activating the final observation. Acquired sower's journal fragment. Unlocking dimensional observation privilege. Starfire synchronization rate has surpassed the critical threshold. Pollution resistance is permanently solidified. The Xuanzhong ruler cleaved through the barriers of time and space as Shao Yan stepped into the battleground of the finality from 100,000 years ago. The remnants of the primordial Shinnong are impaled between the starry expanse by bronze vines, while a fragment of the Shinnong plow is lodged in the heart of the ancient clan's holy maiden. Her golden blood congeals into a transdimensional passage, which astonishingly connects to the present-day city of Wutan. At last, it has arrived. The spectral form of the God King emerges from the maiden's remains, golden threads entwining his fingertips as they penetrate through Shao Yan's chest. Do you comprehend that every incarnation of Shao Yan is a product of sowing experiments? Suddenly, the emerald sword scar erupts with azure light, and remnants of Sunur's consciousness materialize. Grasping the severed reverse scale of the nine-colored imperial python, she plunges it into the golden heart of the maiden's corpse. Mother, rest in peace. Warning. Host has triggered the end protocol. Causal annihilation begins. Starfire Blue Lotus surges from Xiao Yan's 7 orifices, its roots penetrating different dimensions. Each embryo of Xiao Yan across time and space ignites simultaneously, their anguished cries weaving a prelude to destruction in the void. The skeletal throne of the God King begins to carbonize. Madman, how dare you incinerate the scepter of sowing? This has always been the destiny of the Xiao clan. Suddenly, the remnant soul of Xiao by self-destructs, and golden dust merges with the starfire. The emerald sword scar transforms into chains that ensnare the God King as spectral form. Father, it is time to conclude this farce. As the starfire extinguishes, the bronze throne collapses into a singularity. Xiao Yan cradles the remnant of Sunur's consciousness, gazing at the pure star map emerging in the void. Each point of light representing an untainted new realm. The Xuanzhong completely metamorphoses into a bronze seedling, its body entwined with the shedding scales of the nine-colored imperial python. Xiao Yan plants the seedling into his heart, and the blue lotus mark blossoms with pure starfire. The sins of the sower must be concluded by the sower. On the outskirts of Wutan, tender emerald shoots sprout from the scorched earth. Xiaoning kneels beside the newly born starfire blue lotus, her palm pulsating with pure azure energy. Xiaozhan gently caresses the ancestral spirit tablet in the shrine, the golden taint faded into bronze rust. Yenner, is this the new life you have earned? Deep within the starry expanse, the relief of the pillar of origin disintegrates into dust. In an untainted dimension, the wail of an infant pierces the night sky. The child's brow ignited with the blue lotus seed, the spectral form of the nine-colored imperial python entwined around the emerald swaddling. The final echoes of Xiao Bai dissipate within the starfire. Remember, the starfire shall not extinguish. The figure of Xiao Yan fades within the dimensional rift. The Xuanzhong seedling taking root in the void, its leaves flowing with projections from 72 pure timelines. A spectral form resembling Sunur gently caresses the seedling. Emerald tears falling into the void. This time, let me guard the causality. Chapter 47. The starfire rekindles. Ding. Detection of desolate pollution spreading. Activating the ultimate purification protocol. Acquired ancient blue lotus array unlocking dimensional suppression authority. The synchronization rate of starfire has dropped to 58. Pollution resistance threshold is in jeopardy. The void splits open with emerald seams, and the spectral remnant of Xiao Bai solidifies upon the lotus platform. A translucent Shinnong plow pierces the core of the blue lotus, the light dust erupting from the plow blade being corroded by the golden liquid. Yenner. These embryos are replicating the primordial devourers. From deep within the earth, the shrill wailing of infants echoes, and 72 bronze giants emerge from the soil. Each giantess chest is adorned with the spirit tablets of the ancestors of the Xiao clan, golden veins connecting to the central embryo, whose surface astonishingly displays the visage of Sunur in her youth. Mother, is this truly your grand design? Xiao Yan suddenly falls from the rift in the void, his right arm's starfire totem twisting into the patterns of the devourers. The ancient inscriptions of the Xuanzhong are marred with cracks, and the reflects scenes from 100,000 years ago. The sacred maiden of the ancient clan embedded the desolate core into the green lotus, nurturing the mother body with the bloodline of the Xiao clan. Suddenly, the ethereal shadow of Sunur's nine-colored imperial python retaliated, its serpentine eyes transforming into gilded vertical pupils. Brother, become the sower. The emerald sword pierced Xiao Yan's chest, yet the blade flowed with the essence of desolation. Warning. Bloodline contamination detected. Activating causal severance. Acquired fragment of the god-slaying ancient scroll, unlocking bloodline separation privilege. Starfire synchronization rate plummeting to 0. Immediate annihilation of the host is advised. Xiao Bai's Shinnong Ho pierced the embryonic core, and the green lotus root suddenly curled back, dragging everyone into the primordial battlefield. The spectral form of the medicinal elder conjured a cold fire. Fire, sever the twin contract. Medusa ignited her nine-colored essence. As the Taiji diagram on her abdomen transformed into chains, ensnaring Sunur. Husband, the child's heartbeat is consuming desolation. Xiao Yan's right arm, with mechanical veins, began to disintegrate, the starfire coalescing into the primordial Shinnong's ethereal form. Father, is this truly the hope you spoke of? An emerald coffin materialized in the void. The ancient maiden's remains opening their gilded eyes. Her right arm morphed into bronze vines, piercing Xiao Bai's lingering soul. Brother, you have escaped for 100,000 years. Then escaped for another 100,000. Xiao Bai shattered the Shinnong Ho, as the light dust integrated into the green lotus roots. The entire starfire green lotus spontaneously ignited, the purifying flame coursing through the gilded veins in reverse, while 72 colossal statues carbonized amidst piercing shrieks. Fragments of Sunur's consciousness ascended from the sea of flames. The nine-colored imperial python entwining Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, brother, rewrite the ending. 3 months later, emerald sprouts emerged from the scorched earth. Xiaobai cradled the newly born green lotus seed, gazing at the pristine star map materializing in the void, each point of light representing an untainted dimension. Father, there is the breath of mother. Xiaoyan pointed to a fissure in the star map, as the chaotic poison body began absorbing the residual essence of desolation. On the other side of the starry sky, a bronze branch emerged from the cracks of the Pillar of Origin. The ethereal form of the divine king caressed the new embryo, the gilded threads entwining his fingertips connecting to Xiaobai's dantian. Father, the sowing shall never cease. It is now my turn to guard this sowing conclusion. In my name, I will stabilize it. Chapter 48. The Cataclysm of the Green Lotus. The roots of the starfire green lotus writhed as if alive, each tendril flowing with bronze-colored venom. The seed of purification, cradled in Xiaoyan's palm, flickered erratically, emanating fine gilded threads amidst the emerald flames. The remnants of Sunur's consciousness trembled deep within the seed. Brother Xiaoyan. Mother is devouring the essence of starfire. Alert. Cross-dimensional contamination detected. Activating the end protocol. Acquired fragment of the desolation observation log. Unlocking causal interruption privilege. Starfire synchronization rate plummeting to 33. Immediate separation of the host is advised. The void split open with emerald fissures. As the spectral remnant of Xiaobai solidified at the heart of the green lotus, his translucent form was covered in bronze rust. The light dust falling from the Shinong Ho being consumed by the roots. Yinner, this green lotus has become the mother body of desolation. From the depths of the earth's veins came a thunderous heartbeat, as 72 bronze altars erupted from the soil. Each altar bore the gilded spectral forms of the ancestors of the Xiao clan, their dantians pierced by the roots. As the essence of desolation flowed back into the green lotus through the bloodline links, the Xiao clan had, for a millennium, been a nursery of desolation. Xiaoyan's right arm bore the starfire totem, contorting into the patterns of the devouring seed. The Xuanzhong shattered the recently erected altar. In the moment the spiritual position erupted, the ethereal shadow of Xiao Zhan emerged from the liquid gold, his desolate heart within bursting forth with a sinister glow. Yinner, this is our destiny. Suddenly, the spectral form of Sunur's nine-colored emperor python went berserk, its serpentine tail sweeping through the roots of the blue lotus. Mother, do you even wish to devour your own daughter? The emerald sword pierced her brow, as the nine-colored essence nourished the starfire seed. In the name of the Saintess, sever. The scar from the emerald sword spread from Sunur's forehead to the blue lotus roots, causing the entire starfire blue lotus to stiffen abruptly. Xiaobai's remnants burned away, the Shinong Ho transforming into a streak of light that pierced the lotus platform. Yinner, remember the blood and tears of the progenitor. The void revealed scenes from 100,000 years past. The original Shinong implanted the core of the devouring seed into the blue lotus, while the ancient clan's Saintess willingly became the maternal vessel. Their blood and tears coalesced into a warning totem upon the lotus platform. Love as the blade, severing the deeds, not the people. Warning. Host has triggered the final choice. Option 1. Annihilate the blue lotus, extinction of starfire origin. Option 2. Merge with the maternal body, pollution rate 100. Xiaoyan shattered the system's light screen, the Xuanzhong piercing through his own chest. The purest flame seed clashed with the desolate origin at his heart, the erupting energy coalescing into the ethereal form of the original Shinong. Foolish child, why repeat the same mistakes? The starfire blue lotus spontaneously ignited, emerald flames coursing backward through its roots. Each polluted realm shrieked in agony, the desolate embryo carbonizing amidst the inferno. The shadow of the divine king fell from the skeletal throne, his gilded form fracturing inch by inch. Madman, you dare to burn the seeds of authority. This was an error from the outset. Xiaoyan cradled Sunur's fading consciousness fragments, the starfire swirling deep within his eyes. In 3 months, the sins of the Xiao clan would give rise to new life in the scorched earth of Wutan City. Xiao Ning's palm pulsed with fighting spirit, glimmering with emerald hues, while the gilded stains on the family monument faded into bronze rust. Deep within the earth's veins, the starfire sprouts quietly blossomed. A spectral figure resembling Sunur tenderly caressed the leaves, the nine-colored emperor python coiling into a protective totem. This time, it is my turn to wait. On the other side of the starry sky, the fissures in the Pillar of Origin completely healed. The Divine King's shadow chuckled from deep within the column. His fingertips entwined with golden threads connecting to untainted dimensions. The sowing never ceases. I shall bring it to an end. Chapter 49. The Return of Desolation Ding. Detecting planar level pollution. Activating Ultimate Extermination Protocol. Acquired Desolation Extermination Matrix. Unlocked planar incineration rights. Starfire synchronization rate plummets to 33. Immediate evacuation from the current plane is advised. Medusa's true form of the nine-colored Emperor Python suddenly stiffened, the Tai Chi diagram on her abdomen oozing bronze fluid. Husband. The fetus is absorbing the desolate origin. Just as she formed the purification array from her blood essence, it was pierced by bronze vines emerging from the earth. Xiaoyan leaped from the rift in time and space, the Xuanzhong slicing through ancient patterns, radiating azure light. Father, these vines are replicating my bloodline. The Starfire totem on his right arm was being eroded by bronze patterns, each breath expelling fine gilded spores. The void ruptured, creating a gaping maw 1,000 feet wide. As 72 bronze thrones descended around the maternal nest, each clone of Xiaoyan upon the thrones wielded different forms of the Xuanzhong, their gilded hearts pulsating, while the remnants of the nine-colored Emperor Python coiled around their necks. This is the epitome of a perfect sower. The ethereal visage of the God King emerged from the core of the mother nest, with golden threads entwining his fingertips, connecting to the fetus within Medusa's womb. A vessel destined for the bloodline of the Xiao clan. No. Xiaoyan's eyes streamed with blood as the heavy ruler cleaved toward the mother nest. 72 clones simultaneously wielded their rulers, merging the shockwaves of starfire and desolation, rending the entire continent asunder. Warning. The timeline is beginning to collapse. Activating causal anchoring. Acquired reverse time hourglass. Unlocking historical rewrite permissions. Warning. Host traces are about to be erased. An emerald coffin rose in the midst of the battlefield, and the body of the ancient clan Saintess suddenly opened her eyes. The half of the divine plow embedded in her chest transformed into a stream of light, sketching the legendary battle of God slaying upon the void, marking the inception of the sowing ritual. Xiaobai's lingering soul suddenly coalesced, igniting the last vestiges of light to activate the desolation eradication matrix. The spiritual energy of the entire star domain began to retract, igniting starfire runes within every living being, a cataclysmic conflagration fueled by all existence. The mother nest twisted and morphed within the purifying flames, and the golden form of the God King became riddled with cracks. He frantically siphoned the life essence of the fetus within Medusa, only to discover it had been replaced by a core of starfire by Xiaobai. Did you think I would repeat the past? Xiaobai's divine plow pierced through time and space, rewriting the images of the gods laying battlefield into the mother nest. The 72 clones suddenly rebelled, their rulers cleaving toward the corporeal form of the God King. Medusa's nine-colored imperial python erupted violently, and the Taiji formation on her abdomen transformed into chains binding the mother nest. Xiaoyan embraced the dissipating shadow of Sooner amidst the sea of flames. As the heavy ruler metamorphosed into an emerald sprout, Father, bring this to an end. When the infernal flames extinguished, the northern wilderness had transformed into crystalline starfire. Xiaobai cradled the nascent green lotus fire seed, gazing at the floating remnants of the dimension, each fragment reflecting an untainted parallel universe. Father, there is the presence of Aunt Sooner. Xiaoyan pointed at the emerald glow within a fragment as the chaotic poison body absorbed the starfire energy. Deep within the remnants of the mother nest, unpurified golden liquid quietly coalesced. A phantom resembling Xiaobai tenderly caressed the embryo, while bronze vines entwined the half of the divine plow. Father, the act of sowing shall never cease. Chapter 50. The Emergence of the Mother Nest. Ding. Dimension-level contamination detected. Activating Ultimate Eradication Protocol. Acquired Desolation Eradication Matrix. Unlocking Dimension Incineration Permissions. Starfire synchronization rate plummeting to 33. Immediate evacuation from the current dimension is advised. The void split open with emerald fissures, and Xiaobai's lingering soul materialized beside the lotus platform. The translucent divine plow pierced the core of the green lotus, as the light dust emitted from its blade was corroded by the golden liquid. Yenner, these embryos are replicating the primordial devouring seeds from deep within the earth. Cries reminiscent of infants pierced the air, and 72 bronze thrones descended around the mother nest. Each clone of Xiaoyan seated upon the thrones wielded a different form of the heavy ruler, their chests pulsating with golden hearts, and their necks entwined with the shedding scales of the nine-colored imperial python. This is the true embodiment of a perfect sower. The God King's visage materialized from the core of the mother nest. Golden threads connecting to the fetus within Medusa's womb. The bloodline of the Xiao clan is destined to be a vessel. Xiaoyan emerged from the rift in time and space, his right arm adorned with the starfire totem twisting into the patterns of devouring seeds. Father, These vines are replicating my bloodline. The Xuanzhong, covered in ancient runes, reflected the truth of the god-slaying event from 100,000 years prior, revealing that the first Shenong was the initial sower to be possessed by the desolation. In the heart of the battlefield, an emerald coffin ascended, and the sacred maiden of the ancient clan suddenly opened her eyes. The half of the Shenong Ho embedded in her chest transformed into flowing light, sketching the legendary god-slaying battle that marked the commencement of the sowing ceremony. Sooner hung suspended in midair by a golden silk thread, while the spectral form of the nine-colored imperial python was being assimilated by the bronze vines. Mother, why? Warning. The timeline is beginning to collapse. Activating causal anchoring. Acquired reverse hourglass. Unlocking historical rewrite permissions. Xiao Bai ignited his remaining soul to activate the Desolation Extermination Matrix, causing the spiritual energy of the entire star domain to retract. Every living being's body illuminated with starfire runes, and the flora of the northern wilderness astonishingly began to reverse its growth into emerald seedlings, consuming all things as fuel, incinerating the heavens. The mother nest twisted and morphed within the purifying fire, the golden-hued silhouette of the god king covered in cracks. He frantically extracted the life essence of a fetus, only to discover that it had already been replaced by the starfire core. The true form of Medusa's nine-colored imperial python erupted with a thunderous explosion, its abdomen's taiji formation morphing into chains that ensnared the mother nest. Husband, take the children and go. Xiao Yin embraced the dissipating shadow of Sun'er. As the Xuanzhong transformed into an emerald seedling, the 72 clones suddenly turned against him, striking at the god king's true body. Father, in this. When the flames of heaven extinguished, the northern wilderness had transformed into crystalline starfire. Xiao Bai cradled the newly born Qinglian fire seed, gazing at the remnants of the floating dimensions in the void. Within a fragment, the little healer was parting the vines at the cave's entrance, her emerald earrings reflecting the dawn. Xiao Bai, this time it's my turn to find the mechanism. Deep within the remnants of the mother nest, unpurified golden liquid quietly coalesced. A phantom resembling Xiao Bai gently caressed the embryo, while bronze vines entwined the half of the Shenong Ho. The sowing never ends. Chapter 51. The Mother Nest's Counterattack. Ding. Interdimensional erosion detected. Activating Starfire Barrier. Acquired Dimensional Defense Matrix. Energy conversion rate increased to 72. Warning. Qinglian core overload. Immediate disconnection from the pollution source is advised. The true form of Medusa's nine-colored imperial python coiled in the heavens, its abdomen's taiji diagram oozing bronze blood droplets. Husband, the fetus's heartbeat is accelerating, absorbing the desolation. She burned her life essence to solidify the purification array, yet a tendril from the mother nest pierced her shoulder, causing nine-colored scales to rain down. Father, step back. Xiaoyan leaped from the chaotic flow of time and space, the Xuanzhong erupting with dazzling starfire. The mechanical meridians in his right arm suddenly elongated, transforming into golden chains that ensnared the core of the mother nest. These embryos are replicating my bloodline. Warning. Memory contamination intrusion. Activating purifying barrier. Emerald chains burst forth from Xiao Yan's chest, wrapping around the nearly rampaging Medusa. Mother, awaken. The Qinglian birthmark on his chest suddenly cracked, as the chaotic whirlpool of starfire and desolation clashed within his dantian, tearing open the rift of the initial battlefield in the void. Within the chaotic flow of time and space of the initial battlefield, the true form of the bronze mother nest was revealed to be an enlarged starfire Qinglian. In the heart of the lotus platform lies the slumbering body of the ancient clan's holy maiden, her spine extending into gilded tendrils that connect to every facet of the Xiao clan's bloodline. Do you see it? The phantom of the divine king emerges from the maiden's remains as the gilded threads entwine and pierce Xiao Bai's brow. This so-called purification is merely a higher-dimensional sowing ritual. Medusa's piercing scream shatters the battlefield, and the true form of the nine-colored emperor python erupts violently. She ignites her final essence of blood, thrusting the fetus within her into the stellar fire vortex. My beloved grants him rebirth. The Tai Chi formation transforms into emerald chains, forcibly linking the core of the mother nest with Xiao Bai's bloodline. Beep. Ultimate sacrifice detected. Activating Nirvana protocol. Acquired causal reconstruction diagram. Unlocking dimensional reshaping permissions. Warning. Signs of host existence are beginning to dissipate, as you wish. Xiao Bai shatters the divine farmer's hoe, the light dust merging into the core of the green lotus. The spiritual energy of the entire star domain begins to spiral back, igniting the desolate imprints within every living being with the cleansing fire. This heralds the end that will consume all as fuel. The mother nest carbonizes and collapses within the stellar fire, the gilded body of the divine king's phantom riddled with cracks. He frantically siphons the life essence from the maiden's remains, only to witness the farming tool embedded in her heart suddenly awaken, transforming into the blade of annihilation forged from Xiaobai's burning remnants of the soul. Farewell, father. In the instant the blade descends, a tremor resonates across 100,000 dimensions. In the scorched earth of the northern wasteland, emerald seedlings sprout. And Medusa's gentle smile flickers within the lotus heart. This time, I shall await you. Chapter 52. Void Fracture, Beep. Anomaly detected at the time-space anchor point. Activating causal observation. Acquired dimensional collapse diagram. Unlocking rift transition permissions. Warning. Stellar fire synchronization rate has dropped below critical value. Host vital signs are abnormal. Medusa's true form. The nine-colored Emperor Python is pierced by bronze chains. With the Tai Chi formation on her abdomen seeping golden droplets of blood, the heartbeat of my beloved's child consumes the desolation. She burns her final essence of blood. Entwining the formation into chains directed toward the mother nest, it is simultaneously suppressed by 72 bronze thrones. Xiaoyan bursts forth from the temporal turbulence. The profound, heavy ruler slicing through ancient patterns crawling across the stellar fire cracks. Brother Bai, these embryos are replicating my soul from the depths of the mother nest. The Divine King's phantom erupts in maniacal laughter as the emerald coffin crashes open. The body of the ancient clan's holy maiden levitates, her gilded hair extending into countless tendrils that penetrate Xiaobai's chest. Brother, after 100,000 years, you shall finally become the sower. Warning. Memory contamination detected. Forcibly initiating cleansing heart of the world, emerald chains burst forth from Xiaoyan's dantian, ensnaring the near-violent Medusa. The azure lotus mark on his chest suddenly detonates, and the chaotic vortex of stellar fire and desolation collides within the void, tearing the mother nest open to reveal a rift that spans 100,000 years. On the other side of the rift, the battlefield of the first generation reappears. The true form of the bronze mother nest reveals itself as the ultimate evolution of the stellar fire green lotus. In the heart of the lotus platform lies the slumbering body of the ancient clan's holy maiden, her gilded hair extending into billions of tendrils, connecting to the destiny of all Shao clan bloodlines. Do you see? The phantom of the Divine King emerges from the maiden's remains. As gilded threads entwine and pierce Xiaoyan's brow, every generation of the Shao clan's descendants serves as the fuel to nurture the eternal flame. Medusa's piercing scream shatters the void, and the true form of the nine-colored Emperor Python erupts violently. She sacrificed the last essence of her life, casting her unborn child into the vortex of starlight. My beloved, grant him rebirth. The Taiji formation transformed into emerald chains, forcibly linking the core of the mother nest with the bloodline of Xiaobai. Ding. Ultimate sacrifice detected. Activating Nirvana Protocol. Acquired causality reconstruction module. Unlocking dimensional reshaping permissions. Warning. Host traces are beginning to dissipate. Xiaoyan's mechanical right arm disintegrated inch by inch as the Xuanzhong ruler morphed into a bronze seedling. The roots of the starlight blue lotus suddenly retracted, dragging the core of the mother nest into the primordial battlefield. The gilded figure of the deity, marred with cracks, exclaimed, "How dare you use my authority against me? This is true godslaying." Xiaobai burned away her remaining soul, and the Shenong Ho transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the fissure. The entire star domain began to collapse as 72 bronze thrones carbonized amidst piercing shrieks, while the purifying flames erupting from the emerald coffin reduced the mother nest to ashes. As the void returned to silence, new sprouts emerged from the charred lotus platform. Xiaoyan knelt amidst the ashes of starlight, cradling the nine-colored serpent shed by Medusa. The emerald chains extended from his chest, entwining the newly born blue lotus seedling. Father, is this the hope you spoke of? Deep within the earth, unpurified gilded liquid quietly coalesced. A phantom resembling Xiaobai tenderly caressed the embryo. While bronze vines entwined around half of the Shenong Ho, the sowing shall never cease. On the other side of the starry sky, emerald branches peeked out from the fissures of the primal pillar. The little healer parted the poisonous mist as the ice spirit flame grass swayed under the moonlight. The cursed toxic body absorbing the residual starlight. Little white, this time I shall guard the causality for you. Chapter 53. The true form of the mother nest. Ding. Dimensional level pollution detected. Activating starlight barrier. Acquired desolation annihilation diagram. Energy conversion rate elevated to 68. Warning. Blue lotus core overloaded. Host's vital signs declining to critical levels. The nine-colored imperial python form of Medusa coiled in the void. The Taiji formation on her abdomen suddenly cracked. Seeping bronze blood droplets. The heartbeat of my beloved's child accelerates as it assimilates the desolation. She ignited her life essence to condense the purification array, yet was pierced through the right shoulder by the bronze vines emerging from the ground, her scales falling like rain. Father, retreat. Xiaoyan leaped from the chaotic currents of time and space, The ancient inscription of the Xuanzhong ruler slashing karma bursting forth with dazzling azure light. The starlight totem on his right arm suddenly elongated, transforming into gilded chains that ensnared the core of the mother nest. These embryos are replicating my bloodline. The rift in the void suddenly expanded, as 72 bronze thrones encircled the mother nest. Seated upon each throne were clones resembling Xiaoyan, their gilded hearts pulsating as they connected with the vines, while faded 9-colored imperial python scales coiled around their necks. This is the stance a sower should possess. The deity's phantom emerged from the depths of the mother nest, golden threads piercing into Medusa's abdomen at the Taiji formation. The bloodline of the Shao clan is born to cultivate the seedbed of the end fire. Warning: memory pollution intrusion. Forcibly activating purifying heart of flame, emerald chains erupted from Xiaoyan's chest, ensnaring the nearly rampaging Medusa. The blue lotus birthmark on his chest suddenly exploded, as the chaotic whirlpool of starlight and desolation clashed in the void, tearing open a rift that spanned time and space. On the other side of the rift, the remnants of the primordial battlefield emerged. The bronze mother nest reveals its true form, which is the ultimate evolution of the starfire blue lotus. At the center of the lotus platform lies the slumbering body of the ancient clan's holy maiden, her gilded hair extending into countless tendrils, connecting with the life souls of all the descendants of the Shao clan. Do you see it? The ethereal figure of the deity rises from the maiden's remains, cradling a pulsating embryo in his palm. The birth of each generation of the Shao clan's offspring adds fuel to the flame of the end. Xiaoyan's mechanical veins on his right arm disintegrate inch by inch as the Xianzhong ruler transforms into a bronze seedling. The root system of the starfire blue lotus suddenly retracts, dragging the core of the mother nest into a chasm. The gilded body of the deity's figure is covered in cracks. You dare to use my authority against me. This is true god-slaying. Xiaobai exhausts his remaining soul, and the Shinong Ho transforms into a streak of light that vanishes into the crevice. The entire star domain begins to collapse as 72 bronze thrones carbonize amid piercing screams, and the pure world fire erupting from the emerald coffin reduces the mother nest to ashes. When the flames of destruction extinguish, the north wilderness has transformed into a crystalline starfire. Xiaoyan kneels on the charred lotus platform, cradling the 9-colored serpent skin shed by Medusa. An emerald chain extends from his chest, entwining around the newly born blue lotus seedling. Father, is this what you call hope? Deep within the earth's veins, unpurified gilded liquid quietly coalesces. A shadow resembling Xiaobai gently caresses the embryo, while bronze vines coil around a fragment of the Shinong Ho. The sowing never ends. In the underground hall of the Shao clan in Wutan City, the severed arm of the third elder continues to bleed. Trembling, he opens a hidden compartment and retrieves a scroll of gilded bamboo slips, prominently engraved with the emblem of the first generation of the Shao clan. As the scroll unfurls, the sound of bronze gears turning echoes from beneath, and the eyes of 72 beast sculptures glow with a crimson light. In the secret chamber of the Galley family, a figure cloaked in black toys with the fragments of a decayed corpse informed the Yunlan sect the seed of the Shao family has matured. The formation beneath his feet illuminates, and the ethereal image of the bronze mother nest materializes within the beam of light. The new root system of the starfire blue lotus trembles slightly, as a strand of gilded liquid silently seeps into the earth's veins. On the leaves of the emerald seedling, the cold smirk of the deity's figure emerges. The game has only just begun. Chapter 54, Bloodline Shackles in the Underground Hall of the Shao clan. The sound of bronze gears turning roars like a wild beast. The third elder kneels before the gilded bamboo slips, his severed arm staining the emblem of the first generation with blood. The slips suddenly levitate and unfold, as the crimson glow in the eyes of the 72 beast sculptures surges, and the deep earth reverberates with the thunder of breaking chains. The entire Wutan City begins to sink. Ding! Ancient formation activation detected. Activating Earth Vein Lockdown. Obtained first generation sealing diagram. Unlocking formation eye destruction privileges. Warning: abnormal fluctuations in starfire synchronization rate detected. Immediate intervention by the host is advised. Xiaoyan shatters the void and arrives. As the Xianzhong ruler strikes the bamboo slips, beams of gilded light shoot forth from the mouths of the beast sculptures. The blue lotus mark suddenly generates a pulling force, devouring all the energy of the beams. Xiaoyan's right arm manifests the same clan markings as the bamboo slips. These beast sculptures are extracting the bloodline of the Shao clan. The collapse of the earth's veins reveals a bronze altar, with 72 chains binding the remnants of the first generation of the Shao clan's battle spirit. On the central pillar, the heart of the founding clan leader continues to beat, each pulse causing tremors in the plains. Medusa's 9-colored imperial python suddenly stiffens. As the taiji pattern on her abdomen is drawn by the pillar, husband, the child is absorbing the essence of the battle spirit. The ethereal figure of the divine king emerged from the stone pillar, its fingertips piercing the abdomen of Medusa with threads of golden silk. After a millennium of gestation, the perfect fruit shall ultimately be born. Xiao Yin swung his ruler to sever the threads, yet was thwarted by the remnants of the first-generation battle soul. Their visages bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Zhan, sharing 7 parts of his likeness. Do you perceive it? Sneered the divine king's apparition. Each patriarch of the Xiao clan serves as a nurturing vessel for the Sours. Warning: interdimensional contamination detected. Activating purification protocol. Acquired Qinglian purification record. Unlocking bloodline purification privileges. Compulsory synchronization rate of starfire elevated to 100. Sensation of pain shielded. A Qinglian mark blossomed upon Xiao Yan's forehead as starfire erupted from every pore. An emerald seedling burgeoned in the void, its roots penetrating the remnants of the first-generation battle soul, extracting and refining the desolate essence within them. Medusa ignited her 9-colored essence, branding the surface of the stone pillar with the taiji formation. With the body of my imperial python, I shall bear your millennia of sins. The golden threads of the divine king's apparition shattered one by one, and the stone pillar erupted violently. The heart of the first-generation patriarch fell into the roots of the Qinglian, transforming into pure starfire. Yinner, the sins of the Xiao clan must be concluded by us. The entire bronze altar began to collapse as the roots of the emerald seedling entwined into a stargate. The remnant soul of Xiao Bai emerged from the stargate, the Shinongho pointing towards Xiao Yan's forehead, with the purifying Qinglian as the guide. We shall rewrite the chain of causality. The void revealed scenes from 100 millennia past, the first-generation patriarch of the Xiao clan kneeling before the Qinglian, refining the Qingzi into a spark of fire. The ancient clan's holy maiden wept tears of starfire as the 9-colored imperial python coiled around the infant. With my bloodline as the seal, I bind your eternal sins. Thus, the bloodline of the imperial python within me was indeed a seal. Medusa suddenly realized, as the formation upon her abdomen transformed into flowing light and entered the stargate. The remnants of the first-generation battle soul dissipated within the starfire, their visages finally at peace. Amidst the ruins of Wutan City, the emerald seedling matured into a towering Qinglian. Xiao Yan leaned against the lotus stalk, cradling the serpent shed that Medusa had cast aside in his palm. The severed arm of the third elder was entwined by the roots, transforming into a bronze statue kneeling before the lotus. The Xiao clan has finally attained liberation. Within the clandestine chamber of the Gale family, the withered bones held by the cloaked figure spontaneously ignited. The envoy of Yunlan sect burst through the door, only to find the array reduced to ashes. Notify the sect master. The plan has changed. Chapter 55. The Bronze Labyrinth beneath the ancestral hall of the Xiao family. The roar of bronze gears caused the candle flames to flicker. The severed arm of the third elder dangled at the edge of the altar, while a gilded bamboo scroll floated in midair, casting 72 scarlet light patterns. Where the light patterns intertwined, the emblem of the first-generation Xiao clan transformed into a living entity, golden liquid seeping from the eye sockets of the bronze beast sculpture. Bloodline verification complete. Sewing procedure initiated. Ding. Detecting activation of the desolation matrix. Host privileges intervened. Acquired bronze mechanism blueprint. Unlocking bloodline interruption privileges. Warning. Completion rate of sewing procedure at 37. Immediate destruction of core hub is advised. The void split open, revealing an emerald rift as the remnant soul of Xiao Bai coalesced at the altar. The translucent Shinongho pierced the center of the emblem, and the erupting light dust was assimilated by the golden liquid. Yinner. This is the bloodline trap set by the first generation. Suddenly, the ground of the altar collapsed, and Xiao Yin fell into the bronze labyrinth. The beastly heads adorning the wall exhaled flames of gilded gold, each cluster of fire entwining the fractured memories of our ancestors. Within the imagery, the extraordinary talents of the Xiao clan throughout the ages were pierced through their dantians by bronze chains, their essence extracted and infused into the earth's veins. Little one, take 3 steps to the left. The ancient alchemist's bone spirit fire coalesced into an arrowhead. Xiao Yin, employing the profound technique explosive step, evaded deftly, his right arm swelling with azure lotus patterns, completely devouring the gilded flames. These flames are rewriting my bloodline code. Ding. Bloodline pollution level raised to 49. Activating the purifying blue lotus. Starfire surged from Xiao Yan's 7 orifices, congealing into a 9-petal lotus in the void. As the lotus spun, the beastly heads on the labyrinth walls abruptly shifted direction, their fiery breath transforming into a purifying azure light. "Father, is this the contingency you left behind?" Jalabai knelt, presenting the family's century-long accumulation of magic cores. "My lord, there are tremors from beneath the Shao family's grounds." "That is beyond your comprehension," the cloaked figure retorted, shooting bronze chains from his sleeve, pinning Jalabai against the city wall. "Fulfill your role as bait." Deep within the subterranean labyrinth, Xiaoyan shattered the final bronze door. Behind it, a gilded heart floated, suddenly surging forth, its extending veins ensnaring his right arm. At last, the perfect vessel has arrived. Medusa's 9-colored imperial python burst through the surface, resonating with the Taiji diagram on her abdomen and the gilded heart. She ignited the purifying chains forged from her essence. Yet they were shattered by the ethereal figure of a saintess that emerged from the heart. "Sister, are you also here to thwart me?" "Mother." Sooner leapt from the rift in the void, her emerald sword piercing the saintess's brow. The moment the blade made contact, a torrent of memories from 100,000 years past surged into her consciousness, crystallizing precisely into the current purification array when the first saintess was pierced by bronze vines. Warning: memory pollution has surpassed the threshold, initiating heartburn. Xiaoyan's mechanical meridians in his right arm shattered, and the roots of the starfire blue lotus penetrated the gilded heart. The cold laughter of the divine king's apparition echoed from the void. "Did you believe you were severing a trap? This is merely the true beginning of sowing. The game has only just commenced." The divine king's apparition reassembled from the ashes, the gilded threads entwining his fingertips connecting to Xiaoyan's dantian. "Did you think you were destroying a trap? No, you are the greatest vessel for sowing." 3 months later, in the subterranean shrine of the rebuilt Wutan City, Xiaoyan caressed the newly sprouted azure lotus seedling, the gilded specks shimmering within its veins causing him to frown. "Master, these desolate essences. They await the opportunity for revival." The ancient alchemist's apparition grew increasingly translucent. When the mother nest reemerges next, it is likely. In the depths of the starry sky, from the fissures of the Pillar of Origin seeped forth bronze liquid. The small medical sage gently stroked the ice spirit flame grass, and the remnants of starfire devoured by the tainted body coalesced in her palm into a miniature mother nest. "Little white, I may have chosen the wrong path this time." The roots of the emerald seedling trembled slightly as a thread of gilded liquid silently infiltrated the tea consumed by Xiao Zhan. In the reflection of the teacup, the corner of the divine king's apparition's mouth slowly curved upwards. Chapter 56. The emergence of calamity deep within the Beast Mountain range. The ice spirit flame grass shimmered with a strange gilded sheen under the moonlight. The small medical sage's fingertip lightly touched a petal, and the tainted body erupted uncontrollably. The emerald toxic mist transforming into a monstrous serpent shadow, corroding all flora within a 100-foot radius. "Is this the backlash of the starfire remnants?" She staggered back, a phantom of the miniature mother nest materializing in her palm. The once resplendent jade structure is now marred by bronze patterns, and the noxious mist resonates with the desolate aura from the depths of the earth. Ding. Detection of foreign energy fusion. Host permissions forcibly intervened. Acquired supplement to the Toxic Sutra, unlocking the venomous, devouring lotus privilege. Warning: the contamination level of the mother nest has surpassed the critical threshold. Immediate separation from the toxic entity is advised. The void splits open along the jade crevices, and the remnant shadow of Xiaobai solidifies within the noxious fog. The semi-transparent Shinong Ho lunges at the shadow of the mother nest, but is ensnared by bronze vines. "Child, you have meddled with forces beyond your ken." Above Wutan City, the 3 fighting emperors of the Yunlan sect form a formation in midair. The bronze compass in the black-robed man's hand projects 72 crimson beams of light, each corresponding to a member of the Shao family within the city. Xiao Zhan, surrender the underground mechanism key, or face a bloodbath in Wutan. Xiao Yan ascends skyward on his Xian-heavy ruler, the ancient inscriptions of severing karma erupting in azure light. The hands of the Yunlan sect stretch far too long. The azure fire seed swirls within his dantian, a phantom lotus formed from starfire enveloping the entire city, counteracting the absorbing force of the light beams entirely. Trivial techniques. Sneers the black-robed man, as bronze chains shoot from his sleeve, their ends morphing into a fearsome beast's head. "Let me show you the true power of desolation." The golden flames expelled from the beast's mouth melt the very fabric of space. The piercing scream of the little healing immortal shatters the night sky, and the toxic entity erupts into chaos. The emerald toxic mist intertwines with the golden flames, transforming into a bronze toxic cloud that obscures the sun. A fighting emperor of the Yunlan sect, caught off guard, finds his left arm instantly transformed into a bronze puppet upon contact with the toxic cloud. This poison is rewriting life forms. Child, hold fast to your spirit platform. Elder Yao's bone spirit fire pierces through the toxic mist, materializing a purification array in the void. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyan channels the burning formula. Splitting the azure fire seed to enter the array's core. Let poison be met with poison. Refine it for me. Ding. Venomous devouring lotus fusion rate. 15. Unlocking purifying duality. The starfire and toxic mist entwine within the array, coalescing into an extraordinary fire lotus, half azure, half emerald. As the fire lotus descends, the bronze toxic cloud retreats as though confronted by a formidable enemy, revealing the astonished expression of the black-robed man. This is impossible. How can the toxic entity merge with the purifying azure lotus? Suddenly, the underground altar trembles, and the severed arm of the third elder morphs into a bronze key that fits into the mechanism. The eyes of 72 beast sculptures ignite with crimson light, projecting an image of the first patriarch of the Shao clan, refining the toxic entity into the core of the mother nest. So the toxic entity was merely an experiment of the cedar. Xiaoyan's eyes widen in rage as the azure fire seed flows upstream along the projection. Glimpsing the remnants of the little healing immortal's past life, she was pinned to the altar by bronze chains, while the toxic mist nourished the roots of the mother nest. Do you now understand? The specter of the god king sneers within the projection. Every bearer of the toxic entity is but kindling for the fire of annihilation. The remnant soul of Shao Bai suddenly ignites, the Shinongho inscribing blood-red runes in the void. Yinner, reverse the sacrificial array. In the instant the runes illuminate. The shadow of the mother nest within the little healing immortal shifts direction, ravenously devouring the bronze toxic cloud. The black-robed man of the Yunlan sect crushes a teleportation jade slip, only to be incinerated by the rebounding toxic flames. The remaining two fighting emperors flee in panic. The bronze compass plunging into a deep pool outside Wutan City, stirring up towering golden waves. Is it over? The little physician sat languidly amidst the icy spirit flame grass. Her body, tainted by the malevolent poison, now pale. The phantom of her mother nest had transformed into an emerald lotus platform, within which lay a strand of pure starlight. Xiaoyan, it seems I can control it now. The underground altar crumbled with a thunderous roar, the bronze avatar of the third elder shattering alongside it. Xiaoyan picked up a gilded bamboo slip, upon which the inscriptions began to fade before his eyes. Yinner, this bamboo slip. In the depths of the starry sky, a viscous bronze liquid seeped from the crevices of the primordial pillar. The phantom of the divine king gently caressed the newly formed embryo, the figure of the little physician surfacing upon its surface. With calamity as the guide and the azure lotus as the medium, this is the perfect vessel for sowing. Chapter 57. The blood contract of the remnant steel. Xiao Bai knelt on one knee before the ancient bronze steel, his palm cut by the protruding inscriptions. Blood trickled down the grooves of the azure lotus totem, rising in golden smoke amidst the morning mist. The wounds from his previous night's encounter with 3 combatants from the Yunlan sect still bled, the claw marks on his left shoulder shimmering with an eerie bronze hue. Is this inscription devouring my fighting spirit? He attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find his entire right arm firmly adhered to the steel surface. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Ancient battlefield relic detected. Conditions for signing in met. Sign in at the bronze steel of the Beast Mountain successful. Reward obtained. Earth-level low-grade combat technique Azure Lotus Soul Severing / Fragment. A torrent of combat technique information surged into Xiao Bai's mind, causing his right arm to move uncontrollably, unleashing 9 lotus-shaped sword energies that cleaved through the air. The bushes 3 zhang away erupted in response, revealing a cloaked figure from the Yunlan sect, the very leader of the pursuers who had escaped the previous night, a remnant of the Shao clan. You can indeed trigger the mother nest mechanism. The cloaked figure hurled 7 poisoned silver darts, their tips coated in a foul bronze liquid. Hand over the ancient steel's key, and I might spare your life. The silver darts transformed midair into the heads of bronze beasts, spewing forth golden flames. Xiao Bai executed the newly comprehended Azure Lotus step, his afterimages weaving through the fiery net. At the moment the third afterimage was grazed by flames, a bronze flame ignited on his left sleeve, proving impervious even to his fighting spirit. Teacher, this fire is poisonous. He severed the burning sleeve with his sword. The voice of the medicinal elder resonated urgently in his mind. Position at the third step. Use your newly acquired combat technique to strike its vital point. Before the words could fully leave his mind, Xiao Bai had already closed the distance. As the edge of his azure sword skimmed the throat of the cloaked figure, a bronze bell suddenly sprang from his sleeve, producing a sharp sound that caused Xiao Bai's ears to bleed. A serrated blade wheel, imbued with a foul wind, sliced toward him, prompting Xiao Bai to parry with his sword. The clash of metal rang out as the dark iron blade was corroded, developing honeycomb-like holes. These puppets are devouring fighting spirit. Fire position, pierce its zhong point. The medicinal elder commanded fiercely. Xiao Bai spun away from the second puppet's claws. His sword tip accurately piercing the golden core within its chest. The puppet exploded, but the splattered liquid coalesced mid-air into a toxic net. Hold your breath. The medicinal elder urged, activating the bone spirit cold fire to shield Xiao Bai's heart pulse. In that fleeting moment, as the toxic net descended, Xiao Bai bit his tongue. His essence spilling onto the azure sword, azure lotus soul severing. The sword energy transformed into 9 petals of a lotus, shredding the remaining 3 puppets into fragments. Seizing the opportunity, the cloaked figure crushed a transmission jade talisman, only to be impaled by a broken sword thrown by Xiao Bai. How does the Yunlan sect know of the mother nest mechanism? You Xiao clan are, after all, the breeding ground for the Sours. The cloaked figure sneered as he gasped his last breath, his body rapidly decaying into bronze liquid that seeped into the earth. Xiao Bai pried open the remnants of the bronze relic, discovering a blue lotus totem branded upon the spine of the gray-robed man, identical to that of the ancient monument. The ethereal shadow of the medicine elder emerged, his fingertip brushing against the totem. This mark signifies the clan emblem of the Xiao family, erased from existence. Ding. Bloodline resonance detected. Activating hidden mission. Clue acquired. Secret record of the first-generation Xiao clan blood sacrifice. 19. Warning. Mission activation will exacerbate host bloodline contamination. The ancient monument suddenly crumbled, revealing an inner gilded box. Inside, a sheepskin scroll documented a suffocating truth. The 37 battle emperors of the first-generation Xiao clan were, in fact, living sacrifices, refined into the core of the mother nest. Brother Xiao Bai, Xiao Yan's voice echoed from the mountain path. A large force from Yunlan sect is scouring the mountain. Xiao Bai swiftly concealed the gilded box. As the Qinghong sword returned to its sheath, the blue lotus pattern had spread to his wrist. 20 feet away, amidst the treetops, the little medical fairy entwined her fingertips with the bronze poisonous mist. She gazed at the pulsating shadow of the mother nest in her palm. The starlight sealed within the emerald lotus platform flickering ominously. Will you become the next sacrifice, Xiao Bai? In the depths of the earth, the unpurified gilded liquid coalesced into a stream, flowing towards the forbidden grounds of Yunlan sect's rear mountain. A shadow upon the bronze throne toyed with the jade talisman left by the gray-robed man. The sowing progress must accelerate. Chapter 58. Fragments of the broken monument. Xiao Bai's right palm was firmly adhered to the bronze monument surface, the gilded liquid coursing upward through the engraved grooves, solidifying into thorn-like bronze patterns within his arm's meridians. The bone spirit of the medicine elder trembled violently within his consciousness. Hold your breath. This liquid is rewriting your bloodline. The remnants of the Xiao family can indeed trigger the mother nest's mechanisms. The gray-robed man leaped down from the treetops. 7 silver needles infused with poison transformed into bronze beast heads, lunging forward. Xiao Bai shattered the rocky ground with his left foot, using the recoil to spin in midair. 9 streams of blue lotus sword energy shredding the beast heads, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier upon grazing the edge of the gray-robed man's garment. Ding. Battle King level defense shield detected, activating Eye of Barrier breaking. Weakness analysis. 3 inches at the Kanjin point. Wind eye intermittent for 3 seconds. Insignificant tricks. The gray-robed man sneered as he produced a bronze bell from his sleeve. The resonating sound wave caused Xiao Yan to bleed from his mouth and nose. Those sought by Yunlan sect never survived past the 3rd watch. The ground suddenly collapsed, and 4 bronze puppets emerged from the earth. The foremost puppet's right arm transformed into a serrated blade, the whirring edge slicing through the air. Elimination protocol initiated. Bloodline contamination at 71. 3 steps to Kanjin, penetrate the Danzhong. The medicine elder's spirit conveyed with urgency. Xiao Bai executed the blue lotus step, and at the moment his sword pierced the gilded core of the puppet's chest, it unexpectedly self-destructed. The splattering poison coalesced into a massive net midair, ensnaring the 2 within. Hold your breath. Xiao Bai bit through his tongue, spraying his essence upon the sword. Blue lotus soul sever. 9 streams of sword energy converged into a lotus platform, shattering the poison net. Seizing the opportunity, the gray-robed man crushed a teleportation jade talisman, yet was pierced by a broken sword thrown by Xiao Bai. Speak. How did Yunlan sect learn of the mother nest's mechanisms? You Xiao family are merely the breeding ground for Sours. The gray-robed man gasped with a sinister smile, his body decaying into bronze liquid that seeped into the earth's crevices. The medicine elder's spectral form appeared, his fingertip lightly touching the remnants of the ancient monument. This gilded liquid is the essence blood of the first-generation Shao clan's battle emperors. The gilded box at the base of the monument opened automatically, revealing a truth recorded on the sheepskin scroll that caused Shao Bai's pupils to constrict. 300 years ago, 37 members of the Shao clan were sacrificed to forge the core of the Mother Nest, their bloodlines long since intertwined with desolation. Ding! Bloodline resonance has surpassed the critical threshold, unlocking Divine Slayer Battle Intent 2. Warning: host traces are beginning to dissipate. Xiaoyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and picked up the bronze compass left by the cloaked figure. This pattern is identical to the mechanism beneath the ancestral hall. The campfire crackled, and the little healer curled up in the corner of the tent, her palms phantom of the Mother Nest trembling violently. They are coming. Get back. Xiaobai pushed the little healer aside as the Qinghong sword clashed with the blade wheel, sending sparks flying. The puppet's chest suddenly split open, spewing a gilded toxic mist. Pollution levels met, executing assimilation protocol. Elder Yao ignited his remaining soul to summon the cold fire of bones, step of the Qian position. Strike at its celestial pivot. Xiaobai executed the reverse 7-star step he had comprehended from the inscription, the sword's edge penetrating the seam of the puppet's neck. At the moment the gilded core fell, a series of piercing sounds filled the air outside the camp. Shao family brat, hand over the box. 3 Dou kings from the Yunlan sect floated in the air, the leading figure in a black cloak wielding a bronze bell, identical to that of the gray-robed figure. Otherwise, we will wash Wutan City in blood tonight. Xiao Yan thrust the Xuanzhong ruler into the ground, forming a barrier of purple flames. You all go first. No one is leaving. The black-cloaked figure shook the bell, shattering the barrier of purple flames with sound waves. This body has been specifically modified to bear the core of the Mother Nest. Suddenly, the azure lotus patterns on Xiao Bai's wrist elongated dramatically. The sword energy transforming into 9 azure dragons. Elder Yao, assist me. The cold fire of bones merged with the sword's edge. The ice and fire entwined, sword energy piercing through the black-cloaked figure's chest. As gilded blood splattered, the dawn sky turned pale, and a deafening beast roar echoed through the morning mist. It is the 6th-tier magical beast, the amethyst-winged Lion King. The little healer exclaimed. Its gilded collar around its neck is of the same origin as the puppet core. The black-cloaked figure's remnants suddenly exploded, and bronze liquid coalesced into a teleportation array. The game has only just begun. Chapter 59. Ashes of the ancient steel. Fragments of the bronze ancient steel glimmered with a gilded sheen in the morning mist as Xiao Bai knelt on one knee. The azure lotus patterns now spreading to his shoulder. Elder Yao's soul conveyed an unusual urgency. This gilded liquid is rewriting your bloodline code. You must seal your heart vein immediately. Ding. Cross-dimensional contamination detected, activating purification barrier. Acquired bloodline sealing technique, unlocking azure lotus soul lock permission. Warning. The host's trace dissipation has reached 43. Step of the Qian position, strike at its celestial pivot. Elder Yao commanded. Xiao Bai executed the reverse 7-star step he had realized the previous night, his sword's edge piercing through the neck seam of the first puppet. The moment the gilded core fell, laughter from the pursuing members of the Yunlan sect echoed from the depths of the forest. Shao family remnant. This time there's nowhere for you to escape. 7 Dou spirits from the Yunlan sect formed the heavenly gang array. With the elder in gray holding a bronze bell, light of the shaking position, locked their retreat. The sound of the bell caused blood to seep from Xiao Bai's ears and nose, the azure lotus sword energy distorting within the sound waves. At a critical moment, Xiao Yan burst forth from the side, the Xuanzhong ruler enveloped in purple flames, striking at the array's core. Brother Xiao Bai, catch the elixir. The Dou spirit ensnared by chains felt its pupils constrict as its body began to transform into bronze. Is this the assimilation of the Mother Nest? Now is too late to realize. Xiao Bai swept his sword, causing 2 bronze heads to roll. The gray-robed elder's eyes widened in rage. Madman! How dare you use the power of the Mother Nest to counterattack? The ethereal figure of the medicine elder emerged in the sea of consciousness, lightly touching the azure lotus patterns. This gilded liquid is the essence of the first-generation Shao clan's Dou Huang, refined from their blood. Memories flooded in from the sheepskin scroll in the secret box last night, recalling 300 years ago when 37 powerful members of the Shao clan were sacrificed, their bloodlines having long since merged with desolation. Seizing the moment, the gray-robed elder shattered the teleportation jade talisman, only to be met with a barrier formed by the poisonous mist thrown by the little medicine fairy. Trying to escape? Girl, be cautious of the backlash. Xiao Bai severed the elder's right arm with his sword, the gilded blood splattering onto the poisonous mist, corroding the barrier and creating a hole. The little medicine fairy's palm embodying the mother nest's illusion, trembled violently. This blood is calling out to something within me. Xiaoyan plunged the Xianzhong ruler into the ground. Forming a trap of purple flames, let us interrogate this old dog first. The gray-robed elder coughed up blood with a sinister grin. Your Xiao family is merely a breeding ground for sours. That esteemed one has awakened the core of the mother nest in the Yunlan Forbidden Land. Before he could finish, his body suddenly exploded into gilded liquid, seeping into the earth and vanishing. A shadow raised a hand to lightly touch the void, and a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the Forbidden Land. The sixth-tier amethyst-winged Lion King broke free from its seal, its collar flowing with mother nest liquid, and its lion eyes transformed into a menacing bronze heel. Go forth. Let the bloodline of the Xiao family become the final offering. Xiaobai gazed at the patterns spreading across his wrist. The voice of the medicine elder taking on an unprecedented gravity. If you continue to wield the power of the Azure Lotus, you will fully transform into bronze within 3 months. Then let it be 3 months. Xiaobai sheathed his sword. The azure rainbow hilt having fused with the patterns on his arm. That will be sufficient to flatten the Yulan sect. The little medicine fairy silently presented an antidote pill. The mother nest illusion in her palm flickering ominously. My toxic body can sense the location of the mother nest core. Xiao Yin wiped the gilded remnants from the Xianzhong ruler. There are mechanisms beneath the Xiao family ancestral hall. Perhaps we can find a way to reverse this. As the morning mist dissipated, the three of them simultaneously gazed in the direction of the Yunlan sect. In the sky, a bronze-colored vortex swirled, resembling an enormous gaping maw. Chapter 60. A startling change at the base of the steel fragments of the ancient bronze steel shimmered with gilded light in the morning fog. As Xiaobai knelt on one knee, the azure lotus patterns spreading to his shoulder. The wounds from his battle with 3 Do Ling members of the Yunlan sect the previous night still oozed blood, dark red droplets winding along the steel's grooves, resonating with the pulsating sound emanating from the depths below. Master, the inscriptions on this steel are devouring my Do Qi. Xiaobai attempted to withdraw his right hand, but the steel's surface clung to him even tighter. The medicine elder's bone spirit cold fire surged in the sea of consciousness. Hold your breath. The gilded liquid is rewriting your bloodline. You must sever the resonance. Ding. Interdimensional contamination detected. Activating purification barrier. Acquired bloodline sealing technique. Unlocked Azure Lotus soul lock privilege. Warning. Host trace dissolution level has reached 47. The void split open with an emerald fissure, and Xiaobai's remnant soul shadow solidified by the steel. The semi-transparent Shinong Ho pierced the gilded patterns, but the light dust was instead devoured. Yinner, this is the bloodline sacrifice array set by the first generation. Step 7 of the KN position, attack its Tianshu. The medicine elder transmitted urgently. Xiaobai stepped into the reverse 7-star step, the Qinghong sword piercing the seam of the puppet's neck. At the moment the gilded core fell, a sinister laughter echoed from the depths of the dense forest. Survivor of the Xiao clan, this time, where will you escape? A mere trick, retorted the black-cloaked figure, as chains shot forth from his sleeves, their ends transforming into menacing beast heads. Prepare to witness the true power of desolation. The flame spewed forth from the beast's mouth melted the space around it like wax. Suddenly, Xiaobai's right arm manifested intricate patterns, transforming into gilded chains that ensnared 2 Do spirits, Qingyan Soul Lock. The locked Do spirit's pupils constricted, their forms beginning to undergo a bronze transformation. Is this the mother nest assimilation? It is too late for you to realize now, Xiaobai declared, sweeping his sword, causing 2 bronze heads to roll. The phantom of the old pharmacist emerged in his consciousness, gently touching the Qinglian pattern. This liquid is the essence of the first generation Do Emperor of the Xiao clan, refined from their blood, a living sacrifice from 3 centuries ago. Seizing the moment, the black-cloaked man shattered a teleportation jade talisman, only to be met with a barrier formed by the poisonous mist thrown by the little physician. Attempting to flee, the gilded blood splattered onto the toxic fog, corroding it into a honeycomb of holes. The phantom of the mother nest in her palm trembled violently. This blood is calling forth something within me. The ancient monument exploded, revealing an inner gilded compartment. The truth documented on the parchment caused Xiaobai's pupils to constrict. 37 first-generation Do emperors of the Xiao clan had been sacrificed to forge the core of the mother nest. Their bloodlines had long coexisted with desolation. So, the so-called god-slaying is merely the beginning of the sowing ritual. Xiaobai's right arm's mechanical veins began to disintegrate. As the roots of the starfire Qinglian penetrated the earth's veins, the remnants of the first battlefield materialized in the void. The body of the saintess, pierced by bronze vines, resonated with the patterns on Xiaobai's wrist. Warning. Bloodline resonance has breached the critical threshold. Activating God-slaying battle intent. Third style. The hilt of the Qinghong sword merged with the patterns on his arm, as the sword's edge erupted with purifying flames intermingled with gilded flowing fire. Father, is this the hope you spoke of? In the forbidden grounds of the Yunlan sect's rear mountain, a shadow upon the bronze throne caressed the newly formed embryo of the mother nest. The sixth-tier purple crystal-winged lion king broke free from its seal, its collar flowing with gilded liquid, its lion eyes transformed into a fearsome bronze hue. Go forth, let the bloodline of the Shao clan become the final offering. Xiaobai gazed at the pattern spreading across his wrist, the voice of the old pharmacist unusually grave. If you continue to wield the power of the Qinglian, you will be fully transformed into bronze within 3 months. Then let it be 3 months, Xiaobai replied, sheathing his sword. The ancient inscription of slaying industry crawling over the cracked surface of the Qinghong sword, sufficient to level the Yunlan forbidden grounds. The little physician gently caressed the emerald lotus platform, the phantom of the mother nest flickering ominously. My toxic body can sense the location of the core. A deafening roar echoed from deep underground, as gilded liquid seeped through the rock fissures toward Wutan City. Chapter 61. The heart of the burning monument. Fragments of the bronze monument glimmered with a gilded sheen under the moonlight, as Xiaobai knelt on one knee, the Qinglian patterns of his right arm having spread to his neck. The wounds from his battle with 3 Dou kings from the Yunlan sect the previous night were still oozing blood, dark red droplets winding along the engraved texts, resonating with the pulsations emanating from the depths below, the heartbeat of the core of the mother nest. Teacher, this inscription is devouring my Dou Qi. Xiaobai attempted to withdraw his right palm, but found it adhered even more tightly to the monument's surface. The old pharmacist's bone spirit flame surged within his consciousness. Hold your breath. The liquid gold flows through my veins, necessitating the severance of resonance. Ding. Interdimensional contamination detected. Activating the purification barrier. Acquired bloodline sealing technique. Unlocking Azure Lotus Soul Lock authority. Warning. Host trace dissipation has reached 47. The void splits open with an emerald fissure, and the remnant soul of Xiaobai solidifies beside the steel. The semi-transparent Shenong Ho pierces the gilded patterns, yet the light dust is devoured. Yinner. This is the bloodline sacrificial array set by the progenitor. Step 7 of the Ken position. Strike the celestial pivot. The elder's urgent voice resonates. Xiaobai treads the reverse 7-star steps, the azure rainbow sword plunging into the seam of the puppet's neck. The instant the core of gold rolls away, a sinister laughter emanates from the depths of the forest. Shao family remnant. This time, there is no escape. A mere parlor trick. Chains shoot forth from the black-robed figure's sleeve, their ends transforming into the snarling head of a beast. Let me show you the true power of desolation. The gilded flames expelled by the beast's head melt the space like wax. Xiaobai's right arm suddenly elongates, transforming into gilded chains that ensnare 2 spirit fighters. Azure Lotus Soul Lock. The spirit fighters, caught in the chains, find their pupils constricting as their bodies begin to turn to bronze. Is this the mother nest assimilation? It is too late to realize now. Xiaobai sweeps his sword, and 2 bronze heads roll away. The elder's phantom appears in the sea of consciousness, his fingertip lightly touching the azure lotus pattern. This liquid is the essence of the first-generation Shao clan's Dou Emperor, refined blood, a live sacrifice from 300 years ago. Seizing the opportunity, the black-robed figure shatters the teleportation jade talisman, only to be met with a barrier formed by the toxin mist thrown by the little medicine fairy. Trying to flee? The liquid gold splatters upon the toxin mist, corroding it into honeycomb-like holes. The phantom of the mother nest in her palm trembles violently. These bloods are calling forth something within me. The ancient steel explodes, revealing an internal gilded chest. The truth recorded on the parchment causes Xiaobai's pupils to contract. 37 Dou emperors of the first-generation Shao clan were live-sacrificed to forge the core of the mother nest, their bloodlines having long coexisted with desolation. So the so-called god-slaying is merely the commencement of the sowing ritual. Xiaobai's right arm's mechanical meridians crumble inch by inch, the roots of the starfire azure lotus piercing into the earth's veins. The remnants of the first battlefield materialize in the void. The saintess's body, pierced by bronze vines, resonates with the patterns on Xiaobai's wrist. Warning. Bloodline resonance has breached the critical threshold. Activating god-slaying combat intent. Third style, the hilt of the azure rainbow sword merges with the patterns on his arm, the sword's edge erupting with purifying flames intermingled with gilded flowing fire. Father, is this the hope you spoke of? In the forbidden grounds of the Cloud Flame sect's back mountain, a shadow upon the bronze throne caresses the nascent mother nest embryo. The 6th-tier amethyst-winged lion king bursts free from its seal, a collar of liquid gold flowing around its neck, its lion-like eyes having turned to fierce bronze. Go. Let the Xiao family bloodline become the final offering. Xiao Yan's heavy ruler plunges into the ground, purple flames forming a confinement array. First, interrogate this old dog. The gray-robed elder laughs maniacally, coughing blood. You Xiao family are merely the seedbeds of the sower. That esteemed one has awakened the core of the mother nest in the cloud flame forbidden grounds. Before he can finish, his body suddenly explodes into liquid gold, seeping into the ground's cracks and vanishing. 3 months, Xiaobai muses, touching the pattern spreading across his wrist. The ancient script of slaying karma on the azure rainbow sword's blade is now covered in starfire fissures. That should be ample time to flatten the cloud flame forbidden grounds. At the break of dawn, Xiaobai cradled the nascent azure lotus flame, gazing upon the remnants of dimensional debris floating in the void. The little healer gently caressed the emerald lotus platform, the shadow of the mother nest flickering. Brother Xiaobai, let me guard the causal threads next time. Deep within the earth, unpurified liquid gold quietly coalesced into a stream. The spectral figure of the god king chuckled softly at the core of the mother nest. His fingertips entwined with threads that penetrated dimensions. The sower's game never concludes. Chapter 62, Bloodstained Azure Tablet Ding. Bloodline pollution detected intensifying. Activating world purification barrier. Acquired bronze inscription deciphering technique. Unlocking ancient array manipulation permissions. Warning. Host trace decay has surpassed 50. The void split open, revealing an emerald rift, where Xiao Bai's residual soul solidified beside the tablet. The translucent Shinong Ho pierced the golden patterns, yet the light dust was devoured in reverse. Yinner. This is the blood sacrifice focal point set by the progenitor. The remnants of the Xiao clan can indeed trigger the mother nest's mechanisms. A gray-robed figure from Yunlan's sect leapt down from the treetops, 7 poisoned silver shuttles morphing into bronze beast heads. Surrender the ancient tablet key, and I shall leave your corpse intact. Xiaobai executed the reverse 7-star steps, the azure rainbow sword aura shredding 2 beast heads. The 3rd silver shuttle grazed his left shoulder, the golden poison immediately corroding his protective battle chi. Master, the poison is eroding my meridians. Counter at the 7th step. Strike at their vital point. The old alchemist's voice came urgently. The leading puppet's right arm transformed into a serrated blade wheel, its whirring tearing through the air. Xiaobai thrust the azure rainbow sword into the seam of its neck, the golden core suddenly self-destructing. Initiating self-destruction protocol. Hold your breath. The little healer unleashed a barrier of toxic mist, the shadow of the mother nest in her palm suddenly going berserk. These liquids are resonating. The golden poison seeped into the mist, coalescing into bronze chains that ensnared Xiaobai. Bloodline pollution threshold met. Executing assimilation. Ding. Cross-dimensional invasion detected. Forcibly activating Azure Lotus Soul Lock. 9 sword energies converged into a lotus platform, grinding the chains into powder. Xiaobai's right arm's patterns suddenly elongated, transforming into a golden blade that pierced the gray-robed man's chest. How does Yunlan's sect know of the mother nest's mechanisms? You Xiao clan are merely the nursery of the Sowers. The gray-robed man gasped with a sinister smile, his body decaying into bronze liquid that seeped into the earth. The ancient tablet erupted violently, revealing an internal golden casket. The truth recorded on the parchment caused Xiao Yan's pupils to constrict. 300 years ago, 37 Xiao clan Do emperors were live sacrificed, their spines forming the foundation of the mother nest, their blood crystallizing into bronze inscriptions. So the so-called god-slaying was merely the commencement of the sowing ritual. Xiao Bai's right arm's mechanical meridians began to disintegrate, the roots of the starfire azure lotus piercing into the earth's veins. The void manifested the remnants of the progenitor's battlefield, the saintess's body, pierced by bronze vines, resonating with the patterns on her wrist. The old alchemist's spectral figure trembled in the sea of consciousness. These inscriptions are rewriting your battle chi attributes. In the forbidden grounds of Yunlan's sect's rear mountains, a shadow on the bronze throne caressed the nascent embryo. The 6th-tier amethyst-winged lion king broke free from its seal, a collar of mother nest liquid flowing around its neck. Go, let the bloodline of the Xiao clan become the final offering. Xiaobai traced the pattern spreading on his wrist. The azure rainbow sword's cutting karma ancient script sprawling across the starfire fissures. 3 months are sufficient to level this hypocritical sect. Suddenly, the little medical sage clutched her heart, and the shadow of the mother nest within the emerald lotus platform trembled violently. They are coming from the southwest. 3 Do emperors. 3 figures clad in black robes emerged from the morning mist, the foremost Do emperor wielding a bronze compass, detection of the In's vessel executing the harvesting protocol. 3 steps in position, 5 zhang in soon position. The medicinal elder ignited his remaining soul to summon the bone spirit's cold fire. Xiaobai. Stepping into the newly comprehended green lotus step, drew forth sword energy that inscribed primordial runes in the void. Suddenly, the liquid gold flowed backward, ensnaring the three Dough Emperors within a bronze prison. Green Lotus Soul Lock. It is impossible. How could the power of the Mother Nest backfire? The figure in black roared as he corroded into a bronze statue, the compass shattering upon hitting the ground, revealing a pulsating golden heart within. Xiaobai picked up the still-beating heart, and at the moment the azure rainbow sword pierced it, a torrent of memories from 100,000 years ago surged forth, depicting the primordial Shinnong kneeling at the altar, embedding a parental heart into the core of the Mother Nest. With my bloodline, I shall forever quell desolation. Beep. Bloodline resonance has broken the threshold, and protocol unlocked. Acquired causality severance technique. Warning. Usage will accelerate existential dissolution. The medicinal elder's shadow became increasingly transparent. Yinner. This power will completely erase your existence. Then let it erase me, Xiaobai declared, shattering the golden heart. Starfire spread through the earth's veins. At least it can earn you a sliver of hope. A deafening roar emanated from the depths below. The bronze pupils of the amethyst-winged Lion King, reflecting a figure resembling Xiaobai, gently caressing a newly formed embryo with a smile. Chapter 63. Green Lotus Suppression. The golden embryo on the bronze throne trembled violently, the Lion King's bronze pupils reflecting Xiaobai's figure. It roared towards the heavens, the sound waves causing the rock walls of the forbidden land to crumble. The core of the Mother Nest is not to be desecrated. Xiaobai's right arm bore the green lotus patterns that spread to his neck, while starfire clashed with the golden venom within his meridians. The medicinal elder's bone spirit cold fire surged within his consciousness. Yinner, the Lion King's neck ring, is the control center of the Mother Nest. Beep. Dough Emperor level threat detected. God-slaying battle intent 4 activated. Temporary state green lotus blood ignition acquired. Pain perception blocked by 90. Warning. Bloodline pollution has surpassed the critical threshold. Host existence dissolution accelerates. Xiaobai leapt into the air, stepping on fragments of ancient tablets. 9 streams of sword energy coalescing into a lotus platform. Beast. I shall claim your collar. A mere trick. The Lion King spoke, sweeping its tail to shatter the medicinal pills. The medicinal elder's shadow suddenly manifested. The bone spirit cold fire coalescing into an eye spike that pierced the Lion King's right eye. Now is the time. Xiaobai's right arm surged with patterns. The azure rainbow sword penetrating the seam of the collar. As the golden liquid splattered, memories from 100,000 years ago flooded back, showing the primordial Shinnong kneeling at the altar, embedding a parental heart into the core of the Mother Nest. With my bloodline, I shall forever quell desolation. The collar crashed to the ground and shattered, revealing a pulsating golden heart within. Xiaobai knelt on one knee, the green lotus patterns creeping up his cheek. So it turns out I am the final vessel of the seal. The shadow of the Mother Nest in the little medical sage's palm suddenly went berserk, the emerald lotus platform becoming entwined with bronze patterns. Xiaobai. My toxic body is resonating. Hold your breath. Xiao Yin swung his ruler to sever the spreading toxic vines. Medicinal elder, how should we deal with this heart? The ethereal figure of the elder medicine grew increasingly translucent. The progenitor sealed the Mother Nest with the bloodline of kin. Now the core awakens. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a vibrant crack tore open above the forbidden ground, and 72 bronze puppets descended like rain. Damage to the seal detected. Executing eradication protocol. The leading puppet's right arm transformed into a cannon, unleashing a golden beam that swept across the rocky walls. Xiaobai rolled to evade a fatal strike, his sword energy shattering 3 puppet cores. These are the second-generation puppets modified by the Yunlan sect. The little medical sage conjured a barrier of toxic mist, blood trickling from her lips. There is an escape passage to the southwest. Think you can flee? The Lion King's damaged right eye wept golden liquid as the earth suddenly heaved, bronze spikes erupting from the ground. Become sustenance for the Mother Nest. Xiao Yin ignited his purple flames and soared into the sky, the Xuanzhong ruler cleaving toward the Lion King's crown. You shall face me. The ancient script of severing the fate on the ruler flared with azure light, inscribing a sealing talisman upon the Lion King's forehead. A golden heart unexpectedly floated to the apex of the forbidden ground, projecting a holographic image of the primordial battlefield. 37 members of the Xiao clan, all Do Huang, were pierced by bronze chains, their wails resonating with Xiaobai's bloodline. Why was I chosen? Ding. Ultimate task triggered. Bloodline sacrifice. Acquired fate-severing technique. Using it will obliterate existence. Warning. Countdown. 030000. The ethereal figure of the elder medicine was on the verge of dissipating. Yinner, take them away. Father. Xiaobai caressed the cracked blade of the Qinghong sword. As starlight suddenly coiled around him, it is time to end this farce. The emerald lotus platform exploded in the little medical sage's palm, pure starlight surging against the toxic mist. Xiaoyan ignited his life essence to fuel the purple flames, merging 3 types of into a chaotic lotus bud. Brother Xiaobai, catch. By my bloodline. Xiaobai plunged the Qinghong's sword into his heart, intertwining golden liquid and starlight into a radiant beam. May it forever quell the desolation. The forbidden ground crumbled amidst thunderous roars, and 72 puppets disintegrated into bronze dust. The purple crystal-winged Lion King howled in carbonization, the core of its collar revealing a remnant shadow of the primordial Shinnong. The Xiao clan shall forever be the seed. 3 months later, emerald sprouts emerged on the outskirts of Wutan City. Xiaoyan gently caressed the newly born blue lotus, familiar starlight flickering upon its leaves. Teacher, has he truly vanished? Suddenly, the void split open, and half of Shinnong's hoe fell into a deep pool. The little medical sage picked up the hoe's handle, faint vibrations emanating from the golden patterns. Next time, let me step into fate. Deep within the ruins of the Yunlan sect's forbidden ground, a shadow upon the bronze throne tenderly caressed the nascent embryo. The sower's game never ends. Chapter 64. The flickering flames reignite cracks and the bronze throne oozed golden liquid. And half of Shinnong's hoe glimmered with a ghostly light at the bottom of the pool. The remnant soul of Xiaobai hovered above it, his right arm adorned with azure lotus patterns now faint as smoke. The waters reflected scenes from 100,000 years ago. The primordial Shinnong knelt at the altar, forging the bones of kin into this farming tool. Ding. Host soul fragment detected. Activating remnant soul repair program. Insufficient energy. Repair progress at 12. Suddenly, the pool trembled, and the golden liquid coalesced into the phantom of a figure clad in the Yunlan sect's black robes. You cannot escape the fate of being the eternal seed. Xiaobai's remnant soul leaped, stepping upon Shinnong's hoe, as starlight coalesced into an ethereal sword shadow. Dare to deceive even the puppets? Your era has ended. The shadow of the figure cloaked in black let out a chilling laugh, as gilded chains ensnared the Shinnong hoe. The mother nest requires a new vessel. With a resounding splash, the little medic entered the water, as the emerald poison body erupted, forming a massive serpent of toxic mist that shattered 3 puppets in one bite. Xiaobai, is that truly you? Do not touch that hoe. Xiaoyan followed closely, wielding the Xian heavy ruler to part the 2 curtains of water. The gilded liquid at the bottom of the pool is eroding our fighting spirit. The little medic's fingertips were entwined with poisonous mist as the emerald lotus appeared in her palm. My toxic body can sense his presence. Suddenly, the gilded liquid surged violently, infiltrating her meridians through the toxic mist. Xiaoyan, with wings of purple fire, rushed in, and the bone spirit cold fire coalesced into icy chains. Release it. This liquid is rewriting your bloodline. No. The little medic bled from her 7 orifices, yet the emerald poisoned serpent coiled the Shinnong hoe to her chest. This is the last proof of his existence. The Shinnong hoe erupted with azure light, forcibly drawing Xiaobai's lingering soul into the little medic's consciousness. A torrent of memories from 100,000 years ago surged forth, as the first saintess was pierced by bronze chains, her toxic body merging seamlessly with the starfire blue lotus. Ding. Suitable vessel detected. Initiating symbiotic protocol. Host soul synchronization with the poison body at 39. Unlocking temporary body control permissions. Little medic, steady your mind. Xiaobai's voice echoed in her consciousness. No. She gritted her teeth, resisting the erosion of the gilded liquid. This time, I shall bear the cost. The waters of the pool erupted violently, intertwining the emerald toxic mist with the starfire into a cocoon. Xiaoyan was swept away by the shockwave, as the ancient script of the Xian heavy ruler shone like the full moon. Yao Lao, what is happening? Reconstruction of the poison body, residual soul residing. The phantom of Yao Lao grew increasingly dim. They are creating miracles, or perhaps monstrosities. As the toxic cocoon shattered, the little medic's white hair transformed into the color of starfire, and her right arm bore the same azure lotus markings as Xiaobai. The Shinnong hoe flew into her palm, while the gilded liquid retreated as if facing a formidable foe. Anomalous energy detected. The black-cloaked figure commanded the remaining puppets to surround them. Execute highest-level clearance. The little medic, or rather the Xiaobai residing within her, stepped forth to wield the hoe. The emerald toxic mist coalesced into 72 lotus petals, shredding the puppets into bronze fragments. You, the lackeys of the Yunlan sect, dare to speak of clearance? Xiaoyan's pupils contracted sharply. The tone was unmistakably Xiaobai. Suddenly, the little medic collapsed to the ground, coughing blood, her white hair visibly fading to ash. The azure light of the Shinnong hoe dimmed rapidly, and Xiaobai's lingering soul was forcefully expelled. Synchronization rate has exceeded the critical threshold. The host's soul is on the verge of collapse. Enough! She trembled, grasping her right arm, which sought to swing the hoe once more. Xiaobai, your life is more precious than my toxic body. From the depths of the pool came a deafening roar. As the bronze remnant of the purple crystal wing lion king surged forth from the water, its remaining, eye-weeping gilded liquid. The mother nest shall never perish. Xiao Yin ignited his life essence, merging 3 distinct fires into a chaotic fire lotus. Take her away. Leave this place to me. Live. The little medic pressed the Shinong Ho into Xiao Yan's hands, the toxic mist forming a final barrier. Tell him there is. In the instant the gilded liquid engulfed her, the spectral image of the first saintess emerged at the bottom of the pool. She gently caressed the direction in which the little healer had vanished. As toxic mist and starlight coalesced into a new blue lotus seed, the cycle of karma must repay its debts. Chapter 65. The origin of the blue lotus. Deep within the ruins of the bronze throne, a half-buried divine farmer's hoe was wedged in the charred rock crevice, its gilded patterns flickering ominously. The lingering soul of Xiao Bai floated above it, his right arm bearing the blue lotus pattern, now faint as smoke. Sustained only by the remaining starlight within the hoe, which held the last vestiges of his existence. Beat. Post-soul fluctuation detected. Activating the origin protocol. Insufficient energy. Forcing the awakening of the original memory fragments. Through blood as a medium and bone as a guide, the voice of the original echoed through time and space. Resonating with Xiao Bai's residual soul. Descendants, you must bear this calamity. In the real world, Xiao Yin leaned against a cliff. The ancient script of cutting karma on the Xian heavy ruler marred by cracks. The ethereal figure of the medicine elder appeared almost transparent. 3 Do emperors and 6 Do kings. The Yunlan sect has truly invested heavily. Suddenly, the emerald earring left by the little healer began to glow, the toxic mist forming a barrier that blocked the sound waves. Xiao Yin is leaving with the hoe. Whispered the remnants of the toxic body in the void. Within the rift of time and space, Xiao Bai witnessed the original divine farmer implanting the blue lotus fire seed into the chest of his progeny. The youthful visage bore a striking resemblance to his own. As gilded blood flowed along the altar's crevices into the earth's veins. Father, is this the destiny of the Xiao clan? There shall be a calamity in the future. The original severed the right arm of his progeny, the bone and blood coalescing into the divine farmer's hoe. Only by reversing the cycle of karma can the deadlock be shattered. Beep. Integration of original memories complete. Unlocking origin of the blue lotus privileges. The divine farmer's hoe suddenly burst forth with azure light, shredding the nearest puppet into bronze fragments. Is that the aura of Brother Xiao Bai? Xiao Yan's pupils constricted. As the Xian heavy ruler resonated with the hoe, the gilded pattern spread along the ruler's body, forming a fragmented blue lotus formation in the void. The elder of the Yunlan sect's expression changed drastically. Quickly destroy that hoe. 6 puppets self-destructed simultaneously, the gilded liquid coalescing into a toxic net. The medicine elder, burning the last vestiges of his soul power, urged the bone spirit's cold fire. 3 steps to the can position, 7 zhang to shake the array's eye. Xiao Yin stepped onto the remnants of the blue lotus formation, the chaotic fire lotus crashing into the earth's veins. The ground erupted into a 100-foot deep pit. The bronze base of the altar from 100,000 years ago breaking through the soil. Is this the altar of the god-slaying ritual from 100 millennia ago? The central groove of the altar perfectly matched the divine farmer's hoe. Xiao Bai's residual soul was forcibly drawn onto it. As bronze chains from 100,000 years ago tore through the air, detecting eligible vessel to execute blood sacrifice procedure. Not a chance. Xiao Yin, with wings of purple fire, charged forward but was repelled by the gilded barrier. The residual consciousness of the little healer suddenly solidified. The emerald toxic mist corroding the chains, Xiao Bai, awaken. The ethereal figure of the original divine farmer materialized above the altar, his fingertip lightly touching Xiao Bai's brow. The cause of the future must sever the fruit of the past. The blue lotus fire seed suddenly flowed backward, expelling the gilded liquid from the divine farmer's hoe. No. The elder's scream from the Yunlan sect was abruptly silenced as the bronze bell shattered into fragments. The base of the altar surged with pure starlight, reducing the 6 Do emperors to ashes. Xiao Bai's residual soul was reformed within the starlight, the blue lotus pattern on his right arm fading to a pale gold. So, the method to sever karma is to reverse the original blood sacrifice. Before the medicine elder's ethereal figure completely vanished, the bone spirit's cold fire entered the divine farmer's hoe. Yinner, live on with his will. 3 months later, emerald seedlings sprouted from the ruins of Wutan City. Xiao Yin inserted the Shinong Ho beside the young seedling. The ancient inscription Zhan Yi on the restored to its former glory. Master, do you see this? In the void, the ethereal image of the first Shinong gently caressed the green lotus seedling. Beside him stood a boy with a blurred visage, his right arm adorned with a green lotus pattern identical to Xiaobai's. Father, this karmic debt has finally been settled. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Yunlan sect, a shadow on the bronze throne crushed a communication jade slip. Inform the soul hall sours, the awakening has occurred. Chapter 66, Green Lotus nurturing fire in the heart of the ruins of Wutan City. The emerald seedling had grown to half a person's height, its leaves adorned with starfire patterns resonating with the Shinong Ho. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged beside the seedling, the Xian-heavy Zhan Yi radiating a golden glow. He gently traced the cracks on the last words of the medicinal elder still echoing in his ears. Yinner, your true battle has only just begun. Ding. Detecting host's soul fluctuations. Activating Green Lotus nurturing fire program. The remnants of Xiaobai's soul within the Shinong Ho trembled slightly, and the starfire seeped into the seedling through its roots. The void opened a barely perceptible rift, and the ethereal image of the first Shinong emerged between the leaf veins. Are you prepared for the cost of reversing karma? Xiaoyan suddenly lifted his head, purple flames rising from his palms. Who goes there? From the shadow 10 feet away, a black-robed envoy of the soul hall slowly materialized, a soul-locking chain in his hand glowing with a ghostly blue light. Young scion of the Xiao family, the hall master requests your presence. 7 soul-locking chains tore through the air, their skeletal tips spewing chilling white ghost flames. Xiaoyan swiftly dodged, striking at the chains with the Xian heavy, only to spark a shower of embers. Is this a soul attack? Hand over the Shinong Ho, or face obliteration? The black-robed envoy formed a seal, the soul-locking chains coalescing into a prison. The ground suddenly heaved, and 3 specially crafted puppets from the soul hall erupted from the earth, their eye sockets flickering with golden ghost flames akin to the core of the mother nest. The emerald seedling surged in growth, its leaves ensnaring 2 of the puppets. The Shinong Ho soared through the air, and the starfire coalesced into Xiaobai's ethereal image. Has the soul hall become a mere lackey of the mother nest? Merely a mutually beneficial arrangement, the envoy scoffed, as the soul-locking chains pierced the seedling's main trunk. The hall master desires the karmic power within you. Xiaobai's ethereal image suddenly solidified, the green lotus pattern on his right arm reversing the flow of starfire. The seedling, entangled by the soul-locking chains, detonated in an explosion, emerald shards transforming into a myriad of fine needles. What right do you have to speak of karma? The envoy's right eye was pierced by the shards, the chilling white ghost flames rebounding onto himself. The remaining puppets swiftly redirected their chain blades, pinning their master to the rock wall. Detecting target threat escalation, executing eradication protocol. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyan hurled the Xian heavy, the purple flames igniting along the soul-locking chains. Xiaobai, the core of these puppets is in their foreheads. Too late. The envoy shattered the teleportation jade symbol, his form dissipating with a sinister grin. The hall master has locked onto the coordinates of the Shinong Ho. The Xiao bloodline shall inevitably perish. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Yunlan sect, the shadow on the bronze throne gazed intently at a crystal ball. Within it appeared the ethereal image of the branch master of the soul hall. I demand to see the Shinong Ho within 3 days. The reach of the soul hall is becoming excessively long. The shadow snapped his fingers, shattering the crystal ball. The mother nest embryo beneath trembled violently. Relay orders to Yun, instructing her to mobilize the Yunlan formation to invite someone. At the remnants of the emerald seedling, new sprouts grew at a visible speed. The remnant soul of Xiaobai within the Shinong Ho observed the root system deep within the earth's veins, where 37 bronze chains were directing the starfire towards the mother nest embryo. The core of the grand formation of the Yunlan sect is, in fact, the corpse of the first-generation Xiao clan's Do Wang. Xiaobai, wielding a virtual sword forged from starfire, severed the 3 nearest chains. Yinner. Something is emerging from beneath the ground. The earth erupted violently, as the bronze base of the ancient altar broke through the surface. Xiaoyan was hurled by the shockwave, stabilizing himself only by embedding the Xian Zhongqi into the rock face. Is this the god-slaying altar from 100,000 years ago? A powerful suction erupted from the central recess of the altar, uncontrollably drawing the Shinong Ho into it. Bronze chains tore through the air, wrapping around Xiaoyan, while a golden liquid etched runes upon his skin, detected Xiao clan bloodline, executing blood sacrifice procedure. Not a chance. The remnants of Xiaobai ignited with starfire, cleaving through the chains with his virtual sword. Suddenly, the emerald seedling transformed into a colossal python, its venomous fangs piercing into the altar's base. Is that you, little medical sage? Before the words could fully escape, The luminous barrier of the Yunlan sect's grand formation enveloped the ruins. With sect leader Yun Yun standing poised upon her sword, Xiao Yin, surrender the Shinong Ho, and you may retain your whole body. 72 cloud-patterned puppets formed the Tiangang formation, while Elder Yunling at the formation's core grinned wickedly. Descendants of the Xiao family, today will be your end. Silence. Xiao Bai commanded the Shinong Ho to shatter the formation flags, causing the starfire to rebound against the formation. Yun Yun's ancient sword suddenly pivoted, piercing through Yunling's chest. Thank you, young Master Xiao, for assisting our sect in clearing our ranks. The emerald seedling quietly vanished amidst the chaos. As the sound of chains breaking echoed from deep underground, the silhouette of the Soul Palace's submaster appeared amidst the clouds. This game is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 67, Awakening of the Remnant Soul Ding. Cross-dimensional contamination detected, activating purity barrier. Acquired causality severance technique, unlocking bloodline purification privileges. Warning. Host trace dissipation level has reached 63. The void split open, revealing an emerald rift. As the ethereal form of the first-generation Shinong materialized above the altar, descendants of the future, do you dare to bear the karma of my Xiao clan? Golden chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring Xiao Bai's ankle and forcibly pulling his remnant soul into the depths of the blood pool. Brother Xiao Bai? Xiao Yin swung the Xian Zhong Qi to slash at the chains, but was repelled, causing his palm to split. The little medical sage's venomous mist coalesced into an emerald giant python, its fangs piercing into the altar's crevice. His bloodline is resonating. Something is about to emerge from this blood pool. At the bottom of the blood pool, 37 bronze coffins formed a circular formation. Each coffin contained the remains of a Do Wang from the Xiao clan, their spines extending golden tendrils that connected to a central embryonic nest, upon which the visage of young Xiao Bai unexpectedly emerged. So my birth was indeed part of the sowing plan. The remnant soul of Xiao Bai trembled as the azure lotus patterns surged backward, causing the starfire to rebound against the nest through the tendrils. The ethereal figure of the first-generation Shinong laughed heartily. Bloodlines are shackles, and karma is a cage from which you cannot escape. Elder Yao expended his final soul power, condensing the bone spirit cold fire into an ice spike that pierced the embryo. Yinner, sever the first generation's blood chain. Xiaoyan's eyes blazed crimson as the threefold coalesced into a chaotic lotus platform. Break for me. The altar's dome exploded violently, igniting the black robes of the Soul Palace's submaster with starfire. Impossible. How could the core of the nest retaliate? The 72 modified puppets turned their weapons towards him. Emerald patterns crawling across their gilded shells, detected highest command to eliminate Soul Palace units. How dare you betray us? The submaster crushed the teleportation jade talisman, only to be pierced through the chest by the Shinong Ho, manipulated by Xiao Bai. Golden blood splattered upon the altar, coalescing into the primordial warning inscription. The sower's game must end. Suddenly, the little healer collapsed, spitting blood. As the shadow of the mother nest broke free from control, Xiao Bai, flee. They are exploiting my poisoned body. The mother nest's embryo trembled violently, and Xiao Bai's residual soul began to carbonize. Before the shadow of the medicine elder completely dissipated, he infused the essence of bone spirit fire into the Shinong Ho. Yuan. Take him away. Teacher. Xiao Yan, transformed by purple fire, soared into the heavens, the profound heavy ruler slashing the decree erupting with azure light. The moment the ruler touched the embryo, a torrent of memories from 100,000 years ago surged into the first Shinong, kneeling upon the ground, forging his offspring into the first spark of starfire. Ding. Ultimate agreement triggered, activating burning decision resonance. The azure lotus patterns suddenly detached from Xiao Bai, coalescing in the void into a complete burning decision scroll. The instant the scroll unfurled, the entire blood pool simmered, the golden liquid vaporizing into pure starfire. With my residual soul, I shall incinerate all celestial causes. 3 months later, emerald seedlings sprouted from the ruins of Wutan City. Xiao Yin plunged the Shinong Ho into the scorched earth, 3 different fires swirling into formation. Teacher, do you see? In the rift of the void, the shadow of the first Shinong gently caressed the seedlings. Beside him, a bronze coffin suddenly opened, and Xiao Bai's form was reshaped amidst the starfire. His right arm's azure lotus pattern fading to a pale gold. The debt of the sower must be repaid. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Soul Palace, the unpurified golden liquid quietly gathered. The remnants of the purple crystal-winged lion king trembled suddenly, its golden pupils reflecting the direction of the central continent. A new game has begun. Chapter 68. The initial trial of the new form at the center of the Wutan City ruins. The emerald seedlings had grown to approximately 10 feet. the starfire patterns on their leaves flickering like breath. Xiaobai stood before the seedlings, his right arm's pale golden lotus pattern radiating warmth. The remolded meridians coursing with starfire of the same origin as the primordial blood pool. He clenched his fingers, and the golden liquid beneath the ground coalesced into a phantom sword, ripples emanating through the space it traversed. Ding! Host body synchronization rate elevated to 71. Unlocking Azure Lotus soul suppression permission. Temporary state acquired, starfire resonance, with a 300 increase in fighting spirit recovery speed. Warning: Mother Nest's pollution fluctuations intensifying. Energy at dozone level detected to the northwest. Xiaobai, southwest position. Xiaoyan rushed in on purple fire. The profound heavy ruler shattering 3 soul chains that pierced through the void. The Soul Palace's forces are arriving faster than anticipated. 10 feet away. The void distorted as 3 guardians of the Soul Palace stepped through the rift. The leading guardian, wielding a skull scepter, had eyes ablaze with eerie white ghost flames resonating with the golden liquid of the Mother Nest, survivor of the Shao clan. The master has decreed that life or death is irrelevant. 72 soul chains descended from the void, each tipped with a skull that spewed forth ghostly flames. The ground instantly turned to scorched earth, and the leaves of the emerald seedlings curled and withered. The little healer emerged from behind a shattered wall, the toxic mist coiling into a giant serpent around the guardian. Your souls are foul beyond measure. The calamity poisoned body. The guardian's scepter halted. Ghost flames morphing into 3 colossal hounds, perfect for refining into soul puppets. The hound's sharp teeth shattered the toxic serpent, the ghostly flames rebounding through the poisonous mist. Xiaobai's starfire phantom sword cleaved through the air, the pale golden lotus pattern erupting with purifying light. The lapdogs of the Soul Palace dare to touch her. The ghostly hound howled in anguish and dissipated, the guardian retreating 10 feet, his black robe ignited by the starfire. This power is not that of a dozome. Quickly activate the blood soul puppet. The ground erupted violently, and 5 blood-red puppets emerged from the earth. Each of them bore a pulsating heart embedded in their chest, with every heart entwined in the bronze chains of the primordial Shao clan. Xiaoyan wielded the heavy measuring ruler, striking the puppet's left shoulder, sending golden sparks flying. These hearts mimic the stellar fluctuations of Brother Xiaobai. 3 steps to the Can position, 7 zhang to the Zhun position. Xiaobai traced the Azure Lotus formation with his ethereal sword, and the emerald seedling suddenly surged in growth, its roots ensnaring 2 of the puppets. Delicate golden lotus patterns spread along the roots, transforming the puppets' hearts into a vibrant emerald hue. Explode for me. With a resounding boom, the self-destruction of the puppets' hearts sent shockwaves that hurled the members of the Soul Hall aside, causing cracks to appear in the skeletal staff of the Protector. How could this be? The core of the Mother Nest was clearly. Do you truly believe that the Mother Nest belongs solely to the Soul Hall? Xiaobai ascended into the air, stepping upon the Azure Lotus formation. Pointing his ethereal sword towards the northwest, let us delve into the depths of the earth. The roots of the emerald seedling pierced the ground, revealing a shocking scene. The branch leader of the Soul Hall was kneeling before the Mother Nest embryo, his spine extending into gilded roots that connected to the embryo. The surface of the embryo revealed the visage of the Protector in his youth. No, this is impossible. The Protector tore open his robe, revealing gilded patterns spreading across his chest. The Hall Master has stated that this is a secret technique of the Soul Hall. Fool. Xiaobai thrust his ethereal sword through the Protector's chest, the stellar fire flowing against the gilded patterns. You are merely seeds sown by the Mother Nest. The emerald seedling suddenly erupted with an overwhelming azure light, and the patterns of the earth's veins and the ruins of Wutan City were fully revealed. Xiaobai's right arm, adorned with lotus patterns, detached from his body and coalesced into the complete Azure Lotus Soul Suppression Classic in the void. By my bloodline, I shall subdue. Golden liquid poured from the 7 orifices of the Soul Hall members, solidifying into 37 bronze coffins. The Protector was dragged into a coffin by chains, his screams gradually fading. The Hall Master will not let this go. Yin or catch. Xiaobai pressed the Soul Suppression Classic into Xiaoyan's forehead, his body beginning to turn transparent. Take it to Central State, where the primordial. The emerald seedling suddenly exploded, and the little doctor lunged towards the Azure Lotus seed within the light. Xiaobai. Deep within the main hall of the Soul Hall, the Mother Nest embryo within the 10,000 Souls Cauldron suddenly cracked. Hall Master Hunmia Shin crushed a communication jade slip, and the emblem of the ancient clans of Central State materialized in the void, informed the Soul Emperor that the sower has awakened early. In the fissures of the celestial tomb in Central State, the phantom of the primordial Shinon gently caressed the Azure Lotus seed. Beside him, a bronze coffin opened, and Xiao Bai's lingering soul opened his eyes amidst the stellar fire. It is time for reckoning. The remnants of the emerald seedling seeped into the earth veins, and the ruins of Wutan City bloomed with the first azure lotus in 100,000 years. Chapter 69. The Flames of War in Central State. Amidst the morning mist enveloping the borders of Central State, Xiao Bai stood atop a solitary peak towering thousands of feet high, his right arm adorned with faint golden lotus patterns resonating with the rising sun. The emerald seedling trembled within its spatial ring, its root shadow piercing through the void, pointing towards the northwestern mountain range. 3 days prior, the refined Azure Lotus Soul Suppression Classic hovered within his consciousness, each page revealing the ancient paths trodden by the primordial Shinno. Ding. Detected ancient battlefield ruins. Conditions for sign-in met. Sign in at the celestial shattering mountains of Central State. Successful. Reward obtained. Low-tier movement technique Azure Lotus Void Step, Fragment. A torrent of information surged into his meridians, and with a light tap of his toes, 9 blossoms of stellar fire manifested in the void. Suddenly, the treetops 10 zhang away burst apart as 3 shadows of the Soul Hall shot towards him. Remnant of the Xiao family, the Hall Master requests your presence. Do you even understand the etiquette of an invitation? Xiao Bai's right hand formed a phantom grip, as starlight ignited into chains that ensnared the neck of the leading shadow. Is this how you educate your subordinates? The captured shadow suddenly detonated, its golden blood transforming into a toxic mist that spread through the air. The remaining 2 figures joined their hands in a summoning formation, causing the ground to rise and 10 blood puppets to emerge, their chests embedded with a core resonating with Xiao Bai's lotus pattern. Host fluctuations detected, executing capture protocol. 3 steps of the can position, 7 zhang from the fire. Xiao Bai employed his newly comprehended movement technique, the starlit chains shattering 2 blood puppets. Suddenly, a jade green sprout broke through its confines, its roots penetrating the hearts of the blood puppets. These cores are mimicking my bloodline encoding. A sound of breaking air echoed from the northwestern horizon as the 3 heavenly lords of the Soul Palace descended upon clouds. To force a blood puppet to self-destruct demonstrates some skill, one remarked, snapping his fingers to project a blood-colored jade tablet, manifesting a myriad of souls devouring formation in the void. Unfortunately, the palace master primarily seeks corpses, amidst the wails of countless souls. The Qinglian Soul Suppression Classic turned pages on its own. Xiao Bai's right arm detached, forming a phantom of the original divine farmer in the void. Young ones of the Soul Palace, do you dare to peer into the threads of causality? The 3 heavenly lords' pupils constricted, the blood jade tablet disintegrating into powder. The original divine farmer? Impossible. You should have perished long ago. Deep within the ancient forest, the leader of the Black Yin army, Ling Quan, shattered the void. Xiao family's brat, surrender the Qinglian Soul Suppression Classic, and you may serve our clan. 24 Black Yin guards formed a dragon binding formation, while the ancient demon at the formation's core sneered. What the ancient clan desires, they never fail to obtain. Ancient clan, Xiao Bai's fingertips ignited with starlight, forming the phantom of the original divine farmer's hoe. 3,000 years ago, when the ancient you sought the original suppression, they had no such grandeur. Ling Quan's expression darkened, and the phantom of the ancient emperor's mirror shot forth from his brow. Impudence. The glory of the ancient clan shall not be tarnished. As the mirror's light touched the divine farmer's hoe, a torrent of memories from 100,000 years past surged forth, revealing the ancient clan's 3rd elder kneeling in reverence, presenting the remnants of the Burning Sutra to beseech the original for sealing the barren seeds within the clan. So the ancient clan's Burning Sutra was indeed granted by the original. Seizing the moment of shock from the ancient demon, Xiao Bai stepped swiftly to the formation's core. The Soul Suppression Classic turned to its final page, revealing a starfire diagram of the ancient clan's forbidden grounds. You honor, take heed. The Xuanzhong ruler descended from the clouds, as Xiao Yin, accompanied by 3 different flames, materialized. What great might the ancient clan possesses! The purple fire, bone spirit cold fire, and fallen heart flame coalesced into a chaotic fire lotus, shattering the dragon binding formation into fragments. Ling Quan was thrown back 100 zhang, the cracks in the ancient emperor's mirror spreading. How could the Xiao family possess the chaotic fire seed? Retreat. The jade green sprout's roots penetrated the earth's veins, guiding him to the fissure of the heavenly tomb. Xiao Bai caressed the rift in the void, as the Soul Suppression Classic spontaneously ignited. The time has finally come. From the fissure, the sigh of the original divine farmer echoed. Descendants of the future, do you dare to bear this causality? 37 bronze coffins materialized from the void, each containing the remains of the Xiao clan's battle saints. Xiao Bai's right arm's lotus pattern disintegrated piece by piece, as starlight infused the foremost coffin. With my remnant soul, I beseech the ancestral battle souls. The coffin lid burst open with a thunderous crash, the lotus pattern on the right arm of the remains resonating with Xiaobai. The skies over central continent shifted ominously as the Wan Soul Cauldron within the Soul Palace trembled violently. Alert! The original battle souls awaken. Deep within the Soul Palace, the Soul Emperor caressed the embryo of the mother nest. The game has only just begun. The surface of the embryo revealed the figure of Xiaobai. His right arm's lotus pattern transformed into faint golden battle markings. In the treacherous Tian Sha Mountains, emerald seedlings take root, and 100,000 azure lotuses bloom simultaneously, each petal harboring a spectral figure wielding a hoe. Chapter 70. The arrival of the battle soul within the fissures of the ancient tomb. 37 bronze coffins float like stars, from which the spectral form of the first generation of the Shao clan's battle souls emerges. Xiaobai's right arm is adorned with faint golden battle markings that sear his veins, each line reflecting the battlefields of 10,000 years past, where the primordial Shinnong cleaved the heavens, and at the point where starlight fell, the Soul Tribe's million-strong army turned to ash. Can the descendants of later generations bear this burden? The voice of the battle soul reverberates like thunder as emerald seedlings flourish in Xiaobai's palm, their roots piercing through the void. The northwest sky is shrouded in ominous clouds, and the cold laughter of the Soul Emperor penetrates the heavens. The battle souls of the first generation? Merely the remnants of a dying ember. Ding. Host's battle soul resonance reaches 92, activating 9 calamities of soul suppression. Temporary status acquired. Burning blood with a pain perception shield of 100. Warning. Critical countdown for bodily disintegration. 030000. Xiaobai shatters the rocky ground beneath him. As the soul suppression classic flips its pages behind him like a wheel. Old dog of the soul, it's time to settle the blood debts of 3,000 years. With a light flick of his sleeve, the Soul Emperor summons a torrent from the depths of the Yellow Springs. 1,000,000 vengeful souls coalesce into a colossal hand. The heart of the primordial nest pulsating with a golden rhythm. The bloodline of the Shao clan shall ultimately become my feast. The spectral figure of the first generation of battle souls swings the hoe down, clashing with the Yellow Springs. The shockwave sends mountains flying for hundreds of miles, and the scouts of the ancient clan are reduced to blood mist by the residual force. Xiaoyan plummets from the clouds, 3 layers of shielding his heart. Brother Xiaobai, the northeast is trembling. It's too late. The Soul Emperor lightly taps with his fingertip, and the Yellow Springs morph into chains that ensnare Xiaobai's right arm. Your soul suppression classic is now in my possession. Suddenly, the emerald seedlings explode, their roots wrapping around the primordial nest. The little medical fairy bursts forth from the fissures of the earth, her poisonous mist coalescing into 100,000 venomous needles. Soul Emperor, your heart reeks. The needles pierce the primordial nest, causing the golden liquid within to boil like lava. The Soul Emperor's expression shifts dramatically as the Yellow Springs recoil to protect him. Accursed poison body? I underestimated you. Underestimate? Not merely that. Xiaobai's battle markings reverse flow, transforming the soul suppression classic into a flaming phoenix soaring into the sky. Yinner, ignite the judgment. Xiaoyan thrusts the Xuanzhong ruler into the earth's veins as the chaotic fire lotus descends from the heavens. The Soul Emperor shoots out a soul lock from his sleeve, only to have it shattered by the spectral figure of the first generation of battle souls with a single swing of the hoe. The Soul Tribe's petty beings dare to wield the Yellow Springs? The surface of the primordial nest cracks, and the golden liquid takes on the visage of the first generation Shinnong. Soul Emperor, you dare to turn me into a puppet. The Soul Emperor retreats 1,000 feet, his brow splitting to reveal a blood-red vertical pupil. First generation? You should have perished long ago. The fissures of the ancient tomb suddenly expand, and the 37 bronze coffins transform into streams of light, merging into Xiaobai's body. The faint golden battle markings spread across him, each inch of skin illuminated with the memories of the first generation's battles, where the Soul Tribe performed blood sacrifices on the Shao clan's women and children, while the ancient clan looked on coldly, and Yunlan's sect acted as their accomplice. So this is what is deemed fate. Blood seeps from Xiaobai's 7 orifices as starlight bursts forth from his pores. But it is merely a fabrication crafted by the powerful. The Soul Emperor tears apart the void, the might of the 9 stars crushing mountains, a futile struggle. The Yellow Springs coalesce into a towering axe, cleaving downward, freezing the space it traverses. Xiaobai surges upwards, propelled by the azure lotus's spectral form, his right arm disintegrating inch by inch. This strike is for the 370,000 vengeful souls of the Shao clan. At the moment when the colossal dragon collides with the Yellow Spring axe, the skies of the central continent split open into an abyss. Ancient Yuan, leading the formidable forces of the ancient clan, emerged, only to have his protective battle aura shattered by the residual shockwaves. Retreat. This is a clash of Emperor-level forces. As the brilliant flames dissipated, the fissures of the heavenly tomb had transformed into a chasm 100 miles deep. Xiao Bai's battered form hovered in the void. His right arm reduced to mere bone. The Soul Emperor knelt at the edge of the abyss. His yellow spring battle aura dissipating. How could a wretched scion of the Shao clan injure me? The little medical fairy caught the plummeting jade seedling. Her poisoned body resonating with the starfire. Xiao Bai, your heartbeat. That is sufficient. The skeletal right arm gently caressed the seedling, faint golden battle runes seeping into its roots. The rest is entrusted to Yenner. Before the phantom of the first-generation battle soul vanished, it hurled the divine farmer's hoe towards Xiaoyan. Take this to the burning flame valley. 3 days later, the myriad souls cauldron in the soul palace erupted. The soul emperor retreated into seclusion to recuperate, while the primordial embryo flowed into the black corner region. Within the ancient clan's council chamber, Suner gazed at the celestial map. Father, the time for a decision has come. Deep within the heart of the burning flame valley, Xiaoyan plunged the divine farmer's hoe into the lava. The remnants of the Qinglian Soul Suppression Classic floated above, revealing Xiao Bai's final transmission. Yenner, your true battle has only just begun. The jade seedling took root at the bottom of the abyss, 100,000 Qinglian blooming in the central state. At the center of each lotus blossom, a spectral figure wielding a hoe stood proudly towards the heavens. Chapter 71. Qinglian Nirvana. Deep within the heart of the burning flame valley, the magma surged like a dragon. The divine farmer's hoe floated above the crimson lava. Cracks in its surface oozing golden droplets. Each drop that fell into the sea of fire coalesced into a Qinglian phantom. Xiao Bai's lingering soul clung to the hoe's handle. The faint golden battle runes now as insubstantial as smoke, while the roots of the jade seedling pierced through the void, continuously channeling starfire into the soul body. Ding! Detected the heart of the Qinglian fire seed in the Earth's core. Activating Nirvana Program. Host Soul Restoration Level 39. Unlocking Temporary Body Fire Spirit Incarnation. Warning. Duration of Fire Spirit Incarnation, 12 hours. Suddenly, the magma erupted violently as 3 Earth Core fire pythons surged forth, their vertical pupils locking onto the divine farmer's hoe. Humans, leave this sacred ground. Annoying. Xiao Bai commanded the Fire Spirit Incarnation to swing the hoe down, starfire coalescing into chains that pierced the python's head. I shall make use of your blood. Beyond the valley, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, the 4 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace standing upon blood clouds. Behind them, the 72 blood puppets with eyes pulsating with the primal fire of the mother nest. The burning flame valley shelters the remnants of the Shao family. They must be exterminated. Tang Zhun rallied the elders to form the Burning Heaven Formation, a crimson fire curtain enveloping the mountain gate. The Soul Palace's reach is becoming excessive. An ant attempting to shake a tree. The 4 heavenly sovereigns flicked their fingers, unleashing blood jade slips. Tearing open the void to the 9 hells, the Lord has commanded that not a single creature remains. The divine farmer's hoe arrived in the blink of an eye. The starfire chains shredding the blood jade slips. Xiao Bai's fire spirit incarnation descended upon the flames. The dogs of the Soul Palace have quite the keen sense. Xiao Bai. The 4 heavenly sovereigns retreated 100 paces, the blood puppets forming a protective formation around their master. You clearly. Clearly what? The fire spirit incarnation gripped the air, magma transforming into a 9-headed fire dragon. Do you think the Soul Emperor can cover the skies single-handedly? The fire dragon roared, shattering the formation of blood puppets, while the 4 heavenly sovereigns summoned soul banners to defend. The moment the banners touched the starfire, they disintegrated into ashes. Seizing the moment, Tang Huer threw out the burning flame silk, wrapping the left leg of the 4 heavenly sovereigns in a crimson ribbon. Father, lock the formation. Can position, ignite the heavens. Boil the seas. Tang Zhun bit his tongue, his blood activating the ancient formation at the valley's bottom. The magma transformed into a cage trapping the 4 heavenly sovereigns. As Xiao Bai rode the fire dragon in a swift descent, this strike is for the 30,000 souls of Wutan City. At the moment the divine farmer's hoe struck, the 4 heavenly sovereigns shattered their life-preserving blood talismans, declaring, "The Lord will not let this go." Within the depths of the molten earth, Tangjin gazed intently at the fire spirit incarnation of Xiao Bai, asking, "Pray tell, who are you? What is this divine farmer's hoe?" "It is a relic of an old acquaintance," replied Xiao Bai, guiding his avatar to caress the cracks on the hoe's body. The Earth Core Blue Lotus, safeguarded by the Valley of Flames, was originally planted by the first divine farmer. Tang Huer brushed her fingertip over the illusory blue lotus amidst the lava. Ancient texts record that the Earth Core Blue Lotus ripens once every 1,000 years, capable of refining imperial-grade elixirs. That is not an elixir, it is a key. Xiao Bai pointed towards the depths of the molten rock, where the emerald seedling's roots pierced through the void. It is the key to unlocking the heavenly tomb. Everyone followed his finger, and at the bottom of the lava, a bronze formation emerged, its patterns identical to the battle markings of Xiaobai. Tangjin's pupils constricted sharply. This formation is actually of the same origin as the core secret patterns passed down by the Valley Lord. Atop the ancient realm's celestial peak, Gu Yuan stared into the starry void. Suddenly, a jade slip shattered, revealing the ethereal image of the sole heavenly emperor. Old brother Gu, will you continue to watch idly? The remnants of the Shao family have already acquired the legacy of the first generation. Sole heavenly emperor, you have overstepped your bounds. Gu Yuan waved his hand to disperse the phantom. Turning to Suner, prepare to unlock the heavenly tomb. The ties of the Shao family must be severed. Suner revealed a crack in the ancient jade within her palm. Father, what about brother Xiaobai? Remember, you are first and foremost a divine maiden of the Gu clan, Gu Yuan said, flicking his sleeve as he departed, leaving behind a chilling echo in the void. If necessary, I shall personally sever this sinful bond. Deep within the earth's core, Xiaobai's fire spirit incarnation gradually became translucent. The emerald seedling suddenly grew at an alarming rate, its roots piercing into the bronze formation, detected the activation of the first-generation bloodline tomb passage. Starfire surged from the formation, coalescing into the ethereal image of the first divine farmer. Descendants of the future, do you dare confront the truth? In the void, an image from 100,000 years ago appeared, depicting Gu Yuan's father kneeling in submission, presenting the flame scripture and pleading for the first generation to seal the desolate seed within the ancient clan. At the moment the first divine farmer's hoe struck, one of the three elders of the ancient clan actually plunged a poison needle into his back. Thus, it was the ancient clan that was the true culprit behind the first generation's downfall. Xiaobai's fire spirit incarnation trembled violently as the cracks on the divine farmer's hoe spread. Yuaner, flee the Valley of Flames at once. Within the depths of the Soul Palace, the Soul Heavenly Emperor gently caressed the healed embryo of the mother nest. It is time to conclude this game. The surface of the embryo displayed a map of the central continent, where 7 starfire markers simultaneously illuminated, indicating the locations of the first generation's battle soul seals. Above the Valley of Flames, the ancient clan's Black Abyss army assembled. An ancient demon wielding the imperial jade bellowed, by the order of the clan leader, eradicate the remnants of the Shao family. The molten lava surged violently, and Xiaobai's fire spirit incarnation wielded the hoe, breaking through the air. Today, the hypocrites of the ancient clan shall have their masks torn off. The emerald seedling blossomed behind him, and the illusory blue lotuses filled the skies. Chapter 72. The Heavenly Tomb's shocking transformation above the Valley of Flames. The illusory blue lotuses obscured the sky. Xiaobai's fire spirit incarnation stood upon the blossoming lotuses, with the cracks on the divine farmers hosing with golden starfire, each drop that fell creating a pit over 10 feet deep. The dragon-binding formation formed by the ancient clan's Black Abyss army trembled violently, and the ancient demon at the formation's center, holding the imperial jade, wore a grim expression. Remnants of the Shao family, how dare you desecrate the heavenly might? Heavenly might? Xiaobai sneered, pointing the hoe's edge at the ancient demon's forehead. 30,000 years ago, did Gu Yuan consider heavenly might when he pleaded with the first generation to quell the restless souls? The divine farmer's hoe erupted with a thunderous roar, and the magma at the valley's bottom surged skyward, forming the ethereal image of the first divine farmer. The phantom lifted its hand, pressing down lightly, causing the intricate patterns of the dragon confinement formation to dissolve like melting ice and snow. How dare the ancient clan's petty offspring lay claim to the imperial jade? The ancient demon retreated 100 paces, the cracks in the imperial jade spreading ominously. It is impossible. The first generation's battle spirit has clearly already. Silence. Xiaobai stepped lightly onto the lotus, the starfire chains crushing the ancient demon's right arm. This strike is to repay the debt of the first generation. 72 Black Abyss guards roared in unison, their spears transforming into black dragons that lunged toward Xiaobai. The azure lotus phantom in the magma suddenly burst forth, its petals slicing like blades, shredding the black dragons completely. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tang Huier hurled the flame silk, the crimson ribbon ensnaring 3 Black Abyss guards. Father, secure the Kuan position. Fire of departure, heaven ablaze. 9 transformations return to 1. Tang Jun bit his tongue, his essence activating the ancient formation at the valley's bottom. The magma coalesced into 9 fiery pythons, scattering the formation of the Black Abyss army into disarray. Xiaobai's fire spirit transformed, cleaving through the air like a scythe, while the starfire coalesced into a cage, ensnaring the ancient demon. Speak. Where has Gu Yuan hidden the key to the heavenly tomb? The ancient demon coughed blood, grinning malevolently as it shattered the blood talisman in its grasp. The clan leader has already laid down a trap from which you cannot escape. Suddenly, the void split open, revealing a dark rift, and one of the three immortals of the ancient clan, Gu Dao, stepped forth, the starry river cascading from his sleeves. Shao family whelp. It is time for you to be eradicated. Gu Dao flicked his fingers lightly, and the starry river transformed into myriad sword lights. Shao Bai raised his weapon to block. Yet the fire spirit's form was severely shaken, fissures appearing all over. A jade seedling burst forth from the ground, its roots entwining around the Shinong Ho. Warning. Remaining duration of the avatar is 15 minutes. Yenner, catch. Shao Bai hurled the Shinong Ho towards the molten core. Xiao Yin dove from the clouds. The Xuanzhong ruler wielding three types of, cleaving through the starry river. Old dog, your opponent is me. Gu Dao snorted coldly, a starry river cauldron materializing in his palm. An ant shaking a tree. The cauldron tilted, the chilling aura of the nine nether freezing the magma. Tang Zhun and his daughter were caught in the icy wave. Their protective aura instantly encased in frost. 3 steps to the Ken position, 7 zhang to shake the palace. Just before the fire spirit's incarnation burned out, the starfire coalesced into an array, imprinting the void. The jade seedling's roots penetrated the ice layer, and the azure lotus in the earth's core suddenly bloomed. The heavenly tomb opens. The bronze giant gate rose from the depths of the magma, its surface etched with the battle patterns of the Shao clan. Shao Bai's remnant soul merged into the crevice of the gate. Visions from 100,000 years ago flooding into his consciousness. The first generation Shinong battling against the 7 saints of the Soul clan, only to be betrayed by Gu Yuan's father, who struck from behind with a poison blade. Thus, the betrayal of the ancient clan began with the progenitor. The remnant soul trembled, and from within the bronze door came the first generation's sigh. Descendants of later generations, are you willing to bear this consequence? Ding. Core permissions of the heavenly tomb activated, unlocking battle spirit resonance. Temporary status obtained, Godslaying, with a 500 boost to combat aura. Warning. Soul load overloaded. Remaining time, half a stick of incense. Shao Bai's remnant soul solidified, his right arm's battle pattern transforming into the God-slaying spear. The debts owed by the ancient clan must be repaid. Gu Dao's starry river cauldron trembled violently, cracks appearing on its surface. The power of a battle saint. You have clearly already. Die. The God-slaying spear pierced the starry river, the spear's tip incinerating the chilling aura of the 9 nether. Gu Dao's right arm exploded into a mist of blood, and the imperial jade shattered in response. Clan leader save. The illusion of Gu Yuan emerged from the shattered imperial jade, raising his hand to conjure the ancient emperor's mirror. Shao family bastard, how dare you act so arrogantly? Wherever the mirror's light passed, time and space froze. The God-slaying spear did not diminish in momentum, clashing against the mirror's light to create a vortex of chaos. This strike is for the 370,000 vengeful souls of the Shao clan. The vortex engulfed half of the Flame Valley, severing the roots of the emerald seedlings. Xiaoyan shielded Tang Hor with his body, merging 3 distinct flames into a chaotic lotus bud. Shao Bai, retreat quickly. Retreat? The ancient emperor's mirror tore through the chaos, and the true form of Gu Yuan descended. Today, the Shao clan shall be annihilated. As the mirror light touched Shao Bai, the bronze door of the celestial tomb thunderously swung open. The phantom of the first generation battle spirit stepped forth, shattering the ancient emperor's mirror with a single palm. Gu Yuan, the debt owed by your father must be repaid. Gu Yuan was sent flying 1,000 miles, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. You have hidden the remnants of the first generation within the celestial tomb. Not merely remnants, the phantom of the first generation merged with Shao Bai. And a deafening dragon roar emanated from within the bronze door. There lies the battle intent of the 37 saints of the Shao clan. 7 colossal fire dragons surged forth from the celestial tomb, their heads corresponding to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The ancient clan's army retreated like a receding tide. While the spies of the Soul Palace were incinerated to ashes by the dragon's breath, the remnant soul of Shao Bai hovered above the dragon's head. The God-slaying spear aimed at the central continent. Gu clan, the blood debts of the Soul Palace shall be repaid in blood. Amidst the ruins of the Flame Valley, the emerald seedlings took root anew. The earth's core blue lotus blossomed with an intensity unmatched in 100 millennia. As the divine farmer's hoe in Xiao Yan's arms quietly healed a crack, in the depths of the Soul Palace, the Soul Emperor crushed a crystal that observed the scene. The first generation battle spirit, Shao Bai, is intriguing. The embryonic mother nest quaked violently, and reflections of 37 bronze coffins emerged on its surface. Chapter 73. Elegy of the Celestial Tomb. Deep within the fissure of the Celestial Tomb, The battle markings on Xiao Bai's right arm erupted in blinding golden light. And the phantom of the first-generation divine farmer fully merged with his remnant soul. 37 bronze coffins floated like a celestial formation, with the residual souls of the Dose saints within each coffin flowing into his veins like shooting stars. The emerald seedlings swayed in the void, their roots penetrating the barriers of time and space, tearing apart the 9 nether soul lock array set by the ancient clan. Shao Clan's remnants. How dare you usurp the power of the celestial tomb? Gu Yuan arrived, stepping upon the river of stars, as the ancient emperor's mirror refracted hundreds of thousands of annihilative divine lights. Today, I shall bury you alongside the first generation. Xiao Bai swung the hoe mid-air, the Qinglian Jinhuan classic flipping to its final page. Old dog Gu Yuan, the debt of these 30,000 years must be repaid. The god-slaying spear, forged from starfire, pierced through the mirror light, creating spiderweb-like cracks upon the ancient emperor's mirror. Ding! Battle spirit fusion level has surpassed the threshold. Unlocking elegy of the first generation. Acquired temporary state afterglow of the Do Emperor. All attributes increased by 1,000. Warning. Host soul is on the verge of collapse. Countdown. 010000. As the tip of the god-slaying spear touched Gu Yuan's chest, the core of the celestial tomb erupted with temporal chaos. Xiao Bai's consciousness was drawn into the memories of the ancient clan's sacred hall from 30,000 years ago, where Gu Yuan's father knelt, offering poisoned wine. Divine farmer. If you must blame someone, blame your blind faith in brotherly loyalty. The first-generation divine farmer coughed up blood of gold, as bronze chains surged from the earth's veins. You have embedded the embryonic mother nest within my clan's bloodline. The Xiao clan has always been a nursery nurtured by my clan. Gu Yuan's father sneered as he shattered a jade talisman, and the phantom of the soul emperor emerged from the poisoned wine. The sowing plan is ready for harvest. Thus, what was deemed fate, the remnant soul of Xiao Bai trembled as the battle markings countered and incinerated the illusion of memories. Was merely a 3,000-year ruse. In the present reality, the true form of the soul emperor tore through the void, descending. The embryonic mother nest pulsated in his palm, releasing golden mist that corroded Gu Yuan into a bronze puppet. Xiao Bai, your struggle has amused me. Yin or catch. Xiao Bai cast the Shinnom Ho towards the fissure in the earth's veins. Xiao Yin, stepping upon the 3,000 thunders, caught the hoe. And 3 forms merged into a chaotic lotus platform. Old dog, your opponent is still me. The soul emperor flicked his fingers lightly, and the primordial nest embryo split into 100,000 blood puppets. The little medical fairy condensed poisonous mist into a barrier. Blood spilling from her 7 orifices, Xiao Bai's jade sapling is absorbing the spiritual energy of the celestial tomb. Kuan position 7 steps, quake the palace 3 zhang. Xiao Bai, using the battle patterns as a guide, transformed the bronze coffin into a cage to trap the blood puppets. The first generation's phantom suddenly lost control and grasped its neck. How dare the descendants defy their ancestors? Teacher, assist me. Xiaoyan ignited his blood to fuel the burning technique, and the chaotic fire lotus immersed into the primordial nest embryo. The soul emperor's right arm exploded, a liquid gold coalescing into a warning inscription of the first generation. The game of the sower must come to an end. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Bai broke free from the control, and the god-slaying spear pierced the forehead of the first generation's phantom. You are not Shinno. You are the malevolent thought of the primordial nest's core. At the moment of the phantom's dissolution, 37 coffins simultaneously opened. The true remnants of the first generation transforming into starlight. It relies on you, future generations. The jade sapling suddenly surged, its roots piercing into the primordial nest embryo. A purifying light swept across the battlefield, the ancient puppet shedding its bronze hue. What have I done? The soul emperor's true form turned into a streak of light and fled, the primordial nest embryo shattering into a million sparks. Xiao Bai's residual soul became nearly transparent. His fingertip gently touching Xiaoyan's forehead, take the green lotus seed to the burning flame valley. The little medical fairy caught the falling jade sapling, its poisoned body resonating with the starlight. His heartbeat still persists. From deep within the earth's core came a dragon's roar, the first generation Shinnom Ho breaking through the rock, its cracks healing anew. The fissure of the celestial tomb gradually closed, the void echoing the first generation's sigh. The ancient clan, the Soul Hall, and the Xiao clan are all mere pawns. 3 days later, the lava at the heart of Burning Flame Valley boiled fiercely. Xiao Yan embedded the green lotus seed into the Shinnom Ho, the void revealing the phantom of Xiao Bai. Yinner, the true battle lies beyond the central state. Deep within the Soul Hall's main chamber, fragments of the primordial nest embryo reassembled. The Soul Emperor caressed the newly formed golden heart. The game has only just begun. The jade sapling sprouted anew from the ashes, its leaf patterns mirroring Xiaobai's battle patterns. Chapter 74. The residual warmth of ashes deep within the heart of the burning flame valley. The new sprouts of the jade sapling flickered with faint starlight. Xiao Yin used the Xian heavy ruler as a fulcrum, inserting the Shinong Ho into the swirling magma, 3 forms of flowing into the earth's veins through the ho's handle. The jade sapling's roots suddenly surged, penetrating the void to ensnare a dissipating remnant soul. Brother Xiaobai, hold on a bit longer. Yinner, Ku in position, leave fire. The little medical fairy's poisonous mist formed a barrier, blocking the soul-locking chains descending from the soul hall. Her palm's primordial nest phantom trembled violently, as her cursed body resonated with the starlight, astonishingly forming a pale golden lotus pattern upon the surface of the magma. The void split open with a pitch-black crevice, and the 3 celestial lords of the soul hall emerged, stepping upon a cloud of blood, a dying struggle. From his sleeve shot 9 ghostly bone spikes, their tips entwined with the primordial nest's golden flames, corroding the space. The Lord has commanded, the Shinong Ho and Xiaobai's remnant soul must be destroyed today. Suddenly, the magma reversed into a pillar, the pale golden lotus pattern at the center of the vortex coalescing into Xiaobai's phantom. Though the battle pattern on his right arm was faint, it precisely grasped the soul hall's bone spike. How dare the dogs of the soul hall speak of destruction? The bone spikes shattered inch by inch, the golden flames rebounding against the right arm of the 3 celestial lords. Seizing the chance, the jade sapling's roots entwined around their ankles, the starlight flowing back through their meridians. Is this the purifying power of the first generation? The host's consciousness awakens, activating the Azure Lotus purification. A temporary state, rekindling the starfire, is attained, granting a 300 enhancement to all attributes. A warning resounds. Energy sustains for the duration of a half-incense stick. Xiaobai's ethereal form rises amidst the flames, as the Shinong Ho cleaves through the blood clouds of the 9 nether. This Ho is for the vengeful souls of the burning flame valley. The 3 supreme beings retreat thousands of feet, shattering their life-preserving blood talismans. Gu Yuan, are you not going to intervene? The celestial river descends, as the ancient clan's 3 immortals arrive aboard a starship. From the ancient path, 9 imperial jades soar forth, forming the Star River Prison Formation, Shao family's remnants. Today you shall learn what it means to face heavenly might. Within the formation, the stars morph into myriad sword rains, each beam inscribed with the ancient clan's secret patterns. Xiao Yan's heavy ruler shatters 3 torrents of sword rain, his palms cracking. These stars are devouring the 3 steps in the Ken position, 7 zhang to shake the palace. Xiaobai's ethereal form resonates with the Shinong Ho, emerald seedlings roots piercing the formation SI. The starfire flows against the Imperial Jade's secret patterns, unexpectedly coalescing into bronze rust within the bodies of the 3 ancient immortals. Is this the Mother Nest's backlash? You conspired with the Soul Palace to plant the seeds of the Mother Nest. Xiaobai's ethereal form points in mid-air, the Star River Formation roaring to reverse. Today, you shall reap the bitter fruits of your deeds. The little doctor's 7 orifices bleed profusely, her calamity, poison reaching its zenith. Suddenly, the emerald seedling's roots entwine her wrist, merging starfire with poisonous mist to form a dark azure lotus platform. Xiaobai, catch. The lotus platform soars into the Star River Formation, incinerating the ancient clan's secret patterns. The right arm of the ancient path instantaneously carbonizes, the Imperial Jade plunging into the magma. How dare you desecrate the ancient clan's bloodline? Desecrate? Xiaobai's ethereal form crushes the last Imperial Jade, the first generation's memories flooding his consciousness. Ancestors of the ancient clan pleading for the sealing of the Mother Nest seed, only to have a poison curse hidden within the contract. You are the true sinners who desecrate the bloodline. The Shinong Ho suddenly bursts forth with azure light, solidifying the magma into the phantom of the first generation's battle spirit. The phantom swings the Ho down, shattering the ancient clan's starship into fragments. Gu Yuan, come forth. The void splits apart for thousands of feet, as Gu Yuan's true form descends upon a bronze war chariot. 9 golden beasts, born from the Mother Nest, are tethered to the chariot, their eyes reflecting Xiaobai's battle markings. What right does a mere remnant soul have to summon me? Right or no right? Xiaobai's ethereal form merges with the first generation's battle spirit as emerald seedlings bloom behind him into a sea of 100,000 azure lotuses. Only through battle shall you know. The lotus roots penetrate the war chariot, the fierce beast wailing as they transform into bronze dust. A crack appears on the ancient emperor's mirror at Gu Yuan's brow. You can actually summon the battle intent of the heavenly tomb. It is more than just battle intent. Xiaobai's ethereal form suddenly turns transparent, as the starfire condenses into the tip of a god-slaying spear. It carries 3,000 years of blood feud. The moment the spear tip touches the ancient emperor's mirror, a horrifying scene is reflected, deep within the ancient clan's forbidden grounds. 100,000 clansmen are being corrupted into bronze puppets by the mother nest seed. Do you see clearly now? Xiaobai redirects the god-slaying spear, pouring starfire into Gu Yuan's brow. What you call the glory of the ancient clan is merely bait for the mother nest. The purifying light sweeps over Gu Yuan's body, as bronze rust seeps from his 7 orifices. He roars as he shatters a transmission jade slip. Soul Emperor. You have deceived me. That sentiment. Xiaobai's ethereal form crushes his skull. The golden blood consumed by the Shinong Ho is better left for the Soul Emperor himself. The magma at the earth's core quiets, as the emerald seedlings take root in the void. Xiao Yin inserted the Shinong Ho into the center of the lotus platform, where the threefold coalesced into a chaotic lotus seed. Brother Xiaobai, as the lotus seed cracked open, the ethereal form of Xiaobai dissipated entirely, leaving only a wisp of starlight merging into the seedling. Yinner, seek the final answer at the Soul Palace's main hall. Deep within the forbidden depths of the Soul Palace, the golden heart of the mother nest suddenly contracted violently. The Soul Emperor caressed the newly born golden heart, a cold smile playing upon his lips. The game is becoming increasingly intriguing. Above the burning flame valley, 100,000 ethereal blue lotuses transformed into a rain of starlight. With each droplet that touched the ground, a faint golden battle pattern seeped into the earth. In Chapter 75, Desolation of the Soul Palace, within the depths of the main hall, the golden heart of the mother nest beat like thunder. Xiao Yin wielded the Shinong Ho to break through the final barrier. As the threefold intertwined into a chaotic lotus pattern along the handle, the little medical sage conjured a toxic mist into a barrier, while the emerald seedling's roots penetrated the earth's veins. Be cautious, the golden liquid from these bronze puppets can corrode the soul. 10 modified blood puppets burst through the wall, their core resonating with the Shinong Ho. Xiao Yin swung the hoe to shatter the first puppet, yet the golden liquid solidified into chains, entangling him. These cores are mimicking Brother Xiao Bai's battle patterns. 3 steps in the position of Can, shake the palace for 7 Zhang. The voice of Xiao Bai's remnant soul echoed from the void. The Shinong Ho unexpectedly flew from his grasp, as starlight formed a faint golden shadow that pierced through the blood puppet's brow. Yinner, the core of the mother nest lies beneath the Sun position. The remnant soul of Xiao Bai grasped the Shinong Ho, while the emerald seedling's roots ensnared the coffin. 30,000 years ago, you deceived the ancient clan into planting the seed of the mother nest. Today, it is time for reckoning. With a slash of the hoe, inscriptions erupted with purifying light. The surface of the mother nest embryo cracked, revealing the face of Gu Yuan, corroded by bronze rust. Help me, Gu Yuan. The little medical sage's toxic mist coalesced into spikes that pierced the embryo. You conspired with the Soul Emperor? It is not the mother nest that controls. The remnant soul of Gu Yuan howled in despair, disintegrating into golden liquid that transformed into the original warning inscription. The sower's lies are never-ending. The true form of the Soul Emperor stepped forth from the cracks of the embryo, cradling the pulsating golden heart in his palm. Xiao Bai, you are merely the janitor left behind by the first generation. A janitor can slay dragons. The remnant soul of Xiao Bai fully merged with the Shinong Ho, as starlight transformed into a colossal divine-slaying shadow. This strike is for all the souls that have been deceived. The moment the hoe's edge touched the heart, time and space froze. The Soul Emperor's pupils constricted. You can summon the battle intent of the heavenly tomb. Beyond merely battle intent, the ethereal shadow of Xiao Bai became nearly transparent. There is also the wrath of 30,000 years. The roots of the emerald seedling suddenly surged, piercing through the Soul Emperor's chest. The mother nest embryo exploded into starlight, and the main hall of the Soul Palace collapsed beneath the purifying light. As the smoke cleared, Xiao Yin knelt, tightly gripping the Shinong Ho. Where the cracks in the hoe had healed, a faint golden battle pattern quietly emerged. Brother Xiao Bai, the little medical sage caught the falling emerald seedling, resonating with the starlight. His heartbeat still remains. The void split open, and the ethereal figure of the first generation Shinong gently caressed the seedling. The descendants have done well. Ancestor, Xiao Yin looked up to inquire, but the ethereal figure dissipated into starlight. The true battle lies beyond the central continent. 3 months later, the blue lotus bloomed magnificently in the heart of the burning flame valley. Xiao Yin inserted the Shinong Ho into the lotus platform, where the chaotic fire seed intertwined with the starlight. It is time to depart. The little medicine fairy gently caressed the lotus petals, and the poisonous mist coalesced into faint golden battle markings. How many minions of the mother nest remain beyond the central state? Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Soul Clan, the unpurified liquid gold quietly gathered. The ethereal figure of the Soul Emperor materialized above the blood pool. The game of Xiaobai is far from over. Emerald seedlings broke through the earth, and a myriad of blue lotus phantoms illuminated the firmament. At the heart of the lotus, a wisp of starlight silently merged into the boundless void beyond the clouds. Chapter 76. The initial foray into the star domain. The remnants of Xiaobai's soul will not lead us astray. Xiaoyan crushed the rocks beneath his feet, and the ancient script of the Xian heavy ruler, slashing the industry, erupted in azure light. The remnants of the Soul Emperor fled towards the star domain. The source of the mother nest may lie there. Suddenly, the stargate trembled as 72 gilded chains shot through the void. At the tips of the chains appeared the visage of a blood puppet from the Soul Palace, resonating with the core of the mother nest, detected hostile bloodline. Executing extermination protocol. 3 steps to the composition. The warning of Xiaobai's remnants echoed through the void. Xiaoyan wielded his ruler to sever 3 chains. As the liquid gold corroded the ruler's body with a hissing sound, these blood puppets are stronger than those in the Soul Palace. As they passed through the stargate, the sight before them left them breathless. Countless bronze coffins floated among the shattered stars, each extending gilded roots that penetrated the cores of the stars. The emerald seedlings suddenly surged in growth, their roots piercing the nearest coffin. Warning. Initial battle markings detected. The coffin lid burst open with a thunderous roar, and a skeletal figure of a Shao clan battle saint emerged, its right arm's battle markings resonating with Xiaoyan. Why have my descendants awakened me? The golden ghost fire flickering in the eye sockets of the corpse suddenly erupted, and the power of the stars coalesced into a colossal axe. Those who dare to steal the battle markings shall perish. Predecessor, I beg your pardon. Xiaoyan ignited his, and the chaotic lotus platform shattered the celestial axe. The little medicine fairy ensnared the corpse's feet with chains formed from the poisonous mist. These battle corpses have been tainted by the mother nest. Alert. Star corpse contamination detected. Activating purifying blue lotus. The Shinong Ho flew from his grasp, illuminating the star domain with faint golden battle markings. The ethereal figure of Xiaobai's remnants formed seals in midair. As the emerald seedling's roots penetrated the corpse's chest, dust returns to dust. The battle corpse transformed into stardust and dissipated, as countless points of light suddenly ignited in the distant stars. Hundreds of starships pierced through the void, their hulls adorned with gilded patterns reminiscent of the mother nest's core. An elder at the forefront stepped forth upon a bronze compass, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. Who dares trespass into the forbidden grounds of my Starfall Pavilion? Xiaoyan stood firm with his ruler. 3 layers of forming a lotus bud. I come in pursuit of the source of the mother nest, with no intention to offend. The mother nest? The elder's pupils constricted sharply, and from his sleeve shot forth 9 star nails. The star domain has long been cleansed of pollution. Do not speak nonsense. The moment the star nails touched the Shinong Ho, the initial battle markings erupted violently. The elder staggered back as if struck by lightning. What connection do you have with the disaster star from 30,000 years ago? Disaster star? The little medicine fairy formed the phantom of the first Shinong from her poisonous mist, 30,000 years ago. It was the first Shinong who sealed the mother nest and saved the star domain. Lies. The star ships simultaneously ignited their cannon ports. That demon sowed the seeds of the mother nest into the star core, causing countless beings to become bronze puppets. The gilded heart phantom pulsated through the cracks as the elder's star ship adjusted its cannon port. The star core above is the essence of the mother nest. Do you see clearly now? Xiaobai's lingering soul wielded the divine farmer's hoe, striking at the rift. The star core you revere is merely a disguise of the mother nest. The purifying light swept across the star vessel, causing the gilded coating to peel away, revealing the pulsating bronze heart within. The old man howled as he grasped the torn surface, discovering the corroded puppet veins beneath. No, the star core would not deceive us. Master. The cultivators of the Starfall Pavilion drew their blades against one another. These outsiders must be the minions of the mother nest. Chaos erupted as the forces of the stars clashed with foreign flames, creating a vortex of turmoil. Xiaoyan drove the Xian heavy ruler into the edge of the rift. Brother Xiaobai, the Soul Emperor, is guiding them. It is too late to realize now. The remnant soul of the Soul Emperor solidified, his gilded finger pointing at the pavilion master's brow. Become the nourishment for the mother nest. Suddenly, the star core within the pavilion master surged violently, his body swelling into a bronze giant. The roots of an emerald sprout pierced through his crown. As starfire coursed against the veins, with my lingering soul, I shall purify this world. The giant crashed to its knees, a pillar of purifying light erupting from its chest. The remnant soul of the Soul Emperor was scorched by the beam, retreating into deeper star realms. In the depths of the Xiaobai star realm, I await you. The cultivators of the Starfall Pavilion stood in stunned silence, their weapons falling into the void. The old man's remnant soul floated out from the giant's head. Deeply bowing to Xiaoyan, please save the star realm. The cracks in the divine farmer's home ended once more, the fluctuations of Xiaobai's lingering soul becoming clearer. Yenner. The core of the star realm has the original seal. The little medicine fairy gently caressed the emerald lotus platform, revealing a holographic map of the star realm amidst the poisonous mist. The mother nest fluctuations are strongest in the direction of the northeastern star abyss. The remnants of the Starfall Pavilion reorganized their fleet, the bronze star vessel transforming into a guiding beacon. The master's son, holding a fragment of the star core, knelt on one knee. The Starfall Pavilion is willing to be the vanguard to atone for the blind faith of 30,000 years ago. In the depths of the Soul Clan's forbidden ground, the Soul Emperor embedded the gilded heart into his new form, Xiaobai. You must receive this grand gift from the star realm. The embryo of the mother nest silently split between the stars. 100,000 bronze war puppets awakening in the shadows. Chapter 77. The battle song of the star skeletons. The colossal star axe shattered the chaotic fire lotus, sending Xiaoyan retreating 100 paces, his palms bleeding from the strain. The eye sockets of the Xiao clan's battle saint corpse flared with golden ghostly flames. Battle runes crawling over its decayed form. The rune thief must be punished. Senior, we are not enemies. The little medicine fairy formed chains of poisonous mist to ensnare the giant axe, while the roots of the emerald sprout pierced the corpse's ankle. Your battle runes are being corroded by the mother nest. The corpse suddenly stiffened, a fissure opening in its gilded core, from which the cold laughter of the Soul Emperor emerged. Little one of the Xiao family, do you wish to destroy even the bones of your ancestors? Xiaoyan's pupils contracted sharply, the ancient runes of the Xian heavy ruler bursting forth in azure light. Old dog, how dare you desecrate the remains of my ancestors? 3 layers of foreign flames surged into the corpse through the ruler, and the gilded core abruptly self-destructed. The shockwave sent several shattered stars flying, while the roots of the emerald sprout instantaneously carbonized. Warning! Star realm coordinates are in disarray. The emerald sprout swayed in the void, its leaves revealing a fragmented star map. Xiaoyan formed a shield of foreign flames to block the flying bronze shards. Fairy, can you sense the location of the mother nest core? The little medicine fairy's palm allowed the poisonous mist to seep into the star map, and her cursed body suddenly erupted. The southwestern dead star has 1,000,000 coexisting fluctuations. The arrow formed from the poisonous mist pointed towards the distance, where 72 colossal bronze eggs floated, each eggshell engraved with the battle runes of the Xiao clan, their roots delving into the star's core to absorb nourishment. The colossal eggs are nurturing the new hive embryos. Xiaoyan felt a metallic sweetness in his throat as the burn of the Shin hosed battle patterns scorched his palm. Brother Xiaobai guides us. Ding. Cross-domain contamination source detected, activating purity resonance. Gain temporary state starfire blazing, enhancing the power of the Bi 500. Warning. Host soul's signature exhibits abnormal fluctuations. As he approached the dead star belt, the nearby bronze giant egg suddenly cracked open. A viscous substance enveloped a humanoid creature that fell, its visage bearing a striking resemblance to Xiaoyan, with golden battle patterns shimmering on its right arm. Detected nemesis gene, executing eradication protocol. Is this a clone of me created by the hive? Xiaoyan struck the slimy being with his measure, but its severed limbs transformed into golden liquid, seeping into the protective shield. The little medical fairy's toxic mist solidified into a barrier, and the emerald seedling emitted a sharp cry. Be cautious. They are deciphering the battle patterns. The 72 giant eggs trembled in unison, and the slimy beings surged forth like a tidal wave. Each clone bore fragments of the Xiao clan's battle patterns, coalescing into a golden net that obscured the stars. Gene sample collection complete. Initiating evolution program. 3 steps of the Kuan position, 7 zhong of shock. A howl from the remnants of Xiaobai echoed through the void. The Shin host suddenly slipped from his grasp, its pale golden battle patterns drawing the primordial formation in the starry sky. The moment the formation took shape, all clones became rigid. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyan unleashed the chaotic fire lotus at the formation's core. Break for me. The golden net shattered inch by inch, and cracks appeared on the surfaces of the 72 eggs. From the deepest shell, the roar of the soul heavenly emperor resounded. Xiaobai, even your remnants are a hindrance? The hindrance is you. Xiaoyan stepped upon the remnants of the formation, piercing the main egg with the Xianzhong measure. This strike is for all the desecrated heroic spirits. Descendants of the future, take up my battle flag. 37 coffins opened simultaneously. and the remnants of the Xiao clan's fighting saints transformed into streams of light, coalescing behind Xiaoyan into the primordial Shenong Phantom. The Phantom wielded the battle flag of the stars, and wherever its tip pointed, the golden liquid evaporated as if confronted by a celestial foe. The Soul Heavenly Emperor's avatar escaped from the broken egg, his right arm carbonized by the purifying power. Xiao Bai, you actually buried the battle flag in the star domain? This moment has been 3,000 years in the making. The primordial phantom merged with Xiao Yan, the battle flag thrust into the chest of the Soul Heavenly Emperor. In this game, you have lost. The avatar of the Soul Heavenly Emperor exploded into starfire, and the emerald seedling took the chance to take root in the main egg's remnants. Its roots penetrated the star domain, infusing each shattered star with purifying power. Progress of hive contamination eradication. 39. Xiaoyan knelt on one knee, the Xianzhong measure inscribed with ancient patterns crawling over the cracks. Brother Xiao Bai, we have succeeded. The primordial phantom gradually dissipated, and the star battle flag transformed into a stream of light, merging into the Shenong Ho. The true battlefield lies at the edge of the star domain. The little medical fairy caught the falling emerald seedling, her toxic essence resonating with the starfire. Xiao Bai. His heartbeat, a faint golden battle pattern, quietly emerged upon the seedling's leaves. Deep within the Soul Clan's forbidden grounds, the hive embryo trembled violently. The Soul Heavenly Emperor crushed the crystal of voyeurism, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Bai, the star domain battle flag. You indeed have a backup plan. The blue lotus at the heart of the burning flames valley suddenly blossomed, revealing the star domain formation. Ancient Sun air gently caressed the cracks in the formation, and the ancient emperor mirror reflected the distant star domain, revealing the figure wielding the hoe. Brother Xiao Yan, wait for me. At the edge of the star domain, the unpurified golden liquid quietly coalesced. The new bronze giant egg gestates in the shadows, its surface adorned with even more intricate and enigmatic battle patterns than before. Chapter 78. Star Skeleton Battle Souls. Deep within the star domain, a bronze coffin hovers amidst shattered celestial bodies, while Xiao Bai stands upon the ethereal shadow of a blue lotus, his right arm resonating with the stars. Before him, 10 star skeleton battle souls emerge from their coffins, their eye sockets flickering with golden ghostly flames, vibrating in harmony with the core of the mother nest. Invasion detected, executing extermination protocol. Host. These battle souls contain the primordial sealed star nuclei. The system's alert reverberates in his mind as Xiao Bai sidesteps the first battle soul's celestial hammer, the blue lotus purifying fire spreading along the handle of his hoe. Yinner, shock the 7th position, strike at its celestial pivot. The little medical fairy binds 2 battle souls with chains of toxic mist, her emerald seedlings' roots piercing their chests. Their golden cores mimic your battle patterns. Suddenly, the battle soul's golden cores flash violently, coalescing into an ethereal shadow of the blue lotus akin to Xiao Bai's own. The Shenong Ho trembles violently, cracks seeping with starlight. Warning. The mother nest is analyzing the structure of the battle patterns. Attempting to steal my techniques? Xiao Bai scoffs, as the battle patterns surge backward into the blue lotus purifying fire. An ethereal image of the primordial Shenong appears, wielding the hoe to shatter the celestial blue lotus. Descendants of the future, remember that the stars are both shackles and keys. The 10 battle souls suddenly halt, their golden cores revealing ancient clan secret patterns. Cheyenne's pupils constrict. These secret patterns are from the star array canon lost by the ancient clan 3 millennia ago. Xiao Bai positions himself at the 7-star location, the blue lotus purifying fire flowing upstream along the secret patterns of the star's skeleton battle souls. Suddenly, a rift in memory opens, revealing an event from 30,000 years past, where the 3rd elder of the ancient clan kneels before the celestial emperor of souls. Inscribing the star array canon into the embryo of the mother nest, with the stars as a guide, the Xiao clan shall surely perish. So the so-called star domain battlefield is merely a conspiracy. Xiao Bai's battle patterns swell, and he shatters the illusion of memory with the Shenong Ho. The cores of the 10 battle souls simultaneously explode, the power of the stars swirling into a vortex. Alert. The mother nest defense protocol is activated. The cold laughter of the celestial emperor of souls emanates from the depths of the vortex. Xiao Bai, you have ultimately walked into the game. The emerald seedling's roots suddenly entangle the core of the vortex, and the little medical fairy bleeds from her 7 orifices. He is using the resonance of the stars to pinpoint our coordinates. Pinpoint. Xiao Bai's right arm detaches from his body, coalescing into an ethereal image of the primordial divine slayer spear. Then I shall present a grand gift. The spear's tip pierces the starry vortex, and 100,000 streams of starlight surge backward along the celestial emperor's perception channel. A muffled groan emanates from deep within the star domain, as the embryo of the mother nest, where the celestial emperor's true form resides. Manifest cracks. You dare to burn the star nuclei. Xiaoyan infuses triple into the Xian, ancient patterns glowing as bright as the full moon. Southwest. Break through the void for 3,000 miles. The instant the stargate opens, 72 bronze coffins plummet from the void. Each coffin extends golden tendrils, ensnaring the roots of the emerald seedlings. The mother nest's devouring program is activated, irresistible. The little medical fairy conjures a barrier of toxic mist, her white hair visibly withering. Xiaobai, take him away. If we leave together. Xiaobai swings the hoe, severing the tendrils. As the blue lotus purifying fire coalesces into a net of flames at the stargate, celestial emperor of souls, accept this gift of starlight. The embryo of the mother nest is compelled to reveal itself, as the starlight consumes 30,000 star puppets along the golden passage. The celestial emperor's roar reverberates throughout the star domain. Xiaobai, I shall annihilate your 10 clans. The 3 are ejected from the stargate, finding themselves in an unfamiliar star domain. Before me, a fragmented continent hovers, its expanse adorned by a myriad of bronze coffins, forming an ethereal tower array. At its apex, a gilded heart pulsates in sync with the battle markings of Xiaobai. This is the true core of the mother nest, Xiao Yanxian declares. As his heavy ruler pierces the starry soil, ancient patterns revealing the primordial warning inscriptions. Brother Xiaobai, there are traces of the first generation's aura on the 7th layer of the tower. Suddenly, the emerald sapling erupts in fury, its roots piercing into Xiaobai's right arm's battle markings. The little medical sage spews forth toxic blood, her pupils manifesting a stellar map. Beware, it is deciphering your bloodline. The projection of the soul heavenly emperor descends from the tower's summit, cradling a gilded embryo that bears an uncanny resemblance to Xiaobai. You cannot escape the grasp of the sower in this game. Chapter 79. The Blue Lotus slays the emperor in the heart of the star domain. Countless bronze coffins are stacked into a towering array. With each beat of the suspended gilded heart, stars shatter into dust. Xiaobai's right arm's battle markings tremble in resonance with the heart. The Qinglian purifying fire upon the divine farmer's hoe flickering ominously. This is the source of the mother nest, the culprit that devoured 37 of the Xiao clan's fighting saints. Brother Xiaobai, there are fluctuations of the first generation's battle markings in the southwestern position. Xiao Yanxian cleaves through the incoming fragments of stars with his ruler, threefold coalescing into chaotic lotus patterns upon its surface. These coffins are absorbing the spiritual energy of the star domain. The little medical sage forms a barrier from toxic mist, as the emerald sapling's roots penetrate the nearest coffin. Suddenly, the corpse within opens its eyes, its right arm's battle markings erupting with azure light. Descendants of the future, flee this divine extermination trap. It is too late. The true form of the soul heavenly emperor steps forth from the heart, palm cradling the pulsating star core. Xiaobai, do you recognize this object? The imagery that materializes upon the surface of the star core leaves the trio breathless. The primordial divine farmer is pierced by bronze chains, his spine being refined into the embryo of the mother nest. 30,000 years ago, it was indeed I who slayed the primordial. The soul heavenly emperor's fingertip lightly touches, revealing more memories. The 3 elders of the ancient clan kneeling in offerings of poison wine, the 7 saints of the soul clan laying down the god-locking array. Yet, it was your Xiao clan's ancestors who truly refined him into the mother nest. Xiaobai's battle markings surge against the current, the Qinglian purifying fire incinerating the illusory memories. You shall not disturb my resolve. Do you not believe? The soul heavenly emperor shatters the star core, the embryo formed from the primordial spine materializing in the void. Feel the resonance of your bloodline. The embryo suddenly unleashes a powerful suction, uncontrollably stripping away Xiaobai's battle markings. The roots of the emerald sapling snap one by one, as the little medical sage's toxic body reaches its utmost limit. Xiaobai, he is extracting the essence of your battle markings. Host, the weakness of the mother nest embryo lies at the seam of the star core. The system's warning resonates within the sea of consciousness. Xiaobai endures the agony of his battle markings being torn away, the Qinglian purifying fire coalescing into fine threads piercing the embryo. Yinner, retreat 7 zhang and strike at its vital point. Xiaoyan steps upon the tumult of 3,000 thunders, the chaotic fire lotus colliding with the soul heavenly emperor's rear. In the instant of the threefold's fusion, the mother nest embryo abruptly contracts. Do you wish to perish together? This is merely the beginning. Xiaobai channels all his battle markings into the divine farmer's hoe, cleaving open the seam of the embryo. The primordial spine breaks free from its constraints, coalescing into a phantom that seizes the sole Heavenly Emperor by the neck. The debt of 3,000 years must be repaid. The sole Heavenly Emperor's pupils constrict suddenly. The power of the mother nest rebounding. Old wretch, you actually left behind a remnant of consciousness. The primordial's phantom resonates with Xiao Bai's battle markings, igniting countless stars across the star domain. The roots of the emerald sapling penetrate the sole Heavenly Emperor's limbs. As the little medical sage's toxic mist erodes his protective gilded light, your life must be repaid. With you. The sole Emperor's blood-red vertical eye split open at his brow, as the primordial nest's embryo erupted into a golden frenzy. I am the sovereign of the starry realms. Sovereign. Xiao Bai shattered the void, his Shinongho perfectly merging with the primordial spine. You are merely a thief, stealing power. The azure lotus's purifying fire coalesced into a divine spear, 100,000 feet tall. As the spear's tip grazed the vertical eye, the true form of the sole emperor revealed itself, marred by web-like fractures. How could I possibly be defeated? Because you have never understood. Xiao Bai consumed his final battle mark, the spear piercing the core of the starry realm. The fighting spirit of the Xiao clan is everlasting. The shockwave from the collapsing core of the primordial nest swept across the starry realm, as emerald sprouts enveloped the three, sending them plummeting toward the continent of martial energy. Xiao Yin shielded the little medical fairy with his body, while the Xian heavy ruler's ancient inscriptions shattered. Brother Xiao Bai? In the heart of the burning flame valley, the azure lotus seed suddenly bloomed. The primordial shadow gently caressed the lotus platform, infusing a spark of starlight within. The future lies in your hands. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Soul Clan, remnants of the unpurified primordial nest quietly gathered. The blood-red vertical eye opened in the shadows. The game with Xiao Bai is far from over. 3 months later, in the ruins of Wutan City, emerald shoots began to sprout. The little medical fairy shed her toxic body, the starfire patterns on her palm resonating with the azure lotus. His presence lingers. In the ancient realm of the central continent, Sun Er gazed at the celestial map. The ancient emperor mirror suddenly reflected an unfamiliar starry realm, where 1,000,000 bronze coffins reassembled into a new tower of heaven, with a golden embryo suspended at its peak, sharing the same origin as Xiao Bai's battle mark. Father. We were mistaken. She crushed the communication jade slip, tears falling to the ground and coalescing into starfire. The true enemy has never been the Xiao clan. Deep within the starry realm, a fragment of battle mark pierced through time and space, merging with the azure lotus seed formed from the primordial spine. Chapter 80. The eternal radiance of the azure lotus in the heart of the burning flame valley. The light of the azure lotus seed gradually dimmed, the starfire patterns on its petals resembling a candle wick on the verge of extinguishing. Xiao Yin knelt before the lotus platform, 3 types of intertwining in his palm to form a chaotic flame seed, yet he was unable to awaken that familiar resonance deep within the lotus heart. The little medical fairy's fingertip brushed against a petal, and faint golden patterns emerged on her skin, resonating gently with the azure lotus. His battle mark seemed to blend into some kind of law during the final strike at the core of the starry realm. Suddenly, ripples stirred in the void as the Shinongho descended from the sky, its handles cracks visibly healing at a rapid pace, pointing toward the northwestern horizon. The shadow of the first Shinong appeared above the lotus platform, his voice flowing like the stars. Yinner, the true battlefield lies in the northern Dipper Star ruins. Xiao Yin shot up, the 3 igniting in his eyes. First ancestor, Brother Xiao Bai, he. The battle mark does not extinguish. The azure lotus will forever shine. Before the shadow dissipated, a spark of starlight entered Xiao Yan's brow, and the vast star map unfolded in a sea of consciousness, with the position of the northern Dipper clearly marked by bloodlight. Deep within the northern Dipper Star ruins, shattered stars floated like the carcasses of colossal beasts. 1,000,000 bronze coffins formed a circular altar, and at its center, the suspended golden embryo had reshaped itself. The visage of the Soul Emperor becoming increasingly clear. Xiao Bai has bound me to the primordial nest with his battle mark. Now, I am the primordial nest. And the primordial nest is me. Xiao Yin stepped onto the azure lotus's shadow as it descended, the Shinongho cleaving through the incoming fragments of stars, merely a trick of borrowing a corpse to return to life. The gilded embryo suddenly ruptured, and the primordial spine, pierced by bronze chains, slowly ascended. The cold laughter of the Soul Emperor echoed from the spine. Do you believe that what was annihilated was truly my essence? That was merely a projection from the star domain. The chains on the spine tightened abruptly, and all bronze coffins within the star ruins simultaneously opened. Tens of thousands of battle corpses from the Xiao clan emerged from their coffins, their eye sockets flickering with gilded, ghostly flames resonating with the within Xiao Yin. detected the same bloodline executing eradication. Brother Xiao Bai's battle corpse. The little medicine fairy formed a barrier with poisonous mist, yet was shattered by a battle corpse wielding a starry heavy weapon. Their battle markings have been tainted by the mother nest. Step 3. Leave the fire to burn the heavens. Xiao Yin ignited his essence blood, conjuring a chaotic fire phoenix from 3. The phoenix let out a long cry, charging towards the horde of battle corpses, only to disintegrate upon touching the gilded battle markings. The mocking laughter of the Soul Emperor reverberated through the star ruins. The Xiao clan's battle markings were bestowed by the mother nest. Yours is merely sustenance. At a critical juncture, the Shinongho suddenly began to spin autonomously, and the blue lotus fire seed blossomed from its handle. The remnants of Xiao Bai's battle markings emerged within the fire seed, and the star fire surged along the gilded patterns of the battle corpses. Yinner, attack their vital points. Xiao Yin bellowed, and the chaotic fire phoenix reformed, its beak piercing precisely into the chest of the first battle corpse. The gilded ghostly flames howled and dissipated. The battle corpse's right arm's markings fading to a pale gold. Brother Xiaobai is purifying them. Seizing the opportunity, the little medicine fairy threw out an emerald seedling. Entangling the primordial spine. Soul Emperor, your shackles shall shatter. The bronze chains on the spine shattered inch by inch. And the torrent of memories from the primordial Shinong swept across the star ruins. In the vision, the true form of the Soul Emperor was seen kneeling before the throne of the void. A blurred figure on the throne raising a hand to condense the mother nest embryo. After 30,000 years of sowing, the Xiao clan is due for harvest. The creator of the mother nest is not you. Xiao Yan's mind was shaken, almost dropping the Shinong Ho. The spine of the Soul Emperor suddenly surged, and the gilded liquid coalesced into a colossal hand. I am merely an executor. That esteemed one is the true sovereign of the star domain. In the instant the giant hand descended, the blue lotus fire seed fully bloomed. Xiao Bai's battle markings detached from the fire seed, materializing into a complete human form in the void. Yinner, do you recall the ancient formation at the heart of the Burning Flame Valley? 7 star pillars descended from the depths of the universe, transforming into bronze spikes that pierced the spine of the Soul Emperor. The phantom of the primordial Shinong appeared amidst the star pillars, cradling the pulsating blue lotus fire seed in his palm. The puppets of the sower should return to the void. The gilded body of the Soul Emperor struggled violently. The mother nest embryo carbonizing in the starfire. No, that esteemed one will not let it go. Let him come. Xiaobai raised his hand in a virtual grasp, resonating the Shinong Ho with the 7 star pillars. The battle spirit and star fire of the Xiao clan shall not perish. At the moment the last star spike fell, the true form of the Soul Emperor exploded into gilded dust. All bronze coffins in the star ruins simultaneously closed, and the ghostly flames in the battle corpse's eye sockets faded to pure star fire, kneeling in unison before Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin gripped the Shinong Ho tightly, and the 3, guided by the battle markings, transformed into a pale gold hue. The little medicine fairy gently caressed her arm, free from the toxic markings. As the emerald seedling sprouted new shoots in her palm, the next star domain pointed by the Big Dipper has been tainted. Beyond the vast star domain, a pair of gilded pupils opened in the darkness. The mother nest embryo pulsed in the palm, its surface reflecting countless scenes of lower realms collapsing. The Xiao clan has indeed borne remarkable fruits. Chapter 81. The spark of life deep within the heart of the flaming valley. The azure lotus seed suddenly contracted, and countless starlights converged from the shattered void. The remnant soul of Xiao Bai floated above the lotus platform, his right arm's battle markings transforming into delicate golden threads, painstakingly stitching together the scattered starlight. The emerald seedling's roots penetrated the magma, ensnaring a wisp of soul light on the verge of dissipating. Host, energy is insufficient. Requesting to activate the backup plan. Yinner, retreat 7 Zhang. The little medical fairy conjured a barrier of poisonous mist, blocking the descending bronze chains. Her palm's maternal nest phantom trembled violently, resonating with the calamity-poisoned body and the starlight, forming the faint outline of the original Shinong. Xiao Yin wielded the Xian heavy ruler, shattering 3 soul-binding chains, and infused the lotus platform with 3 layers of Brother Xiao Bai, catch. At the moment the chaotic fire seed touched the azure lotus, the primal battle markings surged forth from the earth's veins, coalescing into blood and flesh meridians. The void split open with a pitch-black crevice as the ancient clan's Black Yin army descended upon their star vessel. Commander Ling Quan gripped a bronze war spear, its tip aimed at the newly formed body. By the order of the clan leader, eliminate the remnants of the Xiao clan. Is that all you have? Xiao Bai waved his right arm lightly, the battle markings materializing into a phantom of a green rainbow sword. Before the blade could reach him, cracks appeared in Ling Quan's armor, the power of the holy duel. Retreat. Can you escape? The little medical fairy's poisonous mist solidified into an impenetrable net. While the emerald seedling's roots pierced through the star vessel, the debts of 30,000 years must be repaid. Suddenly, the ancient clan's third elder emerged, overturning the Star River cauldron from his sleeve, the calamity poison body, just right for refining into a soul puppet. The chilling air within the cauldron froze the poisonous mist. Yet Xiaobai approached, the green rainbow sword piercing through the cauldron's body. Old dog, do you recognize this sword? At the moment, the Star River cauldron exploded. The memories of the past surged into the minds of the onlookers. 30,000 years ago, the ancestors of the ancient clan knelt, offering poisoned wine. While the original Shinong swung his hoe, shattering their spines. Betrayers must be punished. Ling Quan's eyes burned crimson. Do not attempt to confuse my troops with illusions. Illusions? Xiao Bai's battle markings flowed backward, materializing fragments of the original spine. Do you still remember this bone? The fragment erupted with azure light, causing the ancient clan's bloodlines to surge, golden liquid seeping from their 7 orifices. The poison of the maternal nest? But the clan leader clearly stated. He said you were discarded pawns. Xiao Bai swept his sword, incinerating the ancient clan's bloodlines with his battle markings. Do you believe it now? Suddenly, magma in the earth's core surged upward like a pillar, and a giant bronze hand emerged from the fissures of the starry realm. The master of the gigantic hand was clad in starry battle armor, with ghostly golden flames flickering in his eye sockets. Stemming from the maternal nest, detection of the original battle markings. Executing elimination protocol. Guardians of the Star Realm. Xiao Yin struck the armor with the Xian heavy ruler. Sparks flying. These armors can absorb. The little medical fairy's poisonous fangs pierced the seams of the armor, while the emerald seedling's roots swiftly burrowed in. Their energy core is 3 inches to the left of the ribs. Host, weakness has been marked. The system's alert resonated. And Xiao Bai's green rainbow sword accurately pierced the left rib. The guardian collapsed with a thunderous crash, a pulsating star core rolling out from its chest. Oh no. The maternal nest coordinates have been exposed. At the moment the star core exploded, a torrent of memories engulfed the starry realm. Xiao Bai beheld the original Shinong battling against 100,000 guardians of the star realm. His spine pierced by golden chains. So the maternal nest is the key to the prison of the star realm. The phantom of the Soul Emperor emerged from the star core. Xiao Bai, do you think that slaying me grants you freedom? You merely exchange one cage for another. Then let us tear apart this cage. As Xiao Bai's battle markings detached from his body, they coalesced into the primordial god-slaying spear. This strike is for all the prisoners. The instant the spear tip made contact with the celestial barrier, countless stars extinguished simultaneously. The emerald sapling's roots penetrated the void, blossoming the first ray of light in absolute darkness. 3 months later, the ruins of Flame Valley were adorned with the blooming starfire blue lotus. Xiaoyan gently caressed the lotus petals, as threefold transformed into a new species. Brother Xiaobai, it's time to set forth. The little medical fairy's fingertips swirled with star patterns, her toxic physique gradually transforming into pure glass. How many more cages lie beyond the star realm? Deep within the void, the unpurified remnants of the mother nest quietly reassembled. The Soul Emperor's cold laughter resonated across dimensions. The game never ends. Suddenly, the Earthheart Blue Lotus burst into bloom, and a golden-patterned warrior stepped forth from its pedestal, grasping the newly reborn divine farmer's hoe. Xiao Bai pointed its blade toward the vast starry sky. Then let us fight until the eternal radiance descends. Chapter 82. Star Realm Prison. In the depths of the Star Realm, countless bronze coffins floated like stars, their golden chains woven into a colossal net obscuring the heavens. Xiao Bai stood upon the ethereal image of the blue lotus, his right arm's battle markings resonating with the coffins, each line reflecting the scenes of the primordial divine farmer's imprisonment. The remnants of the Soul Emperor coalesced at the heart of the colossal net, the mother nest embryo reshaping half of its corporeal form, sneering. Xiao Bai, this star realm is your coffin. Host. Detecting the core energy of the mother nest at the third star of sun, the system's warning erupted in his consciousness as Xiao Bai wielded the divine farmer's hoe, cleaving through the encroaching chains. The pure world fire of the blue lotus surged along the golden patterns. Yenner, incinerate the stars of Soon. Xiaoyan, wielding the profound heavy ruler, channeled threefold, the chaotic fire lotus crashing toward the target star. In the instant of explosion, the right arm of the mother nest embryo carbonized, and the Soul Emperor bellowed, seeking death. Suddenly, the mother nest embryo contracted, causing Xiao Bai's right arm's battle markings to uncontrollably peel away, transforming into golden threads that ensnared the little medical fairy. The emerald sapling's roots grew wildly, the toxic mist coalescing into a barrier. They are replicating your battle markings. Replicating? Xiaobai gritted his teeth, severing the connection of the battle markings as the divine farmer's hoe erupted with primordial inscriptions, then let them replicate to their heart's content. The Blue Lotus's pure world fire materialized into 100,000 illusory forms, each originating from Xiaobai's battle markings. The mother nest embryo, controlled by the Soul Emperor, suddenly halted, and the golden liquid boiled under multiple resonances. How can it resonate with 100,000 battle markings simultaneously? Because of the battle spirit of the Xiao clan, Xiaobai's true form appeared behind the embryo, the hoe's blade piercing through its spine, never alone. From the ruptured spine gushed a torrent of memories, revealing the primordial divine farmer besieged by 100,000 star realm guardians. He wielded the hoe to shatter the last star, inscribing the battle markings into the void. Future descendants, upon witnessing this scene, should understand the way to freedom. Seizing the opportunity, the Soul Emperor's remnants broke free, and the mother nest embryo exploded into a golden downpour. This emperor is neither dead nor extinguished, Xiaobai. You shall endure forever. Enough of your prattle. The little medical fairy conjured a toxic mist into a celestial net, as the emerald sapling's roots devoured the golden liquid. Your nonsense is more repugnant than poison. Xiao Yin crushed the shattered star skeleton beneath his feet, incinerating the remaining chains with threefold. Brother Xiaobai. There are fluctuations of the primordial battle markings to the northeast, so the energy source of the mother nest originates from the spirits of the Xiao clan. Xiaobai's battle markings surged back, the Blue Lotus's pure world fire burning toward the chains. The corpse suddenly opened its eyes, and the resonance of the battle glyphs shattered the outer shell of the star core. Future generations, flee. This is the array to vanquish the gods. The remnant soul of the Soul Emperor emerged from the fissure of the star core. As the power of the mother nest wildly consumed the battle glyphs, it is too late. The star domain array has already been activated. At the edge of the star domain, stars exploded in succession, and waves of destruction rapidly converged towards the core. 3 months later, the azure lotus seed of the Flame Valley's heart blossomed once more. Xiao Yin gently caressed the lotus platform, where 3 types have coalesced into a new symbol. Xiaobai's aura has become purer. The little medical saint, her hands free of toxins, pressed against the lotus petal, where the emerald seedling merged with the star fire. His battle glyphs resonate with those of the first generation. Deep within the star domain, an unpurified bronze coffin quietly reassembled. A coffin lid suddenly opened, and a liquid of gold formed a visage identical to Xiaobai's. Yet the battle glyph on its right arm glowed with an eerie black light. The game is about to restart. Chapter 83. Anomaly in the star domain. In the heart of the Flame Valley, the azure lotus seed abruptly contracted, revealing spiderweb-like cracks on the surface of the lotus platform. Xiaobai's right arm glyph flickered erratically, and the roots of the emerald seedling penetrated the void, pointing towards a dark red celestial body deep within the star domain. The ancient glyphs on Xiao Yan's Xuanzhong ruler trembled inexplicably, as 3 types have condensed into a strange black light. Xiaobai. There is something resonating in the direction of the star domain. It is the filth of the mother nest. The little medical saint formed a star map from toxic mist, as her fingertips brushed the dark red celestial body. Her toxic body suddenly went berserk. It is absorbing my toxic energy just like the embryo of the mother nest did back then. A pitch-black rift opened in the void, and a figure identical to Xiaobai stepped through, its right arm's battle glyph gleaming with an obsidian-like sheen. Hostile bloodline detected, executing extermination protocol. Its voice, as grating as metal scraping against stone, sent the magma of the Earth's core flowing in reverse. The clone swung its right arm, black light coalescing into a battle weapon shaped like the Shinong Ho. At the moment of collision, the azure lotus purifying fire was devoured by more than half, causing Xiaobai's palm to crack. It can absorb the power of battle glyphs. 3 steps in the Kin position. Ignite the heart with fire. Xiao Yin hurled the Xuanzhong ruler, but the chaotic fire lotus was easily torn apart by the black light glyph. The clone's eye sockets flickered with golden ghost fire as it mechanically intoned. Combat data updated. Threat level elevated. The little medical saint lunged with her toxic fangs towards its nape. Yet the roots of the emerald seedling were corroded by the black light. These glyphs are reverse analyzing our techniques. As the sword tip grazed the center of the chest, a torrent of star domain memories surged through the sea of consciousness. Xiaobai witnessed the image of the first generation Shinong being pierced through the chest by the black light glyph 30,000 years ago when the mother nest, through the analysis of the first generation's battle glyphs, created the first god-slaying puppet. Xiao Yan's feet danced with the fury of 3,000 thunders as the Xuanzhong ruler, enveloped in 3 types of, struck at the clone's feet. The black light glyph suddenly became chaotic. and the little medical saint seized the opportunity to form chains from her toxic mist, southwest Sun position, sever its spiritual pivot. Overload? Xiao Bai's battle glyph detached from his right arm, transforming into the phantom of the first-generation god-slaying spear. Then let it explode cleanly. The spear tip pierced its spiritual center, incinerating the remnant body from within with the azure lotus purifying fire. The shockwave from the explosion hurled rocks across 100 miles, revealing cracks on the surface of the dark red celestial body. The cold laughter of the Soul Emperor echoed from the star domain. Xiao Bai, do you think that destroying one battle puppet will grant you peace? The dark red celestial body erupted violently, unleashing a swarm of 1,000,000 bronze battle puppets. Each battle automaton bore a black sigil upon its chest, mirroring the movements of Xiao Bai, detecting enemy bloodline, executing extermination protocol. The solution is the sigil detached from Xiao Bai's body, coalescing into the ethereal form of the primordial Shinnong to return their methods against them. The remnants of the battle automatons accumulated into a mountain, where a golden star core emerged at its peak. Within this core was imprisoned half of the primordial Shinnong's remains. Its spine pierced by chains of black light. Xiao Bai, destroy the star core. Host, the star core's weakness lies in the Yuzhen acupoint. The system's warning arrived alongside excruciating pain. Xiao Bai expended the sigil's energy, transforming into a streak of light that collided with the star core. The 30,000 years of imprisonment must come to an end. The ethereal form of the Soul Emperor materialized from the star core, a giant hand of black light forming to obstruct. As long as the mother nest endures, I shall persist. Then let us incinerate the mother nest along with it. Xiaoyin and the little medical fairy shouted in unison, their threefold merging with the poisonous mist to create a chaotic torrent, clearing a final passage for Xiao Bai. The moment the Qinghong's sword pierced the Yuzhen acupoint, the primordial remains transformed into starlight and dissipated. The Soul Emperor's ethereal form roared as it disintegrated. Beyond the Xiao Bai star domain, countless mother nests await. The heart of the burning flame valley returned to tranquility, the Qinglian fire seed blooming its 81st petal. Xiao Bai's right arm sigil faded to a pale gold, yet faintly pulsed with black light. Yinner, it's time to venture beyond the star domain. Deep within the fissures of the star domain, upon the surface of a yet unpurified dark red celestial body, new black sigils quietly began to grow. Chapter 84. Beyond the star domain in the heart of the burning flame valley, the 81st petal of the Qinglian fire seed fully unfurled, and the starlight at the center coalesced into a beam of light piercing the heavens. Xiao Bai's right arm sigil shimmered with a blend of pale gold and black light. The Shinnong's hoe pointing towards the void fissure. Yinner, we must embark. Xiaoyin infused the threefold into the Xuanzhong, the ancient patterns glowing as bright as the sun. Brother Xiao Bai, the energy fluctuations beyond this fissure are more perilous than the mother nest. The little medical fairy formed a star map with her poisonous mist, her emerald seedling's roots penetrating the fissure's edge to the northeast. There is a resonance of the primordial sigils, but it is separated by 30,000 miles of distorted void. The moment the chains shattered, billions of bronze beast carcasses surged forth from the fissure. Each carcass had a core from the mother nest embedded within its chest, resonating with the black sigils and Xiao Bai's right arm. As the first wave of beast tide approached, Xiao Bai swung his hoe, shattering 10 beast carcasses. Yet the Qinglian purifying fire was absorbed by the fragments. These lifeless beings are consuming the power of the sigils. 3 steps to the composition. Ignite the heart with fire. Xiaoyin swept the Xuanzhong, the threefold forming a wall of flame. At the moment the beast tide collided with the firewall, the black sigils surprisingly reformed within the flames, coalescing into an even larger bronze giant beast. Combat data updated. Threat level. Heaven stage. Then let them evolve at their peril. The sigil from Xiao Bai's right arm detached, transforming into the primordial god-slaying spear. Yinner, seal our retreat. As the god-slaying spear pierced the core of the giant beast, the black sigils flowed against the spear's shaft, beginning to erode Xiao Bai's right arm. The primordial Shinnong shadow roared within his consciousness. The future generations must not be ravaged by the sigils. Host, the energy backflow passage is at the Tuqi acupoint. The system's alarm blared. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Bai severed the sigil from his right arm, the Qinglian purifying fire incinerating the black light. Yet the newly born sigil glimmered with a deeper dark gold. They are not consuming, but assimilating. The beast tide suddenly halted, and all the mother nest cores illuminated simultaneously. Deep within the void fissure, a cold laugh echoed from the Soul Emperor. Xiao Bai, this dark radiant battle pattern is a cage prepared specifically for you. The beastly remains parted to reveal a passage, where a colossal bronze hull materialized. Within, the right arm of the primordial Shinnong floated, Pierced by 100,000 chains of black radiance, the battle pattern completely stained in ink. Xiaobai's right arm resonated uncontrollably. The pure lotus flame unexpectedly turning black, so you have also been devoured by the battle pattern. Suddenly, the primordial right arm trembled. Memories flooding into the consciousness of the onlookers. 3,000 years ago, the primordial willingly darkened the battle pattern to suppress the source of the mother nest. Only to find himself imprisoned in the void. Should future generations reach this point, hastily destroy my arm. It is too late. The Soul Emperor's ethereal form emerged from the hall's apex, his visage a mirror of Xiaobai's. His right arm has become the core of the mother nest. The primordial right arm erupted violently, the black radiant battle pattern coalescing into a million swords of rain. Xiaoyan shielded the little doctor with his body. The Xin Zhengqi fracturing into ancient runes. Brother Xiaobai, strike at its vital point. That is the hidden door left by the primordial host. The coordinates of the hidden door are 3 inches from the jade pillow. The system's alert overlapped with the primordial's fading voice. Xiaobai ignited the pure lotus seed, his form transforming into a streak of light, the Shinong Ho merging with the god-slaying spear. I beg your pardon, senior. At the moment the hoe's edge touched the jade pillow, the primordial right arm exploded with a thunderous roar. The black radiance receded like a tide. The Soul Emperor's specter contorting. How dare you? What is there to fear? Xiaobai's newly born battle pattern glimmered in dark gold, while the pure lotus flame shone even more brilliantly. I shall accept this cage. Amidst the shockwave of the collapsing grand hall, fragments of the primordial right arm fused into Xiaobai's battle pattern. The emerald seedling's roots pierced through the void, blossoming the first pure lotus beyond the star domain. The little doctor's poisonous mist dissipated, revealing dark gold patterns in her palm, mirroring Xiaobai's. Is your battle pattern absorbing the power of the mother nest? It is not absorption, but control. Xiaobai gently caressed the lotus petals, the black radiant battle pattern remaining docile as before. The Soul Emperor spoke the truth. This battle pattern is indeed a cage. He lifted his gaze deeper into the fissure. But now, who is the prisoner? 3 months later, the pure lotus beyond the star domain had become a sweeping force. Xiaoyan plunged the Xian Zhongqi into the lotus platform, forming new patterns with the threefold. Brother Xiaobai, it is time to move forward. In the deepest recesses of the Soul Clan's forbidden land, the unpurified core of the mother nest suddenly erupted. The black radiant battle pattern coalesced into Xiaobai's ethereal form, gripping the Soul Emperor's neck. It is time for me to take the lead in this game. At the edge of the star domain fissure, a dead star surface cracked open, birthing a new pure lotus. At the heart of the lotus, the dark gold battle pattern quietly altered the dynamics of the star domain. Chapter 85. The battle pattern's conflagration beyond the star domain. The dark gold battle pattern coursed through Xiaobai's right arm like a river of stars, while beneath him, the pure lotus stretched forth roots for thousands of miles, penetrating the void fissure. The emerald seedling swayed at the lotus's core, and the little doctor's ethereal form, formed from poisonous mist, suddenly trembled. There is a violent fluctuation in the northeast, resembling the primordial battle pattern, as if calling for help. It is not a plea for help, it is a trap. Xiaobai raised his right arm lightly, the battle pattern morphing into a star map. The Soul Emperor's aura is mingled within, with a 70% probability that it is a manifestation of the mother nest. Xiaoyan cleaved through the approaching chaotic currents of the void with the Xian Zhongqi, the threefold coalescing into chaotic lotus patterns upon the staff. But the resonance of the primordial battle pattern cannot be feigned. Brother Xiaobai, I shall scout ahead. There is no need. The dark gold battle pattern suddenly detached from his right arm, forming a doppelganger that mirrored Xiaobai's appearance, if it is indeed a trap. Let it meet its own demise. The doppelganger stepped onto the ethereal shadow of the azure lotus, vanishing into the rift, only to explode into dazzling starlight in an instant. Beneath this radiant glow, 100,000 bronze coffins materialized in the void. Each coffin extended chains of dark radiance, entwining the fragments of the primordial battle insignia. From the depths of the coffins emerged the chilling laughter of the Soul Heaven Emperor. Xiaobai, are you satisfied with this grand gift? Merely trivial skills. Xiaobai's true form shattered the void, cleaving open the first coffin with the divine plow of Shinong. In the surging torrent of memories unleashed by the battle insignia fragments, a vision flashed. The primordial Shinong, pierced by a million chains, cried out, "Descendants, flee quickly. This is the soul-devouring formation. Leave now, or it will be too late." All 100,000 coffins simultaneously opened, the nest doppelganger coalescing into the same dark golden battle insignia as Xiaobai. Your insignia belongs to me. In the moment their fists collided, the rift in the star realm was torn open, leaving a chasm 100 miles wide. Suddenly, the battle insignia of the nest's doppelganger twisted, beginning to devour Xiao Bai's azure lotus, cleansing fire. The little medical fairy's poisonous mist formed a barrier. Yet the roots of the emerald sapling were corroded by the dark radiance. It is replicating your combat style, Xiao Bai. Cut off the resonance. The nest's doppelganger greedily consumed the flames, but its dark golden patterns abruptly carbonized. Warning, energy overload. The 100,000 coffins erupted simultaneously. Suspended at their core was the left arm of the primordial being. The arm's bone, etched with cracks from the dark radiance's corruption, still emitted an indomitable azure light. Descendants. Sever the shackles. Forgive me, senior. Xiao Bai's battle insignia coalesced into a fine blade, meticulously slicing along the arm's bone patterns. At the moment the dark chains shattered. The primordial left arm transformed into a stream of light, merging into his right arm, and the dark golden insignia suddenly metamorphosed into a dual hue of azure and gold. The ethereal image of the Soul Heaven Emperor coalesced from the dissipating coffin. Do you think possessing the primordial remains can contend against the nest? Ridiculous. Contend? Xiao Bai casually waved his right arm, the azure gold battle insignia forming into the primordial apparition. What I intend to do is incinerate the nest. The primordial apparition swung its plow downward, filling the rift in the star realm with azure gold brilliance. The ethereal figure of the Soul Heaven Emperor melted away like ice and snow, while the remnants of the nest's doppelganger turned to ash. Xiao Bai. Deep within the star realm, there are still 100,000 nests you cannot extinguish. Should I slay 100,000, I shall butcher 1,000,000. Xiao Bai's right arm's insignia surged, the roots of the azure lotus piercing through the void. Yinner, prepare for star gate traversal. Xiaoyan infused the threefold into the Xuanzhong ruler, its ancient patterns shining like the blazing sun. Northwest Qian position, breached the void for 90,000 miles. In the instant they traversed the Stargate, the eyes of the onlookers widened as they beheld 1,000,000 bronze palaces floating in the vast star sea. Each palace crowned with a cage formed from the primordial battle insignia. The faces of the prisoners bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Bai. Their right arms ensnared by chains of dark radiance. Hostile bloodline detected, initiating extermination protocol. 1,000,000 prisoners simultaneously opened their eyes, their dark battle insignia obscuring the star sea. The barrier formed by the little medical fairy's poisonous mist shattered in an instant. As the roots of the emerald sapling were mostly corroded, these are all war weapons cultivated by the nest. No, Xiao Bai's right arm, adorned with azure gold insignia, illuminated the star sea. These are the primordial doppelgangers, their spirits corrupted by the nest. The roots of the azure lotus plunged into the nearest cage, purifying flames spreading along the chains of dark radiance. The right arm's battle insignia of the primordial doppelganger shed its dark radiance, merging into Xiao Bai's insignia. Descendants, please grant us release. 1,000,000 cages ignited in azure gold flames, transforming the star sea into an ocean of fire. The Soul Heaven Emperor's roar echoed from the depths of the void. Xiao Bai, you dare to burn the foundations of my nest. This is merely the beginning. The right arm of Xiao Bai transformed into a god-slaying spear, its tip pointing towards the distant expanse of the starry sea. As long as the mother nest endures, this fire shall never extinguish. In the midst of the blazing starfire, a prison cage quietly opened. The first-generation avatar, stripped of its dark radiance, picked up the shattered fragments of battle patterns, and a renewed azure light ignited in its eyes, thanks to future generations. Chapter 86. The core of the star domain, it is merely a craving for the power of battle patterns. Xiao Bai swung his hoe, shattering 3 coffins, while the pure lotus cleansing fire surged along the chains in reverse. But today, your web shall be torn asunder. The flames illuminated the core area, where the spine of the first-generation Shinnong was refined into the pillars of the prison, and 37 corpses of the Shao clan's battle saints hung around like marionettes, their black radiance battle patterns resonating with Xiao Bai's right arm. In that moment, as the spine trembled, all 37 corpses opened their eyes simultaneously. The black radiance battle patterns coalesced into a god-slaying spear, mirroring Xiao Bai's, its blade rending the void, detecting the bloodline of an arch-enemy, executing extermination protocol. 3 steps to the point. The fire burns the heart. The little medical sage's poisonous mist formed chains, only to be devoured by the battle patterns of the corpses. The emerald seedling's roots pierced into the earth's veins, and the poisonous mist abruptly turned black. They are absorbing my cursed toxic body. Xiao Bai, target their source. Xiao Bai soared into the air, stepping on the illusion of the pure lotus, as the dark golden battle patterns detached from his right arm, forming the first-generation phantom. Future generations draw upon this power. The phantom swung the hoe down, and the pure lotus cleansing fire collided with the black radiance, causing the core of the star domain to tremble as if boiling, amidst the residual waves of the explosion. The first-generation spine revealed a memory fissure from 30,000 years ago, when the Soul Emperor deceived the first generation into the star domain using ancient clan secrets, refining its spine into the core of the mother nest. Shinong, your so-called guardianship is merely a pawn in my game. So, the so-called fate begins with betrayal. Xiao Bai's battle patterns flowed in reverse, incinerating the illusory memories. Yet, the first-generation phantom suddenly went out of control, grasping his neck. Why have you awakened me, future generations? Host, the remnants of the first generation's soul have been tainted by the mother nest. The system's warning accompanied a wave of excruciating pain. Xiao Yin struck the phantom's back with the Xianzhong staff, forcibly separating the battle patterns with 3 types of Brother Xiao Bai, sever its spiritual pivot. What is there to fear? Xiao Bai's right arm rebirthed its battle patterns, dark golden hues swirling with azure brilliance. The Shinong Ho and the god-slaying spear fused into one, piercing through the Soul Emperor's chest. This strike is to vindicate the first generation. The Soul Emperor's body carbonized and disintegrated. Yet the core of the mother nest transformed into a stream of light, escaping beyond the star domain. Xiao Bai, the star sea is boundless, and the mother nest eternal. The core of the star domain fell into silence as the 37 corpses battle patterns shifted from black to gold. The first generation spine shattered into starfire, coalescing into a brand new pure lotus seed. Xiao Yin inserted the Xianzhong staff into the lotus platform, reigniting the 3 types of Brother Xiao Bai, this seed. It is the final gift from the first generation. Xiao Bai gently caressed the lotus petal as the dark golden battle patterns merged with the azure glow. It is time to venture beyond the star domain, where unresolved fates await. The little medical sage's poisonous mist faded completely. As the star patterns swirled in her palm, the Soul Emperor has escaped, but he took the core of the mother nest with him. We shall meet again. Xiao Bai gazed into the depths of the fissure as the roots of the pure lotus pierced through the void. That moment shall signify the end. 3 months later, a new lotus sprouted at the edge of the star domain fissure. On the surface of a dead star, the core of the mother nest reshaped into an embryo. As the phantom of the Soul Emperor gazed out at the starry sea, Xiao Bai, I await you at the end of the star sea. Chapter 87. Battle patterns slaying God deep within the bronze giant hall. The right arm of the first generation Shinong floated above a pool of golden blood. Every inch of its bones etched with black radiance battle patterns. The dark golden patterns on Xiao Bai's right arm resonated with the blood pool, and the azure flames of the pure lotus ignited upon its surface. The ethereal silhouette of the Soul Emperor rose from the blood pool, cradling a pulsating heart in his palm. Xiao Bai, this first-generation right arm was intended as a vessel for you. Host. Detection indicates the source of the mother nest resides 3 inches within the diaphragm. The System S alert reverberated in his consciousness. Xiao Bai swung his pickaxe, cleaving through the blood pool, only to reveal a bronze puppet resembling his own visage at the bottom. The puppet's right arm bore battle patterns as dark as an abyss. Its mechanical voice, chillingly cold, hostile bloodline confirmed, extermination protocol initiated. The little healer conjured a barrier of toxic mist. Yet the roots of the emerald saplings were eroded by the blood pool. They are using your battle patterns to forge instruments of slaughter. Then let these weapons turn against their master. Xiao Bai's battle patterns detached, coalescing into the phantom of a god-slaying spear. Yenair, seal the retreat of the blood pool. The blood pool bubbled violently as 3,000 bronze warriors surged forth. Each warrior's chest housed a core of the mother nest, their dark battle patterns identical to Xiao Bai's. As the first wave of warriors swung their fists, Xiao Bai shattered 3 with the Xian heavy ruler. But the threefold was absorbed by the core. These wretched beings are devouring to evolve. Pollution? Xiao Bai scoffed, manipulating the battle patterns to counterattack the puppets. This is what it means to make full use of resources. The 3,000 warriors turned on one another, and the Soul Emperor's silhouette recoiled in horror. You dare to tamper with the core of the mother nest? Why would I hesitate? The dark golden puppet tore through the blood pool's barrier. It is time to settle the debts of these 30,000 years. In an instant, as the blood pool dried up, the first-generation right arm surged forth, black radiance coalescing into a rain of 100,000 swords. Xiao Bai used the puppets as shields, thrusting the god-slaying spear directly at the jade pillow point of the right arm. Forgive me, esteemed predecessor. The moment the spear's tip touched the acupoint, a torrent of memories swept through the star domain, revealing that 30,000 years ago, the first-generation Shinong had willingly allowed the mother nest to corrupt him, using battle patterns as bait to lure the Soul Emperor into the fray. His right arm pierced through the Soul Emperor's chest. Yet the black radiance of the battle patterns rebounded upon himself. Future generations, should they witness this scene, must know it as the scheme to slay the gods. So you were the true chess master all along. The battle patterns on Xiao Bai trembled as the azure flames of the pure lotus consumed the black radiance of his right arm. The remnant soul of the first generation emerged from the ashes, tearing apart the silhouette of the Soul Emperor with bare hands. Shao Clan Scion, do not fail this scheme. The true form of the Soul Emperor fell from the void, his chest impaled by the first generation right arm. The black radiance of the battle patterns coiled around his veins like a venomous serpent. Old fool, you have plotted against me for 30,000 years. Xiao Bai shattered the void beneath his feet, merging the god-slaying spear with the first generation right arm. The dark gold and black radiance intertwined into a chaotic spiral. Penetrating the Soul Emperor's celestial spirit, this strike is for the Shao clan, for the first generation, for all of humanity. The Soul Emperor's pupils dilated, and the core of the mother nest cracked inch by inch. How could this be? Because you never understood, Xiao Bai ignited the battle patterns. The azure flame blossoming like the sun. The human heart is the most potent of battle patterns. As the star domain settled into silence, the remnant soul of the first generation inscribed the battle patterns onto the pure lotus. The new battle patterns on Xiao Bai's right arm shimmered faintly like dawn, yet pulsed with the memories of the first generation. The little healer gently caressed the lotus petals, her toxic body completely transformed into pure crystal. Is your battle pattern weeping? No, it is being reborn. Xiaoyan embedded the Xian heavy ruler into the lotus platform, the threefold coalescing into a star map. Brother Xiao Bai. The scheme to slay the gods that the first generation spoke of has likely just begun. Deep within the forbidden ground of the Soul Clan, the unpurified remnants of the mother nest silently began to reassemble. A bronze coffin unexpectedly opened, and a shadowy figure of the Soul Emperor materialized. His right arm adorned with dark golden patterns akin to those of Xiao Bai. It is time for this emperor to take the reins of the game. 3 months later, the 8th petal of the blue lotus blossomed in the depths of the Flame Valley. Xiao Bai's right arm gently touched the lotus platform, and the memories of the first generation surged forth. Yinner, it is time to venture beyond the star domain. At the edge of the star domain's rift, the surface of a lifeless star cracked open, revealing a nascent blue lotus. The dark golden patterns at its heart quietly began to rewrite the laws of the star domain. In Chapter 88, Smoke of War in the Star Domain, the 87th petal of the blue lotus in the depths of the Flame Valley radiated brilliant star patterns. The battle patterns on Xiao Bai's right arm flickered erratically, the dark golden flow resembling a living entity as the emerald seedling's roots pierced through the void. Pointing deep into the rift, the little medical fairy's fingertips grazed the lotus petal, and the toxin-free crystal-like skin rippled. The resonance of battle patterns in the northeast is more violent than that of the mother nest. It is the remnants of the Soul Emperor, Xiaoyan declared, wielding the heavy ruler to cleave through the chaotic currents of the void. He is devouring the fragmented continent at the edge of the star domain to reconstruct his body. Suddenly, the rift trembled, and 72 bronze chains burst forth like dragons emerging from the abyss. The tips of the chains were embedded with shards of the first generation's battle patterns, and the Soul Emperor's cold laughter pierced the void. Xiao Bai, are you satisfied with this gift of rebirth? At the point where the chains broke, 100,000 bronze battle puppets surged forth. Each puppet bore dark golden battle patterns on its right arm, emanating an eerie blood light akin to Xiao Bai's. As the first battle puppet swung its fist, the purifying flames of the blue lotus were unexpectedly devoured by its battle patterns. They are mimicking your power to evolve. 3 steps to the composition, seal the heavens with fire. The battle patterns on Xiao Bai's right arm detached, coalescing into a divine-slaying spear that pierced the center of the puppet's brow. The battle pattern surged back into its veins, causing the puppet to suddenly halt. Core overload alert. Overload. Xiao Bai smirked, manipulating the puppet to counterattack, then let it explode with fervor. The true meaning? Xiao Bai swung his hoe to cleave through the assaulting star skeleton's colossal blade, merely rodents pilfering the legacy of the first generation. The Soul Emperor's right arm surged with battle patterns, forming a blood blade shaped like the divine hoe of Shinno. If the first generation could create a divine slaying scheme, then so can I. In the instant the two weapons collided, the continent at the edge of the star domain shattered. Xiaoyan shielded the little medical fairy with his body as the ancient patterns of the heavy ruler shattered. Brother Xiao Bai. His battle patterns are absorbing the spiritual energy of the star domain. The core of the Soul Emperor's mother nest erupted with a pull, condensing the shattered star skeleton into battle armor. The dark golden battle patterns coursed across his surface, resonating with Xiao Bai's patterns. Do you feel it? Our battle patterns originate from the same source. Host, the weakness of the mother nest core is 3 inches from the jade pillow. The system's warning echoed alongside the remnants of the first generation's voice. Xiao Bai ignited the battle patterns on his right arm, his figure transforming into a streak of light. The same source? You are not worthy. At the moment the divine slaying spear touched the jade pillow, The Soul Emperor's battle armor unexpectedly softened. The core of the mother nest cracked open, and fragments of the first-generation spine erupted with azure light. Future generations shall sever the chains of causality. The azure light flowed backward along the battle patterns, causing the Soul Emperor's right arm patterns to disintegrate inch by inch. Even in death, you persist in causing trouble. It is you who causes trouble. The battle patterns of Shao Bai coalesced into the shadow of the first generation, tearing apart the core of the mother nest with bare hands. This debt of 3 millennia must be repaid. In the shockwave of the core's explosion, the Soul Emperor's new form carbonized and cracked. His right arm, adorned with dark golden battle patterns, detached from his body and transformed into a blood shadow. Vanishing into the void, beyond the Shao White Star Domain lies countless entities of the Emperor. The Star Domain fell silent once more, as the primordial spine fused with the Azure Lotus Fire Seed. The newly formed battle patterns on Shao Bai's right arm glimmered faintly like dawn, yet they pulsed with the remnants of shattered star domains. The little medicine fairy gently touched the lotus platform, and the glass-like patterns resonated with the battle marks. Is your battle pattern recording the laws of the star domain? It is not a record, it is a reconstruction. Xiao Yin embedded the mystic heavy ruler into the heart of the lotus, where 3 kinds have coalesced into a star map, Brother Shao Bai. The causal chain spoken of by the primordial entity likely spans all realms. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Soul Clan, unpurified battle pattern blood shadows silently coalesced. The surface of a dead star split open, revealing a new fracture, and the dark golden patterns of the blood shadow's right arm trembled in harmony with the Azure Lotus. 3 months later, the Azure Lotus in the Valley of Flames blossomed its 88th petal. Shao Bai caressed the lotus platform, and the trajectories of the star domain flowed within the battle patterns. Yinner, it is time to explore other star domains. Beyond the fissures of the star domain, countless bronze palaces floated in the void. Within one palace, a shadow resembling the Soul Emperor opened its blood-red eyes. Detection of enemy fluctuations. The Celestial Hunt program has been activated. The roots of the Azure Lotus pierced through endless voids, casting the first spark of starlight across the myriad realms. Chapter 89. The Flames of All Realms at the heart of the Valley of Flames. The 88th petal of the Azure Lotus unveiled the trajectory of the star domain, and the dark golden battle patterns at the center of the lotus pulsated as if alive. Shao Bai's right arm touched the lotus petal, as the emerald seedling's roots delved through the infinite void, locking onto a faint fluctuation within the myriad realms. In the southeast, there is a distress signal from the primordial battle patterns. A cry for help? Or a trap? Xiaoyin cleaved through the fissures of the star domain with the mystic heavy ruler, conjuring protective lotus patterns from 3 kinds of 300 years ago. After the battle of the star domains, the mother nest remnants tainted the myriad realms. The little medicine fairy's glass-like skin reflected a star map. As the dark golden patterns emerged on her right arm, now free from toxins, the fluctuation originates from the Tian Luo star domain, where there exists an azure lotus fire seed akin to that of the Valley of Flames. Suddenly, a bronze giant hand extended from beyond the fissures, its palm embedded with the core of the mother nest, resonating with the dark golden battle patterns of Shao Bai's right arm. Detection of enemy bloodlines. The Celestial Hunt program has been activated. The giant hand crushed the void, unleashing a torrent of 100,000 bronze battle puppets like a swarm of locusts. Each puppet bore dark golden battle patterns on its right arm, mirroring Shao Bai's offensive, as the first wave of puppets charged with their fists. The Azure Lotus's cleansing fire was unexpectedly consumed by their battle patterns. They are evolving at a pace surpassing the star domain puppets. Step 3 of the composition. Tremor of the Palace at 7 Zhang. The battle patterns of Shao Bai's right arm detached, forming a god-slaying spear that pierced through the puppets' foreheads. The battle patterns surged backward into their veins, causing the puppets to suddenly redirect their weapons. Alert! Core contamination detected. Contamination? Shao Bai scoffed as he controlled the puppets to counterattack. This is what it means to return the favor. At the moment the tide of battle turned, a cold laugh echoed from deep within the Tian Luo star domain. Shao Bai, do you think you can break through so many kill zones? As the voice faded, the core of the puppets erupted simultaneously, creating a chasm of immense depth in the star domain fissure. As the smoke cleared, the true visage of the Tian Luo star domain was revealed, with a shattered continent standing tall, adorned with the bronze palaces, outside of which hung the corpses of 100,000 Shao clan members, each spine pierced by chains of black radiance. The battle patterns of Shao Bai's right arm surged violently, as the Azure Lotus's cleansing fire incinerated the void. Soul Emperor, you seek death. The one seeking death is you. The ethereal projection of the Soul Emperor coalesced from the remains, his right arm adorned with dark golden battle runes. These 30,000 corpses of the Shao clan shall serve as your coffin. The skeletal figure suddenly opened its eyes, and the black gleaming battle runes formed a phalanx of god-slaying spears. Xiaoyan shielded himself against the initial onslaught, the Xuanzhong measuring device fracturing beneath the pressure. Brother Xiaobai, strike at the vital point where the first generation left a hidden door. Host, the coordinates of the hidden door are 3 inches from the jade pillow. The system's warning overlapped with remnants of memory. Xiaobai ignited his battle runes, transforming into a streak of light that pierced through the Soul Emperor's projection. The moment the god-slaying spear touched the jade pillow, 100,000 corpses trembled simultaneously, their spines erupting with the azure light of the first generation. Future generations shall sever the chains of causality. The azure light surged backward like a river, disintegrating the Soul Emperor's battle runes. Even in death, this old fool continues to meddle. It is you who meddles. Xiaobai's battle runes coalesced into the projection of the first generation, as he tore open the bronze grand hall with his bare hands. The blood debt of these 30,000 kin must be repaid. Within the hall, the blood pool bubbled, the left arm of the first generation floating within. Its battle runes stained black. The true form of the Soul Emperor rose from the blood pool. His right arm's dark golden runes resonating in synchrony with Xiaobai. Do you feel it? Our battle runes share the same origin. In that moment of dual resonance, the Tianluo star domain trembled violently. Xiaobai's right arm's battle runes uncontrollably peeled away, forming dark golden chains that wrapped around the left arm of the first generation. The little medical fairy conjured a barrier of toxic mist. Yet the chains pierced through her shimmering right arm. They are using your battle runes to corrupt the remains of the first generation. The Soul Emperor's right arm's battle runes surged, forming a blood blade resembling the Shinong Ho. If the first generation could use you to set a trap for me, then I can use you to break the game. At the moment the blood blade descended, the left arm of the first generation suddenly erupted. The black, gleaming runes entangling the Soul Emperor's right arm. The future is now. Azure light erupted from the left arm of the first generation, following the battle runes to incinerate the core of the mother nest. The true form of the Soul Emperor carbonized and cracked, his roar resounding through the heavens. Xiaobai. Within the myriad worlds, there are countless manifestations of me. Bring as many as you can. I'll cut them all down. The god-slaying spear of Xiaobai pierced through his heavenly spirit, the azure lotus fire incinerating the remaining form. The Tianluo star domain fell into silence. The left arm of the first generation transforming into starlight, merging with the azure lotus. The little medical fairy gently caressed the lotus platform, the Lioli patterns resonating with the newly awakened battle runes. Is your battle rune recording the laws of the heavens? Not merely recording. Xiaobai's right arm glimmered dark golden, but also reconstructing causality. 6 months later, the azure lotus in the Valley of Flames blossomed its 89th petal. Xiaoyan inserted the Xuanzhong measuring device into the heart of the lotus, and 3 layers of formed a celestial star map. Brother Xiaobai, it's time to venture into the next star domain. Beyond the rifts of the myriad heavens, countless bronze grand halls floated in the void. Within one of those halls, a shadow resembling the Soul Emperor opened its blood-red eyes. Detecting fluctuations of a nemesis, the Myriad Worlds Hunt program is upgrading. The roots of the Azure Lotus penetrated through endless dimensions, casting a second spark of starlight across the Myriad Worlds. Chapter 90. Prologue of the Myriad Heavens at the heart of the Valley of Flames. The 88th petal of the Azure Lotus unfurled with faint golden patterns, and a golden star track materialized at the center of the Lotus platform. Xiaobai's right arm's battle runes resonated with the star track, dark golden streams revealing reflections of the celestial stars. The little medical fairy's fingertip lightly brushed the lotus petal, her Lioli skin rippling. The battle rune fluctuations from the southwest resemble a distress signal from another star domain. It is not a plea for help, it is a decoy. Xiaobai's right arm's battle runes coalesced into a star map, where 3 dead stars formed a triangular killing formation. The remnants of the Soul Emperor have left traces of their predation in these star domains. The void cracks suddenly contorted, and 72 bronze chains, entwined with fragments of shattered stars, surged forth. At the chain's tips lay shards of primordial battle runes, and the cold smirk of the Soul Heavenly Emperor slithered forth like a venomous serpent. Xiaobai, are you satisfied with this celestial hunting list? From the shattered chains, 100,000 star skeleton warriors poured forth, each crafted from broken stars and adorned with dark golden battle runes that shared a source with Xiaobai. The foremost warrior swung a colossal hammer, which absorbed the pure blue lotus flame. They are devouring the power of the laws to evolve. Overload? Xiaoyan cleaved through 3 warriors with the heavy ruler, forming chains of triple, then let them self-destruct to carve a path. The cores of the warriors detonated in succession, unleashing a torrential downpour of star skeleton fragments. The little medical sage conjured a barrier of poisonous mist. Yet the root system of the emerald seedling was corroded by the star skeletons. These fragments are reorganizing with a maternal wave in the southwest soon position. The star skeleton fragments coalesced into a mountain, atop which loomed a colossal bronze door. From within emerged three beings formed from the laws, the left one wreathed in a whirlwind, the right one treading upon molten lava, and the central one possessed eyes swirling like black holes. The whirlwind entity raised a hand, summoning a storm of stars, detected hostile bloodline executing extermination protocol. Host, the core of the laws has been detected in the eye of the storm, the Earth's veins. In the heart of the eye, the system's alarm resonated within the sea of knowledge. Xiaobai split his god-slaying spear into three shadows, simultaneously targeting three critical points. Yinner. Seal off the escape route. Xiao Yin ignited his blood, and the triple formed a chaotic prison. The lava entity, standing upon the Earth's veins, countered the prison with a surge of magma. Do you dare to claim superiority with inferior flames? Inferior? The little medical sage's toxic mist infiltrated the lava, and the roots of the emerald seedling pierced into the Earth's veins. Let me show you what it means to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. The central being's black hole eyes narrowed suddenly, and the void opened into an abyssal maw. Xiao Bai's right arm's battle rune uncontrollably peeled away. As dark golden streams coalesced towards the black hole, it is devouring the essence of the battle runes. Yinner, sever the link. Host. The weakness of the black hole is at the eye's heart, the reverse light point. The system's notification overlapped with the remnants of the primordial sound. Xiao Bai expended his battle runes, transforming into a streak of light, as the tip of the god-slaying spear concentrated the brilliance of the heavens. Soul Heavenly Emperor. Your tricks must come to an end. The moment the spear tip touched the reverse light point, the black hole entity became suddenly immobilized. From within, the howl of the Soul Heavenly Emperor echoed. You dare to exploit the star domain's laws. An eye for an eye. Xiao Bai restructured his battle runes. And within the dark golden streams, the trajectories of the stars emerged. This is the true god-slaying scheme of the primordial era. Amidst the shockwave of the black hole's explosion, a triangular killing formation composed of three dead stars manifested fissures. Xiao Bai's right arm's battle rune extended into a star chain, piercing through the heart of the killing formation. I found you, you lurking rat. The Soul Heavenly Emperor's remnant appeared at the formation's core, his right arm's battle rune surprisingly sharing a source with the blue lotus. Did you think this emperor was merely plotting? You are mistaken. I am the laws of the heavens. Laws. Xiao Bai's battle rune coalesced into a primordial phantom, and with bare hands, he tore open its chest. You are but a parasite, stealing the laws. At the core of the formation, the maternal embryo pulsed with the seed of the blue lotus. The Soul Heavenly Emperor's remnant contorted. You actually concealed the seed within, concealed within your lifeblood. Xiao Yin infused the embryo with his triple. Enjoy this grand gift slowly. The maternal embryo exploded into starlight, and the celestial killing formation crumbled inch by inch. Xiao Bai's right arm bore new battle runes, faint as the dawn, yet swirling with the trajectories of myriad worlds. The little healer gently caressed the lotus platform, the glassy patterns resonating with the battle markings. Is your battle marking reconstructing the laws of the universe? Not merely reconstructing, Xiao Bai gazed into the endless void, but rewriting the rules of godslaying. Deep within the forbidden land of the Soul Clan, remnants of the unpurified mother nest suddenly erupted. The surface of a certain dead star cracked open, giving birth to a new azure lotus, with dark golden battle markings quietly connecting the myriad realms. After 10 months, the azure lotus of the Flame Valley blossomed with its 90th petal. Xiao Bai's right arm lightly touched the lotus platform, and the celestial star tracks flowed through the battle markings. Yuan, it is time to eliminate the remaining scourge in other star regions. Beyond the rift of the star domain, countless bronze palaces floated like sand. Within one palace, a shadow, sharing a source with the Soul Emperor, opened blood-red eyes, and its right arm's battle markings were astonishingly identical to Xiao Bai's. Detection of nemesis fluctuations. The hunt across realms has begun. The roots of the azure lotus pierce through endless dimensions, planting the first spark in the myriad worlds. Chapter 91. The hunt across realms. At the heart of the Flame Valley, the 90th petal of the azure lotus erupted with dark golden patterns, and the star tracks at the center of the lotus suddenly twisted. Xiao Bai's right arm's battle markings surged like a river of stars, reflecting the bronze palaces of the myriad realms within the dark golden flow. The little healer's fingertips brushed over a lotus petal, her glassy skin shimmering with starlit ripples. The fluctuations of the laws in the northwest seem to indicate that countless star domains are collapsing simultaneously. It is the activation signal for the hunting program. Xiao Bai's right arm's battle markings coalesced into a star map, wherein 7 dead stars formed the Northern Dipper's killing formation. The Soul Emperor is mobilizing the laws of the universe, attempting to trap us in the star domain graveyard. The rift in the void erupted violently as 360 bronze chains surged forth, ensnaring the shattered continent. At the tips of the chains were embedded fragments of the original battle markings, and the Soul Emperor's cold laughter reverberated like thunder. Xiao Bai, can you withstand this decree of universal pursuit? Where the chains shattered, 100,000 star skeleton soldiers shattered the void. Each soldier was forged from broken laws, their chests marked with dark golden patterns akin to the azure lotus. The leading soldier swung a colossal star sword down, its sword aura tearing the space into black and white, detection of nemesis bloodlines, executing extermination protocol. Overload? Xiaoyan shattered 3 soldiers with the heavy ruler, threefold coalescing into chains, then let them self-destruct a path. The cores of the soldiers exploded in succession, the shattered laws pouring down like a torrential rain. The little healer conjured a barrier of toxic mist. Yet the roots of the emerald seedlings were corroded by the fragments of law. These fragments are reorganizing the northwest's dry domain and exhibit core fluctuations of the mother nest. The broken laws converged into a mountain, atop which emerged a bronze giant gate. From within stepped 3 beings formed from laws. The left one was entwined in temporal chaos. The right one trod upon the river of causality, and the central figure's eyes resembled the rotating star maps of the heavens. The temporal being raised a hand to tear the sky apart. Nemesis bloodline confirmed, initiating dimensional strangulation. Host, detection of law cores at 3 points, the temporal trace, the causality thread, and the star map eye. The system's alert resounded in the sea of consciousness. Xiaobai's god-slaying spear split into 3 shadows, simultaneously piercing towards the 3 major vulnerabilities. Yuan, seal off the retreat. Xiaoyan ignited his essence blood, and threefold formed into a chaotic prison. The being of causality stepped upon the river, its threads of fate entwining around the prison. Do mere ants dare defy fate? The central being's star map eyes suddenly constricted as the void split open into the abyss of the heavens. Xiao Bai's right arm's battle markings uncontrollably peeled away. The dark golden flow converging toward the abyss. It is devouring the source of the battle markings. Yuan, sever the connection. Host. The weakness of the abyss lies at the heart of the eye, the point of reverse light. The system prompts overlap with the initial remnants of sound. Xiao Bai, consumed by battle intent, transforms into a stream of light, the tip of his divine spear gathering the brilliance of the stars. Soul Heaven Emperor. Your tricks must come to an end. The instant the spear tip touches the point of counterlight, the beings of the star map suddenly freeze. Within them, the roar of the Soul Heaven Emperor erupts. Dare you to alter the rules of the heavens? With their own method, I shall return it to them. Xiao Bai reconstructs his battle intent, dark golden flowing patterns revealing the trajectories of myriad realms. This is the true divine slaying scheme of the first generation. Amidst the explosive shockwave of the abyss, the Big Dipper killing formation, composed of 7 dead stars, begins to crack. Xiao Bai's right arm extends the battle intent into a star chain, penetrating the heart of the killing formation. I found you, the parasite hiding within the laws. The remnant image of the Soul Heaven Emperor appears at the formation's core. The battle intent on his right arm surprisingly shares the same origin as the Blue Lotus. Do you think this emperor is merely laying down plans? You are mistaken. This emperor is the heavens. Heavens? Xiao Bai solidifies his battle intent into the first generation's phantom, tearing open its chest with bare hands. Merely a malignant tumor of parasitic laws. At the core of the formation, the mother nest embryo pulses with the fire seed of the Blue Lotus. The remnant image of the Soul Heaven Emperor distorts. You actually hid the fire seed, concealed within your life vein. Xiao Yin injects the threefold into the embryo. Enjoy this grand gift. The mother nest embryo explodes into starlight, and the killing formation of the heavens crumbles inch by inch. Xiao Bai's newly formed battle intent on his right arm is faint as dawn yet flows with the trajectories of the myriad laws. The little medical fairy gently caresses the lotus platform, the glass-like patterns resonating with the battle intent. Your battle intent is merging with the laws of the heavens? Not merely merging, Xiao Bai gazes into the endless void, but nurturing a new source of fire seed. Deep within the forbidden lands of the Soul Clan, the unpurified remnants of the mother nest suddenly erupt. The surface of a certain dead star cracks open, revealing a newborn blue lotus. The dark golden battle intent at its heart, quietly connecting to the roots of all realms. Chapter 92. The clearance of the heavens in the heart of the burning flame valley. The 91st petal of the blue lotus bursts forth in dark golden flowing fire. And the star tracks at the center of the lotus platform suddenly expand, reflecting the bronze giant hall of the myriad realms. Xiaobai's right arm battle intent surges like a river of stars, the dark golden patterns mirroring countless star domains eroded by the mother nest. The little medical fairy's fingertips lightly touched the lotus petal. Ripples forming on her glass-like skin. The law's fluctuations in the southeast are unusually reminiscent of the mother nest devouring newborn star domains. It is the hunting squad of the Soul Heaven Emperor. Xiaobai's right arm battle intent solidifies into a star map, depicting 9 dead stars forming a 9-palace killing formation. He is using the core of the mother nest to devour the new laws, creating more hunting weapons. The void ruptures explosively. 720 bronze chains ensnaring shattered stars surge forth. The tips of the chains embed fragments of the initial battle intent. The cold laughter of the Soul Heaven Emperor resonating like 1,000 thunders. Xiaobai, dare you accept this edict of the heavenly clearance? Where the chains shatter. 100,000 battle soldiers of the mother nest trample through the void. Each soldier is formed from the new laws. Their chests etched with dark golden patterns that share the same origin as the blue lotus. The foremost battle soldier swings a colossal star axe. The blade ripping space into a chaotic vortex. Hostile bloodline detected. Executing extermination protocol. Overload. Xiao Yin shatters 3 battle soldiers with the weighty ruler, threefold coalescing into chains. Then let them self-destruct a path. The cores of the battle soldiers explode in succession, the new laws pouring down like a torrential rain. The little medical fairy conjures a barrier of toxic mist. Yet the roots of the emerald seedlings are corroded by the fragments of the laws. These fragments are reorganizing in the southeast, resonating with the core of the mother nest. The shattered laws converge into a towering mountain, where a colossal bronze gate emerges at its summit. From within the gate, 3 weapons forged from the essence of law step forth. The one on the left is entwined with chains of time. The one on the right treads upon the rifts of space, and the central figure possesses eyes that revolve like a celestial star map. The time weapon raises its hand to freeze the void. Hostile bloodline confirmed, initiating dimensional annihilation. Xiao Yin ignites his essence blood, forming a chaotic prison with the threefold. The space weapon, grounded in the rift, strikes at the prison with a dimensional blade. Do low-dimensional beings dare to act recklessly? Act recklessly. The little physician's toxic mist seeps into the dimensional fissure, as emerald seedlings thrust their roots into the spatial anchor points, declaring, I shall sever the very foundations of your dimension. The central weapon's starry eyes suddenly narrow, splitting the void to reveal the abyss of the heavens. Xiaobai's right arm's battle markings uncontrollably peel away, as dark golden streams flow like rivers into the abyss. It is devouring the essence of the battle marks. Yinner, sever the connection. Host, the weakness of the abyss lies at the heart of the reverse light point. The system prompt overlaps with the remnants of the original voice. Xiaobai exhausts the battle markings, transforming into a streak of light, as the tip of the god-slaying spear condenses the brilliance of the celestial bodies. Soul Emperor, your tricks must come to an end. The instant the spear tip touches the reverse light point, the star map weapon suddenly freezes. The anguished roar of the Soul Emperor echoes from within. You dare to alter the laws of the heavens. With their own methods, I shall return upon them. Xiaobai reconstructs the battle markings, revealing the trajectories of myriad realms within the dark golden streams. This is the true god-slaying arrangement of the original. Amidst the shockwave of the abyss's explosion, 9 dead stars form a killing array, revealing fractures. Xiaobai's right arm extends into a star chain. Piercing the core of the killing array, I have found the parasitic tumor of your laws. The Soul Emperor's remnant materializes from the array's center, and the battle markings on his right arm are revealed to share a source with the green lotus. Did you think this emperor was merely laying the groundwork? You are mistaken. This emperor embodies the will of the heavens. Well, Xiaobai's battle markings coalesce into the original phantom, as he tears open its chest with bare hands. You are but a parasite that steals the heavenly path. At the core of the array, the embryonic mother nest pulses with the fire seed of the green lotus. The Soul Emperor's remnant contorts. You dare to hide the fire seed within, hiding it within your lifeblood. Xiaoyan injects the threefold into the embryo. May you enjoy this gift. The embryonic mother nest explodes into starlight, causing the killing array of the heavens to disintegrate inch by inch. Xiaobai's newly reborn battle markings. Faint as the dawn, yet pulsating with the trajectories of myriad laws. The little physician gently caresses the lotus platform. As the glass-like patterns resonate with the battle markings, your battle markings are nurturing new laws? Not merely nurturing, Xiaobai gazes into the boundless void, but heralding a new era. Deep within the Soul Clan's forbidden ground, the unpurified remnants of the mother nest suddenly erupt. The surface of a certain dead star cracks open, giving birth to a new green lotus, with the dark golden battle markings at its heart silently connecting to the roots of the heavens. 3 months later, the green lotus in the burning flame valley blooms its 90-second petal. Xiaobai lightly touches the lotus platform. As the trajectories of the heavens rotate within the battle markings, Yinner, it is time to ignite the dawn for the heavens. Beyond the fissures of the star realm, countless bronze palaces rise and fall like a sea of sand. Within one of these palaces, a shadow, sharing the essence with the Soul Emperor, opens its blood-red eyes. Its right arm's battle markings are identical to Xiaobai's. Detection of hostile fluctuations, initiating final cleansing. The roots of the green lotus penetrate infinite dimensions, heralding the first glimmer of dawn at the edge of myriad realms. Chapter 93, The Tumult of Laws at the Heart of the Burning Flame Valley. The 90-second petal of the green lotus unfurls with dark golden cracks, and the starry path at the center of the lotus suddenly flows in reverse. Xiaobai's right arm bore battle markings that resembled boiling lava, as dark golden veins manifested the cataclysmic scenes of countless worlds collapsing. The little healer's fingertips glided over the lotus petals, her crystalline skin exuding starry blood. The primal source of the law fluctuations in the northwest quadrant is devouring the core laws of the nascent star domain. Host. The primal source has been detected at 7 inches from the jade pillow. The system's warning echoed in the sea of consciousness. Xiaobai wielded the divine farmer's hoe to cleave open a rift in the void, commanding, Yinner, seal the breach at the Sun position. Suddenly, fragments of the primordial spine surged forth, coalescing into a battle doll bearing the same visage as Xiaobai. The doll's right arm bore markings as dark as the abyss, and its trajectory mirrored Xiaobai's as it swung the hoe. Hostile bloodline detected. Executing extermination protocol. 3 steps in the kin position, Tremor Palace 9 Zhang. The battle markings detached from Xiaobai's right arm, forming the god-slaying spear that pierced the battle doll's celestial crown. Dark golden veins surged backward into its meridians, causing the doll to suddenly halt. Warning, the similarity of battle markings is at 99. Similarity? The little healer conjured a cone of poisonous mist that pierced the doll's spine. They are using the primordial battle markings to replicate you. The Soul Emperor scoffed, shattering the void. Do you think the primordial willingly became the mother nest? For 30,000 years, this emperor has been the true player in this game. Amidst the explosive shockwave of the doll's destruction, memories of the primordial flooded the sea of consciousness from 30,000 years past. The original divine farmer had willingly allowed the mother nest to erode him, luring the Soul Emperor into the fray with the bait of battle markings. When his spine was refined into the core of the mother nest, a slaying curse was inscribed deep within the battle markings. When the descendants' battle marking similarity exceeds 90%, it shall be the time to slay the emperor. So, you are the final trump card left by the primordial. Xiaobai's right arm's battle markings suddenly transformed into pure gold, and the azure lotus fire consumed the chains. The debt owed to you, old dog of the soul, must be settled after 30,000 years. The Soul Emperor retreated 1,000 zhang, the core of the mother nest cracking open. Impossible. The primordial battle markings have clearly been refined by me. Refined by you? Xiaobai shattered the void beneath his feet, resonating the god-slaying spear with the primordial spine. What you refined was merely the hollow shell left by the primordial. Fragments of the primordial spine merged into Xiaobai's right arm, and the battle markings formed a golden rainbow stretching for 100,000 zhang. The core of the mother nest, manipulated by the Soul Emperor, suddenly backfired, golden liquid gushing from its 7 orifices. You old fool, you inscribed a counter curse on the spine? Host, the weakness of the mother nest lies in the reverse scale at the Jun position. The system's prompt overlapped with the echo of the primordial's residual voice. Xiaobai ignited the battle markings, transforming into a streak of light. This strike is for the primordial, for the Xiao clan, for the heavens. The moment the god-slaying spear touched the reverse scale, the core of the mother nest detonated into a rain of stars. The Soul Emperor's phantom twisted and dissipated. Beyond the Xiaobai star domain, there are countless of this emperor. As the star domain returned to silence, the primordial spine fused with the azure lotus seed. Xiaobai's right arm bore new battle markings, faint as dawn, yet pulsing with the essence of heavenly loss. The little healer caressed the lotus platform, the crystalline patterns resonating with the battle markings. Is your battle marking nurturing a new heavenly path? Not just a heavenly path. Xiao Yin inserted the Xuanzhong ruler into the earth vein, forming a star map with 3 flames. It is rewriting the rules for slaying gods. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Soul Clan, remnants of the mother nest, yet to be purified, suddenly stirred. The surface of a certain dead star cracked open, giving birth to a new azure lotus, where the dark golden battle markings quietly connected to the roots of the heavens. 3 months later, the azure lotus in the burning flame valley blossomed with its 93rd petal. Xiaobai lightly touched the lotus platform. The trajectories of the heavens revolving within the battle markings. Yinner, it is time to ignite the first ray of light for the heavens after the eternal calamity. Beyond the rifts of the star domain, billions of bronze palaces floated like grains of sand in the sea. Within a certain hall, a shadow, sharing the essence of the Soul Emperor, opened its blood-red eyes, revealing a right arm adorned with battle markings identical to those of Xiaobai. Detection of rival fluctuations has initiated the final cleansing. The roots of the blue lotus pierced through endless dimensions, heralding the dawn of a new era in the desolate edges of myriad realms. Chapter 94. The bronze divine coffin in the heart of the burning flame valley. The radiance of the 93rd petal of the blue lotus abruptly dimmed, and a web-like fissure appeared at the center of the lotus platform. The battle markings on Xiaobai's right arm surged like molten lava, as scenes of collapsing celestial remains emerged within the dark, golden, flowing patterns. The little medical sage gently touched the lotus petal. Her glass-like skin weeping starlight, the source of the law fluctuations in the northeast, is consuming the remnants of the celestial remains. Host. The source of the mother nest lies 9,000 miles away. The system's warning echoed within his consciousness, and the battle markings on Xiaobai's right arm coalesced into a star chart. Yin seal the gap in the position. At the moment the rift in the void opened, 99 bronze coffins, enveloped in celestial remnants, plummeted. Each coffin was inscribed with reverse battle markings. As the remnants of the Soul Emperor's voice emanated from within, the celestial remains of these 30,000 years belong to me. The Emperor's coffin nails. Overload. The little medical sage, conjuring toxic mist into sharp spikes, pierced the spine of the war puppet. Then let them explode even more thoroughly. The war puppets detonated in succession, the shockwave shattering half of the coffins. The profound weight of Xiaoyan's mystical ruler cleaved through the smoke. As three types of extraordinary fire coalesced into a fiery net, the remaining coffins are absorbing the explosive energy to evolve. The surviving coffins suddenly merged, forming a colossal bronze coffin of immense stature. The surface revealed a relief depicting the primordial Shinnon pierced by chains. As the remnant shadow of the Soul Emperor rose from the coffin lid, the schemes laid over these 30,000 years shall entomb you within the celestial remains. Host. The weakness of the divine coffin lies at the 7 stars on its base. The system's warning sounded again. The battle markings on Xiaobai's right arm morphed into a drill-like spiral. Yin, assist me in breaking the coffin. Xiaoyan ignited his blood essence, and the 3 types of extraordinary fire transformed into a swirling inferno. The little medical sage's toxic mist seeped into the seams of the coffin, while emerald seedlings entwined their roots around the coffin's base. The core of the 7 stars in the northeast is here. As the god-slaying spear touched the 7 stars, a primal roar echoed from within the coffin. A torrent of memories surged through the star realm from 30,000 years ago, revealing that the primordial Shinnon willingly became the core of the mother nest, yet in the final moment, inscribed the battle markings into the celestial remains. Future generations must recognize this bronze coffin as the burial scheme of the Emperor. So you even plotted against yourself. The battle markings on Xiaobai surged violently as the blue lotus purifying flame coalesced into a towering spear of light. The debts owed to you, old dog of the soul, must be settled. The remnant shadow of the Soul Emperor commanded the coffins to close, while within, 100,000 soul-locking chains extended. No one can break the burial scheme of this Emperor. Then let both coffin and being be incinerated. Xiaobai's spear of light pierced through the coffin, and the primordial relief suddenly opened its eyes, effortlessly tearing apart the soul-locking chains. The bronze giant coffin erupted into a rain of stars, while the primordial relief transformed into a stream of light, merging into Xiaobai's right arm. Newly born battle markings emerged, revealing ancient bronze inscriptions that resonated with the celestial remains. The little medical sage's toxic mist touched the shards of the celestial remains. Intertwining with the glassy patterns, these fragments are autonomously forming a battle array. The battle markings of the primordial are indeed forged from celestial remains. Xiaoyan drove the mystical ruler into the rejuvenated star core, declaring, "The old dog of the soul is but a pitiful thief." Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Soul Clan, the unrefined remnants of the bronze coffins suddenly stirred. A certain coffin lid silently opened, revealing dark golden battle markings that formed the shadow of Xiaobai, whose right arm was ensnared by the soul-locking chains of the Soul Emperor. 3 months later, the blue lotus in the heart of the burning flame valley blossomed with its 94th petal. Xiaobai's right arm gently touched the lotus platform, the bronze battle patterns resonating with the celestial remains. Yinner, it is time to confront those ancient relics within their coffins. Beyond the rift of the starry realm, countless bronze coffins floated like a river of stars. The surface of an ancient coffin inscribed with the battle patterns of the first generation quietly cracked open. Chapter 95. The eternal flame seed in the depths of the burning flame valley. The 94th petal of the blue lotus blossomed with dark golden fissures, and the starry tracks at the center of the lotus suddenly revolved in reverse, forming a vortex. Xiao Bai's right arm's battle patterns boiled like lava, reflecting the crimson sky of collapsing myriad realms within the dark golden flow. The fingertips of the little medical fairy lightly touched the lotus petal. Her crystal skin seeping starry blood, the mother nest of the law fluctuations in the northeast is devouring the last of the newborn star realms. Host. The source of the mother nest is at the jade pillow, 9 inches deep. The system's warning resounded in his consciousness. Xiao Bai swung the divine farmer's hoe to cleave the rift in the void. Yinner, seal the gap at the Jin position. 999 bronze chains surged forth, entwining the shattered stars. As the ethereal shadow of the Soul Heaven Emperor solidified, Xiao Bai, this 3,000-year game shall be concluded by this emperor. The tips of the chains were embedded with fragments of the first-generation skull, the resonance of the battle patterns triggering tremors in the starry realm. Suddenly, the fragments of the first-generation skull surged forth, coalescing into a battle puppet identical in appearance to Xiao Bai. The battle puppet's right arm bore battle patterns as dark as eternal night, its trajectory cleaving through the void, detecting the bloodline of the nemesis, executing the final program. 7 steps at the Qian position, 3 zhang at the Kuan Palace. The battle patterns detached from Xiao Bai's right arm, forming a god-slaying spear that pierced through the battle puppet's brow. The dark golden flow surged into its veins, causing the battle puppet to come to an abrupt halt. Warning, battle pattern source compatibility at 100. Source compatibility? The little medical fairy's poisonous mist coalesced into a needle that pierced the battle puppet's crown. They intend to completely replace you with the first-generation skull. The Soul Heaven Emperor laughed maniacally, shattering the starry realm. Do you think the first generation left behind the skull for no reason? This 3,000-year game is truly orchestrated by this emperor. Amidst the shockwave of the exploding battle puppet, memories of the first generation surged into his consciousness. 30,000 years ago, the first-generation divine farmer refined the skull into the core of the mother nest, inscribing the incantation of the end within the depths of the battle patterns. When the source compatibility of battle patterns reaches its zenith, the myriad realms shall be reborn from the ashes. The Soul Heaven Emperor retreated thousands of feet, the core of the mother nest cracking open into an abyss. Impossible. This emperor has clearly gained control. Control? Xiao Bai shattered the void beneath his feet, the god-slaying spear resonating with the first-generation skull. What you control is merely the seed of the eternal flame left behind by the first generation. Fragments of the first-generation skull merged into Xiao Bai's right arm, the battle patterns crystallizing into a 100,000-foot white rainbow. The core of the mother nest, manipulated by the Soul Heaven Emperor, suddenly backfired. Golden liquid spewing from its 7 orifices. You old fool, did you inscribe the incantation of the return to the ashes on the skull? Host. The weakness of the mother nest lies in the reverse scale of the zhong position. The system's prompt overlapped with the remnants of the first generation's voice. Xiao Bai ignited the battle patterns, his figure transforming into a stream of light. This strike is for the first generation, for all living beings, for the myriad realms. At the moment the god-slaying spear touched the reverse scale, the core of the mother nest exploded into a shower of stars. The ethereal shadow of the Soul Heaven Emperor twisted and dissipated. Xiao Bai, after the return to the ashes, there will still be. The myriad realms fell into silence as the first-generation skull merged with the fire seed of the blue lotus. The newly reborn battle patterns on Xiao Bai's right arm shimmered like the dawn, yet they flowed with the profound truths of the laws of the myriad realms. The little medical fairy gently caressed the lotus platform, the crystal patterns resonating with the battle patterns. Is your battle pattern nurturing a new heavenly path? Not just a heavenly path. Xiao Yin inserted the Xuanzhong ruler into the earth's veins, 3 layers of coalescing into a star map. It is rewriting the rules of the myriad realms. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Soul Tribe, fragments of the unpurified mother nest suddenly erupted in chaos. The surface of a certain dead star cracked open, giving rise to a newly born azure lotus, its dark golden battle patterns subtly connecting to the roots of all realms. 3 months later, the azure lotus in the Valley of Flames unfurled its 95th petal. Xiao Bai's right arm lightly touched the lotus platform, and the trajectories of the heavens rotated within the battle patterns. Yinner, it is time to ignite the first ray of light after the eternal calamity for the myriad realms. Beyond the rifts of the starry domain, countless bronze palaces floated like grains of sand in the sea. Within one of these halls, a shadow with the same origin as the Soul Emperor opened its blood-red eyes. The battle patterns on its right arm were an exact match to Xiaobai's. Detection of the enemy's fluctuations has triggered the final cleansing. The roots of the Azure Lotus penetrated endless dimensions, heralding the dawn of a new era at the edge of the myriad realms. Chapter 96. The first glimmer of dawn in the heart of the Valley of Flames, the 96th petal of the Azure Lotus radiated a golden brilliance. And the star tracks at the center of the lotus gradually stabilized, reflecting the nascent scenes of the myriad realms. Xiaobai's right arm bore battle patterns flowing with a dawn-like pale gold, while the dark golden cracks had already healed as if they had never existed. The little medicine fairy gently touched the lotus petal, her glass-like skin rippling with warmth. The fluctuations of the laws from the southwest are peaceful, as if the new star domain is coalescing its core. Host, detection of the mother nest's impurities is at a distance of 3,000 miles in the Qian position. A warning from the system echoed in his consciousness, as Xiaobai's right arm formed a star map. With 9 newly born stars arranged in the Big Dipper formation, the remnants of the Soul Emperor are still struggling in their death throes. The void trembled slightly, and 72 bronze chains surged forth, entwined with the remnants of darkened stars. The fragments of the mother nest embedded at the tips of the chains had lost their luster, and the fading echoes of the Soul Emperor were as weak as a flickering candle in the wind. Xiaobai, this emperor shall never perish. 3 steps in the Qian position, purifying the world with fire. With a light wave of his right arm, the battle patterns coalesced into a blade of light that swept through. The broken war machines fell like stalks of wheat, and the mother nest fragments turned to dust in the purifying flames. Struggling in vain only adds to the laughter. The little medicine fairy's poison mist formed a fine net, enveloping the last few war machines. Their cores have long since withered. The Soul Emperor can't even create complete puppets anymore. But be cautious. Xiaoyan thrust his heavy ruler into the ground, forming a barrier with 3 different flames. Who knows what tricks that old dog still has up his sleeve? At the center of the new star domain, emerald seedlings penetrated the void, entwining a star core that was about to take shape. The battle patterns on Xiaobai's right arm resonated with the core, as pale golden lines revealed the shadow of the first generation in the future. This shall be the time of the Starfire inheritance. Brother Xiaobai, this newly born core is mimicking your battle patterns. Xiaoyan suddenly shouted. As the surface of the star core gradually revealed pale golden lines. Shall we stop it? No need. Xiaobai gently caressed the core with his palm. The battle patterns flowing like spring rain. Battle patterns were born for protection. If they can assist in solidifying the laws, why not embrace it? The core suddenly burst forth in radiance, and the pale golden battle patterns formed a great protective formation. The poison mist of the little medicine fairy touched the formation, only to be gently repelled. This formation is repelling malice? The true essence of the first generation's battle patterns was never about slaughter. Xiaobai withdrew his hand, gazing at the autonomously operating star core, but rather, it is about hope. Suddenly, a rift in the void opened, and an exceedingly weak soul shadow drifted forth. The remnants of Gu Yuan knelt upon the ground, ensnared by the gilded threads of the mother nest. Xiaobai, save me, and my ancient clan shall serve you for eternity. Host, detection indicates the control mark of the mother nest at the divine court acupoint. The system warned. Xiaobai's right arm, adorned with battle runes, transformed into a golden needle, piercing precisely into Gu Yuan's brow. Can 30,000 years of sins be easily absolved? The gilded threads snapped one by one, and Gu Yuan's remnant spirit gradually became transparent. Thank you. Before the words were fully uttered, he vanished completely. The little healer furrowed her brow. Why save him? It is not about saving him. Xiaobai gazed toward the newborn stars, but allowing this remnant spirit to serve as a monument of warning for the stellar core. For months later, the Azure Lotus at the heart of the burning flame valley unfurled its 97th petal. The star track at the center of the lotus platform had transformed into a vast river of stars, each celestial body adorned with faint golden battle runes. Xiao Yin drove the Xuanzhong into the edge of the lotus platform, as 3 layers of formed a protective array. Brother Xiaobai, the southwestern new stellar region has birthed its first intelligent race. The little healer approached, cradling a young Liuli seedling. As toxic mist transformed into nourishing rain. They call this seedling the seed of hope. Xiaobai's battle runes resonated with the seedling, and an ethereal figure emerged amidst the golden radiance. The figure reached out to gently caress the seedling, transforming into starlight and merging into the new stellar domain. Beyond the rift of the star domain, the last bronze giant hall crumbled. Within a speck of dust, the remnants of the Soul Emperor let out a final roar. Xiaobai, this emperor is unwilling. The roots of the Azure Lotus penetrated the dust, converting it into nourishment for the new stellar domain. Xiaobai stood atop the lotus platform, gazing at the faint golden glow rising across the myriad realms. Yinner, It is time to taste the honeyed wine brewed by that child. On a newly born star, a girl with faint golden patterns on her forehead looked skyward, holding a ceramic jar filled with the first brew of floral honey. Chapter 97. The Crisis of Rebirth. At the heart of the burning flame valley, the gilded radiance of the 97th petal of the azure lotus began to wane, and suddenly, the star track at the center of the lotus platform rippled. Xiao Bai's right arm trembled, and within the pale golden flow, an anomalous fluctuation from a certain newborn star manifested. The little healer's fingertips brushed over the lotus petal, and her lily skin rippled with concern. The life energy in the southeastern direction is rapidly depleting, as if being devoured by something. Host. Detection indicates the remnants of the mother nest are shaking 3,000 miles away. The system alerted within his consciousness. Xiao Bai's right arm formed a star map, revealing black web-like patterns emerging on the surface of the newborn star. Yinner, prepare for spatial leap. As the void rift opened, 72 bronze chains surged forth, entwined with dark red blood mist. The fragments of the mother nest embedded at the tips of the chains were absorbing the star's spiritual energy. The remnants of the soul emperor hissing like a venomous serpent. Xiao Bai, this emperor can still fight. From the points of the shattered chains, hundreds of blood puppets emerged from the void. These blood puppets were ensnared in vine-like blood vessels, with core pieces of the mother nest embedded in their chests. Each step draining 3 portions of the newborn star's ley lines. The first blood puppet lunged with claws that exuded a foul, bloody aura, detecting high-purity energy, prioritizing consumption. Step back 5 paces, seal the spirit with Quan Shui. Xiao Bai's right arm formed a cerulean light screen. As the blood puppet's claws made contact, they withered instantly. Yinner, burn their roots. Xiaoyan swept the Xuanzhong, and the 3 layers of surged upstream through the withering blood vessels. Suddenly, the core of the mother nest within the blood puppet's chest exploded, dark red blood mist enveloping the sky. Be cautious. This blood mist is corroding the space. Purify. The little medicine immortal's poisonous mist transformed into a gentle rain, while the emerald seedling's roots penetrated the blood fog. The more they absorb, the faster they perish. Deep within the newborn stars, the roots of the emerald seedlings entwined around the dwindling star core. Xiao Bai placed his right palm upon the surface of the star core, and faint golden battle patterns flowed like a spring brook. Do not fear, we have arrived. Suddenly, the star core trembled violently, and the ground split open into vast chasms. The remnant of the soul emperor rose from the earth's veins, enveloped in the wails of countless souls. What sweet despair. Xiao Bai, can you save it? I cannot. The battle patterns blazed forth, and faint golden rivers of stars surged from Xiao Bai's palm. But I can ensure you shall never consume even a morsel again. Where the star river flowed, the desolate earth veins regained vitality. Newborn flora broke through the soil, spontaneously forming faint golden patterns that expelled the remnants of the mother nest to the surface. Impossible. The remnant of the soul emperor twisted within the patterns of grass and wood. How can mere plants? These are not mere plants. Xiao Bai strode upon the newly sprouted vines towards the heavens. It is life itself rebelling. Faint golden radiance ascended from each blade of grass, coalescing in the air into primordial phantoms. The phantoms raised their hands and gently touched, causing the remnant of the soul emperor to dissipate like a bubble. In the end, you have finally understood. The little medicine immortal's toxic mist transformed into a delicate rain nourishing the earth. As the glassy seedlings unfurled their leaves in the rain, are these patterns evolving autonomously? The essence of battle patterns lies in the resonance of all things. Xiao Yin inserted the Xuanzhong ruler into the revived earth veins, threefold coalescing into guardian spirits. From this day forth, this star domain shall no longer require us. Months later, upon the rejuvenated surface of the stars, faint golden patterns had spread to the ocean depths. A girl with battle patterns upon her forehead ran barefoot through a sea of flowers, holding a glass vial filled with morning dew. Master, the west coast has sprouted glowing trees again. Xiao Bai stood upon the clouds, gazing at the self-healing star core. It is time to depart for the next place that needs us. Wait. The girl suddenly pointed towards the horizon. That cloud seems to be learning your battle patterns. The crowd looked up, witnessing the clouds swirling, naturally forming faint golden lines. The little medicine immortal chuckled softly. It seems they have truly graduated. In the heart of the burning flame valley, the 98th petal of the blue lotus fully blossomed. The star tracks at the center of the lotus extended into the boundless void, each trajectory reflecting the rejuvenated stars. Host. Anomalous fluctuations have been detected in the 7th star domain. As the system alert echoed, Xiao Bai had already torn open a new rift in the void. Yinner. This time we may require your new techniques. Beyond the rift, upon a star shrouded in black mist, faint golden lines flickered tenaciously. Chapter 98. The Return of All Things. In the heart of the burning flame valley, the radiance of the 98th petal of the blue lotus suddenly contracted, directing the lotus star tracks into the depths of the void. Xiaobai's right arm trembled with battle patterns, reflecting the scene of the 7th star domain. Entirely enveloped in black mist, save for sporadic golden lines flickering like remnants of candles in the wind. The little medicine immortal's fingertips brushed over the lotus petal, her glassy skin rippling. This black mist is devouring the resonance of battle patterns. Host, the source of the mother nest has been detected at 9,000 miles in depth. The system's warning resonated within his mind, and Xiaobai's right arm solidified into a star map. Yinner, this black mist can corrode the laws of space. Use chaotic fire to forge a path. As the void rift opened, the black mist surged forth like a living entity, coalescing into tens of thousands of distorted human faces. The remnants of the Soul Emperor's voice echoed through the mist. Xiaobai, this is the soul burial mist I have prepared for you. The dark mist morphed into a grotesque face, opening its gaping maw to spew forth a foul, viscous substance. Xiaoyan's heavy ruler, infused with chaotic flames, cleaved through the mist barrier, yet the threefold was corroded into hollows by the noxious liquid. These mists are mimicking the structure of battle runes. It is not mimicry. Xiaobai's right arm's battle rune suddenly surged backward, its pale golden patterns transforming into a deep crimson hue. The old dog of souls has reconstructed my battle rune using the remnants of its nest. Within the misty sea, 72 dark red battle puppets materialized, each mimicking Xiaobai's movements flawlessly. The first puppet swung its fist, the gust of wind carrying the essence of the Qinglian purifying fire, detecting fluctuations of the nemesis. Executing assimilation protocol. Overload. The little doctor's toxic mist solidified into a sharp cone, piercing the puppet's spine. Then let them self-destruct more brilliantly. You merely comprehend a distorted counterfeit. Xiaobai's right arm's battle rune suddenly radiated pure white as snow, the pale golden glow dispelling the surrounding darkness. The true essence of the original battle rune is the resonance of all things. His heart suddenly erupted with a pulling force, simultaneously devouring Xiaoyan's threefold and the little doctor's toxic mist. The Soul Emperor cackled madly. Your companions are the finest nourishment. Incorrect. Xiaobai pressed his palm against the surface of his heart. The battle runes glow gentle as the moonlight. They are my anchor points. The pale golden radiance spread along the reverse battle rune, causing the original heart to tremble violently. The Soul Emperor's phantom twisted in disbelief. Impossible. I have clearly erased it. What you have erased is merely the consciousness of the original. Xiaobai's battle rune manifested the phantom of the original. Yet you cannot obliterate the aspirations of all beings embedded within the battle rune. Countless lights of fervent prayers converged from myriad realms, illuminating the core of the black mist. The Soul Emperor's phantom disintegrated inch by inch within the brilliance. This emperor refuses to concede in this game. It is time to conclude. The phantom of the original raised a hand gently, the reverse battle rune shifting to a pale gold. The later generations have done splendidly. The original heart transformed into a golden shower of stars, cascading towards the 7th star domain. As the black mist receded, newly sprouted flora broke through the soil, their veins naturally coalescing into pale golden battle runes. Xiaoyan's heavy ruler embedded itself into the revitalized earth, the threefold coalescing into a guardian spirit. Are these battle runes purifying the remnants autonomously? It is not purification. The little doctor cradled a young, glass-like seedling. It is the principle of rebirth reconstructing order. The seedling's roots penetrated the void, entwining with a dying star. The core of the star suddenly pulsed, its surface revealing pale golden patterns akin to Xiaobai's. 3 months later, a towering beam of light ascended from the center of the 7th star domain. A girl with battle runes imprinted on her forehead knelt amidst a sea of flowers, cradling the self-evolving core of a star in her palms. Master, the rivers of the eastern continent have learned to purify. Xiaobai stood atop the light column, gazing at the healing heavens. Yinner, it is time to partake in the floral wine brewed by that child. Wait. The girl suddenly pointed to the starry sky. Those stars are learning to wave like you. Everyone looked up, witnessing the flowing river of stars coalesce into pale golden handprints, gently waving towards the 7th star domain. The little doctor chuckled softly. It seems we have truly become superfluous. Deep within the heart of the burning flame valley, the 99th petal of the Qinglian quietly unfurled. The lotus platform's star tracks dissipated entirely, leaving only a single seed of primordial fire suspended at its center. Xiaobai's right arm's battle rune faded to a mortal hue. Yet the brilliance in his eyes shone brighter than ever. Thank you, system, for all these years. Beep. The host has accomplished the ultimate mission. and the primordial system has released its binding. The mechanical voice, now imbued with warmth, suggests, enjoy a good drink. Outside the rift in the void, amidst the black mist of a newly formed star domain, a streak of golden veins abruptly pierces through the darkness. Chapter 99, The Rift of the Star Domain. In the heart of the burning flame valley, the luminous glow of the ninth petal of the blue lotus suddenly contracts, and a subtle fissure opens in the center of the lotus platform. The battle patterns on Xiao Bai's right arm surge like boiling lava, reflecting the chaotic transformations of the seventh star domain, ensnared by crimson chains, with black patterns crawling across the surfaces of the stars. The little medical fairy's fingertips glide over the lotus petal, her crystalline skin rippling. These chains are devouring the resonance of the battle patterns. Host. Detection indicates the mother source is located 9,000 miles to the southeast. The system's warning resounds in his consciousness as the battle patterns on Xiao Bai's right arm coalesce into a star map. Yinner, these black chains can corrode the laws of space, clear the path with chaos fire. As the void rift unfurls, the crimson chains strike like venomous serpents, coalescing into 72 blood-colored war dolls. The remnants of the Soul Emperor's voice echo from the depths of the chains. Xiao Bai, this is the final sacrificial rite of this emperor. The eyes of the blood-colored war dolls flicker with golden ghostly flames, each bearing inverse battle patterns etched upon their right arms. The first war doll launches a punch, the force enveloping the blue lotus pure world fire. Detection of rival fluctuations, executing the divine slaying protocol. Overload. Xiaoyan sweeps the heavy ruler, threefold pouring into the rift. Then let them explode more thoroughly. The war dolls detonate in succession, their shockwaves tearing apart the encircling crimson chains. The little medical fairy's poison mist condenses into a conical spike aimed at the depths of the rift. The source of the black chains lies to the southeast. But each attack causes the war dolls to evolve. At the site where the chains fracture, the spine of the original Shinnong hovers in the void, its surface cloaked in an obsidian-like shell. The Soul Emperor's phantom emerges from the spine, its right arm's battle pattern resonating in harmony with Xiao Bai's. After 30,000 years of devouring, this emperor has finally rectified the flaw in the battle patterns. Flaw. The battle pattern on Xiao Bai's right arm suddenly surges, the pure world fire coalescing into a divine slaying spear. What you call rectification is merely stitching a malignant tumor into the bloodline. The moment the divine slaying spear touches the spine, the shell of the mother source unexpectedly softens, attempting to devour the pure world fire. The Soul Emperor cackles. Useless. At this moment, I am the battle pattern itself. Then let us rewrite the battle patterns. Xiao Bai shatters the flesh of his right arm, revealing primordial inscriptions upon his dark golden bones. Yinner, burn my essence blood. Xiao Yin grits his teeth, urging the threefold, engulfing Xiao Bai's right arm in flames. The primordial inscriptions recombine in the fire, forming ancient bronze patterns even older than the dark golden battle patterns. The little medical fairy's poison mist seeps into the marrow, while the emerald seedling's roots entwine around the inscriptions. These patterns reject the mother source's encroachment. This is the original form of the first battle pattern. Xiao Bai's right arm regenerates flesh, the bronze battle pattern radiating a vast azure light. Old dog of the soul, what you have devoured is merely 30,000 years of inferior remnants. Wherever the azure light passes, the shell of the mother source cracks inch by inch. The Soul Emperor's phantom distorts. Impossible. This emperor has clearly comprehended. What you have comprehended is merely the form of the battle pattern. Xiao Bai places his palm upon the surface of the spine, yet you fail to understand its soul. The original spine suddenly erupts with a suction force, pulling the Soul Emperor's phantom into its depths. The crimson chains shatter completely, transforming into a celestial rain that falls upon the heavens. The bronze battle markings on Xiao Bai's right arm extended to his spine. As the ancient voice of the first generation resonated through the void, let this abomination witness the true essence of battle. A surge of azure light ascended into the heavens, and the shell of the mother nest was completely shed. The spine of the first generation transformed into a colossal battle spear, firmly grasped in Xiao Bai's hand. As the spear quivered lightly, the myriad stars echoed in unison, while the dark patterns of the seventh star domain retreated entirely. Host. The core of the mother nest is 3 inches beneath the jade pillow. The system prompted. Xiao Bai shattered the void, the battle spear piercing through the core of the stars. This strike will immortalize the essence of battle. Amidst the shockwave of the core's explosion, the spear of the first generation dissipated into starlight. The surface of the seventh star domain revealed bronze patterns that autonomously purified the lingering black mist. Xiaoyan, gasping for breath, laughed heartily. These patterns are mimicking the rhythm of your battle markings. The little medical fairy gently caressed the newly sprouted flora, the veins of the leaves forming bronze patterns. Even the plants have learned the way of battle markings. The essence of battle markings originates from heaven and earth. Xiaobai's bronze markings on his right arm gradually faded. We must proceed to the next rift. In the depths of the burning flame valley, the 100th petal of the blue lotus quietly began to sprout. The lotus platform's stellar trajectory extended into the unknown void, where countless bronze giants could faintly be seen suspended at its terminus. Host, an anomaly in the 9th star domain has been detected, the system alerted. As Xiaobai tore open a new rift. Yinner, we may need your new techniques this time. Beyond the rift, on a star entwined by black chains, faint bronze patterns flickered defiantly. Chapter 100. The Emperor's Heavenly Tribulation. Above the burning flame valley, 9 layers of thunderclouds converged into a massive bronze cauldron, its surface etched with ancient battle markings. Xiaobai's bronze markings surged against the clouds, as dark golden flames coalesced into a towering spear within the storm. The little medical fairy, surrounded by toxic mist, formed a shield to protect the mountains, her glassy skin exuding starry blood. This heavenly tribulation is imitating your battle markings. Host. The core of the heavenly tribulation is 3 inches beneath the cauldron's ear. The system warned, its alert reverberating through Xiaobai's consciousness. He shattered the void, diving straight into the thunderclouds. Yinner, protect the earth's veins. Within the thunderclouds, 72 bronze battle automatons suddenly appeared, each mimicking the movements Xiaobai had executed during his tribulation. The first automaton struck with a powerful fist, its momentum entwined with the purifying flames of the blue lotus, detecting hostile fluctuations, executing annihilation protocol. Xiaobai's bronze markings on his right arm surged, as he crushed the automaton's head with his bare hands. Yet, the automaton's remains transformed into liquid bronze, swiftly reassembling into a more formidable form. 7th step of Can, burning the heart with fire. Imitating me? Xiaobai scoffed, as the battle markings coalesced into a divine killing spear that pierced its vital point. It resembles me but lacks my essence. The automaton horde suddenly formed a formation, coalescing into a bronze giant identical to Xiaobai. The giant's palm revealed a swirling vortex of stars, simultaneously devouring 3 different flames and toxic mist. Energy absorption rate at 120, evolution complete. Host, the mirror's weakness lies at the jade pillow's reverse scale. The system chimed in harmony with the thunder. Xiaobai expended his vital blood, his form transforming into a bronze meteor. Let us see who the true body is. As the divine killing spear touched the reverse scale, the bronze giant erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. 9 blood-red heavenly locks descended from the thunderclouds. Yet Xiaobai's right arm's markings tore them apart. Such a trifling heavenly tribulation dares to bind me. Brother Xiaobai, catch this. Xiaoyan hurled the mysterious heavy ruler into the thunderclouds, its ancient markings resonating with the battle markings, with the ruler as a guide. Break the Emperor and ascend to the stars. The bronze battle markings spread along the mysterious heavy ruler, coalescing into an immense tree of battle markings that reached the heavens and the earth. As the canopy unfurled 4 golden lotuses, the thunderclouds dissipated, and the celestial realm was graced with resplendent imperial radiance. The little healer, enveloped in toxic mist, transformed it into battle armor to withstand the might of the 4-star emperor. This is the essence of the 4-star Do Emperor. Even the laws tremble. Before the imperial light had fully faded, the void tore open, revealing a vast chasm. Within it floated a colossal bronze palace, its entrance adorned with ancient inscriptions that shared a lineage with Xiaobai's battle patterns. The fading echoes of the soul's celestial emperor reverberated from within. Xiaobai, this is the emperor's funeral coffin I have prepared for you. The palace doors burst open with a thunderous roar, unleashing a legion of 100,000 bronze imperial soldiers that shattered the void. Each soldier emanated the oppressive aura of a 3-star Do Emperor, and the formation coalesced into a blood-red canopy. Detected activation of the 4-star Do Emperor's assassination formation. Host, the core of the Imperial Palace resides at the formation's pivotal star nexus. The system warned, as Xiaobai's right arm's battle pattern morphed into an Imperial sword. You honor. Follow me to break the formation. Break. With a decisive swing of the Imperial sword, the bronze soldiers fell like wheat before the harvest. When the sword's edge grazed the pivotal star nexus, the entire palace abruptly contracted, solidifying into the corporeal form of the sole celestial emperor. You think that a peak 3-star Do Emperor can shake my true form? You are mistaken. The bronze battle pattern on Xiaobai's right arm transformed into a dark gold hue, the 4-star imperial might akin to an abyss. Today, it is you, the false emperor, who shall be slaughtered. The collision of the 2 emperors unleashed shockwaves that shattered 3,000 miniature worlds. The Soul Celestial Emperor summoned the core of his maternal nest, its surface revealing dark gold battle patterns that were of the same origin as Xiaobai's. The devouring of the past 30,000 years has far surpassed your expectations. Surpassed? As Xiaobai's imperial sword pierced the core, a primordial phantom emerged from the battle patterns. What you have devoured is merely the remnants of the first generation's defeat. The primordial phantom raised a hand, causing the maternal core to crack inch by inch. The Soul Celestial Emperor's corporeal form erupted in a mist of blood, his final roar echoing through the heavens. Beyond the Xiaobai Imperial Palace, there lies more. As the blood mist dispersed, the bronze palace transformed into a stream of light, merging into Xiaobai's right arm. The dark gold battle patterns underwent yet another transformation, coalescing into 4 resplendent imperial stars. In the depths of the burning flame valley, the 101st petal of the blue lotus unfurled. The starry trajectory of the lotus extended into the unknown void, where millions of bronze imperial palaces could be faintly seen suspended. Beyond the fissure, on the surface of a certain bronze imperial palace, for dark gold star patterns began to glow quietly. Chapter 101. Aftershocks of the imperial palace above the burning flame valley, remnants of the bronze imperial palace floated like stars, with dark gold blood mist seeping from the cracks in its structure. The 4 imperial star patterns on Xiaobai's right arm flickered ominously, dark gold flames coalescing into a shattered spear in the void. The little healer's fingertips brushed across the surface of the remnants, her glass-like skin rippling. This blood mist is corroding the foundational laws of the newly birthed star realm. Host, remnants of the maternal nest are vibrating 3,000 miles away. The system warned explosively in his consciousness. Xiaobai's right arm's imperial pattern transformed into a star map. You honor. Use chaotic fire to isolate the blood mist. The remnants of the palace suddenly trembled as 99 bronze chains shot forth, each embedded with fragments of imperial stars akin to Xiaobai's. The fading echoes of the Soul Celestial Emperor seemed to come from antiquity. A 4-star Doe Emperor is but a large ant. The chains twisted the void, coalescing into 72 bronze imperial puppets. Each puppet had an imperial star fragment embedded in its brow, and their movements mirrored Xiaobai's techniques when he broke through to 4-star. The first puppet raised its hand, conjuring a chaotic fire lotus, its flames 3-fold more vigorous than Xiao Yan's. Detected fluctuations of a nemesis, executing star-locking protocol. 7 steps of the Ken position, sever the source of the fire. The imperial pattern on Xiaobai's right arm swelled dramatically as he crushed the puppet's head with his bare hands. Shattered fragments transformed into liquid bronze, instantly reorganizing into a more formidable combat body. Alarm. Energy absorption rate at 150, evolution completed. The toxic mist of the little medical immortal coalesced into a celestial net. Yet the emerald seedling's roots were corroded by bronze. They are imitating the 4-star Emperor's might. From the depths of the dilapidated palace, a towering vortex suddenly appeared, forcefully extracting a nascent stellar core. The surface of the core was adorned with bronze patterns, and the remnant shadow of the Soul Emperor emerged from within. What this emperor has always sought are the cores of the myriad heavens. At the moment the imperial arrow was released, 72 imperial puppets merged, forming a colossal bronze statue resembling Xiaobai. The statue grasped the imperial arrow barehanded, its shaft unexpectedly undergoing bronze assimilation. Hostile wave detected, executing assimilation nutrient. The palm of the bronze giant erupted with a pulling force, forcibly integrating the nascent stellar core into its chest. Xiaobai's right arm, marked with imperial symbols, shattered inch by inch. Dark, golden imperial blood spilling into the void. Yen burn my imperial body. No. Xiao Yan's 3-fold formed a barrier. If the body of the 4-star Doe Emperor is destroyed, amidst the shockwave from the exploding emerald roots, the bronze giant's movements momentarily halted. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaobai condensed the remaining imperial symbols into fine needles, piercing the polar 7 inches of the stellar core. The Soul Old Dog's 3,000-year game is coming to an end. In the brilliance of the exploding stellar core, the bronze giant collapsed with a thunderous roar. The remnant shadow of the Soul Emperor was pinned in the void by the imperial symbol needles. Dark golden imperial blood gushing from its 7 orifices. How could this emperor be defeated? Because you have never understood. Xiaobai's right arm, now adorned with newly born imperial symbols, gleamed brilliantly like the sun. The true essence of battle symbols is protection. The remnants of bronze transformed into starry rain, showering the damaged star domain. Newly sprouted flora broke through the earth, their leaf veins forming 4-star imperial symbols. Xiao Yan sat helplessly in the void, the Xian heavy ruler reduced to dust. Are these plants autonomously repairing the star domain? 3 months later, a new lotus platform split open in the heart of the burning flame valley. Xiao Bai's right arm's four-star imperial symbols evolved into dark golden ancient seals, each stroke seemingly containing the trajectories of the heavens. The little medical immortal cradled the newly sprouted emerald seedling. The toxic mist having transformed into sweet rain, the rivers of the ninth star domain have learned to purify the remnants of the mother nest. Not just the rivers. Xiao Bai pointed to the sky, where swirling clouds coalesced into four-star array symbols. This star domain no longer requires us. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a fissure quietly opened on the surface of a ruined bronze imperial palace. Four-star imperial symbols seeped from the crack, coalescing into a shadow akin to Xiao Bai. Host. Abnormal wave detected in the 10th star domain. As the system alert sounded, Xiao Bai had already torn open a new rift. Yin. This time I may require your new technique. Beyond the rift, countless bronze imperial palaces floated in the endless sea of stars. Within a massive hall inscribed with four-star imperial symbols, resonances of battle symbols in sync with Xiao Bai echoed. Chapter 102. Anomalies in star trajectories in the heart of the burning flame valley. The light of the 102nd petal of the blue lotus suddenly warped, and the star trajectory of the lotus platform fractured into a web-like spatio-temporal rift. Xiao Bai's right arm, adorned with four-star imperial symbols, rippled, reflecting the chaotic scenes of the star domains, rivers flowing backward, mountains suspended in midair, as the laws of time and space began to collapse. The little medical immortal's fingertips brushed against the lotus petal, her glass-like skin seeping star blood. The spatio-temporal anchor point in the northwest Qian position has been tampered with. The mother nest is tearing apart the river of history. Host. The source of the mother nest lies in the 7th layer of historical discontinuity. The system's warning resounded within the sea of consciousness as Xiao Bai's right arm transformed the imperial symbols into a time compass. Yin. Protect the anchor point of the present world. At the site of the shattered chains, 100,000 battle spirits, adorned in the armors of various dynasties, emerged from the fissure. These spirits bore within their eye sockets the unique golden flames of their origin, while their weapons shimmered with the four-star imperial patterns of a bygone era. The foremost spirit from the pre-Qin period brandished a bronze spear, its wind entwined with the ion currents of future technologies. Hostile fluctuations detected, executing temporal eradication. Position, 9 steps, sever the flow of fire. The imperial pattern on Xiao Bai's right arm surged, and the god-slaying spear pierced the heart of the battle spirit. Dark golden streamlines surged into its core, causing the spirit to freeze. Alert. Temporal paradox conflict. The legion of battle spirits swiftly formed a formation, coalescing into a colossal temporal gateway spanning both ancient and modern times. Within, barbed bronze tendrils emerged, transforming the toxic mist of the little medical fairy into nourishing essence. Energy conversion rate, 200, evolution complete. Deep within the gateway, the ethereal figure of the primordial Shinnong was impaled by bronze chains, entwined with the remnants of battle spirits from various eras. The residual image of the Soul Emperor emerged from the river of history, gripping a temporal core inscribed with reverse imperial patterns. This 3,000-year plan will ensnare you in a temporal prison for eternity. Host. The weakness of the temporal core lies at the entropy peak. The system's warning overlapped with the roars of the battle spirits. Xiao Bai, expending his vital essence, released 4 imperial patterns from his right arm, forming the blade of entropic obliteration. This strike severs causality. At the moment the blade touched the peak of entropy, the colossal temporal gateway suddenly warped. The primordial figure's eyes snapped open, and the chains binding it began to shatter. Future generations shall sever my timeline. As the god-slaying spear pierced the primordial figure, a tidal wave swept through the river of history. The temporal core controlled by the Soul Emperor suddenly spiraled out of control, leading the ancient battle spirits to rebel. Alert. Conflicting orders from the nest. Because history must not be desecrated. Xiao Bai's right arm, newly inscribed with imperial patterns, transformed into a river of time, washing away the nest marks from the battle spirits. All heroic spirits, accompany me in vanquishing evil. Pre-Qin chariots and futuristic starships simultaneously turned their cannons, unleashing a brilliant radiance amidst the temporal chaos. The residual image of the Soul Emperor twisted within the temporal paradox. How could I be defeated? Because your vision is limited to conquest. Xiao Bai stood atop the river of time, while the battle patterns carry the flames of all living beings. At the site of the temporal fissures healing, the veins of the newly born star domain revealed faint golden patterns. Xiaoyan caressed the rock engraved with battle patterns, where threefold coalesced into a time beacon. These stones are recording the trajectory of history. The little medical fairy's toxic mist transformed into a nourishing rain, nurturing the time-traveling glass flowers. The flora of the 10th star domain has learned to correct temporal discrepancies. It is not correction. Xiao Bai's right arm resonated with time. But history has developed its own battle patterns. Deep within the forbidden ground of the Soul Clan, an unpurified bronze bamboo slip suddenly unfurled, revealing scenes of Xiao Bai's battles through the river of time. Host, detecting anomalous fluctuations in the second historical line. As the system prompt echoed, Xiao Bai tore open a new temporal fissure. Yinner, this time I may need your time-consuming technique. Beyond the fissure, on a distorted historical line, faint golden battle patterns were tenaciously reshaping the trajectory of time. Chapter 103, the final chapter of All Realms, everlasting radiance in the depths of the fiery flame valley. A violent tremor rippled through the earth. The brilliance of the 105th petal of the azure lotus abruptly collapsed into a black hole, causing the surface of the lotus platform to fracture like a spider's web, with each fissure reflecting apocalyptic scenes from various dimensions. Some star domains were twisted into spirals by bronze chains, while others were submerged in lava-like primordial blood plasma. Xiao Bai's right arm, adorned with the 4-star imperial patterns, surged into a resplendent river of stars, the dark golden flow revealing the trajectory of the heavens' collapse. Stars plummeted into the abyss like grains of sand. Beings were reduced to dust amidst the chaotic currents of time and space, and even the very laws themselves wailed under the devouring of the primordial nest. The little healer's toxic mist solidified into a glass-like barrier, only for countless struggling handprints to suddenly appear upon its surface. The souls consumed by the primordial nest knocking against the mortal realm. Her glass-like skin oozed star blood, and the toxic mist transformed into a rain of blood. The river of rebirth in the northeast has run dry. The primordial nest is melting time and space. It seeks to turn all dimensions into puppets. Host, the source of the primordial nest is located at the 3rd quadrant of the time-space singularity. The system's warning thundered through the sea of consciousness. Xiao Bai's right arm, with its imperial patterns, solidified into a 9-fold time-space anchor. The tip piercing the void to stabilize the laws of the present world. Yinner, use thee as a guide to stabilize the 9 palaces of the Earth's veins. The void fissures erupted with blinding white light as 99 bronze furnaces, carrying the shattered remnants of dimensions, crashed down. Each furnace towered 10,000 zhang high, its surface engraved with reverse imperial patterns, and its mouth spewed forth the remnants of civilizations being refined. The echoes of the Soul Heaven Emperor reverberated from the edge of time and space, accompanied by a harsh, metallic laughter. For Starfighting Emperor? Merely kindling in my furnace. Over the past 30,000 years, I have devoured 9,000 star domains and refined 8 million civilizations. Today, I shall crown the primordial nest with your imperial body. The furnace gates thunderously opened, and 100,000 puppets, shackled by time-space chains, emerged from the chaos. These puppets possessed left eyes pulsating with streams of futuristic data, while their right pupils burned with the blood-red flames of ancient sorcery, their foreheads embedded with cores of reverse patterns that shared a source with Xiao Bai. With each step they took, the space beneath them collapsed into black holes. The first puppet swung a colossal time-space sword, cleaving the laws into fragments, detected host-enemy fluctuations, executing dimension-level cleansing protocol. Xiao Bai's right arm surged like a dragon, the god-slaying spear piercing through the puppet's chest. Yet, the dark golden flow emanating from the spear tip vanished as if a cow had sunk into the sea, and bronze tentacles suddenly emerged from the puppet's wound, ensnaring the god-slaying spear with relentless grip. 3 steps of the Kuan position, sever the flow of the Qian heavens. He bellowed, unleashing the azure lotus purifying flame from his left palm, only for the flames to be devoured by the puppet's core of reverse patterns. Warning, time-space paradox overload. The puppet emitted a mechanical roar, its body swelling 100-fold as futuristic particle cannons and ancient sorcery curses fired simultaneously. Xiao Yin wielded the heavy ruler, sweeping it to form a chain of laws with 3 distinct flames. These ghastly entities are absorbing attacks to evolve. Xiao Bai, seal their spiritual veins in 7 orifices. The little healer transformed her toxic mist into 3,000 glass needles, precisely piercing the puppet's vital points. The puppet's movements faltered, and seizing the opportunity, Xiao Bai shattered its core of reverse patterns, only to see foul primordial blood plasma surge forth from the ruptured core. They are not mere puppets. They are the fission organs of the primordial nest. All the furnaces suddenly fused, coalescing into a colossal bronze tree that spanned the starry sea. The trunk flows with the refined blood of the plains, and each leaf upon the crown entraps the mournful wails of a civilization. The gears of a mechanical civilization corrode in the sanguine fluid, while the flying swords of the cultivators decay into desiccated bones beneath the bark. At the roots, The spine of the primordial Shinong intertwines with the remnants of the Soul Emperor, merging into a visage that envelopes the starry domains. In the 30 millennia of refinement henceforth, I am the sovereign of the heavens. The visage opened its colossal maw, exuding the fetid yellow essence of the mother nest. A distillation of the essence of 9,000 star domains, each droplet weighing as heavily as a mountain, corroding the void. Host. The weakness of the mother nest lies within the 7th ring of the annual growth. The system's alert intertwined with the vibrations of time and space. Xiaobai expended his imperial blood, for imperial sigils detaching from his right arm, coalescing into a blade that spanned the galaxy. This strike shall carve a path for all beings. At the moment the blade grazed the annual growth, the bronze giant tree abruptly contorted. The primordial phantom suddenly opened its eyes, tearing apart the fused remnants of the Soul Emperor. Sever my causal roots. The mother nest uses my spine as a conduit. Only by severing the roots can we incinerate the heavens. As the god-slaying spear pierced the core of the mother nest, the blood of the plains surged backward like a river. Xiaobai's right arm, reborn with imperial sigils, transformed into the purifying fire of the world. Within the flames, the phantoms of myriad beings emerged, the mecca of the mechanical civilization restructured amidst the fire, and the remnants of the cultivator's souls reunited in the blaze. Wherever the flames traversed, the bronze giant tree crumbled inch by inch, and the remnants of the Soul Emperor twisted into myriad anguished faces. Impossible. How could the laws that I devoured turn against me? You devour the laws, yet remain oblivious to the spirit of the laws. Xiaobai treaded upon the smoldering remnants of the plains, each fragment reflecting the silhouettes of civilizations. The mechanical race is forged of steel, yet shelters the young in their twilight. The cultivators defy the heavens, yet shatter their golden cores for the sake of the masses. This is the true law of the myriad heavens. Xiaoyan embedded the shattered Xuanzhong into the newly born stellar core, threefold transforming into a torrential rain of flames. Old dog, behold. This is the true essence of the burning technique. By fire, the heavens are incinerated. By fire, worlds are created. Amidst the firestorm, the remnants of machinery fused with ancient texts of cultivation, forming a brand new totem of law. The poison mist of the little medical fairy seeped into the blood of the mother nest as the emerald sapling blossomed within the filth, its roots entwining the last vestiges of the Soul Emperor's soul. The sins of these 30 millennia must awaken. The poison mist became a torrent of memories, the consumed souls weeping deep within the mother nest, while the consciousness of the Soul Emperor's true form had long been devoured by the mother nest, reduced to a puppet unaware of its own fate. 3 months later, the blue lotus at the heart of the burning flame valley fully blossomed, its lotus platform transforming into a bridge of laws that spanned the myriad heavens. Xiaobai stood atop the bridge, his right arm's imperial sigils swirling like the rivers of stars, gazing at the self-operating myriad star domains, mechanical civilization coexisting with the realm of cultivation, beasts and cities sharing existence, each newly born plane resonating with faint golden battle markings. Master. A girl with battle markings upon her forehead sprinted barefoot towards him, cradling a newly forged artifact crafted from mecha remnants and spirit jade. The rivers of the Western Star Domain have learned to purify the residual poison of the mother nest using the battle markings you taught, combined with Uncle Xiaoyan's. The poison mist of the little medical fairy solidified into an eternal beacon. As the glassy sapling took root and sprouted at the bridge's edge, this journey shall carry my poison. Her mist had transformed into an emerald nebula, dissolving all filth of the mother nest in its wake. Xiaoyan embedded a half-segment of the Xuanzhong into the bridge's structure, threefold manifesting as a protective totem, and my fire too. The flames illuminated the bridge, casting the comforting smile of the primordial phantom in relief. In the trembling void, amidst the unpurified rifts of dimensions, the pale golden imperial patterns flickered like fireflies. Xiaobai stepped upon the imperial bridge, while the azure lotus behind him transformed into stardust and scattered. Host. An anomalous wave from dimension no detected. The system's mechanical voice resonated for the first time with warmth. Recommendation: allow all beings to inscribe their own battle patterns. At the terminus of the Imperial Bridge, the remnants of the bronze mother nest quietly coalesced, only to disintegrate into ashes upon touching the starlight. A speck, smaller than dust, of dark golden imperial pattern silently merged into the embryo of the newly formed dimension, as the quantum core of the mechanical race intertwined with the spiritual roots of the cultivators. Ultimately, Xiaobai's destiny lay still within the boundless void. The end.